The rule says no gifts should be given to the strange beings, but you, without hesitation, gave the strange lady a pair of exquisite high heels. When everyone thought you were doomed, the strange lady was extremely pleased. Not only did she gift you a very precious strange object, but she also wanted you to be her husband. This was because you had awakened the all-occupation system, which not only allowed you to hear everyone's inner thoughts, but also unlocked various professional skills. At this moment, as you entered the horror game, a voice suddenly echoed in your ears. The horror game is about to begin. Game instance, Timite Castle. Number of players, 4. Mission, survive for 3 days in the castle. Good luck. At this moment, you stood in the middle of an ancient Grand Eastern European castle alongside 3 others who had also been selected. You walked toward them and smiled. Hello, I'm Li Yunlong. You can call me Dr. Li. It's nice to meet you here. Hello, Dr. Li. My name is Su Jiao. I'm not sick. At the same time, you heard her inner voice. This guy looks unreliable. Should I spit on him? You didn't expect this little girl to appear so timid in front of you, yet she was trashing you in her mind. You turned to the other 2. What are your names? The young man crossed his arms warily. I'm not telling you. My name is Zhou Yun. The other man chuckled heartily. I'm Wang Gang. You 3 are all newbies, huh? Su Jiao and Zhou Yun nodded. This is my first time in a horror game. I'm a little scared, Su Jiao whispered. Don't be scared, little sister. I'll protect you. Just leave it to me, Wang Gang said confidently, slapping his chest. Just then, the sound of tap, tap, tap echoed through the castle. Everyone immediately tensed, holding their breath, and turned their attention toward the sound. The castle's mistress, accompanied by her butler, appeared before the 4 players. Welcome to Timite Castle. I'm the castle's butler, and this is the owner of the castle, Lady Timite. The butler, wearing white gloves, respectfully bowed as he introduced the castle's mistress. The 4 of them turned to look. The faint, form-fitting white dress highlighted the castle mistress's elegant and seductive figure. Don't be afraid, everyone. Lady Timite smiled. I'm Timite, but you can also call me the 8-foot lady. Though I'm a vampire, I don't drink human blood. Over the next 3 days, I hope you all can enjoy your stay here. After all, it's been a long time since we've had any guests. The 2 girls felt much more at ease after hearing Lady Timite's words. However, you furrowed your brows slightly, for you could hear the mistress's twisted inner voice. Ladies and gentlemen, I've prepared dinner for you. Please follow me. The butler extended his hand, leading the group into the castle. You couldn't help but focus on the swaying hips of the mistress as she walked, thinking to yourself silently, that ass, truly huge. After walking through the castle's massive doors for over 10 minutes, the group finally arrived at the dining table. Mother. 3 female ghosts stood up simultaneously, greeting the mistress. These are my 3 daughters, Bella, Sandra, and Daniela. The 3 female ghosts were rare beauties, dressed in noble attire, looking like princesses. Wang Gang's eyes lit up, and he couldn't resist walking over. Hello, I'm Wang Gang. The eldest daughter, Bella, sat down coldly, while the youngest, Daniela, looked at everyone curiously, her finger at her mouth, offering a sweet smile. The alluring second daughter, Sandra, stretched out her hand and smiled. Nice to meet you, humans. Sandra eagerly shook hands with each of them. Soon, it was your turn. You saw through her intentions and casually spat on your right hand, rubbing it together before extending it with a smile. Sandra immediately recoiled, her face showing disgust, and silently withdrew her hand. You let out a sigh of relief, while the other 3 distanced themselves from you, instead flocking to Lady Timite's family, sitting as close as possible to them. You didn't say anything about this. Young man, why are you sitting so far away? Come closer. The youngest daughter, Daniela, patted the seat beside her, waving at you with a smile. You gave a faint smile. I don't like cleanliness. I prefer to eat while picking my feet. That's the real enjoyment. Oh, my feet haven't been washed for half a month. They're so dirty, it makes me hungrier. Daniela's smile froze. Never mind. Lady Timite shook her head slightly and jingled the bell in front of her on the table. Serve the food. The butler immediately signaled the servants in the castle to bring the food. These servants were all thin and frail, like dried corpses, holding trays filled with food and placing them in front of everyone. Each plate contained a piece of meat, cooked to medium-rare perfection. Everyone, please enjoy the meal. Already starving, Wang Gang wasted no time in devouring the food. Damn, this meat is too delicious. You guys have to try it. Don't waste the mistress's kindness. You newbies don't understand. Being able to have a good meal in a horror game is such a luxury. I've never seen such a kind woman as the mistress. Zhou Yun and Su Jiao, seeing Wang Gang, the so-called veteran player, act like this, couldn't resist the temptation and started eating with their knives and forks. Su Jiao took a small bite. Is this beef? How can it taste so good? The three sisters, who had been eating elegantly, suddenly stopped mid-bite. Sandra chuckled lightly. This is human flesh. At the sound of that, the three of them immediately covered their mouths, trying desperately to spit out the meat they had already eaten. Meanwhile, you didn't hesitate to grab the piece of meat, biting into it greedily, with red sauce dripping from the corners of your mouth, looking utterly perverse. Noticing everyone's gaze, you flashed a grin. This human flesh, it's authentic. Lady Timite looked at the mess of vomit on the floor and frowned in displeasure. Sandra, no jokes with the guests. Sandra immediately stood up and bowed her head. Sorry, mother. She turned to the others and smiled. It's all beef. I was just messing with you. The three were half convinced, but you, with a regretful expression, said, what a shame. The vampire sisters shot you a speechless glance. Lady Timite gently tapped her spoon on her wine glass. Once again, welcome to my castle. Let us raise our glasses together. Everyone turned their attention to the wine glasses. The red liquid swirled, radiating an unusual beauty. Cheers! Daniela smiled at everyone. Why aren't you drinking? This is 1982 Lafayette. Don't waste it. You, holding the wine glass, silently sighed. There's definitely a trick here. Meanwhile, Zhou Yun and the others' eyes lit up as they immediately downed the red wine. Su Jiao pursed her lips and frowned. Why does this have a weird taste? Like a blood-like flavor. Upon hearing Su Jiao's words, Zhou Yun and Wang Gang were stunned, pursing their lips. Indeed, there was a rusty iron scent of blood. They immediately looked in horror at the three vampire sisters. How could there be a bloody smell? You are overthinking it. If you don't believe it, let him take a sip and see if there's a bloody smell. Sandra cleverly looked at the only one who hadn't drunk the red wine, Li Yun. In front of them, Li Yun tipped the glass of red wine behind his back. 1982? Isn't that expired? Serving expired wine to guests. Don't you understand manners? Tactical lean back. The three vampire sisters looked at each other, their eyes filled with unspeakable emotions. No, he is sick. Can red wine really expire? This person must have never eaten 3 dishes and a soup in his life. The second sister, Sandra, looked at the red wine wasted by Li Yun, gritting her teeth in anger, unable to suppress the wildness in her heart. I feel so dizzy. This wine is so strong. The two girls held their dizzy heads, weakly saying, can red wine make you drunk? Your drinking capacity is really poor. Thump, the one who drank the most, the fiercest heart of steel, directly fell asleep. Blood toxin outbreak. Dizzy. Our real mealtime is about to start. Daniela's thoughts echoed in Li Yun's heart. I want that man's blood bag. I love seeing men frightened. Their blood is so vibrant. Sandra looked at Wang Gang, licking her lips. Just one left. He seems too cautious, difficult to deal with. 3 people at the table collapsed, leaving only Li Yun alone. Li Yun's heart was filled with 10,000 head of grass mud horse. You humans really can't hold your liquor. Since you are drunk, let's send them to the guest room to rest. As for this gentleman, even though you haven't drunk, I still ask you to return to your room. I must remind you, no matter what sounds you hear at night, do not leave your room. After all, besides us in this castle, there are many other guests. Disturbing them wouldn't be good. Other guests? Li Yun frowned slightly, with no time to think. The butler had already walked up to him. Guest, please follow me. Following the butler, Li Yun arrived at the guest room area of the castle. The huge castle had guest rooms like a hotel, more than 100 of them. At every moment, it showcased the wealth of Madame Timish, the owner of the century-old castle. I thought you vampires slept in coffins. Li Yun joked as he looked at the distant guest rooms. The guest is joking. Under the lady's leadership, we are different from other vampires. We have abandoned some habits of vampires. For instance, we have money and can sleep on soft big beds. Why squeeze into a wooden box where one cannot even turn? Li Yun gasped in surprise. So reasonable. No rabutal posible. Guest, your room has arrived. For the next 3 days, you will be staying here. The butler opened the door, revealing a room that was old but not shabby. Instead, it was filled with antiques. With a style reminiscent of last century's nobility, it exuded both depth and modesty. By the way, let me remind the guest again. No matter what you hear at night, do not open the door. Enjoy your stay. The butler politely closed the door after saying his last words. Li Yun found himself alone in the room. Before long, a chilling voice broke the silence. Help! Li Yun felt that voice was somewhat familiar. Just as he wanted to probe, the cry for help suddenly stopped. The whole room returned to a dead silence again. Li Yun heard a voice not far away. Aish, the second miss, is truly anxious. It seems that poor man is about to become her prey. The other two girls are lucky to be sought after by the eldest and third miss. As for the one in the room, no one can escape. That was the butler's thought. He hasn't left. He's been outside my door. This is bad. Li Yun's face darkened. At the banquet, Madame Timish and the three vampire sisters' thoughts had already told him, after they entered the castle, it's highly likely that escape is impossible. The kind intentions of the vampires in the ancient castle are all a disguise. No one knows when they will tear off this disguise and reveal their true selves. The butler's inner voice tells him that the impatient second miss, Sandra, has already torn off her disguise first. The shrill scream, just now, was Wang Gang's. Knowing that the other three might have been killed, and the butler standing outside, Li Yun dared not even breathe. His mind was racing, quietly listening to the butler's inner voice outside the door. No sound at all. Have they fallen asleep? Really carefree, eat and sleep. I also want to finish work, go back to sleep. Don't want to stand guard here anymore. Yo, these guests seem hungry. Tried the food inside. Go away, go away. This is my lady's favorite. Who are you to take it? Why hasn't the lady come yet? So tired, I just want to finish work. Don't want to guard this place. Li Yun, this butler sure has a lot going on in his mind. But it also gave Li Yun a very important piece of information. He is guarding the door for his lady. The owner of the castle, Lady Timid, has set her sights on Li Yun. Chapter 5. The lady worked too hard yesterday, resting on my bed. Time ticked by. With dark circles under his eyes, Li Yun remained vigilant. Sitting on the sofa, one night passed. Apart from the butler's frantic inner thoughts of a modern-day worker and the continuous screams outside, nothing unusual happened in his room. The lady hasn't come. As for why, he didn't know. He didn't know how long it had passed when a knock came from outside the door. Knock, knock, knock. He turned his head sharply to look. Guest, it's daylight. Time for breakfast. Daylight. The butler's kind voice came from outside. Rest? Li Yun stood in front of the mirror, staring at himself, who was terribly tired with dark circles under his eyes. He took out a silver pendant he always carried. He opened his palm, letting the pendant fall, swaying endlessly in the mirror. Li Yun stared at the swaying pendant, mumbling stiffly. I'm not tired. I'm not tired. Before long, a refreshed Li Yun opened the door. The butler resumed his usual demeanor, smiling politely and asking, Did you rest well last night, guest? Li Yun nodded, showing no sign of fatigue. I rested very well. You guys sleep too well. The butler looked at Li Yun, who was full of energy, and coldly sneered in his heart. What a defenseless human. If the lady hadn't changed her mind last night, you'd already be a blood bag. I didn't sleep all night, but you slept quite well. Humph. Li Yun heard his thoughts, his expression unchanged, but doubts rose in his mind. Change your mind. Not having midnight snacks to lose weight. Li Yun didn't know why the lady who had been eyeing him last night had not shown up, but he dared not ask. Following the butler, they arrived at the dining table. The ancient castle looked no different in the morning than it did at night. Everything was tightly closed, except for a skylight through which the outside sky could be seen. No light could get in. Fortunately, there were many plants around, which made the place not seem so lifeless. The well-mannered vampire trio had already taken their seats. Compared to last night, they looked much more energetic and radiant today. Next to them were Zhou Yun and Su Jiao. Wang Gang was missing. Li Yun curiously asked, Where's that old hand? Why isn't he here? Second Miss Sandra licked her lips, looking as though she hadn't had enough. Sorry, we had too much fun with your friend last night. He should still be resting. That stupid pig was already tortured beyond recognition by me. I haven't felt this good in a long time. In Sandra's room, Wang Gang, blinded, tongue cut out, and limbs chopped off to be turned into a human puppet, was placed in a flower pot. The intravenous drip around him was drawing his fresh blood. Sandra has already made her move. It seems that person has little chance of survival. The screams yesterday should have been his. Li Yun's eyelids flickered slightly, glancing at Zhou Yun and Su Jiao, who were sitting quietly, unlike their lively selves from last night. Two girls have pale corners of their mouths, and their necks are wrapped in a piece of gauze. Did you also get stimulated last night? Li Yun pointed at the two girls. A shocking scene appeared. It was an accident. It's okay. It was an accident. It's okay. This sentence clearly came from little sister Daniela's heart, but it was said by Su Jiao's mouth. Su Jiao had a blank expression, like a soulless puppet. The usually silent and graceful big sister Bella slightly nodded, silently approving in her heart. Little sister's puppet control ability is getting better and better. I'm not like second sister, who enjoys torturing prey, making them suffer worse than death. I more agree with little sister, treating prey as dolls and puppets, slowly enjoying the flowing blood from them. Damn, even Li Yun, who had seen countless scenes in a mental hospital, was a bit speechless at this moment. In just one night, the other three got wiped out. Weren't you supposed to be the noble good vampires? The three vampire sisters simultaneously turned their heads to look at the outbursting Li Yun. Li Yun coughed twice, tactically covering up. Grass is a kind of plant. It is also a kind of life. It is resilient. It cannot be blown down by the wind. We should protect it. Deep well ice. Still protecting grass? You should protect yourself first. Wait, why did Mother go after him last night? The three sisters exchanged glances, surprised that Li Yun was unharmed and showed no signs of being turned into a puppet. Mother would never show mercy to humans, unless her bloodthirst forced her to abandon hunting. The calm and composed Bella had a thought in her mind. Bloodthirst. It seems to be the most critical condition for a vampire's promotion. A vampire that experiences bloodthirst will lose all power for a period and become extremely weak. Until the bloodthirst ends, the promotion is completed. Mother wouldn't have bloodthirst, right? Ha ha. Finally, after hundreds of years, I've waited for this moment. The three vampire sisters exchanged glances, understanding each other's thoughts. This is a good opportunity to get rid of Mother. I want to see the world outside the castle. Daniela, with her doll-like purple eyes, gazed at the castle door. Li Yun quickly captured the sisters' inner thoughts. It seems they have an unspeakable contradiction with the lady. Can I use this to find a glimmer of hope? Sandra suddenly stared at him. Since Mother is trapped by bloodthirst and unable to hunt, then her prey belongs to me. Hey, that's not allowed. I am your mother's. What do you want to do to me? Li Yun cried out in his heart as Sandra stood up. With her long, fair legs, she walked down to Li Yun, lifting his chin. Wild and extremely aggressive, she licked her lips. Second sister wants to snatch Mother's prey? How exciting. Daniela felt extremely excited in her heart. Bella gently frowned. Just right. Let's use her to see if Mother really has bloodthirst. Li Yun looked at the queen-like beautiful face and swallowed hard. What do you want? Sandra smiled gently. Don't be nervous. I just want to ask. Did you see my mother last night? She always prepares, urging us not to miss every heaven-sent delicacy. But you see, she hasn't appeared this morning. Li Yun's brain raced. If I tell her I didn't see the lady last night, Sandra will probably tear me apart on the spot. She seems to have a rebellious heart, wanting to challenge her mother's authority. Understanding this, Li Yun calmly said the boldest lie. Oh, the lady was too busy last night. She even rested on my bed. Bella, Sandra, Daniela, Chapter 6 Escape from the Castle. Bella came quickly and left quickly. After she left, Li Yun threw the tissue into the trash can, muttering, does she think I'm what, a dog? Does she need to grant me a way to live? In light of her beautiful feet. I won't bicker with her. A great man can be hard or soft. Li Yun tidied himself up, and a hint of confident smile appeared on his face. This Bella is indeed clever. Just as I expected. Her rebellious heart cannot be hidden. She will come to find me. She wants to use me. And how can I not want to use her? With her secret protection, at least I don't have to worry about being killed at any time, anywhere. As for wanting to leave the castle alive to go back, that's not enough. A master-level psychologist, upon hearing Bella's true thoughts, diagnosed her psychological problems. Li Yun had already guessed Bella would definitely come to find him, to ask about her mother's incident last night. He just didn't expect Bella to come so fast. This indeed was a surprise. It seems I really can't sleep soundly here. In case it's not Bella but Sandra or the mistress, I might never wake up. Li Yun shook his head gently, replaying just now. He loosened a bit of his vigilance. He opened the door and walked out, following Bella's instructions before she left. The strange beings in the castle all strictly follow the rules set by the mistress. During the day, they wouldn't hunt, so there's not much danger. At night, one needs to be extra cautious. If it weren't for him being the mistress's chosen prey, protected by the steward, last night, this door had already been torn apart by other guests who appeared at night to prey. Li Yun seemed to be wandering and admiring the castle, but in reality, he was calculating the distance from his room to the mistress's room. The mistress's room is located in the center of the castle, a full 3 miles away from the guest rooms. The castle is really huge. Even going to the bathroom requires driving. Li Yun sighed at the grandeur of the castle, continuing to calculate. My room is 3 miles away from the mistress. My listening effective range is within 500 meters. Just now, I pretended to admire from 500 meters away from the mistress's door and didn't hear any thoughts. This shows the mistress is really sleeping. She will only wake up at night. If I want to eavesdrop on her secrets, I can only have the opportunity at night. But at night, from Bella's description, that is a night filled with all kinds of wonders, totally different from the deserted castle during the day. This also confirms the strange beings rest during the day and act at night. To go out at night to listen to the mistress's secrets. I not only have to deal with the steward guarding me, but also the strange beings along the way. It seems I need to find a clear path. Bella? Not a chance, self-important. Wanting to control the castle to become the next mistress's queen. How could she possibly be a henchman for a human? Sandra? Huh. She indeed is a henchman, but she would rather whip herself with every lash to derive happiness from my pain. Leon pondered in his heart, excluding 2 of the 3 sisters. Only one remains. Just then, near the castle's main entrance, he saw Daniela. Third miss, what are you doing here? Daniela stood in front of the castle door with her 2 puppet dolls, Su Jiao and Zhou Yun. Hearing Li Yun's word from behind, she turned around and spoke. They want to escape, and I am stopping them. Li Yun, it's you who wants to escape. Seeing through but not exposing, Li Yun looked at Zhou Yun and Su Jiao. Isn't this castle nice? The mistress and the strange beings in the castle are so kind. The 3 young ladies are more beautiful than the other, and the most beautiful is you. Third miss. How could you want to escape? Really ungrateful, right? Third miss. Daniela. Yes. Although what you said is not correct. If you say, I am the most beautiful, that must be right. Daniela smiled beamingly, her eyes narrowing slightly. The small white-haired girl was incredibly cute. Sorry, third miss, I want to chat with my friends and take a walk. Is that convenient? Daniela was just flattered by Li Yun, and at this moment was in good spirits, immediately nodding. Convenient. Zhou Yun and Su Jiao walked towards Li Yun on his left and right, walking side by side with him. However, a little tail followed behind. It's so big here, I'm all lost. Hey, Su Jiao, do you know where this place is? Li Yun pointed to the spot they were standing at and asked. This is the guest waiting area at the front door. Oh, I see, but I'm asking Su Jiao. Li Yun looked at Zhou Yun. Zhou Yun immediately shut her mouth, and Su Jiao spoke up. This is the guest waiting area at the front door. Are you a parrot? Besides, how do you 2 know this? Wait, Daniela, who was secretly following the 3, suddenly appeared from nowhere. I told the 2 sisters. Li Yun pretended to be surprised. Third miss, why are you here? Didn't we agree to give the 3 of us some space alone? I still have whispers to share with them. That's impolite. Daniela listened to Li Yun's words and for a moment didn't know how to respond. The lady is a noble, and even as a vampire, she is a noble among vampires. Even drinking blood requires more finesse than ordinary vampires, as she enjoys mixing human blood into wine. Her education of the 3 daughters is even stricter. Noble, ladylike, polite rules. None can be missing. So the eldest daughter set out, wanting to be the one to make the rules. The second daughter twisted, becoming a masochist among sadists. The third daughter bore so much pressure, wanting to escape. Li Yun had long seen through their minds. A single word, polite, took Daniela in firmly. Daniela silently snorted in dissatisfaction. Where else could I be? You want to send me away? Whisper. I want to see what you have to say that's so secret. You think I'm gone, but I've been here all along. Silly. Daniela flashed her figure and flew away like that. Li Yun smiled lightly. Do you think I don't know that these 2 are your puppets? Whatever I say, you can hear, and they are just your mind's echo. Li Yun continued to stroll with Zhou Yun and Su Jiao. Suddenly, Li Yun spoke up. I don't know if I'll survive to go back, so I have some things I want to tell you both. The 2 puppets nodded simultaneously. Why don't we all 3 live here together? Ahem, just a joke to see your reactions. I didn't expect your expressions to be so cold. Looks like you both don't want to share me. One slap on my left cheek, and then on my right, I was careless and didn't dodge. I was just joking. Why are you doing this? Li Yun feigned grievance and covered his face, secretly snorting. Nice one, Daniela, instructing them to hit me. Just wait. If I don't get to grip you later, I won't be called Li. Li Yun collected himself and looked at the 2. Actually, I came to find you to tell you. I know the way to escape the castle. Zhou Yun and Su Jiao displayed the same shock on their faces. Really? Can I really deceive you? But this main door has a specific curse placed by Mother, Lady Timoth, and you can only leave with her permission. Li Yun stroked his chin. So that's how it is. Zhou Yun and Su Jiao's expressions turned strange. You can't possibly not know. How could I not know? Of course. I have made a detailed escape plan. Good. Tell me about it. Good. Tell me about it. Daniela's delighted voice came from somewhere hidden. Having stayed in the castle for 100 years, she was already tired of it. At this moment, she was somewhat impatient. Finally found you. The butler suddenly rushed over in a hurry. Looking for me? Is there something? The second miss wants you to come to her room. Sandra isn't dead set on revenge. Does she still want to take action against me? Li Yun was a bit flustered for a moment. What does the second miss want with me? Guessed I don't know. Since the second miss has spoken, you should go see her. If I go, can I come back? The second miss said, if you don't go, she'll bring a whip and come find you herself. Ugh, why does the second sister have to interrupt my good thing? No, I need to find out his escape plan. Danella's frustrated inner voice echoed. Hey, you still haven't told us about the plan you mentioned. Zhou Yun and Su Jiao spoke in unison. It's because the second miss asked me. I need to go there first. Don't worry if I die at the hands of the second miss. I'll take the plan with me. I will never tell anyone. Lian looked as though he would die without revealing anything. How could Danella be at ease? Damn it, who said anything about you dying? I want the plan. The plan to leave the castle. Ah, if you don't give me the plan, no one can take your life. Another personality spoke in Danella's mind. Lian, steady, steady. He waved his hand, signaling the two women to come closer, then whispered in their ears. Come to my room tonight. I'll tell you the whole plan. For now, I have to go see the second miss. Wish me luck. Lian shrugged and followed the butler away. Danella appeared beside the two women, looking at his retreating figure. Does he really know how to escape the castle? He's so confident he must know. If the second sister wants to torture others, I don't care. But not him. Danella clenched her little fists tightly, and her figure vanished in a flash. Did the second miss say what she wanted to see me about? What's her mood like right now? Did the second miss ask for me because she didn't eat enough in the morning? The second miss. The butler, unable to take it anymore, interrupted Li Yun's questions. Guest, you're asking too many questions, and all of them are ones I can't answer. Why did the second miss ask for you? You'll know when you get there. Li Yun rolled his eyes. Isn't that nonsense? If I walk into a tiger's den, are you going to take responsibility? The butler noticed Li Yun's concern and calmly replied. Don't worry. Our castle always advocates peace. We would never harm a guest. Please, go ahead. The butler opened the door, revealing a row of blood-stained torture tools. The tiger chair, iron chains, saws, and binding racks. And in a flower pot, the mutilated King Gang. This is what you call not harming guests. Li Yun pointed at King Gang, his hands trembling. The butler looked embarrassed. Then he lied without changing his expression. This is just a little hobby between that guest and the second miss. He voluntarily entered the flower pot, vowing to protect the second miss for all eternity. This twisted story, do you think I'll believe it? No, that's why I never intended for you to believe it. Is it really okay for you to lie to me so boldly? Guest, perhaps you haven't realized yet, but you've already entered the second miss's domain. You can't escape. Damn it. So you're all just dropping the act. In the next second, like a ghost, Sandra appeared behind Li Yun. She grabbed the helpless Li Yun and pulled him into the room. The butler gently closed the door. The finest ingredients need to be refined through countless trials. The madam should understand the second miss's good intentions, right? In a room filled with the atmosphere of torture, Sandra spoke. Li Yun was tied to a cross-shaped rack, his arms and legs bound tightly. His eyes were covered by black cloth, and he could see nothing. What should I use to refine this mother's delicious dish? A spiked whip, a heated iron block, or a rusty saw? Only pain and despair can cook up the most wonderful flavor. If the great mother tastes it, she will surely love it. Oh, my greatest mother. Li Yun heard Sandra's twisted, light-hearted laugh. It's over. She's not going to kill me. She's going to make me wish I were dead, to bring the blood in my veins to a boil. No wonder the butler agreed to send me here. As long as I don't die. Neither the eldest miss nor the third miss will save me. Who would care if an ingredient is tortured? Helpless, Li Yun gritted his teeth, hearing the sound of Sandra's high heels, tick-tock, getting closer and closer. Poor little thing, accept my training. I'll definitely make your blood boil, make your flavor reach its peak. Wham! The whip sliced through the air and exploded in sound as it struck Li Yun's body. Li Yun felt no pleasure, only the pain of his skin being torn apart. He gritted his teeth tightly, not making a sound. How does it feel good? In Sandra's twisted questioning, Li Yun gave a cold sneer. Didn't you eat? Building your own happiness on someone else's pain. Such a core value is wrong. You're such a pervert. You probably lacked love as a child and calcium as you grew up. The only way you feel alive is by pretending to control the life and death of others. A brief silence hung in the air. The next second, Li Yun felt suffocated. Sandra had grabbed his throat, pressed against his ear, and spoke in a sharp voice. Do you even know what you're saying? Do you believe I'll tear out your tongue? Li Yun saw her anger rising, a hint of a smile forming on his hidden face. Psychological perversion. This was his expertise. Couldn't he deal with her? Sandra, a typical sadist, loved finding fear, dread, pleading, and crying in her praise emotions. If he didn't provide that, she wouldn't feel any pleasure. She wouldn't reach the desired GC. To sum it up in one sentence, Li Yun's unexpected reaction just now made Sandra anxious. Chapter 8. Psychological therapy begins. Sister is the queen. Confidence shines brightly. Actually, I'm a doctor, a psychologist. I've seen perverts like you many times, so you don't seem that strange anymore. Do you think you're cool, setting yourself apart from others? Actually, you're not cool at all. Li Yun's tone of mocking only stirred Sandra's emotions further. Kill me then, if I die. Your mother won't let you off. You're nothing but your mother's dog. Pitiful, wagging your tail, just begging for a recognition and love. I've seen through you. Sandra's grip loosened, and her breathing became rapid. Each word stabbed deep in her heart. You have started attacking Sandra's inner heart. Professional value plus 10. Professional proficiency plus 20. Seen through me? You, a mere ant of a human, are just a mouse I can easily crush underfoot. Who do you think you are? Li Yun continued with his mental attack, turning his words into blades, piercing directly into Sandra's heart. Pitiful, you don't have your older sister's composure and excellence. You don't have your younger sister's cuteness and sweetness. Among the three sisters, you, Sandra, are the most easily ignored. So, you crave recognition the most, longing for others to look up to you, to beg for your gaze. Yet you don't realize, the more you act this way, the more pitiful you seem. You have successfully penetrated Sandra's heart. Professional value plus 10. Professional proficiency plus 20. Sandra's favorability plus 10. Thud. Sandra's whip fell to the ground. The suffocating sensation around Li Yun's neck disappeared. He heard a helpless cry. Woo! Everything I've done was just to please my mother. But in her eyes, my older sister is the future heir. She sees my younger sister as the cutest and most presentable daughter. And me, what am I? Only when I make mistakes and get punished, when mother's whip lands on me. Only then can I feel her warmth, her love. Li Yun said lightly, both sadism and masochism are psychological issues, most likely caused by childhood deficiencies. But you're different. Sandra suddenly looked up and took off Li Yun's blindfold. Her eyes desperately looked at him. What's different about me? You're both a sadist and a masochist. Your psychology is seriously twisted. Sandra replied angrily. If I don't do this, how can I feel my mother's love? Why am I always ignored? What do I lack compared to my older sister or younger sister? Li Yun looked her up and down. Your figure. Sandra's gaze exuded a sacred wrath, as if she wanted to tear apart this ant that was inspecting her. Seems like it's a bit better than theirs. You acknowledged Sandra. Professional value plus 10. Professional proficiency plus 20. Sandra's favorability plus 10. If the eldest sister Bella is pure and seductive, then Sandra is an extremely sexy queen. At this moment, wrapped in leather, with curves in all the right places, not a shred of extra flesh. A single word from Li Yun instantly made Sandra's anger vanish. Sandra untied his bindings. Unexpectedly, Li Yun suddenly reached out a hand and pinched Sandra's. Are you looking for death? Sandra was furious, but Li Yun had a face that seemed to verify the truth. She's definitely better than them all. You have once again acknowledged Sandra. Profession value plus 10. Profession proficiency plus 20. Sandra's favor plus 10. Sandra's anger abruptly stopped. Instead, she shyly looked towards Li Yun. You really think so? Li Yun smiled lightly. Whether it's a person or a ghost, they are all unique existences. You always think your mother doesn't care about you, doesn't value you. It's your elder sister, your younger sister who stole your spotlight. You deserve to be valued. But have you ever thought about who exactly you, Sandra, are? Sandra's pupils slightly stunned. Sandra, who am I? Who am I? Who is Sandra? Who should I be? Sandra's heart was completely in chaos. Seeing this, Li Yun immediately took advantage of the momentum. A silver pendant fell before Sandra's eyes. Stare at it. Your heart will follow it. You are very tired, very numb, very sleepy. You hypnotized Sandra. Profession value plus 10. Profession proficiency plus 20. Sandra's favor plus 10. Li Yun's voice was soft and gentle, carrying 30% affinity, invading Sandra's heart just like that. Then Sandra's mind was hypnotized like this. I am very tired, very numb, very sleepy. Very good, Sandra, from now on, whatever I say you will do. I'm Sandra, whatever you say I will do. Go sit over there. Li Yun gave a command, and Sandra surprisingly obeyed, sitting down there, her legs together, back straight, motionless. As a noble girl, her posture was impeccable. Sitting here, what do you feel? I feel like when I was a child, my mother brought us 3 sisters to practice sitting posture. And then, my mother praised me, said my sitting posture was the best, my figure was the most perfect. She awarded me a little red flower. You're laughing? I was rewarded by my mother, of course I have to smile. Li Yun found a mirror. In the mirror, Sandra's smile was warm and gentle, with not a shred of aggression. It was a simple satisfaction, an inner smile. Is this my smile? Yes, look at how genuine and confident you look when you smile. Confidence. It seems I don't have such a thing. A hint of sorrow appeared on Sandra's face, as memories from deep within her heart filled her with her mother's harsh words. My mother always said, Sandra, you're not as good as your elder sister, even worse than your younger sister. Said I don't deserve to be your daughter. Can't even be a proper vampire, let alone a noble. Tears fell drop by drop from Sandra's eyes, her childhood filled with lack of recognition, and the frequent punishments from her mother. The confident smile from moments ago completely vanished. Continue, you smiled, then cried, and then, I changed, transformed. The often punished Sandra fell in love with this feeling. Only in the ebb and flow of abuse could she find the meaning of her existence. Her face began to twist, the smile turning cruel and sharp. Her hands relentlessly ravaged the air, her entire body exuding a strong aggression. They all fear me, are in awe of me, respect me, kneel beneath my high heels, beneath my violence, dare not ignore me, dare not look down on me. Sandra shouted fiercely. Really? Is it really like that? Sandra, who are you? Once again, this question, Sandra's CPU was once again burned out. The rage on her body vanished, replaced by a demeanor devoid of confidence. Incredibly lonely. Her heart felt as if it were constantly being trampled, tempered by Li Yun. Smiles, inferiority, sadness, cruelty, violence, and now loneliness. Seeing this, Li Yun snapped his fingers in front of her. Sandra remembers. You are the queen. Radiate confidence. A powerful confidence surged forth. Sandra murmured to herself. Sister is the queen, shining with confidence. Sister is the queen, shining with confidence. Sister is the queen, shining with confidence. The voice grew louder each time, until Sandra completely emerged from her hypnosis. A smile of unyielding confidence graced her lips. I, Sandra, am the queen. This confidence no longer came from the disparity with prey, but rather, finding her own confidence from within. Sandra looked at Li Yun again, her eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you, Dr. Li, for helping me regain my confidence. Li Yun smiled gently, as light as a breeze. You have treated Sandra and awakened her inner confidence. Career points plus 10, career proficiency plus 20, Sandra's affection plus 10 inch. Sandra's affection plus 50. She has developed admiration for you. Sandra lowered her head slightly, shyly glancing at Li Yun. Dr. Li, you are amazing, even better at playing than me. Was this treatment just a part of your new play? Li Yun. Chapter 9. Dining Guide to the Blood-Sucking Castle. Do not harm Li Yun. Sandra's door was pushed open. Zhou Yun and Su Jiao stood dumbfounded, looking at the one person and one strange creature sitting on the sofa, having an equal conversation, laughing and talking. Sandra looked at Li Yun with eyes full of admiration. Li Yun felt a bit embarrassed. How did I become an expert in this? Can psychological treatment also be a part of play? Someone barged in, and the somewhat angry Sandra recognized the two, realizing they were puppets controlled by her little sister. She looked at Li Yun with a light smile. Dr. Li is really popular. Just being here for a while, some can't sit still. Li Yun glanced at Su Jiao and Zhou Yun, muttering with annoyance. Daniela, why didn't you wait until I had my tongue pulled out to come? What happened that I don't know? Why is the second sister being so polite to a human? I must have opened the door wrong. Let me try again. Zhou Yun and Su Jiao stepped out of the room, then pushed the door open again. Do not harm Li Yun. Li Yun, do I really have to awkwardly go through this again? What exactly happened? I can't be mistaken. They really are conversing equally. The human is not kneeling but sitting, and seems to have a higher posture than the second sister. Is this a new game of the second sister? Sandra looked at Zhou Yun and Su Jiao, actually inquiring about Daniela. So, are you here to find Dr. Li? Dr. Li? Yes. Zhou Yun and Su Jiao nodded in sync. Sandra sighed, thinking to herself, my little sister's puppet is really foolish. How can two people look like one? Fortunately, Dr. Li did not notice the clue. Dr. Li is good at everything, just not very smart. Li Yun, how could the strange one speak before someone? Do you really think I can't hear it? Even if I heard it, what could I do but keep pretending? Second miss, these two are my partners. They might be worried about my safety. What? Does Dr. Li think it's dangerous here with me? Li Yun looked towards Wang Gang in the distant flower pot. All right, since it's like this, I won't keep you, Dr. Li. Thank you again, Dr. Li. Sandra enthusiastically hugged Li Yun. He only felt a soft, fluffy sensation, which was quite nice, Sandra whispered in his ear. Dr. Li's skills are superb. I look forward to the next exchange of practices. Next time, I'll let you be the master. Li Yun, I'm just a psychologist. I don't play this perverted stuff. Zhou Yun and Su Jiao exchanged looks dumbfounded. The second sister is actively being friendly to a human? What on earth actually happened? Can't you let me, a child over 100 years old, know what's going on? Li Yun followed Zhou Yun and Su Jiao out of Sandra's room. Li Yun, what exactly happened just now? You seem to have a good relationship with the second sister. Second sister? Second miss. Oh, but dear, look at me. I've been swallowed by you. Li Yun unexpectedly touched Su Jiao's bottom. Not small at all. Li Yin. Pa, it's the butt of my doll. This disgusting human, so angry. Li Yin snickered. It turns out puppets can convey not only images and sounds, but also feelings. Su Jiao took a step back. Zhou Yun continued to speak. By the way, about your escape plan? What are you doing? Don't rush. We agreed you'd come to my room tonight. All together. He's so slick. Wow, I want to cut off his dog paws. What's wrong with this man? He touched one and then the other. Flirting with two girls at the same time. Doesn't he feel guilty? Li Yin eavesdropped on Daniela's thoughts while sneering. First he touched the left one, then the right. Now it's symmetrical. But compared to the lady, the third misses but is still too immature. After all, she's just a little lowly over 100 years old. Still needs to develop. That's understandable. Li Yun hummed a little tune happily and left under the shocked eyes of the two girls. Ding, ding, ding. The dining bell rang. Dinner time has arrived again. Dinner is from 18 to 2000 hours. Whether finished or not, Li Yun had to return to his room under the butler's guidance. Because after 2000 hours is the true carnival hour of the castle. The night of 100 ghosts. If Li Yun didn't leave and stayed at the dining table, he would most likely become fresh food for the ghosts. Of course, returning to his room would also make him food chosen by the lady. 100 cuts or a single cut. This is the survival issue Li Yun will face. At the dining table, the three vampire sisters still obediently took their seats first. Zhou Yun and Su Jiao also sat on either side of Daniela. Li Yun chose the first position, sitting at the end of the long table, directly opposing the lady's seat. Three young ladies, esteemed guests. The lady is a bit tired and cannot attend the dinner. The butler bowed apologetically, and second sister Sandra and Daniela simultaneously looked at Li Yun. Dr. Li is really impressive. Even mother can't handle it. Looking forward to the next time he hosts. Li Yun, wow, this dog man not only flirted with my doll, but also dares to bully my mother. If it wasn't for the fact he could help me escape, I would definitely make him into a scarecrow and pierce him with 1,000 arrows every day. Let's see if he would feel pain. Li Yun, stop piercing, it already hurts. Sandra and Daniela had different opinions on this matter. Bella glanced at Li Yun in the distance, their eyes meeting. It seems mother really is in trouble. As for whether it's the same as my guess, it all depends on whether this little mouse can give me a surprise. Li Yun coldly scoffed in his heart. No surprise need, do you want? I have a lot. I can give you hundreds of millions. This thought was only dared to be imagined, not spoken. Serve the dishes, serve the dishes. I heard the guests didn't have an appetite in the morning, so the lady specially had the kitchen prepare some dishes you humans love. Tonight, guests shouldn't be polite, must eat until full. If the ingredients are full, the lady can eat well, hee. The butler forced a smile. Dishes were served one after another. Li Yun watched the three sisters start eating before he comfortably rubbed his belly. Was I not eating in the morning? Isn't it because the three of you weren't reading the Vampire Castle Dining Guide? Now it's good, I can feast too. Chapter 10. The Wronged Lit. A purple, evil aura burst out from Daniela. Her words followed the spell immediately. Cough, cough, water, water. Li Yun was choked. Sandra quickly told the butler to bring a glass of water. Li Yun, with his face turning red from choking, did not drink immediately, but waited. Humans are really fragile. He can't die yet. This water is fine. He can drink it. Bella glanced at him, then continued eating her food with a fork and knife, uninterested. After fiddling with it for a long time, she didn't eat a single bite. The entire process was a pretentious act of fake eating. Only then did Li Yun feel relieved to drink the water and swallow the food that had choked him. Phew! Sandra shot Daniela a displeased look. Stop with these little curses and tricks. You can't be rude to Dr. Li. Daniela, feeling wrong, said, Second sister, I didn't. I just thought about it for a second, then... I know, it was her, it must have been her. Ha! She also can't stand this dog of a man. Sandra knocked Daniela on the head with the fork in her hand. From now on, address Dr. Li properly. Oh, I got it, second sister. Don't call me second sister. From now on, call me queen. Daniela, feeling wronged, covered her head, looking helplessly at her eldest sister. Bella, while cutting vegetables, casually said with an odd tone, I never expected the usually violent second sister to show such respect to a human. What's this? You have a new trick. Don't accidentally get yourself trapped in your own game. Queen, where does your confidence come from? If it were in the past, when the eldest sister mocked her like this, Sandra would be angry and helpless, without any confidence or courage to challenge her. But now, after being adjusted by Li Yun, her confidence surged. Eldest sister's arrogant attitude hasn't changed. Mother is not here, so you always act like you're the head of the family. So what if you're born a few seconds earlier? Why do you pretend? Your delusion of being the head of the family should be adjusted by Dr. Li. Sandra snickered coldly, confronting her. What did you say? Bella slammed the table, and the knife and fork floated in the air, aimed at Sandra. Sandra was not to be outdone. Her eyes narrowed, and her own knife and fork aimed at Bella. If you're not satisfied, then let's fight. I'm the queen. Daniela happily ate her cake, her little white feet swinging up and down. She fanned the flames, saying, Stop fighting. You won't be able to kill each other like this. Lian smiled. The proud eldest sister, the unyielding second sister, the fire-stirring third sister, and he, eating popcorn. Zhou Yun, Su Jiao, who do you think will win? Get lost, dogman. Both women spoke at the same time, cursing at Li Yun. Li Yun looked innocent. Go ahead and go. I just hope that before I go, I'll still be of some use to you. The escape plan is like this. Zhou Yun and Su Jiao immediately leaned in. Even Daniela couldn't help herself. Li Yun looked through the two women at Daniela. Miss Third, eavesdropping so openly on other people's private conversations is very rude. Bella said sternly. Daniela, as nobles, we cannot be rude. Daniela, angrily, withdrew her body and snorted. Eldest sister, you and second sister are fighting while eating, and you say I'm rude? And this dog a man, fine, I won't eavesdrop. I'll listen openly. I'll still play with you to the end. Lian secretly smiled. Then he looked at the two women. The escape plan is... Wait, this plan can only be executed by two people. One is me, and the other... Ah, it's so hard to choose. I like both of you. I want to take you both, but I can only take one. How about this? You both kiss me, and I'll decide who to take. Daniela was completely speechless. I've never seen such a shameless person. You won't kiss? Then I'll take the butler. Butler? Daniela. Well, Zhou Yun kissed his left cheek. Pa pa pa, so disgusting. Dog man. Lian looked at Su Jiao. If you don't kiss me, how will I know if her kiss is real or not? Daniela's face turned as red as a pig liver. She thought one kiss would be enough, but she never expected this to happen. I want to kill this dog man. My first kiss. Even though it wasn't my lips, the feeling is the same. Kissing a human's face. What's the difference between this and kissing the ass? Lian, is this polite? What? Su Jiao gritted her teeth and kissed his right cheek. Dogman, is this good now? I've given you my first and second kisses. Hurry up, what's the plan? Li Yun laughed wildly in his heart, but his expression was very complicated, as if he was truly experiencing whose kiss was more real. My face seems to feel nothing. How about kissing on the lips? Li Yun pouted and closed his eyes. Unable to endure any more, Daniela's anger turned into madness. She took off her little Lolita shoes, revealing her cute little white stockings and kicking her foot towards Li Yun's mouth. Li Yun felt something was wrong and opened his eyes, only to see he was kissing the soles of Zhou Yun and Su Jiao's feet. Dogman, does this young lady not know how to deal with you? Li Yun excitedly said in a twisted way. Why are you rewarding me? Daniela's silence was deafening. The noble etiquette, knowledge, and values she had learned for centuries in the ancient castle collapsed with a thunderous crash at this moment. She began to question the bizarre situation and asked a question. How could there be such a shameless person in the world? Dingling. Dinner time is over. The guest should return to his room. Bella and Sandra had been glaring at each other for a long time. Li Yun wanted to ask if their eyes weren't flirting. Li Yun looked at Zhou Yun and Su Jiao grinning. Remember to come to my room tonight. I'll return to my room first. He followed the butler toward his room. Looking at Li Yun's back, Bella was the first to drop the floating cutlery and coldly snorted, ignoring Sandra. Daniela, come back to my room. Big sister, huh? Don't you have legs yourself? Bella scolded with dissatisfaction. Daniela, feeling wronged, let a small pearl fall from her eyes as she looked at her cute little white stockings. My little feet are dirty. Chapter 11. Another personality, the wicked Daniela opens full slaughter. Guest, let me remind you again, to avoid unnecessary trouble, do not leave your room at night. Li Yun nodded in understanding. Don't worry, my biggest strength is listening to advice. The butler slightly bowed. Wish you a good sleep. Same to you. I'm going to sleep in a market. Madam, if she doesn't come tonight, I'll stay up all night. Staying up all night is fine, but I still have to get up the next day to serve you little tyrants. The life of a working servant is so hard. I won't leave work so badly, so helpless, so pitiful. Family, who understands? Li-yun silently closed the door, not looking at the butler who was expressionless but full of drama in his heart. Ding-ee! The old antique clock outside the room made a sound. It meant that the time for the strange creatures in the ancient castle had truly arrived. The special guests in the ancient castle began to leave their rooms. It's happy drinking time. Drink, drink. Hey, where did my head go? Hungry. Quickly a blood pack, so good, just like jelly, so tempting. Eek-ah-oh-woo. Leaning against the wall, listening to the guests' voices outside. This is a troublesome thing. Even speaking isn't clear. Li-yun rolled his eyes and couldn't help but sigh. It really is a night of strange creatures, and they're all starving and partying. The butler hasn't left yet, so it's very likely that Madam won't appear tonight. If I want to leave the room and investigate Madam's secret, I'll have to wait. Li-yun wasn't in a hurry, sitting on the bed. Should I take a nap? As soon as he closed his eyes, his mind was filled with the Madam's rounded bottom, the eldest lady's jade-like feet, the second young lady's body, the third young lady's white stockings. Slap. Li-yun slapped himself. Li-yun, Li-yun, you really have no shame. Thinking about the ladies, how can I sleep? Li-yun immediately flipped over and decided to temporarily give up on sleeping, pulling out a few tissues from the side. Li-yun's room door was pushed open. Zhou Yun and Su Jiao, two puppets, stared at him. Cough, I caught a cold. Can you knock next time? Li-yun hid the tissues, then pointed at the door. You two just walked in like this, so lively. Didn't you encounter any obstacles? I can go wherever I want. What other obstacles can there be? The butler has been secretly sent away by me. I believe you will find out soon. I need to quickly extract the plan I want to know from this dog man. Li-yun really wanted to applaud Daniela. This third young lady could be reliable sometimes. Li-yun grabbed Zhou Yun and Su Jiao with one hand each. Since you are all here, then let's start the plan. As Su Jiao and Zhou Yun were about to speak, Li-yun shushed them. Don't talk. Once the plan is spoken, it won't work. You're making a wish here, yet saying it won't work. Fine, hurry and follow me. As Li-yun hurriedly led the two women out of the room, Daniela suddenly realized something was wrong. Don't go out. If you leave this room, your scent will be sensed by other guests. Don't go out. If you leave this room, your scent will be sensed by other guests. Using the voices of the two women, Daniela's thoughts were conveyed. Yet Li-yun didn't look back. Do I not know? Why else did I trick you here? Sure enough, as Li-yun stepped out of the room, the guests in the castle, who were once in a frenzy, suddenly paused their actions and looked at him. Human scent. There is fresh, good human. Catch him. Someone shouted, and the creatures became restless, all rushing towards Li-yun. Headless specters, vampire ghouls, ghosts, mumbling mummies, various guests of the castle. I have to say, there are so many of them. Why are they only chasing me? Zhou Yun and Su Jiao no longer had a human scent. They were merely puppets. Li-yun looked at the crowd of monsters, anxious. The two of you better think of a way. Me? Li-yun gritted his teeth and stamped his foot. What time is it? And you are still pretending with me. Li-yun shouted, if I am killed by the monsters, neither of you can escape. This dog man is truly a troublemaker. Su Jiao and Zhou Yun suddenly pointed at the distance. Wow, the third young lady is coming. The third young lady is so beautiful, so cute. She is simply a savior. Yes, the third young lady is the only goddess of the castle. Li-yun, stop boasting. The drool of the monsters is about to drown me. Daniela, controlling Su Jiao and Zhou Yun, satisfied a bit of her own vanity. Thinking she looked very cool, she straightened her back and walked over slowly. Hey, he's my mother's guest. What are you going to do? The monsters looked at Daniela, instinctively taking a step back. You are quite wise to know whose territory this is. All right, all of you go back. This human, I, Daniela, will protect. So this is what it feels like to be the boss. It's a pity this dog man is a prey chosen by my mother. Otherwise, it would be great to have him as my little brother. The many monsters looked at each other, caught between the ladies' intimidation and their long-standing desire for fresh humans. Finally, between hunger and fear, they chose hunger. Third young lady, if the lady and the other two young ladies said this, we would naturally retreat. But your weight is still not enough. You occupy such a big castle, enjoying yourself, tasting this fresh human. Serving guests with scraps, completely lacking nutrition. How inappropriate. If this gets out, Your Timite family's reputation won't sound good. A common bloodsucker looked at Daniela, envy all over his face. They are all vampires, yet the Timite family became nobles due to Lady Timite, dominating a region, able to taste the most delicious human blood. And he could only drink animal blood from the castle, naturally feeling the most resentful. Daniela's face turned ugly in the face of the accusations. Li Yun swallowed hard, wondering whether to retreat to the room. It seemed Daniela couldn't control this chaotic scene. While he was thinking, Zhou Yun and Su Jiao suddenly walked out. Slap. One slap from each hit Daniela. With 2 slaps, Daniela felt very wronged, tears about to fall. Li Yun still had not figured out what was going on. Suddenly, her white Lolita princess dress transformed into a dark red. The white stockings on her feet turned into deadly black stockings. The sweet and lovely Daniela was gone. She transformed into a sinister girl cloaked in purple-black eerie energy. The enchanting Daniela raised her head, a cold smile at the corner of her lips. Who hit me? Zhou Yun and Su Jiao pointed at Bai Gui. Hee. Then let's kill them all. The enchanting Daniela unleashed her eerie power. The slaughter began. Chapter 12. Cackle him, Adam. You don't want others to know, right? Wow. This split personality is too serious. Turns out the most terrifying in battle among the 3 sisters is Daniela. Quick run. Bai Gui is being slaughtered right now. I must seize the chance to approach the madam's room. Li Yun made a quick decision, seizing the moment while the enchanting Daniela was on a killing spree, heading toward the madam's room. Having walked through here before, he navigated with ease. Madame Timite's room was like another exquisite castle in the old castle. A luxurious carpet stretched along the way, with century-old antiques on both sides, each worth a fortune. At the center of the antiques was a massive portrait, depicting the exquisite and elegant madam. Li Yun touched the antiques, gazing at the madam in the portrait, ageless after 100 years, still charming as ever. Passing through the carpet and antiques, he finally saw 2 huge and heavy doors. Immense wealth, noble blood. The castle's master's splendor was brilliantly displayed throughout. A gap in the tall doors revealed itself. Li Yun squeezed in like a little mouse. Inside the madam's room, there was either expensive animal skin decor or various pieces of furniture made of gold. Li Yun hid behind an antique screen, quietly observing everything in the room. From his angle, he could see the madam, draped in a layer of transparent white veil, revealing her long, white legs. The madam was on the phone, unaware of the little mouse peering from behind the screen. She angrily hung up the phone, stood up from her seat, hands pressed on the table, silent. Damn it, that guy, just a side branch of the Dracula family, thinks he can have a marriage with my Timite family. Dream on. Knock, knock, knock. Who? The madam looked displeased at the knocking outside the door. Madam, it's me. A big problem. The butler's trembling voice came through. The madam stood her ground. Her voice carried a threatening authority without anger. What is it? The prey you were interested in has escaped. What, you useless fool? The madam's rage intensified. Even through the door, it terrified the butler outside. The madam is angry. I'm doomed. I won't be torn apart by the madam, will I? Would kneeling help calm her anger? The butler's mind was full of thoughts. No need to look. He knew he was kneeling very obediently. What surprised him was that the madam didn't come out. She remained standing inside the room. How did he leave the room? Didn't I tell you to keep watch over him? The butler timidly replied. It was the 3rd miss. She said she had something to find me. By the time I turned around, the room had been opened by her puppet, and the prey was gone. Hearing it was Daniela's doing. The madam's anger lessened a bit, her tone filled with a hint of helpless fondness. So, it's that mischievous child. Her elder sister has already given her a puppet. Isn't that enough for her? She really is getting more and more unruly. Where's the 3rd miss now? Have her come see me. The butler turned pale upon hearing this. The current 3rd miss is not the same as before. She is utterly insane. I believe she would prefer you to visit her. The 3rd miss has turned into an evil spirit and is now unleashing slaughter on the guests of the castle. Upon hearing this, the madam covered her forehead. What a chaotic night. If you don't come out, I think the evil spirit won't stop. Understood, let her release them. This slaughter of guests might not be good for the madam's castle's reputation. Do you dare question my decision? Why did I speak too much? The butler slapped himself. I dare not. Get out of here. Find that human. A little mouse can't escape from the old castle. I obey. I will go do it. If you don't do it well, I will bring my head to see you. If you don't do it well, you can ask Bella for help. Since you are so confident, then do as you say. Ugh, I shouldn't have this mouth. The butler outside knelt and slapped himself until his inner voice was no longer heard. Li Yun confirmed he had left. Damn little mouse, messing up my old castle. I don't even know what he told Daniela. I should have eaten him last night, used his blood to brew wine. If it weren't for me. The lady suddenly stopped, heavily closed the door. Her tall body trembled, gritting her teeth, enduring the excruciating pain. The blood feast came so suddenly. If it weren't for taking the blood feast pill, I would have been exposed yesterday. My 3 daughters have their own agendas. I can't let them know. But I didn't expect the side effects of this blood feast pill to be so terrifying. The lady endured the backlash within her body, her form slightly distorted. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, she groaned out. Li Yun listened to the lady's moan, watching the curvy back that could no longer be concealed. Puff, fresh blood burst from his nose. The scent of blood instantly revealed Li Yun's position. The air seemed to freeze, not a sound was heard. Suddenly, on the screen, the lady's face appeared. Little mouse, I have caught you. The lady had a cruel smile on her face, and Li Yun instinctively turned to escape. The door was tightly closed, nowhere to run. Little mouse, now that I've caught you, I will drain all your blood. Brew a fine wine. Using the various furniture in the room, Li Yun and the lady played a game of cat and mouse. Come out, don't think you can hide. Li Yun jumped around, evading the lady's chase. I can't keep escaping like this. I need to fight back. Li Yun grabbed something, listening to the lady's footsteps. He smashed it heavily. Smack. It was a huge fly swatter, hitting the lady's bottom. You damn little mouse. Humiliating me with such a small thing. I will make you wish you were dead. The lady was angry, completely furious. As the master of the castle, what she cared about most was her noble status. If it got out that a little mouse swatted her bottom with a fly swatter, then how could she have any face left? Oh, why didn't I just use my hands? Regretting, Li Yun threw away the fly swatter, accidentally hiding in a corner with no escape. The lady finally cornered him, her face a mix of shame and anger. Seeing no way to retreat, Li Yun showed no concern. He lifted his eyelids to face the stunning lady. He chuckled. Hey, madam, there are some things you don't want others to know about, right? Chapter 13. Madam, you're truly wet. In my place, there's an old saying. Those who know the time are the real heroes. Madam, I have seen through all your secrets. You're now just strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. Even if you want to suck my blood, killing me is probably hard. Should I call your 3 daughters, the butler, and the servants in the castle to help you? The lady looked at Li Yun with immense shock. What do you know? Li Yun looked at the somewhat panicked lady and laughed. It's not much, just a person's untold secret. Taking advantage of the lady's panic, Li Yun approached her side. Madam, you're truly wet. Li Yun pressed his luck, stood on tiptoe, leaned close to the lady's ear and whispered, why don't we talk about a secret? Like blood feast. Hearing these 2 words, the lady who wanted to resist was filled with both anger and shame. How do you know? Not only do I know, but your eldest daughter Bella also wants me to tell her your secret, with the condition being to spare my life. I'm still the one in charge of this family. So, I want to make a deal with you, madam. Then can you please take your hand off my bottom? I can't. At this moment, the madam felt a wave of tingling sensation throughout her body, leaving her a bit unable to move. Just now, madam wanted to kill me, to spill my blood. Isn't this just me collecting some interest before making a deal with the madam? Madam, you must agree. Damn little mouse. How dare you desecrate my noble body, Madam Timite. Don't let me catch my chance. I will definitely drain your blood and turn your skin into a carpet forever under my feet. Madam, look, at this point, you still want to kill me. Can't we sit down and talk properly? The madam did not expect that her heart would be seen through, and at this moment, she had to face the one she considered food, Li Yun. Sitting down is fine. Can you not sit on my lap? Li Yun got up from the madam and said embarrassedly, it's only because the madam is too enchanting. My heart cannot let go. I'm sorry. Li Yun sat opposite the madam, and from this moment on, he had the upper hand in the situation. The madam's face was pale, her cold sweat soaked her light veil. Even so, the madam still maintained the dignity of a noble woman, looking straight at Li Yun. I underestimated you. You are different from ordinary players. You are a high-end player who masters some kind of ability. Such high-end players have been to the castle before, but they were stronger than you. Unfortunately, they still couldn't escape the castle and died at my hands. The madam's heart did not make a sound. She was not lying. So what qualifications do you think you have to negotiate with me? Without my permission, no one can leave the castle. I can keep you trapped here forever, understand? The madam did not get angry, but radiated a sense of power, with her words carrying great pressure. Mastering an entire castle, she achieved the Timite nobility relying on her femininity. The madam carried the sophistication polished by years and the depth forged by timelessness. Of course, I understand what the madam says. But the madam should also realize, if I tell Bella about your situation right now, I believe the owner of this castle might change. As you know, she is the most like you, and also the most outstanding eldest daughter. Her ambition has been suppressed by you for 100 years, and it can no longer be contained. Li Yun raised his feet, exuding an undeniable momentum. In negotiations, if a few words can easily put the other party at ease, what's the point of talking at all? In his words, he unconsciously released his charm. Bella, this child really resembles me. All she thinks about is power, proving herself. He is clearly very arrogant, should speak to me like this, but why can't I feel disgust inside? He is indeed a strange human. Influenced by the charm, the madam's attitude towards Li Yun softened slightly. Li Yun also gradually used his psychologist identity, trying to break through the madam's defenses. But the madam's psychological resilience was too strong. It couldn't be forcefully breached, only slowly attacked. I remember. Your name is Li Yun, right? Thank you for remembering my name, madam. What a thick skin for you. You want to exchange the secret of Blood Devourer for a way out. I can agree to this deal. And not good. The Blood Devourer is becoming more and more fierce. I can hardly hold it anymore. I need to send this human away quickly, or else. Li Yun heard the madam's inner voice and slowly stood up. The madam is indeed perceptive, but I am a bit greedy. I not only want to live, but also want more. Step by step, he walked toward the madam and pinched her again. You, a person's heart is never satisfied. Aren't you afraid of being choked to death? The madam dare not move, or rather, she could not move. She could only endure the shameless humiliation from the human while gritting her teeth. Madam, you must know, compared to an older sister like Bella, I prefer a mature and endlessly charming aunt. After all, I grew up without a mother. I hiss. He is so perverted. Get a ghost to save me. For the first time, the madam was anxious. Her heart began to get a little chaotic. Li Yun smiled lightly, dealing with someone as lofty as the madam, who had a strong desire for possession and control. The best way to attack the heart is through shameless behavior. It creates a sense of shameful contrast in her heart. Then, little by little, it breaks down the defenses in her heart. You are breaking down Madame Timot's inner defenses in a perverse way. Profession points +10, psychologist proficiency +20, Madame Timot's favorability +10. Look, see, the system doesn't lie. How could the lofty lady endure such frivolity in the past? Let alone humans. Even other strange beings would be unhesitatingly torn apart if they got close to her. He is smelling my hair, so close to me, but I suddenly feel so excited. No, he's clearly desecrating my noble self. How can I feel excited? Li Yun smiled, seeing through everything, and grabbed the lady's hand. Gently stroking, he continued, Madam, do you know what you are like at this moment? Like a great piece of art, obviously worth gold, high and unattainable, but is collected by me, polished by me, cherished by me. Boo-hoo, why is there such a shameful pleasure? I can't hold on anymore. This human, he is so skillful. Finally, under Li Yun's continuous attack, the defenses in the lady's heart were completely shattered. Her inner pride, nobility, and invincibility collapsed into ruins at this moment. The lady was completely broken, held tightly by Li Yun, feeling a sense of contrast in her heart. Helpless. Chapter 14. The Lady's Desire, New Profession, Gynecological Saint. Madam, you wouldn't want to be seen like this by others, would you? No, I don't want to. Bastard, let me go. I am much older than you. In my eyes, you are just a little brat. Then I'm even more excited. I clearly said nothing. Why is he still so excited? I can't move, damn bloodbite, damn human. Come, madam, look at this little toy in my hand. I won't look. Bastard, dare to threaten me. You are very sleepy, very sleepy. I feel so sleepy, so sleepy. You are now out of control, only wanting to let everything go. Let go of all pride. Let go of all invincibility. You are no longer the master of the castle, no longer the great Madame Timid, no longer a vampire. You are just yourself, a gentle wife. I am just a gentle wife. So a gentle wife can be bullied, madam. Here I come. Ahem, almost succeeded. Why did I have to make this stupid joke? It's okay, madam. Let's continue. Very sleepy, very sleepy. Then just sleep, sleep. You hypnotized Madame Timid, profession points +10, psychologist proficiency +20. Seeing the lady being hypnotized, Li Yun finally let out a sigh of relief. He now had to understand what bloodbite was. Only by truly holding the lady's handle could he leave the castle. Madam, you will answer whatever I say. No resisting. The lady obediently nodded, not resisting at all. Sigh. I now feel like the Baimawan who traps the 7 fairies to steal peaches. Just chasing after the unimportant. Li Yun resisted the temptation of the lady, not resisting, took a deep breath. What is blood bite? The lady slowly spoke. When a vampire is promoted to a prince, female vampires will be shackled by blood bite, losing all powers, tormented by the blood drained from them. If they hold on, they will successfully promote to a true vampire prince. Li Yun understood a bit about the ranks of vampires. Last blood clan, Baron, Viscount, Earl, Marquis, Duke, Prince. 7 levels, which also correspond to players' levels. Newbie players, F level, E level, D level. Master players, C level, B level, A level. Ultimate players, S level. Madam, it seems you can't hold on anymore. My background is not enough, just 100 years, and I already have the talent to promote to prince. A vampire prince needs a foundation of 1,000 or even 10,000 years to have a chance to promote. But the lady used only 100 years, which shows how terrifying her talent is. Extreme behavior will have the opposite effect. This is the same for strange beings. If she fails, what will happen to the lady? Completely devoured by the blood bite. Li Yin frowned slightly. Then should the lady open the castle first? Let me go. The lady gently shook her head. I have now lost all vampire powers and cannot unlock the seal of the castle that only allows entrance and not exit. If I die, unless Bella and the others can be promoted to Duchess, no one can open it. According to their current strength, they should be able to be promoted to Duchess in 100 years. Li Yun? 100 years is just a snap of fingers for you. But for me, I'll turn to dust in that time. Listen, is this even human talk? Seeing the lady in increasing pain, even hypnosis can't suppress it. Li Yun decided to take a risk. The lady can't die. Once she dies, I really can't leave the castle. Moreover, such a beautiful creature. How could it be a pity if she dies? Full-time system. Host, Li Yun. Occupation value, 650. Unlocked occupation, psychiatrist, master level. Every 500 points of occupation value can upgrade/draw a profession once. Li Yun did not hesitate to start drawing a new profession. A new profession appeared on the panel. Gynecologist. Occupation level, beginner. Talent skill, treatment effect on female organisms plus 30%. Occupation skill, all-knowing, knows everything a gynecologist should know. Holy hand, uses hands to ease the patient's pain. Other skills can be unlocked with upgrades. So painful. The lady's pain broke through the hypnosis completely. Covering her body, she gritted her teeth and trembled. Let me see what's going on. Li Yun, having gained the new profession, grabbed the lady's pulse. So that's how it is. What the hell? Where the hell is the pulse? Observation, inquiry, auscultation, palpation, looks like I can only smell it. Li Yun poked with his little hands, his expression seeming to say, Lady, don't blame me. I have no choice. It's just a checkup. No need to mind so much. Li Yun leaned closer to the lady. Smelling her fragrance, the lady gritted her teeth, looking a bit ferocious. I'm dying, and you're still being lewd with me. Do you believe I won't let you off if I die? Li Yun shrugged. Aren't you being lewd right now? Dark-colored blood began to ooze from the lady. This was the blood of people consumed over the century. Now, it was rebounding against her body. Li Yun's calves were quickly submerged in a sea of blood. All D. The lady howled in rage, her emotional fluctuations like ghostly wails. These symptoms, why do they resemble menstrual irregularities so much? Total weakness, fatigue, pale complexion, irritability, combined with heavy bleeding. Blood rebound is found only in female vampires. Considering all the signs, sure enough, it's a monthly period. Having consumed blood for 100 years to extract the purest royal blood, detoxification and blood replacement are necessary. This makes things easier. You identify the patient's issue, occupation value plus 10, gynecologist proficiency plus 20, Lady Timid's favorability plus 10. Do you really know how to save me? The lady's eyes were filled with longing. This isn't a big problem, don't worry. Li Yun's hand, wrapped in green light, pressed on the lady's belly. The lady clearly felt the rebounding pain within her body lessen significantly. You used Holy Hand to treat the patient, occupation value plus 10, gynecologist proficiency plus 20, Lady Timid's favorability plus 20. You really can save me. The lady's eyes were full of surprise and a hint of admiration for Li Yun. Li Yun withdrew his hand, and the lady again felt the rebounding pain. Hurry, use the previous method. Help me. Li Yun gently shook his head. Dear Lady Timet, You haven't even asked me yet. The lady bit her red lips lightly. Her face flushed, breathing a bit heavily as she whispered, "Please, Dr. Lee, don't stop." Chapter 15, Unlocking New Bond. The kind wife can be deceived. At Lady Timot's request, you used Holy Hand again, occupation value +10, gynecologist proficiency +20, Lady Timot's favorability +5. You alleviated Lady Timot's pain from the blood rebound, occupation value +10, gynecologist proficiency +20, Lady Timot's favorability +20. Lady Timot's favorability has reached +50. The bond the kind wife can be deceived has been established. Is this bond serious? Li Yun continued to help the lady, easing her pain. Madam, you must not come into contact with cold water lately, nor drink fresh blood. You need to rest well. The blood rebound will be all right in no time. Li Yun withdrew his hand and instructed. Dr. Lee, thank you. The lady spoke weakly. Even with her frail and bare face, she was still so beautiful and captivating. She curled up in the blanket on the bed, only her head poking out like a lazy little cat. With Li Yun's comfort and treatment, her pain had eased significantly. I hope Dr. Lee can keep my secret. The lady's eyes held a pleading look. Don't worry, I'm Li Yun. Though I may be a scoundrel, I'm not a monster. I will definitely remember this night of passion, and I won't tell the three sisters about your blood feast truth. The lady's eyes brightened, and her gaze towards Li Yun grew more affectionate. Actually, Dr. Lee is quite handsome. Dr. Lee, I'm still weak now and unable to open the castle door to let you leave. I hope you understand and stay here a few more days. I can make a pact with you. From now on, you will be my esteemed guest, Lady Timite. I will no longer have an appetite for you. The lady raised one hand, 3 fingers pointed to the sky. A pact formed. Pact. Lady Timite will regard you as a VIP and will not treat you as food anymore. Lady, just rest well. Call me when you need me. Seeing the pact made, Li Yun felt the biggest threat in the castle was gone. He let out a sigh of relief. The lady softly hummed and closed her eyes. In her heart, she whispered, I can't look at Dr. Lee anymore. He is truly handsome. Seeing the lady fall asleep, Li Yun did not linger. He stood up, feeling a bit tired, and left the room. After another sleepless night, he yawned and headed back to his room. Outside the guest room, countless remnants of strange beings lay piled up. The blood-soaked Daniela, releasing another persona, the evil spirit, had wreaked havoc. Seeing Li Yun coming from afar, she cackled. There's still a little mouse. Li Yun felt a chill down his spine. In a blink, the evil spirit Daniela had appeared behind him. No way, I forgot about you. Daniela, I'm your mother's guest. The evil spirit Daniela snorted coldly. Don't call me Daniela. I'm evil. Lady Timite is not my mother. I have no interest in eating you. I just want to use you as my toy. Toy? How to play? Out of nowhere, Evil suddenly pulled out a Lolita princess dress. Put on, like them, become my doll. Do you have a problem? I'm a guy. This is women's clothing. Evil thought for a moment and nodded. I didn't consider that. I'll need to castrate you first. Li Yun quickly grabbed the dress and started putting it on. I'll wear it. I'll put it on right away. I love wearing women's clothes. Dressing as a woman is my lifelong pursuit. He donned the princess dress, wore a princess hat, and had princess shoes on. The cross-dressing master appeared before Evil. Evil wore a slight, wicked smile, satisfied as she looked Li Yun up and down. You're quite cute. Let's go play with me. Evil took Li Yun's hand. The girl, once filled with murderous intent, was now bouncing joyfully and playful. The butler approached with the strange beings of the castle. Third Miss, Master Evil, have you seen that escaped prey? Evil looked at the cross-dressed Li Yun beside her. The butler followed her line of sight. What a beautiful and delicate girl. Miss, how have I never seen you before? Are you a new guest? I am the butler of the castle. Can I have your contact information? Li Yun, this is my toy. Are you trying to steal my toy? Evil glared coldly at the butler. The butler immediately lowered his head. I dare not. Since the little mouse is not here, I will go look elsewhere. As long as he is still in the castle, I will catch him sooner or later. The butler quickly left with the strange beings. As they departed, their gaze lingered on the cross-dressed Li Yun for a few more glances. What a beautiful girl. Too bad she's a mute. Li Yun? Are there no normal beings in this castle? What kind of fetish is this? They like cross-dressing masters? Is it even possible for me to speak? If I do, wouldn't that expose me? Dressing as a woman isn't scary. The scary part is being recognized face to face. I, Li Yun, will lose all face. Evil suddenly pressed close to his cheek. Their eyes met, so close. Li Yun looked at the exquisite face of the little girl in front of him, the charming aura making his heart race. Why are you blushing? Evil asked, dissatisfied. Just thinking about being Evil Lord's toy makes me feel so alive. Hee hee hee, do you really think so? Yeah, after all, I love wearing women's clothes the most. Leon said with a voice full of fear of being castrated. What an interesting toy, so different from Daniela. I've decided not to turn you into a mindless puppet. That would be so boring. Hearing this, Leon let out a huge sigh of relief. This evil spirit was completely different from Daniela, aside from her looks. In terms of combat power and temperament, they were two extremes. Why are you yellow again? Leon felt his body shudder. He screamed in his heart. You grabbed my tail. How can I not turn yellow? Evil seemed to see through Leon's thoughts, a charming smile breaking out. Her little hand gripped tightly. So, the weakness of humans is this tail. Once you grab it, you turn yellow and scared. Hee hee hee. Leon. She can see through his thoughts? Just like he could listen to the thoughts of other eerie beings. The scariest part is that Evil is honest, never hiding her thoughts. Leon couldn't hear. He thought the third Miss Daniela was the easiest to deal with among the castle's blood-sucking horrors. He never expected this evil spirit born from her split personality would be this tricky. The difficulty was even more terrifying than the lady. Leon's survival methods were under complete suppression. I grab your tail, and many dirty thoughts come to your mind. Your tail is the root of mischief, the source of dirtiness. It must be eradicated. Evil's little hand turned into a sickle, her gaze icy as she looked at Leon. Chapter 16. The cross-dressing big shot. Such a beautiful girl. Dr. Lee, why are you dressed like this? From a distance, Sandra walked out of the room, looking at cross-dressing Leon. Leon looked at Sandra, silently forming the words, save me. Only then did Sandra notice Evil beside her and frowned slightly. Daniela, why are you dressed like this again? Evil heard Sandra's words and turned to look at her, angry. How many times have I said it? My name is not Daniela. It's Evil. All right. Daniela, quickly let Dr. Lee go. Why make him wear this? Though he looks quite cute. Sandra stepped forward, wanted to pinch the cute Leon in his princess dress. Leon was already delicate and thin, dressed in women's clothes with a wig. He was a beauty. Otherwise, that leering butler wouldn't have failed to recognize him, wanting to leave his contact information. Evil seemed like a scruffy little cat, arms crossed in front of Leon, blocking Sandra. Sandra, why should I listen to you? Sandra crossed her arms. Because I am your second sister. Dr. Lee is my esteemed guest. You can't treat him like this. Evil scoffed disdainfully. You are Daniela's second sister, but not mine. In terms of strength, I should be the boss of this family, the master of the castle. The master of the castle, successfully activating keywords, watching everything secretly while rarely showing herself. Bella descended from the heavens, her jade foot hovering in midair, looking down on Evil. Repeat what you just said. Her words carried a strong sense of intimidation. Okay, you're here too. You both listen to me. In terms of strength, I'm not afraid of you. From today on, I, Evil, am the boss. One inversion of power. Leon hid aside, starting to munch on popcorn. He never expected this evil spirit would be so wicked, with a childish look like Daniela in height, but possessing Sandra's brutality and unyieldingness, and Bella's ambition and arrogance. The most critical thing is her strength far surpassed Daniela. She really is a disobedient and rebellious child. Daniela, do you want a spanking? Sandra folded her arms, said softly. I said, my name is Evil. Daniela is afraid of you, but I am not. Bella lowered her head, ignoring her little sister's second persona, and glanced at Li Yun in women's clothing. After a brief surprise, she spoke. Daniela, put away that stubborn look. There's no time to play with you now. Evil saw through her thoughts, knowing what Bella considered important right now. A hint of a wicked smile appeared on her face. Her hands gathered a purple-black evil energy. I said, he is my toy. None of you can take him. It's you who should put away the high and mighty attitude. Evil charged toward the floating Bella. Are they really going to fight? This is quite a good show. Li Yun happily enjoyed the scene, finding a comfortable spot to lean against the wall, eagerly watching. The battle between the blood-sucking sisters was thrilling. Pinching. So Dr. Lee actually likes this, huh? Rubbing. That's really cute. Teasing. Hurry up and let sister give you a hug. Li Yun looked at Sandra, who was playfully touching him, with an annoyed expression. Don't touch me. I'm not a big deal in women's clothing. You saw it. This little sister's second persona is so fierce. If I don't do this, I would have been castrated by her. Sandra nodded in agreement. Little sister usually listens to mother the most. She is the most obedient. She is also mother's favorite, given the most hope. But I know, this is all on the surface. The more hope and attention mother gives her, the more it robs her of the joy that rightfully belongs to her. So, her rebellious inner self has given birth to another side, the evil spirit. Li Yun shrugged his shoulders. Anyway, your family has no normal ones. I'm used to it. Aren't you going to help? Sandra shook her head. Who should I help? I can't stand my big sister's high and mighty attitude, looking like she is the heir of the castle. If it weren't for me being unable to beat her, I would have fixed her long ago. Little sister's persona is even crazier than mine. I can't tolerate that. Moreover, it won't last long. Mother will intervene and calm them down, suppressing evil back into little sister's body. Upon hearing this, Li Yun was momentarily stunned. What if Madam doesn't come out to intervene? Sandra, carefree, chuckled. Then, Dr. Li, you'll have to keep wearing women's clothing. Evil won't go back on her own, and Big Sister may not be her opponent. Dr. Li looks so cute in women's clothing. Why not come to my room later and let me have some fun? Hearing this, Li Yun showed an expression of what a joke. Evil and Bella were battling from the start with clashes of dark powers to close combat, relying on the physical might of a blood-sucking monster. They fought from the air of the castle down to the ground, not knowing how many antiques were destroyed. The overwhelming noise attracted the butler and numerous spooky servants of the castle, rushing over. With such a great commotion, why hasn't Mother appeared? Is it possible that the lady doesn't want to come, or she simply can't? Huh, what's wrong with Mother? It's nothing, just that the lady worked too hard last night and is still resting in bed. This time, Li Yun spoke the truth. Sandra furrowed her brows. If Big Sister loses, I really don't want to become the third sister. I will go lend her a helping hand. Sandra opened her arms like a bat and flew toward Bella and Evil. Seeing Bella, with Sandra joining the battle, Li Yun couldn't help but swallow hard. I feel like I've stirred up a big mess. How did I let this mixed society's demon out of Danila's body? With Madam not here, who can subdue her? Ding, ding, ding. Mealtime has arrived. The butler stood before the dining table. He handed over today's menu. Miss, the lady said that she worked hard last night and won't be dining today. Take a look at today's menu. Is there anything you're unhappy with that needs changing? Just as Bella was about to take the menu, Evil shot her a glare. You lost to me. You are now the second miss. Get lost. The menu is for me to see. Nice, it's all the food I love. The two of them do not like. Let's go with this menu. Little sister, do you have any objections? With no response, Evil expressed her dissatisfaction. Little sister, Big Sister is asking you a question. Are you deaf? With injuries on her face, Sandra crossed her arms and gritted her teeth. No. Pay attention to your attitude in the future. Big Sister asks you something, reply in time. Evil satisfiedly handed back the menu. With a proud posture, she crossed her arms, ignoring the two defeated subordinates beside her. Serve the dishes. The butler gently replied, at your command, then turned to leave for the kitchen, throwing a flirtatious glance toward the corner of the dining table. She really is a pretty girl. Strange, where did that annoying little mouse run off to? Dressed as a woman and sitting at the dining table, Li Yun felt a wave of nausea. Chapter 17. The Mistress's Indisputable Secret, an Unexpected Visitor's Arrival. Without the mistress, the castle was in chaos. Daniela's rebellious persona, Evil, overwhelmed Bella and Sandra. She sat in the eldest sister's chair. She raised her wine glass high, a satisfied smile on her face. From now on, I am the young lady. Bella's expression remained calm, and Sandra looked at her with disdain. Zhou Yun and Su Jiao immediately applauded in support. Li Yun lowered her head. All she wanted was to eat. Evil, who could read thoughts, naturally understood Bella and Sandra's discontent. She was already used to it. This act of three sisters vying for dominance wasn't the first time in a century. But success, it was only this time. In the past, when the fight reached a peak, the mistress would intervene to calm things down, reminding them of their seniority and respect. In this castle, the nobility's etiquette, dignity, and rules could not be discarded. It seems like you're quite discontent, huh? Evil looked at Li Yun, who was eating with her head down and silent. I didn't say a word, yet those two have their discontent written all over their faces. Are you picking a fight with me? Li Yun put down her knife and fork, smiling obsequiously. Young lady, you say such things. I completely support you, 100 times over. Evil's lips curled up, her lowly face revealing a mature charm. But your heart tells me you are not obedient with your words. Sigh, men are always inconsistent in what they think and say. You should understand. Toys have no gender distinction. That's just too westernized and old-fashioned. Li Yun responded with approval. Daniela, stop messing around. If you're sick, let Dr. Li take a good look at you. Just because you are strong doesn't mean you can be the boss. The hot-tempered Sandra couldn't help but speak up. What? Sandra, shall we have another fight? Bring it on. I'm not afraid of you. Seeing another battle about to break out, possibly involving collateral damage, Li Yin couldn't hold back. Two ladies, little ancestors, can you please calm down? Could you wait until I get back to my room before you fight? Evil and Sandra both refused at the same time. No. It seemed like a satisfied Bella wiped her mouth and said coldly, enough. You can have the identity of the eldest sister if you wish. The important thing is not the identity, but the responsibility. Responsibility? Evil clearly didn't understand Bella's meaning. Only hearing Bella willingly yield, smiling broadly. Even Bella has compromised. Sandra, do you still want to struggle? Sandra wanted to say something, but Bella spoke again. Sandra, come back. You cannot leave casually during meals. That is a rule set by our mother. Have you forgotten? No matter who is older or younger, do not embarrass the Timet family in front of outsiders. Listening to Bella's words, Li Yun silently gave a thumbs up, although Bella had always been very ambitious, wanting to become the second mistress. Her heart was always towards the family's honor. Sandra could be unwilling towards Evil, but she still had great respect for Bella. She returned angrily to her seat, crossed her arms, and had no appetite for the food in front of her. What a damn brat, full of rebellion. What is wrong with Mother? Why isn't she here to manage this? Evil scoffed. You'll have to ask him, if I'm not mistaken. He went to the mistress's room last night. Upon hearing these words, Bella's expression darkened as she looked at Li Yun. You've seen Mother and came out safely from her room? Li Yun thought the three sisters were in conflict, and it had nothing to do with him. Unexpectedly, the focus suddenly turned, and all three sisters looked at him. Oh my, I just said not to get too close while eating melon. Trouble has come. Evil saw through Li Yun's thoughts, swirling the red wine in her hand, her eyes shining with a purple light. Something happened? What happened? Could it be that something happened to the lady? Hee. Then this castle will belong to me. Sandra said with annoyance. You are outrageous. The two sisters stared at each other, starting to argue once again. Only Bella, after gathering various information, fixed her gaze on Li Yun. You shouldn't have forgotten our agreement, right? What I want to know now is the answer. If not, no one can save you. I can kill you right now. Bella tightly gripped the dining knife, the knife radiating a chilling light. Her words were not mere threats. Even if she couldn't beat Evil, if she insisted on killing herself, Evil couldn't protect her. She is my toy. Even when hitting a dog, one must see the owner. Shut up. The eldest sister can give it to you. You don't interfere with this matter. It's just a toy. If he dies, I'll pay you 10. A great authority radiated from Bella, and upon hearing this, Evil actually obediently silenced. Li Yin was covered in cold sweat. The eldest sister Bella, who once saved his life, had now become the most threatening existence to him. Female cunning, turning the face like flipping a page. The situation changed in an instant. 5 female beings at the table simultaneously looked at Li Yun. Now, the only one who can control this scene and save him is the lady who initially posed the greatest threat to him. The lady, she just worked hard last night, is a bit tired, and is resting. Evil smiled slightly, pointing at Li Yun. He is lying, although he is trying hard not to reveal his thoughts. But his heart is very chaotic. Li Yun was taken aback. I am your toy. So you think that by killing one, you'll get 10 in return? Am I foolish? Makes sense. Li Yun looked at Sandra. Sandra gritted her teeth. Dr. Li, concerning our mother's safety, I hope you tell us. What happened to our mother? Why hasn't she appeared yet? All right, the last straw of salvation is gone. The dining knife in Bella's hand automatically left her grip and hovered in front of Li Yun's forehead. Cold light faced him. In 3 seconds, if I don't get the answer I want, you will become a corpse. Li Yun swallowed. He could not hear Bella's thoughts at all. This indicated that whatever Bella said, she would do. Heart and mouth in unison, the most lethal. The lady has obtained blood bite. Li Yun shut his mouth, and the thought rang out. He internally says that the lady has blood bite. Evil pointed at Li Yun, shouting in surprise. The dining knife fell, and Li Yun let out a long sigh. Lady, I didn't say it. I just thought about it in my heart. The one who said this is your dear little daughter. Sandra covered her mouth in surprise, and Bella's face showed uncontainable excitement. Clap, clap, clap. A group of strange vampires walked in from outside the castle, heading towards the dining table. Who are you? Evil asked as she saw the newcomers. A young vampire, dressed in an expensive suit, impeccably well-groomed, stepped forward, a true gentleman. He took off his hat, bowed, and greeted them. Please forgive my uninvited arrival. 3 young ladies. My name is Dracula Xin. I'm a younger branch of the Dracula family. At my father's wish, I come bearing gifts to propose to the 3 young ladies. The young vampire snapped his fingers, and the attendants behind him brought forth gift after gift. They were human beings, bound together like livestock with a rope. Their faces were filled with fear and terror. Chapter 18. Won't you play even if it's 3 against 1? It is said that Lady Timite still retains her charm, a rare beauty. I didn't expect her 3 daughters to be this beautiful, truly making it hard for me to choose. Which one should I marry? Such a dilemma. How about I marry both the lady and her together? Ha ha ha. Leon listened to the young vampire from the so-called Dracula family, muttering to himself, what a shameless person, even thinking the same thoughts as me. The focused 3 sisters did not hear. Evil's smile faded, and purple-black energy erupted from her hands, heading towards Dracula Xan. Coming uninvited is already rude, but speaking ill of the lady is even more despicable. I will tear you apart. Seeing this, Xan, with a smile, he caught the dark attack. At such a young age, you already have the power of a marquis, truly worthy of the Timothy family, the most prominent in 100 years. I'll play with you. Xin released the dark energy of the blood-sucking monster against Xia. Xia looked down on him, seeing through all of Xin's moves. Time after time, Xin struggled, becoming more and more alarmed. I see through all your moves. Why are you so arrogant? Mind reading? Without saying much, Xia foresaw Xin's thoughts, knowing his next move. She struck out, pushing him back. Bella and Sandra felt a pain on their faces. Just now, the 2 sisters had combined their strength, only to be seen through and suppressed. Xia wanted to press the attack, but suddenly Xin's human face turned into that of a bat. A wave of sound erupted from his mouth. Xia retreated in fear, and under an invisible pressure, her knees heavily fell to the ground. Bloodline suppression. Bella and Sandra were far apart, yet they felt a powerful force in their blood. It tugged at their hearts in fear, making them want to submit. Although I am just a branch of the Dracula family, there is only 1% of the blood ancestors' essence in my blood. But you mixed blood-sucking monsters can't compare. Xin walked step by step towards Xia, and without mercy, slapped her face. Then he kicked her down and fiercely stepped on her arm. Father is right. Dealing with you self-proclaimed new nobles, making you fear and submit is far more effective than being a gentleman. I heard the lady possesses blood feast. You must be the eldest among the 3 sisters of the Timothy family, right? Now the castle is under your command, isn't it? Weren't you just very arrogant? Answer me. Xin continued to pressure, and Xia's face was filled with fear and pain. I'm not the eldest, Xia said in terror. Not? Then why are you acting like one in front of me? Xin squatted down, looking down at Xia. Seeing Xia being trampled like this, the silent Bella burned with anger. I'm the eldest. Xin looked at Bella, who stepped out. He smiled faintly. Based on your aura, you truly look more like it. Let her go. Whatever you want, I will talk to you. Xia looked shocked, confusedly staring at Bella, as if asking, why save me? Bella replied calmly, no matter how we argue, we are still family, still sisters. Remember, being the eldest is a responsibility. With our mother gone, we must uphold the Timothy family. We will not let outsiders trample on us. Putting aside being clueless, just wanting to release the rebellious feelings inside. Even Li Yun was impressed by Bella, so she isn't just someone who only wants power. She already has the determination to lead and bear the family's rise and fall. Seeing Li Yun's thoughts, Xia felt a bit ashamed and lowered her head. You still have some shame? Then there's still hope. Do you really think your eldest sister and second sister couldn't defeat you? They just allowed you. With our mother gone, something happens in the castle. We can't let your eldest sister face it alone. Sandra flexed her wrists and walked towards Bella, the 2 sisters looking together at the uninvited guest, Dracula Xan. Oh, truly deep sisterly love. How touching. But don't rush. Once I take down the lady and become the new master of the Timothy family in this castle, you 3 sisters will be mine from now on. Dracula Xan tore off the gentleman's disguise, revealing his savage and vulgar true self. Once I can swallow the Timothy family, my status in the Dracula clan will rise with the tide. Who said branch family members are not as noble as the main family? If I have strength with bigger fists, what does the main family count for? Hearing Dracula Xan's furious thoughts, Li Yun understood his purpose. This guy truly came with ill intentions, wanting to completely annihilate the Timothy family. Originally wary of the Timothy lady, playing the marriage card. Once inside, putting on a show of son-in-law rising to power. Now knowing the lady possesses blood feast. Changed his mind, directly wanting to take the lady together. The beautiful vampire is charming, and with the attribute of a benevolent wife, even more enchanting. If she is also a powerful queen, then it becomes irresistible. Moreover, She has 3 equally beautiful daughters. Dracula's face is full of greedy desire. Pooh, disgusting sewer scum, such a twisted mind. The one who can read minds also gripped his arm that was almost broken, eyes filled with hatred. Exactly, a castle cannot accommodate 2 thieves. Let's kill him. Li Yun angrily chimed in. The one who can read minds gave him a peculiar glance. Ahem, what I mean is this guy is too rude. I support the 3 ladies. I support the lady. Li Yun's raised arm caught Dracula's attention. You timid family pride yourselves on being new nobles, yet can serve such filthy food at the table. It seems the so-called rules will be taught to you slowly by me later. Later? Damn it, this guy is too dead. Dracula's figure flickered, ready to choke Li Yun to death. Sandra quickly intervened, blocking him, taking action without the owner's permission. The reputation of the Blood Ancestor Dracula clan has been completely ruined by thugs like you. This is Timid Castle, and you can't be so reckless, Bella said coldly, then attacked from behind, joining hands with Sandra to fight back. Aren't you going to help? Forgot the humiliation this guy brought you. You were powerful in your own home, but now you're scared. Li Yun saw that even Bella and Sandra working together couldn't create a threat. If they lost, he would definitely be killed by Dracula. Immediately, he urged the one beside him. Who's scared? You're right. I want to return the humiliation I suffered. Eldest sister, second sister, I'm here to help you. Seeing the one rush forward, Li Yun finally sighed in relief. Right, the 3 sisters working together. Only then can we. Lying down all neat. Seeing the 3 sisters fall on the ground at the same time, Li Yun was dumbfounded. Can't you handle 3 against 1? Can't you play? Chapter 19. Promoted to Prince, the lady debuts. What are you standing there for? Your teammates are tanking damage. You need to output. A poke, throat lock, kick in the groin, idiot. Hey, and you, can't you read minds? Warn your teammates in advance to avoid damage. Bloodline suppression? Can't you stop him from using this move? Do I need to teach seamless rigid output too? Up. The 3 sisters are giving their lives to output, while Li Yun is just outputting with his mouth. After a round of output, indeed, they push Dracula back repeatedly. We 4 are really strong. Li Yun's actions not only dumbfounded the vampires, but also stunned the group of bound lambs awaiting slaughter. As food, they saw someone outputting against vampires for the first time. Who is this cross-dressing master? So powerful. Sure enough, a true expert's original skin is extraordinary. Thought it was just a weirdo, didn't expect it to be a master among weirdos. Hearing everyone's thoughts, Li Yun shot them a glare, slammed the lady's hat down hard, stepped on the chair, continuing to roar out assistance, helping the 3 sisters pressure Dracula to fight. Dracula's hatred locked onto Li Yun. So it's you who's so mouthy. I'll reward him to you. Dracula's servant vampire bared its fangs, flying towards Li Yun. Damn, protect the support, you guys. The 3 sisters saw him scurrying about, dodging attacks. They didn't have time to protect him. Aren't we done for? Thought he was a king, but turns out he's just a mouthy king. Sigh, the tragic fate of humans as food for vampires is universally known. Looking at Li Yun hiding under the dining table, revealing a round, plump backside, supporting the cute patterns on the princess dress, ready to be caught. The butler made a hero's entrance to save the beauty. Such a fair backside, ugh, young lady. I'm here to save you. Li Yun didn't scold the butler for being a weirdo this time. Simply a hero. The butler fended off several blood-sucking wraiths and pulled out Li Yun. A graceful girl, damn, you're that little mouse. Seeing Li Yun, whose true identity was revealed after losing her lady's hat, the butler was shocked. Ah, boy wraith, you didn't call me that when you saved me just now. They're coming again. Won't you protect me quickly? The deceived butler's combat power rapidly declined. He had just managed to fend off a few blood-sucking wraiths. At this moment, he was being beaten back. Li Yun looked around and put on the lady's hat again, with a pinch of boldness. If you win, I'll reward you with a kiss. I'm done. You all either kill him or kill me. Looking at the vomiting butler, Li Yun felt somewhat amused. She smashed the lady's hat down again. Damn it, there's not a single reliable wraith. Come on, fight me. I'll fight you all. With that fierce declaration, Li Yun turned and headed for the crowd of bound people. Don't come over here. Li Yun laughed and quickly approached. They're hungry. I can't outrun them. But I can outrun you. The not-so-smart blood-sucking wraiths, upon receiving Dracula's command for food, cared not who Li Yun was. As long as it was a person, they wanted to take a bite. They immediately charged towards the crowd. The bound lambs meant for slaughter sprang up in confusion, dodging everywhere. Don't act like humans. Spread the trouble. My goodness, this guy is not only a freak, but also a lunatic. Can you all run in one direction? We're all in this together. Just as the blood-sucking wraiths were about to succeed, Their bodies suddenly froze in midair, and then blood exploded. In my castle, being so rude, you little bugs are looking for death. On the hall stairs, a woman dressed in elegant and grand attire slowly descended. She lightly raised her hand and instantly killed the blood-sucking wraiths. At this moment, every movement of hers was filled with the confidence of a queen, the energy wave of a prince. The lady has really succeeded. She has become the first female bloodsucker of the Dracula family to ascend to prince. Great lady, please accept my sincere tribute. The butler knelt on one knee, respectfully lowering his head. With a wave of her hand, the lady killed the blood-sucking wraiths, leaving the crowd dumbfounded. Hearing the word prince, their hopes plummeted, thinking they were done for. Bloodsucker, prince, much stronger than the bloodsuckers that were capturing us. It's over, we're doomed. The lady did not bother with the frightened little mice huddled together. Instead, she looked at Li Yun and gently bent down. Thank you, Dr. Li, if it weren't for you, not to mention successfully ascending to prince. Whether I could survive the blood feast would also be uncertain. You are my noble benefactor, Lady Timita. Seeing a prince bowing to Li Yun and speaking with such sincerity and gratitude, everyone was completely dumbfounded. The difference between people is too great. They worried constantly about becoming food at any moment, while Li Yun was already a guest of the prince. As long as Lady Timita was there, no one could touch Li Yun. Cough, cough, you're too polite, madam. I really didn't do much. Dr. Li is being modest. I remember everything you did, like pinching my bottom. Upon hearing their conversation, everyone was stunned. Seeing the lady's voluptuous figure, who wouldn't want to pinch that bottom? Might even squeeze out some juice. But dude, you really dare to do that. You're playing with fire. Li Yun shrugged and shrugged. Madam's memory is too good. It's not necessarily a good thing. Seeing his rogue look, the lady covered her mouth and smiled, full of charm. All right, I won't tease you anymore. My 3 children have enough talent, but their strength is still a bit weak. A small branch of Dracula dares to ride on my lady's head. I must teach them a lesson. Li Yun nodded, pondering deep in thought. Who wouldn't want to ride the lady? Dude, you really dare to think like that. Damn, can you read minds too? Not exactly. I just saw your face earlier, and it looked just like mine. I guess you think the same as I do. Get lost. How can we think the same? We're all men. How can we be different? I think with my brain. You think with your life. That can't be the same. That seems to make some sense. Li Yun ignored this group of fools who dared to daydream, even after being covered in mess, and followed the ladies back into the battlefield. A junior thinks that having a bit of Dracula's bloodline allows them to do whatever they want. At this moment, Dracula's Sin, who is using the power of his bloodline to suppress the 3 sisters, turned around. Who is speaking? The lady lightly snorted, and her power burst forth. With a counter-suppression, Dracula's Sin fell to his knees with a thud. He looked at the lady in surprise. Prince's power, you have already been promoted to prince. The lady ignored him and simply raised her hand. Not far away, a silver blade pierced Dracula's Sin's heart. Dracula's Sin instantly screamed in pain and vanished into thin air. Chapter 20. Daniela, who wants to see the outside world. Mother. Bella and Sandra looked at the lady, somewhat unable to believe. A branch of Dracula makes you feel this embarrassed. Do you understand your mistakes? The lady was full of authority, and Bella and Sandra, who had intended to stand up, knelt down again. We understand our mistakes. Bella and Sandra felt their mother's long-lost pressure and silently lowered their heads. And you, appearing without my permission. Get back, the lady shouted, and a shady figure immediately lost color, transforming into the cute Daniela. Dogman, tell me the escape plan. I want to escape this. Mother, I don't even know what I'm saying. Please don't act. I'll kneel down myself. Daniela smoothly and obediently knelt on the ground. Watching the 3 sisters kneeling and admitting their mistakes, Li Yun finally realized how terrifying the lady's pressure was. Standing aside, he could also feel a thick suffocation. No wonder the 3 sisters had psychological issues. Li Yun wanted to say something for the 3 sisters, but the lady spoke first. Bella, I know you have always wanted to be the master of the castle, to gain power. Today you prove yourself to Mother, as the eldest sister, unafraid, vowed to protect the honor of the Timet family. From now on, all matters of the castle will be handled by you. You've grown up, and Mother is very satisfied. Bella raised her head in disbelief, seeing the lady nodding with a smile of satisfaction. When the long-desired power fell upon her, she didn't feel the joy she imagined, just a little want to cry, to hug her mother. Sandra, these years have been Mother's fault, always comparing you with Bella and Daniela. Thinking you are not as smart as Bella, not as obedient as Daniela. You tried hard to prove yourself, but Mother never recognized you. It's Mother's fault. She's been too cold to you for too long. Actually, you are great. You can help your sister carry this family, and also take care of your little sister. Protect this home. You are Mother's good daughter. Sandra lowered her head, trembling, tears streaming down her face. She was finally recognized by her mother, seen by her mother. At this moment, besides wanting to hug her mother, she also wanted to beg her mother to hit her again. Hearing her inner thoughts, Li Yun was in a state of black lines. Seeing that her two sisters were not punished, but praised instead, Daniela immediately raised her head, grinning at her mother. Mother, it's my turn, it's my turn. For this little girl, who desperately wanted to escape the castle, the lady initially wanted to be angry at her. After all, her other personality not only killed all the guests but also caused chaos among the three sisters. But seeing her now cute and silly smile, she simply couldn't bring herself to do it. She opened her arms and softly said, "Children, Mother wants to hug you." Daniela was the first to get up and rush towards her mother, and then Bella and Sandra also put down their long-standing grudges. It was as if returning to childhood, rushing into their mother's embrace. "Good kids, you are all my good kids." Watching this warm scene, the butler wiped away his tears. The relationship between the lady and the young ladies has finally eased, truly touching. "You're touched by what? You're not even giving me a raise." One sentence, and it killed the working spirit. The butler glared angrily at Li Yun. "Don't you have a mother?" "I really don't. I'm sorry, I really should have kept my mouth shut." The butler slapped himself in the face, regretting his words. Why am I being polite? Understand you. Actually, I've never seen my father since I was little. That's perfect. I can be your father. Now, the butler finally understood what true regret meant. He shouldn't have slapped himself, but should have slapped Li Yun instead. He might not be strange, but Li Yun absolutely isn't human. By the way, let me introduce you again. Dr. Li will be the most esteemed guest and friend of the Timmy family from now on. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been able to endure the blood bite and be promoted to a prince. You all know how hard it is for a female vampire to resist blood bite and be promoted to a prince if not from the direct line of the blood ancestor. Dr. Li has miraculous skills. He can help you solve this problem. Daniela asked curiously. Mother, how did he help you?" Li Yun said while skillfully demonstrating. "Pinch the butt." The three sisters, Madam relieved the blood bite and was promoted to a prince. The relationship with her three daughters improved. Li Yun completely lifted the survival crisis. The atmosphere in the castle was very harmonious. At the dinner party, there were still the same strange ones, and Li Yun was a living person. But this time, he didn't have to carefully listen to their hearts. Ding ling ling. Madam tapped her wine glass. "I announce an important matter concerning the entire Timmy family. From now on, the Timmy family will no longer drink human blood. The horror of blood bite has taught me that human blood is actually a shackle for vampires. You must quit." Hearing this news, Bella looked calm. Sandra felt a bit regretful, while Daniela had a sad face. "What will we do if we get hungry then? Animal blood can also fill you up. Tomatoes are the best, rich in vitamin C, and they can help you grow." Li Yun picked up a piece of tomato with a fork and put it into his mouth. "Dogman, how dare you say I am small? I will compete with you." Madam spoke. "Daniela, how could you talk to Dr. Li like that?" Dr. Li is right. Animal blood can also fill you up. Human blood is not a necessity, especially since you want to be promoted to a prince in the future. It's even more so. Bella and Sandra nodded in agreement. "Understood, Mother." Seeing this, Daniela could only helplessly stuff the tomato into her mouth. "Understand too," Madam continued. "And about those two toys whose souls you sealed, they are all Dr. Li's friends. Return them to Dr. Li." But those are my dolls too." Daniela looked reluctantly at Zhou Yun and Su Jiao. "Understood, Mother. Let them stay with me for this meal, and I will release their souls." Ever since the dogman came, I have nothing left." Li Yun couldn't help but smile, listening to Daniela's heart-wrenching voice. "Dr. Li, you're going to leave the castle. This is an invitation to the castle. From now on, you can come without restrictions." An invitation was handed to Li Yun. Upon hearing that Li Yun was leaving the castle, Daniela's eyes lit up. This was the first time she saw a human leaving here, with a trace of longing in her gaze. How could Madam not notice? She gently smiled and asked, "Daniela, do you really want to see the outside world?" Daniela didn't expect her mother to ask this question. Daniela lowered her head gently. "I actually really like my mother's care and want to be with her always. But I also want to go out and see. Every time guests come, I always hear them describe the outside world. I also want to see." Madam gently nodded. "In that case, you should sign a soul contract with Dr. Li. With Dr. Li's care, I can feel secure letting you go to the outside world. Upon hearing this, Daniela, her face brightened, but she looked at Li Yun and pouted. I'm a noble vampire demon. How can I sign a soul contract with this dog? Human, Sandra said with a smile. Since my little sister is unwilling, then let me do it. I am even more looking forward to signing a soul contract with Dr. Li, considering him as my master O. Sandra's flirtatious eyes made Li Yun's tiger-like body tremble. No, no, no. I am willing to go to the outside world, sign the contract. But we have to talk. Even if we sign a soul contract, I am not your slave. A soul contract is a kind of contract for humans to control monsters. Some high-level players can use the contract to turn monsters into a part of their own combat strength. However, most monsters are unwilling to bind their souls to humans, so it is very difficult to successfully make a contract. Leon did not expect this to come to his door. Bella quickly saw through her mother's thoughts. It seems my mother really likes Dr. Li, willing to bet her little sister's future achievements will surpass her own with Dr. Li. I'm a little envious of my little sister. If not for being the eldest sister with more responsibilities, I would also want to make a contract with Dr. Li. Sandra was even more impatient. Can't we sign contract with both? 1, 3, 5 for my little sister. 2, 4, 6 for me. Li Yun burst out laughing, spitting out the red wine that wasn't stained with a drop of human blood. The soul contract also depends on the strength of the host soul. How could the rookie Li Yun handle 2 marquee-level vampire demons? If there were no restrictions, wouldn't it be better to directly contract with a lady? Big and alluring, you are not my slave, and I am not your toy. In terms of our human language, we can be friends. Li Yun raised his red wine, and Daniela happily raised her wine too. Friends? Wow, this is my first time having a friend. Quick, let's sign a contract. Li Yun nodded, and under the witness of the lady, Bella, and Sandra, he signed the soul contract with Daniela. When their souls established a contract without any reservations, the lady couldn't help but sigh. This is truly an incredible scene. The descendant of the Timid family actually took the initiative to sign a contract with a human, creating friendship. In Dr. Li, I see the power of humanity. I believe today's choice will lead to greater prosperity for the Timid family in the future. Even, it might replace the Dracula family and become the #1 family of vampire demons. The lady raised her wine glass high, openly expressing her approval of Li Yun. All right, Dr. Li, come to my room for a moment. I have one more gift for you. The lady stood up first and walked toward the room. Sandra and Daniela wore expressions of watching a show. This is the first time Mother has invited an outsider into her room. What do you think Mother wants to take Dr. Li to the room for? I guess, to play jump rope? Not everyone can be as childish as you. Sandra glared at Daniela. What the lady wanted to do, Leon did not know. Thus, he followed the lady's back, watching her sway gracefully as she entered her room. Do you remember the first time Dr. Li came in? He was still sneaking around like a thief. Back then, I really wished I could eat Dr. Li up. The lady gently brushed her fingers over her red lips, turned around, and smiled at Li Yun. If it weren't for the lady's blood by its sudden attack, I think I would have been eaten by the lady long ago. Dr. Li is different from others. It's not that easy for me to want to eat you. The lady was speaking from the heart. Even if she wasn't around, wouldn't all 3 sisters be unable to eat Li Yun? Listening to the voice of the heart, he could always find a way out of desperate situations. Following her closely, they entered the room. The lady turned her back to Li Yun and gently took off her outer garment. Her voice was lazy and charming, yet always carried the mature authority of a castle owner. The last gift is my body. As soon as Li Yun heard this, what was there to wait for? The soul of a rogue was completely ignited at this moment. In the lady's hand was a transparent, small bottle. Inside is a drop of golden blood, the most precious royal blood in my body. It can make you feel like you've just been embraced, gaining strong vampiric life force, night combat ability, agility, and more. But you won't turn into a vampire who needs to drink human blood. Dr. Li, why did you take your pants off? This is for internal use, not external. The lady turned around, locking eyes with Li Yun, embarrassed. Li Yun quickly put his pants back on. Oh, I thought it was for external use. Misunderstanding cleared, no problem. Li Yun took the precious drop of royal blood worth more than gold. Once consumed, he would go from an ordinary person to a superhuman with extraordinary power. Facing a horror game, his survival rate increased. Li Yun opened the royal blood, and a rich life energy emanated. The royal blood entered Li Yun's body, immediately taking effect. His whole body began to squirm, as if his cells were reorganizing. His height increased slightly, and his handsome face became even more charming. A 1-pack turned into an 8-pack, his body full of strength. His eyes sparkled with a purple allure, adding a touch of mysterious nobility of the vampire. Simply put, he evolved from a man into a male god. but the lewdness in his bones clearly hadn't changed. "Thank you, madam, for the precious blood. I will repay you in the future." The lady seemed not to understand, lightly nodding. Looking at the even more handsome Li Yun, a hint of blush appeared on her cheeks. Game countdown lasts 10 seconds. Survivors with intact souls will exit the vampire castle. The game countdown echoed, and Li Yun was about to leave. At the same time, the souls released. Zhou Yun and Su Jiao exchanged glances. The sealed souls had lost all memories. They gazed at the familiar dining table before them, and the empty wine glasses. Didn't we just arrive here? Why are we going back right after finishing the wine? This vampire castle isn't scary at all. Just a meal and some wine, and we cleared the level. A beam of light shone. The two figures vanished from the dining table. Li Yun waved goodbye. The lady felt a bit reluctant. Lightly biting her lip, she uttered those words. "Next time you come, I will let you touch to your heart's content." Li Yun's eyes widened in shock. "Hey, wait, can I not exit just yet? Damn game, you're ruining my good thing." Chapter 22, Rebellious ID, Reverse Butterfly, Mud Overlord. Player, Li Yun. One horror game completed. Would you like to become a formal player? Yes. Please register a game ID to display personal information. I am a big oddball. Name has been registered and cannot be used. Can this be taken too? Reverse Butterfly. Player, please confirm ID. Reverse Butterfly. I am Reverse Butterfly. I confirm. Wait, I feel humiliated by the player, but have no proof. A bit annoyed. ID registered successfully. Reverse Butterfly. I am Reverse Butterfly. I was humiliated by the game system, but have no proof. I'm a bit annoyed too. Evaluating the game. Soon, a string of data appeared before Li Yun. Game duration, 3 days. Achievements unlocked. 5, gentle wife can be bullied. Madam, you wouldn't want others to know, right? Master servant game. A secret game with Sandra. Psychotherapist. Not treating perverts, only making them more perverted. Castle escapee. A lucky one who escaped the vampire castle. Timite family friendship badge. Recognized by the Timite family. Forged a deep friendship. Items obtained. Timite castle invitation. Royal blood. Soul contract. Game evaluation. SSS level. Game comment. If you keep playing like this, the madam won't be able to hold back. Rewards. Level experience plus 500. Game points plus 200. Spirit coins plus 5,000. Game entry waiver *1. I didn't expect an SSS level evaluation to give so many things. That's me, a genius, discharged. Sorry, already discharged. At this moment, Li Yun stood outside the mental hospital, feeling a deep sense of loneliness. No time for sadness. He had to carefully examine this round of rewards. Level experience is used to level up the player. The higher the level, the corresponding abilities, permissions, survival rates, and more would increase. Game points can be exchanged for items in the game to increase survival rates. Spirit coins are naturally the universal currency of strange beings. The most valuable thing here is this game entry exemption coupon. It allows one free entry into the game, and it's priced yet hard to find in the player market, making it extremely rare. After all, anyone who accidentally enters a game with a low survival rate longs to use money to buy their life. Open my own attribute panel. Player, Li Yun. Game ID, Reverse Butterfly. Player level, E level. Game points, 200. Spirit coins, 5,000. Number of games, 1. Ability, Blood-sucking ghost power. Contract item, Daniela, evil. Items, Timit's Castle invitation. Game entry exemption coupon. Congratulations, player Reverse Butterfly, reaching the top of this rookie leaderboard. Clicking on the information, Li Yun saw his game ID ranked number 1 on the rookie leaderboard. Is it because I became an E-level player in my first game? Besides the rookie leaderboard, there are the guild list, high-end player list, wealth list, gathering all formal players around the world. Curious, Li Yun took a look and suddenly saw a name. Mud Overlord? I am a Mud Overlord. Li Yun couldn't help but think of someone who often bullied him when he was young. Still young, unable to win in a fight, Li Yun could only rely on verbal attacks. What do I look like in this outfit? Like a butterfly. Butterfly flying backwards. Reverse Butterfly. Right, I am the Reverse Butterfly. Li Yun, come here. What is this? Look at your age, still playing with mud. Well, that's right, this is the Mud Overlord. From then on, the Reverse Butterfly and Mud Overlord became the 2 core trump cards for Li Yun and that person in their verbal battles. Could it be such a coincidence? She also became a player, and still the vice president of the strongest 8 major guilds. Li Yun rubbed his chin, feeling a bit surprised. Jiangzhou City Psychiatric Hospital. An extremely beautiful woman sat in the director's chair. Even with short hair, it didn't affect her beauty at all. Instead, it added a rare charm. She had her long legs and boots propped up on the table. Her long legs were wrapped in leather pants, perfectly outlining her elegant figure. My name is Li Rue. I am Li Yun's sister. I just want to ask, why did you expel my brother? What's wrong with him that you had to kick him out? The director sat on a small stool, flanked by two burly men in suits. At first, he thought he had encountered a gang organization. When Li Rue reported to the police in front of him, he realized that the woman before him was more terrifying than a gang. Her identity was an absolute secret to ordinary people. Miss, Leon is fine everywhere. Nothing is wrong. Then why did you kick him out? This is a psychiatric hospital. He's recovered. Why should he stay here? That's a little reasonable. Li Rue crossed her arms, her lips curling in dissatisfaction. But after he left here, he completely vanished from existence. Do you know how long it has been since I last saw him? A whole 5 years. Do you know how I've been in these 5 years? Director, a black-clothed man walked over and whispered beside Li Rue. Vice President, we can only stay in the country for 7 days. After 7 days, the next horror game will arrive, and we need you to return and lead the guild's brothers to clear the level. To find your brother, we have used all resources, turning Jiangchuan upside down. Money is a small matter, but time. Li Rue looked at that person with displeasure. I know, there's still 3 days, right? I've already obtained what the president wants. Can't I just want to see my brother? You are a brother too. Can't you understand my feelings? The man awkwardly smiled. Vice President, I don't have any siblings. Then let your mom have another one right now. Hey mom, you and dad immediately have a second child. Don't ask why. I want to have a brother. Li Rue ignored the guild subordinate, holding a photo of Li Yun in a white coat taken in the psychiatric hospital. Seeing the object reminded her of the person. You little brat, 5 years without seeing you. You've grown so tall and so handsome. You've made it. The director couldn't help but inwardly complain. Whose child has succeeded in getting into a mental hospital? Li Rue looked at the photo and sighed even more. So where are you exactly? A subordinate hurriedly ran over. Vice President, the president called. There's a newcomer on the leaderboard who rose to E level on the first game, and he's locked in at Jiangchuan. The president said you must capture him no matter what. Li Rue opened the game interface and saw the newcomer's name on the leaderboard. Reverse Butterfly. Vice President, this newcomer's name seems a bit annoying. What did you say? He could very well be my dad. Huh? Really your dad? Huh? My brother. Li Rue spat and then laughed loudly. The only flashy name that could be compared to my mud overlord is this Reverse Butterfly. I really can't think of anyone else who would have such an outrageous name like mine. So, you little guy hid in a horror game. This caught you red-handed. Chapter 23. This kid is really crazy. Taxi. Jiangzhou Mental Hospital? Damn. Hey, don't run away. Seeing the driver noticing his uniform and flooring it, Li Yun took off after him. I've already been discharged. Don't worry. I'm fine. Brother, you're running faster than my taxi, and you say you're fine? The driver watched Li Yun running alongside the car at 100 miles an hour, feeling completely lost. I must be crazy. Who can run faster than a car? I want to be admitted. I need to be admitted. The driver went mad and turned the car around, shouting to get admitted, heading towards the mental hospital. Li Yun. People nowadays really overreact. Is it unreasonable for me, a person with the blood of the vampire prince, to run a bit faster? Sigh. The mental hospital is so far away, still dozens of kilometers from where I stayed. I could run all the way back, but who knows how many people I would scare silly. Forget it, there aren't many people here. I'll run to the nearby bus station and wait for the bus. Li Yun put in some effort and started to run swiftly. The speed camera for traffic control clicked, capturing a blurry image. Speeding, huh? Let me see the license plate. I'll find you. Captain, am I seeing things? Why is there no license plate? Jiangchuan Mental Hospital. Not a car, but a person? Is he crazy or am I crazy? Who runs fast enough to outrun a car? Now anyone dares to wait for the bus. Young and already insane. Let's keep our distance from him. Don't be fooled by his good looks. He has an extraordinary aura. But these are all illusions. What good is a handsome guy if he's a lunatic? Useless. When looking for a man, find a rich one, got it? Hey, why are you still looking? At the bus stop, a girl tugged at her best friend's arm. She turned her infatuated face back. But he's really handsome, way too handsome to be a lunatic. Now I think you're the crazier one. He's wearing a patient uniform, and you still think he's sane? You must be the one with issues. I thought he wore that to save on bus fare. That's even worse, darling. If he can't even pay for the bus, being poor is scarier than being crazy. All right, I forgot my money today. Can you lend me some later? Oh, Li Yun, far away, sensed everything unusually keenly, catching the two girls' conversation, and the people around pointing at him. He wasn't afraid of strange comments. Why be scared of people? The bus hadn't arrived yet when a fleet of luxury cars parked arrogantly at the bus stop. The cars directly ran over the big words, "No stopping on bus lane." The two girls, who had never seen anything like this, widened their eyes, while the nearby people were buzzing about it. Looking at the people getting out of the cars, it seemed they were here to pick someone up. A bus stop, picking someone up. Who could it be? Reverse Butterfly. It was Reverse Butterfly. Li Yin frowned slightly, looking for his own. If it were the past, upon seeing the imposing outfit in black, he would have turned and run away or stayed silent. Now he wasn't afraid. "I am Reverse Butterfly. It's me." The black-clad man who got out of the car was filled with dark lines, feeling like he had unwittingly gained an immense advantage. "Found you. Please get in the car." The man in black squeezed out a smile, respectfully inviting Li Yun to get in the car. Wow, they are here to find him. He doesn't originally come from a wealthy family. He was harmed by his family, including the butler, stepmother, and siblings, fighting for the family fortune, and sent to a mental hospital. He is actually wronged. The 3-year period is over. Today he is out of the hospital to reclaim everything that belongs to him. The girl who had been secretly watching Li Yun exclaimed in surprise. Her best friend couldn't help but complain. "Stop watching so much about the return of the Dragon King and dominant CEO stories. I bet he doesn't even know these people, or he wouldn't still be standing here." It seems he only has a mental issue, but he is not stupid. He knows not to randomly get into strangers' cars. Li Yun was indeed pondering. Who was looking for him? He thought about the things he had done. He opened his mouth to ask, "Are you the owner of that stray dog I bit 3 years ago?" The man in black froze for a moment and shook his head. "Or the relative of the cat I caught 2 years ago?" The man in black was even more dumbfounded, still shaking his head. "Were you looking for me about my mental issues, thinking I was a lunatic? The one who picked up $1 and locked me in the bathroom for 48 hours. For not thanking me after I did a good deed and hung me under the overpass." Li Yun tried to respond, while the man in black's expression gradually turned into one of shock. Everyone around was dumbfounded. There was only one thought in their minds. No, he really is sick. What kind of normal person does such things? "Very good, you keep talking, I'll keep remembering. I am an undercover officer. Here is my ID. You really are something." Out of nowhere, an undercover officer appeared, looking at Li Yun with surprise. Falling from the sky? A lucky encounter. The man in black hurriedly walked over, his face dark, taking out a document. He whispered a few words in the undercover officer's ear. "Are you saying this kid, like you, is a player?" "Yeah, he is a candidate member of our guild. Everything he said just now was things he did in the game. Not illegal, right? Even if he committed a crime, it wouldn't involve us. For special identity players like you, there are dedicated departments to handle it." "All right, we will take him away now." The undercover officer looked at Li Yun with disappointment up and down, missing out on a big catch. In the end, he couldn't help but say his sentence. Even if he does these things in a game, it's not illegal. But isn't this just plain crazy? You are already in uniform. Why argue with him? There's some truth in that. You all keep an eye on him. I will report to the special department. Okay. After sending the undercover officer away, the man in black finally sighed in relief. "Inverse Butterfly, we are one of the 8 major guilds, the Reindeer Guild. Our headquarters is overseas. Someone wants to meet you." The man in black hurriedly stated his identity. He realized that Li Yun's thought process was indeed different from a normal person's. He had seen the Reindeer Guild on the guild rankings, a powerful presence in the top 10, and the reindeer badge on the man's black suit was the guild's logo. "Inverse Butterfly, aren't you curious about who wants to meet you?" "Who? Your dad? Are you insulting me?" The man in black secretly laughed. He finally scored a win against the earlier awkward moment. "Ahem, it's our vice president. Her ID is the same as yours. Annoying. Mud Overlord." Hearing this ID, Li Yun looked at the person stepping out of the luxury car next to him. Li Yun's lips curled into a slight smile. "Li Rue, TSK, living grandly now." Li Rue irritably grabbed his ear. "Little brat, you should call me sister." Chapter 24. The shock of the prince's blood from Li Rue. In front of everyone, Li Yun was pulled into the car by Li Rue. Just before leaving, Li Rue even winked and smiled at those 2 girls. A man without money. His sickness doesn't matter. Sister has it. As long as he is handsome, sister can support him. The 2 girls were stunned, envy visible in their eyes. As the car door closed, Li Yun broke free from Li Rue's grasp. "Li Rue, you better speak properly. Who is your pretty boy? You ruined my reputation." Li Rue glanced at his uniform. "Your reputation still needs me to ruin it. Take a look at the things you've done." Suddenly, Li Rue changed her demeanor, wrapping him in her fragrant embrace, saying softly, "Sister hasn't been here these years. You've had a hard time. Now, Sister will help you take revenge. Tell me where that dog is, and I'll bring people to bite it. The black-clad driver. Indeed, they are siblings. One just out of the hospital, the other about to go in. Both are freaking geniuses. Oh my, how did my brother become so handsome, so good-looking? I need to hug him more. Otherwise, what if he's tricked away by other little vixens? Li Yun. He tried to break free from Li Rui's grip, but found himself completely immobile. Your strength isn't what a rookie player should have. When I saw you, I felt your body had undergone a transformation. Looking at you, did you gain the enhanced blood of the blood-sucking demon? Li Rui, experienced and knowledgeable, lifted Li Yun's face, gazing into his purple eyes. Oh, why have your eyes also changed and are no longer afraid of the sunlight? Kid, you aren't already thinking about sucking human blood, are you? The enhancement from the blood-sucking demon is recognized as a low-quality item in the player community, with severe side effects, causing players to be condemned. Li Rui's face was filled with worry. Get your filthy hands off me. Can those low-quality things compare to me? I fear neither sunlight nor blood, and I have no side effects. Li Rui was shocked. How can this be? What level is your blood-sucking demon enhancement? Prince. Crap. Suddenly the luxury car slammed to a halt, and Li Rui looked at the black-clad driver. Vice President, sorry, your brother is too much of a braggart. Li Rui shot him an annoyed glance, and then turned to her brother. Li Yun, you should know when to brag. I'm your sister, the Vice President of the Elk, renowned as a powerful, A-grade master player. A prince-level blood-sucking demon is a top-level existence, no matter where it goes, and don't say you could get precious blood. The fact that you could return alive is already impossible. The purple in Li Yun's eyes emitted a charming glow. It left Li Rui briefly dazed. Did I just zone out? An E-grade fledgling made this A-grade veteran lose focus? Oh my god, it can't really be Prince Blood, can it? Li Rui had started to believe Li Yun's words. She looked seriously at the black-clad driver. You must keep everything you heard about my brother today a secret. Vice President, you can rest assured. Don't talk in vain. I need you to swear a soul oath. After the black-clad driver made the soul oath as requested by Li Rui, Li Yun felt her murderous intent dissipate. Li Rui looked at Li Yun, explaining, do you think sister is a bit unfeeling now? That's because you don't yet know the dangers of human hearts. Often people are scarier than demons. Once they learn a rookie has prince blood and immense potential, if they can't extract your blood, they will use all kinds of methods to control you and turn you into their weapon. Li Yun nodded, then looked at Li Rui with an expression that seemed to say, you know this too. Li Rui saw through his thoughts at once and slapped him on the head. Stinky kid, I'm your sister. How could I harm you? It's really better to beat your brother when he's young. If I give you a little more strength, maybe I won't be able to beat you. Prince Blood, the last lucky guy, is already among the top on the strong players list. If you ever meet him, you better help your sister give him a good beating. Li Yun asked curiously, why can't you beat him? Li Rui glanced at Li Yun's purple eyes with annoyance. We players can obtain a portion of extraordinary power from horror games to a greater or lesser degree. Among them, the blood-sucking demon's power is the most underestimated because of its severe side effects and many weaknesses, laughed off as a useless thing. Prince Blood is different. It has no side effects or weaknesses, and its powerful vitality is the most terrifying strength. Your sister's demon sickle power, facing an indestructible guy like you, is really a headache. Your bloodline seems to be purer than his, and your future achievements are sure to be higher than his. Li Rui, as she spoke, had a face full of satisfaction and pride. Her little brother was even more successful than she thought. Over the years, she had seen too many so-called geniuses, but none could compare to her little brother. If it were her, could she have survived under the hands of a prince-level vampire? Li Rui suddenly took out a black card. What is this? It's a card to support you. I'm different from those overweight rich ladies, and much more so than those men who are controlled by their lower bodies with a bit of money. Li Rui playfully hooked Li Yun's chin with her hand and smiled. Li Rui, you've been out in the world for years and learned some bad habits, huh? Getting good at supporting men. Li Yun dodged back, avoiding his sister's playful hand. How many people would love to be supported by you, sister? They'd gladly spend money just to lick my toes. But none of them are good enough for me. I'm not kidding you. Our guild leader wants to invite you to join us. After all, you're now hot property, ranked first among newcomers. So how about it? Join my guild, and I'll back you up. Li Yun shook his head without thinking. Parents shouldn't be far away. Mom and Dad were buried by me. I'm your sister, and you want to pretend? Cough, sorry. I'll change my words. All right, I can tell you're not interested in joining. Li Rui cut him off directly. Li Yun pouted. What's the use of not wanting to? With your temper, Wouldn't you just force me in and take me away? Li Rui shook her head. At first, I thought, with me as the second in command of the guild, I'd break your legs to drag you in. Now you have the blood of a prince, with even greater potential than me. Whether you join the guild or not, you could survive on your own in the horror games. In fact, having more people in a guild may be more disadvantageous for you. Leon looked at his sister, who was different from his memory of being extremely strong and domineering. Is that the truth? The truth is, Leon, no matter what your future holds, I just hope you live well. Leon couldn't hear Li Rui's heartfelt words, feeling warm inside. In his heart, there was a little warmth. 5 years apart, his sister was still the only one in the world who truly wished him well. Chapter 25. Sis, I'm your brother. If I refuse you, how will you report back? It's simple. I'll just say you're a newbie who gained the power of an ordinary vampire. The leader will be eager for you not to accept. Still as clever as ever, sister. Of course. The siblings exchanged glances and chuckled. That day, the long-separated siblings felt as if they had returned to the past. To make up for the 5 years lost, Li Rui took Li Yin out shopping. In the high-end mall, everyone envied Li Yin for being with such a young, wealthy, and beautiful wife. In the evening, they returned to their old home. Li Rui pushed open her own room. There was no dust as she imagined, but warmth as always. 5 years ago, you suddenly went overseas, and I had no idea when you'd come back. I could only tidy it up for you every week, just in case you returned and had no place to sleep. Li Yin said it plainly, but in Li Rui's heart, it was like a warm sun. Both siblings cared about each other in their own ways. Li Rui walked into her room, looking at familiar old items, full of memories. Even though she now held a high position, one person below, becoming a master player above this world, she still often missed the shabby little house that belonged to her home. Did you help me store this strawberry underwear under my pillow? Li Rui held up the strawberry underwear, grinning wickedly. Li Yin stared, dumbfounded, trying to snatch it back, but Li Rui was quick and hid it behind her. You brat. I was just wondering where my favorite strawberries went. Turns out it was you secretly hiding them here, reminiscing every night. Li Yin was furious. This is slander. I'll accuse you of slander. How would I know how it ended up here? You clearly didn't take it away 5 years ago. Li Rui looked at her brother's anxious appearance, lightly smiling. Suddenly, she pointed to the clean and smooth floor. A face full of terror. A mouse, there's a mouse. This room can't be slept in. Tonight, I will sleep with you. By the way, I will fulfill the sister's duty to help the brother check his body. Li Yin pushed away his older sister, who rushed into his arms. With one glance, he saw through her clumsy trick. The scheming frog touches your belly. You're not afraid of tricks, so why be scared of a mouse? I am your brother. Li Rui shrugged. We're not blood-related. According to ancient traditions, I should be seen as your child bride. The Qing dynasty is long gone. When you were little, you loved sleeping with your sister. Have you forgotten? I'm grown up now. Grown up? Let's see if I can check it out. Hey, Yao Ling, there's a female pervert here. Can you send the Flying Tiger team over? Li Rui snatched his phone, which was not even charged, and tackled him down. Shout all you want. No one will care. Wait, you know this move. I know many. Do you want to give it a try? Sister, I'm your brother. Child bride, child bride. Just as Li Rui insisted on checking Li Yun while they were at a standoff, a strange shadow suddenly appeared. Wow, is this the outside world? Li Yun, what are you playing? I want to play too. I want to. Li Yun looked at Daniela. His face soured. Soul contract? Is this your contract partner? Li Rui looked at Daniela, amazed. Yes, her name is Daniela. This is my older sister, Li Rui. Daniela cutely extended her small hand. Hello, sister. My name is Daniela, from the noble Timite family. Li Rui shook hands with Daniela, her face wearing a friendly smile. Such a cute little sister. Cute? If the evil appeared. Let's see if you can still say that. This kid truly has many secrets. Not only does he have royal blood, but he also has such a cute contract partner. Tonight, I must thoroughly check his body to see if he has mutated. A newcomer, and yet so terrifying. Li Rui made up her mind. Lian felt something was wrong. He grabbed Daniela and headed for the door. Sister, you take a good rest. I have some things to discuss with Daniela. Li Rui watched her fleeing brother and couldn't help but angrily say, You little brat, would rather stay with a blood-sucking monster than with me? Am I scarier than a monster? Li Yun returned to his room, closed the door, and let out a sigh of relief. Daniela curiously asked, Are you playing hide-and-seek? I want to play too. Playing? What are you doing here? Dogman, you promised to take me to see the outside world, but you kept ignoring me, so I came by myself. You're still not a prince. How can you resist the sunlight during the day? Daniela fell silent. This was also the reason she hadn't appeared during the day, because she couldn't wait. Perfect, since you are here. Help me practice how to control the power of the blood-sucking monster. Didn't you say you would take me to play? The lady wants you to follow me and protect me, not just to play. If you don't agree, be careful I report to the lady at the old castle. Don't tell on me. I will teach you. Lian saw his trick work and grinned. Lian spent the day with his older sister Li Rue, reminiscing about family, and at night trained with Daniela to master the blood-sucking monster's power. Life was incredibly fulfilling. But in just a few days, Li Rue was set to leave, returning to the overseas headquarters, taking a group of newbies from the guild out of the game. This was also why many wanted to join the guild, with master-level players leading. It greatly increased the survival rate in dungeons. Before leaving, Li Rue left behind a high-limit black card and gave Li Yun many items useful in the game to enhance survival rates. In Li Rue's words, "Your body is mine. You can't die in the game." Li Yun waved goodbye, although he was mockingly saying, get lost, get lost." Yet in his heart, he felt a bit reluctant. He mouthed in the rearview mirror, "Sister, you must live well too." After seeing off Li Rue, he returned home alone. He went to Li Rue's room and rummaged under the pillow. Startled, "Damn Li Rue, she took away my nostalgic strawberries." "Congratulations, player has qualified for the game Vice City. Do you want to enter the game?" "Yes/no." Li Rue said that every month players need to actively enter the game once. Otherwise, they will face the system's death punishment. "I just came out a few days ago. Why do I have to enter the game again?" Li Yun looked at the game interface, feeling a bit confused. This game is a random game. Participants do not need to pay game currency. After completing the game, you can get double settlement rewards. No money needed and double rewards? If you had talked like this earlier, I wouldn't have hesitated for even a second. Li Yun decisively chose yes. Chapter 26, The Eerie Bride Without Money. In the city under the neon lights, various citizens are bustling around. These citizens each fulfill their duties to promote the orderly development of the whole city. And you are just an ordinary taxi driver in this city. Now, your game life has begun. At number 108, the remote graveyard, the passenger's destination has been reached. A total of 32 spirit coins is required. "Thank you for riding, and I wish you all the best. Have a nice trip." The taxi broadcasted blessings for arrival. As the driver, Li Yun looked at himself in the mirror, dressed in uniform, with a pair of white gloves. "Am I so handsome that you want me to drive a taxi? Is that reasonable?" Li Yun complained, then moved the mirror and saw the passenger in the back seat. It was a grotesque being with a bloated figure, a belly spilling out yellow fat, and an ugly appearance. "Hello, you have arrived at your destination. Please pay 32 spirit coins, cash or card." A taxi driver's code appeared in Li Yun's mind. Smiling service is the first rule. He squeezed out a smile and looked at that grotesque being. $32. I won't give you a dime." The grotesque being coldly snorted in its heart and sneered at him. "Oi, little human, don't you see that I am a terrible being? How dare a human like you charge me? Do you believe I'll swallow you whole?" Li Yun retracted his smile. "Understood. You want to take a free ride. Haha, not a stupid little human after all. What can you do if I take a free ride?" The grotesque being laughed heartily, full of contempt. Li Yun unbuckled his seatbelt and got out of the car. Then he opened the back door. "Get out." The grotesque being thought he was scared and arrogantly replied, "Oi, you should speak respectfully to me. Welcome me getting off is what you should say. Do it again. Say it wrong, and I'll swallow you." Arrogant, extremely arrogant. Not paying is one thing, but threatening Li Yun. Li Yun wouldn't let him off. He yanked the grotesque being's huge body out of the back seat. The grotesque being fell to the ground, confused. This human, where did such great strength come from? Before he could snap out of it, Li Yun's leather shoe had already invited him to the ground. "I'm the reverse butterfly. What are you pretending for?" Is the grotesque very scary? A mere scrap from the terrible realm, pretending to be grand with me. Still want to take a free ride? Sit, sit, sit. I'll let the crow fly a plane. Until Li Yun lifted his huge body over his head, ready to smash him down and break his limbs. The grotesque being finally got scared. "I was wrong. You are the master. Let me down quickly. I'll pay, I'll pay." Li Yun threw him on the ground, kicking him a few times like he was mud. A mere grotesque and a blood servant among the blood-sucking grotesques. Dare to mess with him who has royal blood? This is like searching for death at night with a lantern. Li Yun's leather shoe stepped on his face, watching him frantically pull out spirit coins from his 3 layers of bellies. "I have money. I'll give it to you right now." Li Yun looked at the disgusting yellow fat on the spirit coins and snatched all the money away. 32 is the fare. The rest is for the hardship of beating you for not having eyes. "Huh, you beat me and still want me to pay. What can't?" Okay. Absolutely okay. In the future, when you go out, be a bit more aware, treat taxi drivers with a nicer attitude. Li Yin fanned his face with the money, using its face to wipe off the yellow fat from the spirit coins. He finally loosened his shoelaces and turned to walk towards the car. The sinister figure cried out like a child weighing 300 pounds, running towards its own grave. Oh my god, humans are so terrifying. Li Yin ignored it and counted the money. More than 300 spirit coins. Hey, a small profit. Just as he was about to put the money in his pocket, suddenly, the money in his hand disappeared. It's 12 o'clock, confiscating player assets. 5,360 spirit coins. To repay the owed interest. Warning to players, the previous actions do not comply with the 5-star good citizen standards, easily leading to a citywide wanted notice. I hope players travel kindly and work hard to repay debts. Work hard to repay debts. My 5,000 spirit coins and the money just now were both confiscated. What the hell? GM, come out. What on earth is happening? As Li Yin fiercely hit the steering wheel, a task appeared before his eyes. Task: repay the usury debt. Principal: 2 million. Reason: you borrowed 2 million in usury, with interest compounding, money generating money. Every day at 12 o'clock the money earned will be automatically deducted to repay the interest. Note: if the interest is less than 5,000 spirit coins at 12 o'clock, you will receive game penalties. Only when you repay all the principal and interest can you leave the game. Li Yin? What kind of damn game is this? I come in and I owe usury. I fucking came to play a game, not to be a laborer in the game. Seeing Li Yin protesting loudly, no one paid attention. Until the steering wheel was about to break, another message appeared. Steering wheel repair quote. 300 spirit coins. Damn it. Li Yin glanced at the steering wheel that was about to be crushed. Being broke, he didn't want to become indebted again by minus 300. With a push on the gas pedal, he accepted the ridiculous setting of being a taxi driver to repay debts in the game. Hello, this is taxi number 1516. Where do you want to go? The car door opened, and a ghostly bride wearing a red cloth got in. Hurry, it doesn't matter where. The ghostly bride's voice was a bit hurried, leaving Li Yin no time to ask more. He started the taxi. As the car drove into the dazzling center under the neon lights, the magical city lights, huge LED billboards, countless strange creatures on the streets with different professions. The noise outside could not enter the tightly closed taxi windows. Inside the car, there was only the soft sound of the ghostly bride crying. Passenger, can you please control your emotions a bit? Sorry, I can't help it. Am I affecting you? Your crying is quite scary. Seeing the ghostly bride's embarrassment, Li Yin changed the subject and asked again. By the way, where do you want to go? I've already gone around here a lot. The fare is almost 100 spirit coins now. You look like you should have money. The ghostly bride said with a bit of shame. I don't have money. Li Yin slammed on the brakes. No money? Turning his head, he stared fiercely at the ghostly bride. No money? Another passenger trying to ride for free. You think I'm easy to bully just because I'm nice? The ghostly bride slowly lifted the red cloth, revealing an exquisitely beautiful little face. Bowing her head slightly, her voice was as soft as a mosquito. But I can repay with my body. Li Yin. Chapter 27. This woman, I have made up my mind. Not even Jesus can save her. This young man, so handsome. He won't mind my identity of almost getting married, right? Surely he will. Who would like a half-step virtuous wife who almost got married? But when I ran away, I really didn't have money. Half-step virtuous wife? It's indeed a bit lesser than a complete virtuous wife. But with a Li Yin, who awakened equality under compulsory education, how could he blame her? After all, she was so beautiful. Cough, my lady. Passenger, I'm just a debt-ridden driver. Please don't try seducing me. Because I'm afraid I might lose control and fall into your beauty trap. We aren't that familiar, Li Yin declared solemnly. The ghostly bride pouted, obviously a bit disappointed. Sure enough, half-step virtuous wives are looked down upon. She said, feeling a bit wronged. But I really don't have money, and I don't know where to go. In the whole city, there is no place for me to stay. If the young man cannot take me, then I can only repay the fare with my life. Is this serious? Sensing the inner thoughts of the ghost bride, Li Yin suddenly felt. To save a ghost's life is better than building a 7-level pagoda. As a flower of compulsory education, how could he watch such a beautiful female ghost die right in front of him? That's not acceptable. He started unbuttoning his uniform. Let me say this up front. I'm doing this to keep you from killing yourself. It's not because I'm after your beauty. I'm saving you, so I'm not picky about the details. So, I don't have extra money for a hotel. Can we do in the car? The ghost bride shyly nodded and covered herself with the red cloth again, because her little face was even redder than the cloth. My first time with this handsome gentleman is better than giving it to that ugly. In the car it's fine, so exciting. The car windows were tightly shut. Inside the car, only the ghost bride's nervous breathing could be heard. Goodness, it's my first time. No wonder she's a half-step benevolent wife. Now I have to save her life even more. Thinking this, Leon began to undo his belt. To be honest, Leon slowly lifted the red cloth of the ghost bride. The ghost bride's delicate face lowered slightly, and her voice, shy like fine threads, whispered, "Master, be gentle." Just as Li Yun was about to climb from the front seat to the back to begin his great life-saving mission, a high beam light from behind lit up the car. "Stop this car." A few cars came roaring from behind. "Damn, is this a scam?" Li Yun looked and exclaimed. The ghost bride looked up and was shocked. They actually caught up. "Master, hurry and drive." Did she even need to say it? Li Yun instantly returned to the driver's seat and pressed the gas pedal. "You say you're not a beauty trap, but those behind you are probably your betrothed. You got on the car without money, and then used your beauty to attract me. Once I did something, your people would come to kidnap and blackmail me. I know this trick well." The ghost bride, hearing Li Yun's words, had a confused expression. "Master misunderstood. I don't understand what you mean. They did come to capture me, and once they do..." Li Yun looked at the ghost bride's pitiful expression in the rearview mirror. "Don't talk. Are you trying to gain my sympathy?" The ghost bride was scolded and lowered her head in silence, not saying anything more, but her thoughts were transmitted. "I was just an ordinary female ghost, but because of my beauty, that bully took an interest in me. He used his powerful force to force me to become his wife. I couldn't resist, so on the night before our wedding, when he was feeling proud, I escaped. The world is so big, where can I call home? Now, he's chasing me relentlessly. If he really catches me, I'd rather die than marry him." Li Yun fell silent. He had originally thought the ghost bride was a beauty trap scam, but it turned out she was a pitiful female ghost. Looking at the fierce, terrifying ghost figures sticking out from the cars behind in the rearview mirror, he stepped on the gas harder and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, I won't let them catch you." The ghost bride suddenly looked up, and a smile appeared on her tear-streaked face. "Really, Li Yun, always speak the truth. But isn't this car your bed? Stop talking." The situation was very tense. The cars behind were relentlessly chasing. 2 cars had already caught up and were continuously ramming the rear of Li Yun's car. The whole car shook unsteadily. "Come to the front seat." Li Yun stretched out his hand, pulling the ghost bride into his arms. "Master is already driving. Do you want to drive another car?" The ghost bride lowered her head, shy. "I told you to sit next to me, not in my arms. How can I drive like this?" The ghost bride finally understood. Luckily, she was light, so she immediately sat in the passenger seat. "This situation won't work. What level are that bully and his men?" The ghost bride thought for a moment. "He is a fierce ghost. The others are probably at the vicious ghost level." Hearing this, Li Yun abandoned the idea of getting out of the car to fight. According to the realm comparison, the fierce ghost was like a marquis among the blood-sucking ghosts. He himself held the power of the blood-sucking trick, making it quite troublesome to deal with. Moreover, the opponent had many tricks and numbers. A strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Who knows how many little brothers he still has? A strong fight won't work. With my driving skills, it seems hard to shake them off. Is there anything correlated in the full-time system? Let's take a gamble. Host spends 500 career points to draw a random profession. New profession obtained: professional driver. Professional driver. Professional level: beginner. Talent skill: control over all vehicles plus 30%. Professional skills: driving encyclopedia, mastery over any vehicle, and understanding mechanical principles. Unity of man and car. Entering high-speed driving mode, the brain will formulate reasonable strategies in advance, including overtaking timing and turning points. Other skills can be unlocked for upgrades. At this moment, holding the steering wheel, Li Yun's mind was filled with the entire internal structure of the car. This taxi's performance is really low. Its horsepower is only 100 to 150 PS. The performance of the cars behind are several times better than mine. No wonder I can't outrun them. Li Yun glanced at the rearview mirror, and compared to the tense chase just now, he felt incredibly calm and confident at this moment. Knowing the performance and the gap between the enemy and themselves, only then could he slowly grasp the rhythm of the entire chase. Why does the car seem less shaky than before? Do we shake them off? The trick bride asked in confusion. No, it's just that I am different now. From now on, I am a driver. The trick bride's tone held a hint of flirtation as her gaze lingered. Hasn't the young master always been a driver? While driving the car, one hand can always rest on my thigh without stopping. The trick bride gently tugged at the split of her Chinese-style qipao. Leon's small hand felt some changes. The feel of stockings. Or maybe it's a garter. I've got this woman in my grasp. Not even Jesus can save her. Hang on tight. Chapter 28. Do you see the turtle? It is overtaking. At the mountain peak, the two car kings finally arrived and got out of their cars. What the hell? It really is a taxi. Look at this driver's seat. It doesn't even have the special materials of a professional race car, nor specific acceleration buttons. The engine hasn't even been modified. The tires are the most common ones. What the hell? How can this compete with us? The two car kings confirmed that the taxi was unmodified, standing there dumbfounded. A taxi can win against us. Such skills can be called a car god. Huh, car god? Where are the people? Looking around, aside from the wrecked taxi, there were no signs of anyone or tricks. Notify the brothers. Find him for me. We must find this taxi god. The entire city's racing community was in an uproar. The two car kings rallied countless little brothers to search for Li Yun. At this moment, Li Yun was feeling at a loss. I lost my job, and there are just over 20 hours left to repay the 5,000 loan. Otherwise, I will face game penalties. Regarding game penalties, Li Yun glanced at the player forum. Many players who have experienced this game summarize the types of penalties. The mild ones involve some physical harm, either the severed hand or a broken leg, or one might be taken away. The serious ones directly take away lives. So this loan cannot be delayed under any circumstances. The key is, I'm still carrying this burden. Yun, Xiao Qian can go without eating or drinking, not spending any money. But the child in your belly needs to eat. Huh, a child. Li Yun, this 20-year-old boy, climbed down from her. He felt a bit hungry. He stepped out of the room, searching for something to eat. This was a temporary residence provided by the game. It can even be called a home. Yun is hungry. Xiao Qian will make you something to eat. Okay, put more vinegar. Xiao Qian nodded and obediently ran off to cook noodles. Li Yun watched her busy figure. This trick lady is not useless besides being pretty. Then he opened a panel. Sin City. Resident. Li Yun. Available assets. 0. Debt principal. 500,000. Debt interest. 5,000 per day. Job. None can reapply. Li Yun clicked on the job application panel. Gourmet restaurant. Daily wage. 10,000. Hiring 1 human ingredient. Genuine leather. Daily wage 15,000. Hiring 1 human model. Bloody cold drink. Daily wage 15,000. Hiring 1 human blood bag. Li Yun. This is all making money with lives. No, let's look further down. Driving school. Daily wage 6,000. Hiring a coach. Experience and skill preferred. This suits me. That's settled then. Li Yun sent his information, and all that was left was to wait for the other party's acceptance and agreement. Noodles are ready. Xiao Qian brought a steaming bowl of noodles to Li Yun. So fast? Why do these noodles taste a bit like the ocean? I saw there was some seafood in the fridge. Added a bit. I see, it's quite tasty. I'm glad you like it. Xiao Qian sat quietly beside, watching Li Yun eat noodles. Ding! Your interview request has received a reply. Li Yun immediately opened the panel and indeed received a reply from the other party. Xiao Qian, I found a new job. Really? That's great, Yun. The other party wants me to come at 8 in the morning. There's still a few hours until dawn. Finish your noodles and take a nap. Li Yun put down the bowl and said seriously, I think it's better to practice my driving skills more than resting. Xiao Qian's face turned red, and she softly said, another 600 earned. At 8 in the morning, flying driving school. I'm the head of the driving school. You must be Li Yun. You drove well for the test. But you are really bold. It's the first time I've seen a human dare to apply for a driving school coach. You don't know this is a high-risk job for humans? Li Yun shook his head. Never heard of it. Study this manual carefully. As a coach, it is forbidden to insult students. This is for your own good. If you insult a student and they get upset, it's mostly going to be your problem. Let's be clear, if you get eaten, we won't be responsible. Daily wage 6,000 Ling coins. If there are no problems, you can start working. Li Yun took the manual and the coach uniform. After putting them on, walked toward his coach car. Soon, 3 strange students walked over. Hello, Coach Li. Seeing the especially polite 3 strange students, Li Yun felt relieved. Welcome. Let's start practicing driving now. Who wants to go first? Li Yun took the passenger seat. A kawaii-looking girl raised her hand. Coach, I'll go first. Okay, get in the car. The kawaii girl sat in the driver's seat, while the other 2 strange students sat in the back. 3 minutes later, Li Yun frowned slightly, looking at the sneaky girl. Sorry, Coach. I'm a bit nervous. Yeah, which is the gas? Which is the clutch? I can't find where to buckle the seatbelt. Li Yun glanced at her information, instantly blushing. I can't believe it. After 3 months of practice, she can't even find the basics. Is this girl brainless? No, even pigs can hit 120 on the highway and enjoy themselves. Li Yun was full of complaints in his heart, but he did not dare to say a word of resentment. It's okay, just relax. About that seatbelt, did you not find the buckle? Because you brought me this. The kawaii girl immediately felt shy. Sorry, coach, you're so gentle. You're really nice. Li Yun smiled slightly, his heart full of warmth. If I wasn't nice, it wouldn't be that you're nice, but you'd be delicious. The car finally slowly started, moving forward at a speed of 20. Wow, coach, I finally managed to start the car and hit the road. I'm so awesome, Li Yun glanced at her indifferently. Keep it up. The kawaii girl nodded and cheered herself on. Coach, don't worry, I will definitely keep it up. Li Yun was slightly taken aback. I meant for you to step on it. The kawaii girl made a fist and looked at Li Yun firmly. Keep it up, keep it up, keep it up. Li Yun sat up straight, suppressing his blush. Pointing ahead. What is that? You turtle. It's about to overtake. I want you to step on the gas. Hit the accelerator. Oh, after practice, the kawaii girl looked at Li Yun with anticipation. Coach, how did I do today? Did I improve? Li Yun at #UN% Cannot blush. Must not insult students. Calm down, calm down. Li Yun forced a smile. That's amazing. Today I almost beat the little turtle. Let's keep pushing tomorrow. Chapter 29. Good Citizen Li Yun receives 1-star wanted status. Next patient for the blood pressure thermometer. No, next student. A middle-aged man sat in the driver's seat. This student was clearly much better than that kawaii girl. First, step on the clutch. Second, put in first gear. Third, turn on the left turn signal. Fourth, honk the horn. Fifth, release the handbrake. Sixth, check front, back, left, and right. Seventh, release the clutch and step on the gas. The car sped out of the driving school at 40 miles per hour. Phew, finally someone who won't make me red light. No wonder the coach's death rate is so high. Either they get angry to death or get killed by crazy students after a red light. This guy is dumber than a pig. Li Yun took a deep breath and looked up. Here comes another red light. You don't go on red, you don't go on green, and you don't go on yellow either. What's wrong? Don't you have a color you like? Middle-aged man. Next, a woman sat in the driver's seat. Coach, may I adjust the seat to a comfortable position first? Of course. The woman pressed the seat button. Oh wow, there's a skilled one. The car hadn't even started moving, and Li Yun was already turning red. Do you want me to get you a blanket? Thank you for your concern. Coach, I'm not cold. How about a pillow? Coach, we're driving. What pillow? You're really funny. You also know how to drive? Are you lying down to drive? Woman. Sorry, coach. I just feel too comfortable like this. It's indeed comfortable, but adjust it to normal. Li Yun sighed. As expected, there wasn't a single normal person among this group. The seat button activated again. Li Yun turned red again. This time the woman wasn't lying down, but was almost pressed against the steering wheel. Li Yun couldn't help but shout. What are you doing? Are you feeding the steering wheel? Li Yun felt he was about to explode. Indeed, it's hard to earn a daily wage of 6,000. The woman started the car. First, ignite the engine, start. Then turn the steering wheel. Overwhelmed and confused, the woman helplessly said, Oh, ignite, start. Then turn the steering wheel. Bang, bang, bang. Li Yun? Is this steering wheel your father's killer? No. Then why are you hitting it? Didn't the coach tell me to hit it? Li Yun at #UN. Coach, I understand hitting the steering wheel means gripping it tightly. You are so smart. Thanks for the compliment, coach. Li Yun curled up. He was afraid he wouldn't be able to hold it in and would explode. Your turning is too small. Hit harder. Li Yun suddenly shouted. The woman looked panic-stricken. Hit harder what? Hit me. Just hit me. I can't teach anymore. Coach, don't cry. You were so polite. How could I hit you? It's okay. The car is about to crash. I won't be far from death. Bang. Li coach, what's wrong? You crashed the car on your first day of teaching. I'll give you one more chance. If you can't drive well and can't be a good coach, get lost. The driving school head yelled at Li Yun. Li Yun looked as if he had lost all hope. This is the last student of the day. Teach them well. The head pointed to the student already waiting in the car. Li Yun sighed and walked over. He opened the car door and sat down. Hello. I am your coach. My last name is Li. Hello. The student ignored him, staring intently at something on the steering wheel. Li Yun leaned over. Hey, brother. The student was startled by Li Yun. Oh no, you scare me to death. Li Yun? Turning things upside down, huh? Even though we are different races, we are all male. I can understand. But it's not appropriate to watch horror movies while learning to drive. TSK, that female ghost is pretty nice, but that male ghost skills are lacking. All right, put that away. Watch it slowly after the lesson is over. The student looked up, his face filled with green. How could watching a horror movie make him feel so emotional? It shouldn't be. Crying can happen below, not above. The student said very aggrievedly. What the hell? This isn't a horror movie. This is my home surveillance. Wow, that female ghost is my wife. Li Yun looked like he finally understood. That woman is your wife, and isn't that man you? Cough, my condolences. What nonsense are you saying? I want that man to mourn. Hey, what are you doing? I'm driving back home right now to kill that pair of cheating dogs. This is a driving school car. I know, that's why I came here. I can't bear to drive my own car. The man suddenly lifted Li Yun and threw him out of the car. You're a good coach. I won't drag you down. You bastard, give me my car back. If this car gets damaged, I might lose my job. Li Yun gritted his teeth and looked at a nearby driving school car. What the hell are these people? He turned on the ignition, started the car, and chased after them. The other side is speeding, reckless, and unrelenting. If we want to intercept, we have to take the mountain road. The best route appeared before Li Yun. Mountain road? I'm familiar with that. Li Yun made a swift turn and entered the mountain road. There was a problem at dawn. Now our great car competition is starting again. We're about to reach the Devil's 18 bends. Which car king will take first place? Holy crap. Where did this driving school car come from? Is it another drainage ditch turn? Speeding past the two car kings. Wait, are the taxi drivers and driving school coaches all this competitive now? The announcer was once again shocked. The two car kings looked at the driving school car, unable to even see its tail lights. If I'm not mistaken, we're catching exhaust fumes again. This time it's still a driving school car. Where are all these car gods coming from? Chase, we have to catch up this time. The two car kings floored the throttle and chased after them again. I'm going to kill you, two cheating dogs. Charge, give it all you've got. Li Yun's car sped down the mountain road. Finally seeing the driving school car, driven by the green demon, he accelerated, getting closer to the other car. Bro, be rational. You guys are demons. This way won't kill them. Lychee, how do you want me to lychee? Even if I can't kill them, I want to scare them to death. I pulled the brakes out, huh? Can't stop now. Brake system failure detected in the car. The host is still 100 meters from the residential area. Li Yun, you pulled out my brakes. I'm going to be late for my 8 a.m. Boom. Li Yun crashed into a house without enough time to turn the car. After a loud bang, he staggered out, covered in blood. Luckily, I have the super strong vitality of the blood-sucking demon. Otherwise, I would be dead. Now it's over. I can't keep my driving school job. That wasn't even the worst. Li Yun heard police sirens coming from not far away. A small star appeared in the game interface. Dangerous driving. Destruction of public property. Citizen Li Yun has been wanted with 1 star. Chapter 30. Is it really going to rob the demon bank? Yin, you're back. I made you a bowl of soup. Li Yun pushed open the door and saw Xiao Qian's smiling face, welcoming him. For a moment, he thought he was a husband who worked outside, coming home to see his lovely wife smile, forgetting all his exhaustion. How is it? Is it tasty? It tastes good, but why am I bleeding from my nose? Who told you to drink soup while staring at my? Li Yun wiped the blood from his nose and turned his gaze away from Xiao Qian's great beauty. Wearing a thin veil over a red wedding dress, Xiao Qian may not be as voluptuous as a mature lady, but she's young and charming, more so than the 3 vampire sisters with a touch of a gentle wife's charm. Yun, how was work today? Work. 1 star wanted. All spirit coins carried by the wanted person will be confiscated. I hope you obey the law and be a 5-star good citizen. Work was gone after another car got wrecked. It was a no-go. The daily salary was gone too. Li Yun gulped down the soup all at once. He glanced at the time. There were still 8 hours until midnight's loan repayment. Work is gone. The money has been confiscated. I'm planning to take you to sell. Xiao Qian covered her body. Huh, I'm going to sell. Take you to sell the noodles you cooked. Oh, who's just to sell my noodles? Why do you look so dejected? Li Yun shot Xiao Qian a glance. I've decided. Your noodles will sell for 500 a bowl. So expensive? What's expensive is not the noodles, but the safety issue of eating them. What do you mean? Li Yun coldly smiled and took a kitchen knife from the kitchen. What difference is there between this and robbery? There is a difference. I even give him a bowl of noodles. Yun, this is a criminal act in the evil city. What did you just say? Criminal act? The one before that. Evil city. Isn't that just right? I came to the evil city. Why should I act like a 5-star good citizen? What decent city is called that name? Which proper city requires you to pay off debts as soon as you enter a game? And what a high-interest payday loan. Working a job has no future. With this high-interest loan, even if Li Yun works to death, he will never leave the game in this lifetime. He thought of another way out. The greater the storm, the more expensive the fish. Do you understand? Xiao Qian thought for a moment. Oh, you want to sell fish? Talking to you is really exhausting. Just serve me food below. Just as Li Yun was thinking about how to expand and create brilliance again, a knock came from outside the door. Kargad, are you in there? Li Yun opened the door, and it was 2 familiar faces. No, familiar ghosts. The 2 kings of cars he had met while drifting at the devil's 18 turns. Car got wrong address. Li Yun was about to close the door when the two kings exclaimed, "Taxi, driving school car, you have driven them all, right?" Li Yun did not respond and continued to close the door. Suddenly, a ghostly hand squeezed through the gap of the door, asking for survival. This ghostly hand should not have caught Li Yun's attention, but unfortunately, it was holding a piece of spirit currency. "Welcome." Li Yun immediately received the money and opened the door, his attitude flipping 180 degrees. This did not get it wrong. If all goes well, the car god you mentioned should be me. The two kings entered the room. "Xiao Qian, 2 bowls of noodles, business is here." How did the car god know we were here to talk business? "Hiss, why are you holding a kitchen knife?" Li Yun sat down in front of the two with the kitchen knife, with a smile carrying a nuclear goodness. "No matter what business, guests or guests, first have noodles. How considerate, then we shall taste a bit." The two kings slurped a mouthful of noodles. "Oh wow, this lady's skill is really good. Is it delicious?" "The taste is just right. 5,000 a bowl, hey." Xiao Qian quietly pulled Li Yun over. "Wasn't it agreed upon for 500 a bowl? Why has it suddenly increased tenfold?" Li Yun grinned. "The value of the noodles depends on the identity of the guest. These two are the kings of the Devil's Mountain. They aren't just some nameless little ghost. 5,000 is not too much," Xiao Qian said with some worry. "What if they don't pay? Do you think I'm holding a kitchen knife just to chop scallions for you?" The kitchen knife chopped down fiercely. The two confused kings immediately pulled out 5,000 from their pockets. It wasn't because they were intimidated by this human, but because they had been searching for Li Yun all night, realizing he had a huge business deal. If it weren't for Li Yun's driving skills completely conquering them, these two defiant old and new car kings wouldn't bow so low. They called out "Car God" with every mouthful. "This noodle worth it. 5,000 a bowl isn't expensive. I'll go promote it for you in a bit. If I can scam one, that's one. Can't let it just be us two looking like fools." The two kings finished the broth with tears in their eyes. Seeing this, Li Yun happily accepted the money and kindly said, "Welcome next time." Just as they hadn't even warmed their seats after finishing the noodles, Li Yun wanted to drive them away. The two ghosts panicked. "Car God, you seem to be quite short on money. How do you know?" Anyone with eyes, whether human or ghost, could see that. "Well, how about 2 more bowls?" No, I really can't eat anymore." The two ghosts hurriedly refused. 5,000 a bowl of clear soup noodles. Whoever eats another bowl is a fool. Today we came here to discuss a big deal with the car god. "How big?" 6 figures. Li Yun frowned slightly. "Although I'm currently broke and in debt, poor as a church mouse, with nothing. But without at least 8 figures, is it worthy of being called a big deal?" The two ghosts. "This 6 figures is just a deposit. If it goes well, it won't be less than this amount." They wrote down a line of numbers, starting with 6 and followed by several zeros. Xiao Qian counted. Tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000, 100,000, a million. She was so shocked that she covered her small mouth. 600 for one time. That means I can pay back with my body 1,000 times. Ergue? Don't start raising prices again. More times means the quality will go down. Ergue was shocked again. This driving god, a true master. Not only skilled at driving, but also good at math. Even selling meat is insightful. Li Yun looked at the 6 million, smiling lightly. "With so much money, are you planning to rob Gue Bank?" After a while, Ergue didn't reply. Li Yun was taken aback. "You really don't mean to rob Gue Bank, do you?" Ergue nodded slightly. "With our driving skills, I was unsure about the success rate of this plan. Now that the driving god with your incredible skills is joining, I think this plan is almost certain to succeed." Xiao Qian nervously tugged on Li Yun's sleeve. "Robbing Gue Bank is a serious crime. The last person who did it got a 3-star wanted notice and was sentenced for many years." Li Yun gently patted her hand. "Don't worry, I'm not stupid. As long as I don't get caught, I won't be sentenced. Lend me your black stockings." Xiao Qian. Chapter 31. The driving god is a Ultraman. With the stockings hood on, the air really feels thinner, and there's a faint smell of salted fish. "You didn't give me the ones you wore, did you? Aren't there new ones?" Xiao Qian lowered her head, shyly shaking her head. The king of cars, who just took out a variety of cartoon masks, was taken aback. Is the driving god hoping for such original flavor masks? Li Yun took off the stockings from his head, looking displeased at Ergue. "You have masks. Why didn't you take them out earlier?" "This Ultraman mask is mine now." Taking an Ultraman mask, Li Yun put it on and looked at himself. It fit quite well. Is our entire plan just the 3 of us? The two kings of cars shook their heads. "Of course not. Into whose plan? We are just one part." responsible for getting the money and dodging the chase to reach the designated place. Li Yun asked in confusion. To who? He is the organizer of the whole plan, responsible for the bank map and the robbery equipment. Do you know him? No. Then how did you become part of the plan? Li Yun was even more puzzled. Last night's King of Cars competition was hosted by him. He wore a tiger mask and called himself To Who. He found us and hoped we could join his plan. We are new to this, so we found the driving god. Li Yun nodded gently. Got it. When does the plan start? 1 hour later at a warehouse in the west of the city. Isn't there still some time? Li Yun glanced at the 2 empty bowls of noodles on the table, grinning. How about we eat 2 more bowls? Egui? I'm leaving. If I'm quick, I'll return tonight. If slow, I'll come back in my next life. Yun, this is the heart knot. Wear it, and I'll know your location. If you encounter danger, I will know and rush over. Xiao Qian put the heart knot into Li Yun's pocket, and Li Yun felt a bit touched. That way, even if he takes the money and leaves me behind, I can find him. Li Yun, but I still hope he will succeed. Over the years, he has been the best to me. I still owe him several $600. Li Yun then abandoned his impulse to toss the heart knot away. After all, the scent of Xiao Qian below was quite nice. As time drew near, Li Yun and Ergue left home. Your car doesn't seem to be this van, right? Our car would be too eye-catching for a robbery, so we switched to this old thing. Li Yun nodded in understanding, opened the back seat door, and was about to get in when he noticed Ergue staring at him blankly. What's wrong? Isn't it almost time? Let's go. Cough, cough. We can't drive this old thing well. What? The 2 kings of cars can't handle a van. We can't help it. Our cars are modified with countless powerful features, and this old thing is different. It shakes and is hard to drive. Li Yun shot Ergue an annoyed glance and walked towards the driver's seat. The driving god is the driving god. Any car is under control. Don't call me the driving god. I am now a truck-hailing driver. Truck-hailing driver. What do you haul? 2 idiots. Li Yun gripped the steering wheel, waiting for the car door to close. Then he started the van. God of cars, this is the route. It will take us about 15 minutes to get there. We have enough time. Take it slow. No need to rush. Li Yun nodded, driving leisurely, steady and calm, not in a hurry at all. At the traffic light, a sports car suddenly rolled down its window next to them. Hey, what day is it today? I can still see this old relic. TSK. The smell of this old relic is just like the stuff in your car, giving off an old, sour stench. TCH. The 2 kings of the car, sitting in the back, had never been provoked like this before. A broken sports car dares to shout. Today's young people really haven't been through the exhaust fumes. Li Yun said casually. It's okay, we have big things to do. Let them be. As the traffic light was about to change, the sports car suddenly stepped on the gas and then hit the brake. The sports car gripped the ground, kicking up dust from the road. Dust poured into the van. Ha ha ha. This old relic should be buried in the dust. Heh. Then, he flashed a middle finger, released the brake, and the sports car shot off like a fierce beast. Where did this little pest come from? God of cars, don't take it to heart. We have big things to do. Hold on tight. If I don't catch this brat, he won't know what his dad's surname is. Li Yun slammed the gas, and the van roared ahead. At the agreed warehouse. Boss, it's almost time. Why isn't our traffic guy here yet? I heard he drives really well. Is this it? A creature wearing a black bear mask scoffed. The tiger with the tiger head mask glanced at him. Are you questioning my choice of helpers? And no, how could I dare to question the boss? Then be like the flower cat and stay silent. But isn't the flower cat already mute? I told you to shut up. I'm sorry, boss. I'm just a mute. Mute won't admit they are wrong. After getting scolded, the black bear became obedient. At this moment, like the flower cat beside him, he kept his mouth shut. Soon, the roar of cars came from afar. They should be here. Put on your masks. Let's go out and meet them. Tiger, Black Bear, and Flower Cat walked out of the warehouse and saw a sports car coming straight towards them. To be able to drive so fast in such a narrow space. This is indeed the helper chosen by the boss. Impressive, impressive. The tiger slightly lowered his gaze. Robbing a bank and driving such a flashy car. Are they fools? Dot. Behind the sports car, a van was speeding, almost flying up. 2 heads popped out from the back seat of the van. One wore a monkey mask, the other a rat mask. Little pest, we're about to catch up to you. Your time is running out. The little pest, driving the luxury car, looked at the rearview mirror, seeing the van gradually catch up, gritting his teeth nervously. What brand of old relic is this? It's even faster than my sports car. Is that human really a human? The tiger pointed at the 2 masks. Those are the helpers I found. The black bear was taken aback. A van chasing a sports car, this isn't just good driving. It's simply the god of cars. Li Yun unleashed the van's undeniable potential, overtaking the sports car, skillfully stopping it. The little pest in the car hurriedly slammed on the brakes, almost flying out of the vehicle. At this moment, he was already scared out of his wits. Getting out of the car, his legs trembled, and he accidentally dropped to his knees. May I ask, who is the god of cars? Little brat, look up and face me. The little pest slowly looked up, speechless with shock. Oh, Ultraman? Li Yun adjusted the mask on his face, turned and left, leaving only a shining back. Chapter 32. Now, this is called professional. The van forced the sports car to stop. Li Yun, wearing the Ultraman mask, stepped out of the car with an aura. Even the commanding tiger couldn't help but look away. Let me formally introduce you. This is the god of cars. With him around, you can rest assured. Not even a helicopter can catch us. The two kings of cars got out of their vehicles and introduced themselves. Oh my god, he's truly amazing. The car god's driving skills. Why does he have a human aura? You are a human. Suddenly, the black bear's expression changed, pulling out a gun from his waistband and pointing it at Li Yun's head. This gun was specially modified from a horror game. Its bullets could only deal with regular ghostly beings, but could also penetrate human flesh. In the City of Sin, it's a must-have for anyone mixing in the streets. Li Yun didn't care at all about the gun aimed at his head. He simply extended a finger and pointed it at the black bear's forehead. You, so what if I'm human? Does being human mean you have to eat us? Look at that bear-like appearance. The black bear was slightly stunned by Li Yun's aura. He had never seen such an arrogant human before. Li Yun could be so bold because, in addition to his powerful vitality stemming from his blood-sucking, ghostly power, he also heard the true voice of the one in control, the big tiger. Under the mask is a human? This is really interesting. As long as it's useful to me, it doesn't matter if it's human or ghost. Put the gun down. Boss, this guy is too arrogant. I told you put the gun down. The black bear slowly lowered the gun, still unwilling. I'm telling you, if it weren't for the boss telling me to lower the gun today, I would definitely kill you. Still talking tough. Oh no, boss, I was wrong. The big tiger angrily kicked a few times before looking at Li Yun. He extended his hand. Welcome to the team. The car god's driving skills are truly astonishing. Since everyone is here, let's go into the warehouse. I will explain today's robbery plan. Entering the warehouse, it looked like an abandoned place on the surface, but inside was a finely tuned operations room. In the operations room, there were photos of the ghostly bank's front and back doors, as well as security and surveillance. It seemed that the big tiger had been planning this robbery against the ghost bank for a long time. I've been watching this point for a long time. From the main entrance to the vault position, there are 4 securities and 8 surveillance cameras. There are 5 ghosts working in the bank, and the only one who knows the vault password is the ghostly bank manager. The big tiger pulled out several photos and stuck them on the wall. The plan is for me to disguise as a high-end customer wanting to invest to lure out the bank manager. Then follow him into the VIP room closest to the vault. Black Bear and Flower Cat will then enter the bank, smash the cameras, pull down the gates, and subdue those 4 securities, controlling the situation. The car god is responsible for watching from outside and reporting the situation. Once the vault is opened and we grab the spirit coins and get into the car god will take us to a place to escape the chase. The big tiger's plan was rough yet detailed, with clear division of labor, except for the 2 car kings, who exchanged glances. Hey, so what are we supposed to do? Oh, I forgot about you. Since there's a car god who is even better than you, just cooperate with the Black Bear and Flower Cat. The car kings nodded with satisfaction. Then one asked, so how do we divide the spirit coins we grab? The big tiger smiled slightly. Everyone risks their lives for wealth. I've always been fair. We'll split it equally. But let me be clear, life and death are fated. Wealth is left to heaven. If someone unfortunately dies during the operation, then this money can only be left for those present. Equal share? Li Yun counted. Himself, the big tiger, the black bear, the flower cat, and the 2 car kings. A total of 6 participants. Even if he got a share, it wouldn't be much. Just when he was in a dilemma, hey, the big tiger's inner voice gave him the solution. 2 useless ways want to split the profits. Once we grab the money, I'll have the black bear and flower cat take care of you. Li Yun exclaimed, this is great. 6 became 4. See, this is called professionalism. Confusing your own issues, while others easily solve them. The big tiger, black bear, and flower cat exchanged glances. The black bear and flower cat gently nodded, already understanding their boss's intentions. They couldn't help but wipe the guns in their hands, then looked coldly at the 2 car kings dreaming of counting money. They didn't know that while they were staring at their prey, a pair of eyes under the tiger mask were also watching them. When they fight each other to a standstill, that's when I'll make my move and take them out too. A crafty idiot and a useless mute want to share the spoils. The only one useful is the driving god. Li Yun heard the big tiger's thoughts and laughed. For out of 6 directly gone, split in half. Profit, profit. He exclaimed in his heart that the big tiger was professional. So professional. As expected, those who love their work and do it well, let professionals handle professional matters. Killing and stealing golden belt. Nice. When the driving god reaches the designated location, then it will be his time to die. I said we would split equally, but if it's just me left, doesn't that mean I can take it all? Ha ha. Clever me, Li Yun. Oh man, this big tiger never thought of sharing it all. He's too professional, too professional. But it's okay. I already know his plan. Sorry, now it has turned into my plan. He had a point. The fewer participants, the better the money is shared. Li Yun gave a cold smile, staring at the big tiger. Tiger Bro is indeed generous. Let's follow Tiger Bro and mix well in the future. Hee hee, if you want to follow my big brother, then you better be sharp and make today's operation perfect. You can count on me. The big tiger took out a black bag and opened it up. It was full of firearms. We've already got our guns. You all come get yours. The tricks of the trick bank aren't very high. They can't resist these specially modified guns yet. The 2 driving kings were delighted and stepped forward. I'll take an AK. You take a shotgun. What are you even driving for anymore? From now on, we'll be the kings of thieves. Let's grow big and strong. AK. Shotgun. Really foolish. These are all faulty guns that will jam. Just a show for you. By the time you realize it, it will be your death time. The big tiger chuckled. Then he looked at Li Yun and frowned slightly. What are you doing? Why did you take it and put it back? Do you think this is a supermarket? Li Yun picked up a gun, deliberately waving it in front of the big tiger, black bear, and mountain cat. Then he put it back. Take this one. It's broken. Take it, whatever. Hey. How'd the good one get put back in there? Li Yun happily tightened his grip on the gun in his hand. This one looks good to me. I'll take it. Seeing this, the black bear wanted the gun, but was stopped by the big tiger. Really foolish. If he grabs this, the other 2 will realize that these guns have issues. What's a gun going to do for someone who breaks into a car? Chapter 33. Look, another one gone from the share. The van stopped right in front of the trick bank. The street was full of tricks, surrounded by all sorts of trick cars. This inconspicuous van stood out not all. Li Yun looked up. Heaven and Earth Bank. It really matched the stereotype of a trick bank. Having seen gangsters rob banks in movies many times, now it was about to come true in the game. Thinking about it made him a bit excited. Boss, will wearing this mask and will be a bit obvious? No, the bank prepares masks for clients with large deposit needs. It's not unusual for me to bring my own. That's good. This is a walkie-talkie. You all act according to plan in 10 minutes. The big tiger tossed the walkie-talkie, opened the car door, glanced around, got out, and adjusted his expensive suit. Carrying a black briefcase, he was ready to set off. Robbery. Everyone instantly looked at Li Yun, their nerves taut. I told you to act according to plan in 10 minutes, not to rob now. What robbery across the street? Who shouted? The big tiger's sharp gaze swept over. Miss, I'm just stopping for half an hour. You want me to pay 100 spirit coins? Is that robbery? Li Yun looked at the parking fee, unhappy. The group of tricks then realized the situation and breathed a sigh of relief. The big tiger gritted his teeth and took out 100 spirit coins from his pocket. I've paid the money. Let her leave quickly. The big tiger handed over the money. Waving her hand, Sister Gue immediately left. Big tiger adjusted his suit again. Remember, 10 minutes. I'm off first. Big tiger walked towards Heaven and Earth Bank. The car was dead silent. Without needing to look, Li Yun could hear their tension and excitement. I have mingled in this strange society for 100 years. Robbing a bank is still a first. So thrilling. Once I split the money, I need to modify my car thoroughly. Next time I must beat him. Do you really think I don't know what this little rascal is thinking? Once I get the money, I will upgrade right away. Don't even think about winning me. Listening to the black bear and the 2 car kings' thoughts, Li Yun chuckled to himself. He looked at the silent mute wildcat in the car's mirror. What is the mute's inner voice like? Let me listen. Li Yun. Goodness, thoughts and words are the same. Silence is golden, huh? 10 minutes passed. The wildcat got out of the car, not a second late. Black bear followed closely. You 2 hurry up. As they got out, they also took the 2 car kings with them. In an instant, the car was empty. Watching the 4 figures walk into Heaven and Earth Bank, Li Yun quietly got out of the car as well. The wildcat entered the bank without saying a word, pulled out a gun, and shot the unsuspecting security guard right in the head. Black Bear was not to be outdone, lifting his AK and starting to spray bullets. Now we're up. Everyone get down. Inside Heaven and Earth Bank, Countless strange beings immediately lay on the ground, shivering with fear. The Wildcat and Black Bear exchanged glances, looking at the two car kings who had not reacted and dare not fire. Yes, yes, Rob. Stay down. Black Bear snorted coldly. You two cowards, go help take down the cameras and control them all. The two car kings nodded immediately, having never seen such a scene, truly terrified. Boss, everything outside is under control. Black Bear took out the walkie-talkie. Soon, Big Tiger's voice came from the other end. I'm already opening the vault. Proceeding as planned. Hearing Big Tiger's command, Black Bear's mask revealed a hint of murderous excitement. He walked towards the Wildcat, and as they brushed past each other, Black Bear made a throat-cutting gesture. I'll go close the door. Then, the two car kings, completely unaware, held useless guns, looking thrilled. Is this it? Ha, that was really easy. What are you looking at? Keep your head down, or I'll shoot. Bang, what the heck, you really shot. Not me. My hand wasn't even on the trigger. Then who shot? The two car kings looked toward the doorway. Black Bear's head had a hole in it, and his massive body crashed down. Kargat, what are you doing? Li Yin shrugged. He was hitting on the boss's wife. The boss told me to take him out. Don't worry about that. Isn't it better with one less share? Seems like it. Bang, then what about him? Why did you kill the Wildcat? Oh, he knew too many secrets. The boss was afraid he would spill. But he's a mute. That reason is indeed ridiculous, but it doesn't matter. One less share and you aren't unhappy, right? I guess that's true, wait. You're not going to come after us next, right? Li Yin loaded the gun and closed the door. To be honest, I would really like to. But thinking about it, it's better not to. After all, without you, I wouldn't get this big job. You guys aren't cut out for being robbers. I advise you to leave. The two car kings stared blankly and swallowed. We're leaving, so you can keep your 2 cents? Cents? No, I think you misunderstood. I never intended to share with anyone. I'm gonna go take out Big Tiger now. The two car kings, having been strange for so many years, saw true terror for the first time on a human's face. They exchanged glances. You really let us go? What? Do you want me to drive you? That won't be necessary. Take care, and remember to come for noodles sometime. The two car kings left the bank without looking back. As for the other strange beings in the bank, Li Yin didn't even glance at them. He whistled as he headed toward the innermost vault. Kargat, I'm Big Tiger. How's the situation outside? Any cops around? Don't worry, I've got everything under control. Then I can rest assured, not going down. The Big Tiger gritted his teeth and spoke the last few words, tightly gripping the walkie-talkie. The back of his head was already against Li Yun's gun. Kargat, isn't it unethical to rob each other? Li Yun lightly clicked his tongue. I wonder where you learned all these professional terms, with your police and robbing each other in ethics. Do I need to talk about ethics with someone like you who tries to pull the bridge after crossing the river? Big Tiger's gaze behind the mask changed slightly, and he smiled. Kargat, right now, the one pulling the bridge after crossing is you. Li Yin chuckled. So there are those in crime who refuse to give up until they reach the Yellow River. According to your plan, first use the Black Bear links to kill those two car kings. Then, with their trust in you, finish them off. You kept me for last because you still need to use my driving skills. Once I drive you to the designated location, the last one you'll kill is me. From the moment your plan started, you never intended to share this money with any of the participants. Finally, Big Tiger's smile froze, and his gaze darkened a bit. How did you know? Guess. A childish trick. Li Yin pointed his gun at Big Tiger and looked at the already dead Bang president beside him. Big Tiger smiled slightly. Why didn't you guess that I killed the president after I got the vault code? Now only I know the code. If you kill me, you won't get a penny. Why don't we cooperate? Big Tiger thought he had the upper hand and tried to gently push Li Yun's gun down with his hand. Not a movement. If I can guess your plan, how could I not guess your code? How about we bet? Can I guess this code or not? Big Tiger shrugged his shoulders, a hint of disdain on his face. This is a 6-digit code, 1,000,000 combinations. Just a reminder, your time is running out. The police are probably coming soon. Li Yin still smiled. No, it's your time that's running out. Once I know the code, you'll be the next to die. Now let's begin. Li Yin held a gun pointing at Big Tiger, and with the other hand placed it on the dial of the combination lock. I guess the first number is 3. Looks like that's wrong. Let me guess again, it should be 5. Great, I think I guessed right. Then for the second number, it should be 7. Age is hard guessing. If you keep guessing like this, the police will come soon. 575859, how dumb. Oh, he can't even guess that. Watching Li Yun guess blindly, Big Tiger was indeed stunned. Who exactly is this person that popped up? He clearly knows his plan, but is still playing this guessing game. Bro, with 1,000,000 combinations, you'll never guess before the police arrive. Li Yun lifted his head and chuckled. Turns out it's 575,859. Thank you for telling me the password. You can read minds? Congratulations, you guessed it right. As a reward, I'll blow your head off. Li Yun pulled the trigger without hesitation. Just as the bullet was chambered, Big Tiger's head tilted, narrowly dodging it. Then, he drew his gun from his body and fired at Li Yun. Bang, bang, bang. 3 bullets hit Li Yun's body. Li Yun fell backward, landing in a pool of blood. The Big Tiger, who had been feigning weakness, had a fierce look in his eyes, glanced at the time, and without hesitation pushed open the vault door. He pulled out the money bag and started packing the vault full of ghost coins. It hurts. Li Yun crawled up from the ground. The strong life force of the blood-sucking ghost pushed the bullets out from his flesh, then quickly healed his injuries. Big Tiger, holding several money bags, walked out of the vault and was slightly surprised to see Li Yun unharmed. Then he slowly lowered the money bags. I really underestimated you. It seems to take some effort to kill you. Li Yun didn't dare to underestimate the Big Tiger in front of him. The 2 Car Kings said he was very likely a fierce object in the fierce ghost realm. His battle power was extraordinary. Actually, we don't need to fight to the death. The money is right here. Let's divide it. Li Yun chuckled, nodding. Sure, 80-20. Big Tiger slightly lowered his brows. Don't go too far. Go too far? You shot me 3 times. Do I need to hit you twice to make you split open in 8 seconds? Big Tiger stopped talking, and Li Yun approached him like a ghost. Big Tiger fired several shots, but the fast-moving Li Yun dodged the bullets and threw a punch when he got close. Big Tiger turned his head to avoid it, and Li Yun seized his gun, crushing it mercilessly. Without the gun, Big Tiger no longer pretended. He swung a punch, and the powerful force forced Li Yun to evade. A kick landed on Big Tiger, pushing him back as Li Yun used the force to retreat. Big Tiger received the kick, merely brushing off the footprint on his chest. Not bad speed, but lacking in strength. Is that all you got? Li Yun wanted to retort, but Big Tiger had already appeared right in front of him in an instant. The gap in their levels left Li Yun almost getting beaten down. Big Tiger's fists were like a fierce wind. If it weren't for his terrifying vitality granted by the blood-sucking power, 2 punches would be fatal. Danira, Li Yun growled, and the contracted Danira appeared in front of the vault, looking confused. You dog man, why did you call me? Do you know I'm with my mother hosting an important guest? Upon seeing Danira, Big Tiger frowned slightly. A helper? Who would have thought the next second he would be dumbfounded? Without saying a word, Li Yun slapped Danira across the face. Danira? What are you doing? Aggrieved, Danira's face turned pale with anger. An evil black lowly outfit appeared in response. Who hit me? Li Yun pointed at Big Tiger. We are in cahoots. I prove he slapped you just now. Big Tiger. Are you even human? Evil smiled lightly, her whole body bursting with purple-black, strange energy. Then leave the hand that hit me. I'll give you everywhere else. Seeing Evil confront Big Tiger, Li Yun finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's still this powerful, evil lowly. While I can, I'll take the money to the car, then come back for her. Li Yun picked up, hugged, and dragged. With bags of money all over him, he smiled broadly as he headed for the exit. Your accomplices took all the money. Are you not going to do anything? I'm more interested in your hand than the money. Hee hee. Big Tiger cursed silently in his heart. Crazy. Evil laughed even more maniacally. Exactly, exactly. As Li Yun dragged the money and was about to leave the vault, he heard the alarm outside. You inside, listen carefully. You are surrounded. Put down your weapons, confess, and you'll get a lighter sentence. Otherwise, you'll rot in jail. Bank robbery, notorious criminal acts. Citizen Li Yun is wanted with a rating of 3 stars. Caught after, you'll face over 10 years, and all assets will be confiscated. Damn, that was fast. Over 10 years. Confiscate all assets? Once caught, what's the difference from being dead? Team 1 has entered through the bank door. Team 2 has entered through the back door. Arrest the criminals at any moment. Listening to the increasingly close sounds, the exit was completely blocked. Li Yun's mind raced. Suddenly, he spotted the explosives Big Tiger left on the ground. He then looked at the vault door, which the explosives couldn't destroy. He glued the explosives on the vault's inner wall and pressed the countdown. He closed the vault door and pressed his body tightly against it. He shouted, Evil, stop fighting. The explosives are about to blow. Come to me. Evil glanced at him with discontent. Can't care about that anymore. I hope the energy from this explosion can blow that door out. With the help of the blood-sucking power strong life force, I should be fine. Li Yun tightly closed his eyes, sticking to the door like an octopus. Beep! The explosives ignited in an instant. A massive surge of energy erupted from the sealed vault. Just as the vault door was about to fly out, and energy fully exploded. Li Yun felt something soft pressing against him. When he opened his eyes, it was Evil's body. Boom! The entire bank erupted in an explosion starting from a vault. The vault door was blasted sky-high by the tremendous energy. When the explosion subsided, the entire strange bank lay in ruins. All the officers that entered returned to ashes. Beneath the crumbling rubble, a figure slow. A face of a person looking distressed is revealed. A newcomer with blood-sucking magical power. Seems purer than my own blood. Kargad, I remember you. Chapter 35. 5-star good citizen, leaving the sinful city. The money is in hand. Although not much, only 1 million spirit coins. But how to spend it became a problem, troubling Li Yun. According to the nature of this broken game, once I put this money on myself, I will immediately be deducted for loan repayment. The key is that 1 million can't be paid off at all. Why should I pay back money that I earned with my skills? Li Yun figured it out. This money must not be paid back. Damn, I can't even pay back after robbing a bank, and you still say you're not a loan shark? He handed the money pouch to Xiao Qian, appearing generous. In fact, this is a crucial money laundering step. So much money. Are you really okay with giving it to me? In the hotel restaurant, Xiao Qian tightly hugged the money pouch, her face showing an adorable greedy look. Yun, do you like me? With so much money he didn't leave alone and even entrusted it to me. He must like me. He doesn't want to marry me, does he? Oh my, am I finally going to become a complete virtuous wife? Li Yun didn't expect Xiao Qian's inner thoughts to be so vivid. But who would like their own virtuous wife? There's nothing to worry about. We are now considered to be in a mutually helpful relationship, right? Well, it seems there's not much difference. In any case, having this money with you is the only way to clean it up and get it back in my hands. Xiao Qian felt a little shy, gently looking down and expecting. Clean it? Now. I already took a shower when I went out. Yun is really hungry, I want it now. You really are always ready to be satisfied. I'm talking about money, not you. By the way, do you have any wishes or dreams? Upon hearing Li Yun's words, Xiao Qian clearly froze for a moment. Wishes, dreams. Xiao Qian shook her head. I was brought here by that evil spirit, without family, without friends, completely alone. At that time, I just wished I hadn't had to marry him. Then I met Yun. You saved me, but I don't know what my dreams are. Listening to Xiao Qian's words, Li Yun gently nodded. This is a poor little town girl's spirit. If she hadn't met me, she would have likely become a captive, virtuous wife, living a miserable life in the sinful city. Some spirits, just like most people, are living pitifully. If they want a better life, they can only become an evil spirit beneath the city. How about opening a restaurant? Your cooking skills are good. Use this money to become your own boss and open a restaurant. Xiao Qian showed shock, longing, and emotion on her face. Don't rush to feel moved. I count this money as a loan to you. I need you to use this money to generate another sum. Return it to me. This behavior in our human terms is called angel investing. Xiao Qian wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes. Her previously confused and dim eyes suddenly shone with light. Li Yun didn't know that his choice today would create the most powerful and charming boss lady in the future sinful city. Her restaurant started in the sinful city and spread to various places in the underworld, monopolizing the high-end restaurants of the entire underworld. And in urban legends, the most mysterious and high and mighty boss lady, whenever encountering human players, always asks about one person. Human players are very curious about the relationship between that person and her. Whenever this happens, the captivating boss lady, who makes it hard to look straight at her, always gazes at a bowl of clear water noodles she made with her own hands. He is my boss and the only one in my heart. Today I, Xiao Qian, make a financial contract. I pledge allegiance to Li Yun. He is my only boss. My money, my life, all belong to him. Before Li Yun could react, a soul imprint was engraved on his brow. A financial contract has been established with the spirit bride, Xiao Qian. For every spirit coin she earns, half will automatically be transferred to you. According to your human customs, from now on, I will be your secretary. Ahem, do you know the meaning of secretary? It seems like helping the boss manage his business. It looks like you still don't get the unspoken rules. When there is something, the secretary does it. When there is nothing, the secretary does nothing. So, was the boss busy now or not? Li Yun picked up Xiao Qian and left the hotel restaurant, under everyone's gaze, heading towards room 1314. Skipping the part that readers dislike, omitting 800 words. Boss, 600 for one time. I still owe you several thousand times. Do you want to exhaust the plowing ox? Li Yun sat at the head of the bed, and Xiao Qian curled up behind him like a gentle water snake. Her delicate cheek pressed lightly against his back. Have you found a way to leave here? Just one last step to success. Do you need my help? Yes. Li Yun turned around, looked at her seriously, and said, you should report me to the police. Say I'm the Ultraman who robs banks. Say I kidnapped you, threatened you. Anyway, the more serious, the better. Xiao Qian covered her shocked mouth. You are already wanted at 4 stars. If you do this, you will be 5 stars. You will die. Li Yun chuckled softly. Maybe this is the fastest way to leave this sinful city. Xiao Qian's small hand trembled as she picked up the phone. An urgent alarm echoed throughout the city, indicating the appearance of a 5-star good citizen. All crimes committed, the greatest in history. Citizen Li Yun is now wanted at 5 stars. Citywide capture, immediate execution. Is this a 5-star wanted alert? My goodness, which brother is so powerful that he caused a 5-star wanted? It seems to be from the direction of the Grand Hotel in the city center. Let's check it out. You all go first? I still owe a bit of loan money. I'll finish this job. Countless players looked up at the 5-star alert, heading towards the city center. Surrounding the Grand Hotel were helicopters, snipers, and a large number of blockades. It would certainly make this citywide wanted 5-star good citizen unable to escape. Ultraman inside, listen. You are surrounded. Surrender. Xiao Qian was rescued and stepped out of the hotel door. She raised her head. Looking at Li Yun on the rooftop, Li Yun waved goodbye to her. Looking up at the approaching helicopter. No one can judge me. Go to hell. Execution. Without a word, the sniper on the helicopter fired. A bullet shot into Li Yun's head. Li Yun's body plummeted down from the 100-meter-high building. Countless players watching this scene couldn't help but sigh. Better to work honestly and pay off debts. The path of crime is not viable. So brutal, direct execution, bro, safe travel. Don't enter the game, next life. Only one person smiled coldly. After planning for so long, I actually helped others make a wedding dress. Kargad, see you next time. The storm calmed. After one night, everything in the sinful city seemed to return to normal. Not long after, a guest arrived at the Grand Hotel. I want to book room 1314, yes, forever. That person casually handed over a card. A woman in luxurious clothes came to the room, taking off her sunglasses. The hotel staff recognized that this was the boss lady who became popular throughout the city since the hotel opened. The boss lady stood in this incredibly familiar room, looking at the empty big bed. Yun, I look forward to our next reunion. Chapter 36. The Most Useless Rookie King. Player Reverse Butterfly has left the game. Sinful City. Achievement unlocked. 5. Crazy Taxi. Driving a taxi and speeding. Are you crazy? Devil's 18 Benz Dominator. The winding mountain road, the drainage ditch you can pass, you, my friend, are the everlasting king of this track. Half-step benevolent wife. You say you love only the benevolent wife, but in the end, you changed your heart. Ultraman robbing a bank. You said to believe in light, and then blew up the bank. 5-star good citizen. You have unlocked the highest honor in Sinful City. 5-star good citizen. Game evaluation. SSS level game comment. You still owe over 2 million in loans. You miserable. Reward. Level experience plus 500 asterisk 2 game points plus 200 asterisk 2 spirit coins plus 10,000 asterisk 2 game choice coupons asterisk 2. Player. Li Yun. Game ID. Reverse Butterfly. Player level. D level. Game points. 600. Spirit coins. 20,000. Game rounds. 2. Ability. Blood-sucking ghost power. Contract object. Daniela Evil. Item. Timite Castle Invitation. Game entry pass. Game choice pass asterisk 2. Game choice pass. Can choose any game to enter. Player has been promoted to D rank. All attributes have been enhanced. Li Yun can clearly feel his body strength has increased significantly. Really double rewards. The difficulty of this sinful city is quite high. If it weren't for the temptation of double rewards, who would seriously participate? Opening the player interface, Li Yun said in a flaunting manner. Sigh, yet another ordinary newcomer ranked first on the leaderboard. Ordinary? Li Yun did not know that the entire player world had exploded because of this leaderboard. Player Center. With the arrival of horror games, the impact on all aspects of the world grew. The official organization established a special agency to manage certain players and social stability. At first, the results were quite good, and the Player Center became the first choice for many players. But as more and more players grew stronger, they formed their own guilds. This also gave many new players some new choices. Of course, the Player Center is still a powerful official organization. Has there been any changes in the newcomer leaderboard while I've been in the game? A woman in a red suit, wearing black high heels with red soles and sporting long fiery red hair, resembling a red rose, asked. A young data statistician replied, Boss, the latest data for the newcomer leaderboard has appeared. Ranked first is a player named Reverse Butterfly. The Red Rose frowned slightly, displeased by this information. My dad. The woman next to her in professional attire, as Red Rose's assistant, hurriedly smoothed things over. I've told you so many times, don't mention this person's ID directly. It's like cursing. What kind of person has such an ID? Sister Hong, don't be angry. She is new and doesn't understand. Sister Hong opened her game interface and found the leaderboard. Reverse Butterfly. What serious newcomer would choose such a name? Sister Hong was furious, with waves of emotion rising and falling. She wished she could confront Li Yun directly. Upgraded to E rank in just one game. SSS tier game rating. How is this possible? The young man exclaimed excitedly. This should be the strongest newcomer king to emerge in recent years. Sister Hong looked at her assistant, her tone serious. Where is he? You're not going to tell me he's already been poached by another guild, are you? With such talent, couldn't you all try harder to secure him while I wasn't around? Now, all major guilds were competing for newcomers. As soon as a newcomer popped up on the leaderboard, they would be immediately noticed, let alone a promising first avowed candidate like this. The assistant responded awkwardly. The situation may not be what you think. Not only was there no guild stealing him, it seems everyone is just enjoying the show. Sister Hong raised her legs slightly in confusion. Enjoying the show? The assistant explained. A player claiming to come from a moose guild on the player forum said. This newcomer just got lucky to reach the top of the leaderboard. He gained the power of blood-sucking phantom, but has no real strength. He is mocked as the most useless newcomer king. Sister Hong frowned slightly upon hearing this. Commonly recognized as one of the weakest ghost abilities, blood-sucking phantom, that truly is a shame. A young man spoke up. Boss, is blood-sucking phantom really that weak? Wasn't the one on the high-end player list also a blood-sucking phantom? The assistant explained. Are you comparing that person to a newcomer? That one received a gift from a Marca-level blood-sucking phantom. How can it compare to an ordinary blood-sucking phantom? Most new players encounter blood-sucking phantoms when they first enter the game. How strong can they be? Being embraced by such low-level blood-sucking phantoms grants powers that exceed ordinary people. But the side effects are severe, unable to see light, thirst for blood, looking like a human model, just a thick-blooded sandbag. Sister Hong nodded in agreement. She expressed some disdain. Ordinary blood-sucking phantoms are like walking sanitary pads. You did well in not letting him join us. I do not want to be laughed at for being avoided by other guilds. The young man suddenly exclaimed in surprise. The newcomer rankings have been updated. Oh, who's in first place? Still Reverse Butterfly. Hong Jie glanced at the young man, opened the game interface, and clicked in to take a look. D rank now. How is that possible? Level up to D rank in 2 games. The assistant, after careful calculation, said seriously. It's not impossible if the second game has double rewards. Hong Jie was even more shocked. A challenge game with double rewards? Even seasoned players wouldn't easily take it on. He's just a newcomer. Isn't he afraid of dying? And this is the so-called most useless newcomer king you all talked about. The Elk Guild. The president looked at the refreshed newcomer leaderboard, lost in thought. Go call Mud Tyrant. A moment later, the assistant brought in an old man. President, this is my dad. What do you want with him? I meant the vice president. The assistant took his dad away quickly as the president hadn't lost his temper yet. Which family names their proper vice president like that? Not long after, Li Rue walked into the president's office. President, you called for me? The president looked up at Li Rue. Take a look at the newcomer leaderboard yourself. Is this the so-called most useless newcomer king you mentioned? Back then, you said he had the weakest blood-sucking ability. How do you explain it now? Li Rue looked at the latest rankings and said seriously, President, believe me, it's really just luck. Luck players don't go far. Outwardly firm, but inside full of complaints. Little brother, tone it down a bit. You can't be that strong anymore. Chapter 37. Madam's urgent plea for help. Dr. Li appears. Hey, Li Rue, what do you want? What do you mean? Can I not be so strong? I don't want that either. A little action, and I'm first again. Your struggle has nothing to do with me. You didn't want me to join the guild. What? You said that besides the president and vice president, personal rewards are forcibly submitted 10% if you join the guild. Sister, you're absolutely right. The tall tree suffers the wind. Standing out will get you shot. Leon declared that he would keep a low profile. On the other end of the phone, Li Rue's mood improved quite a bit. All right, since you're being so good, I'll give you a little reward. Is it that you can't find the little strawberry? Go check under the bed. Beep, beep, beep. Li Yin directly hung up the phone. He rushed into Li Rue's bedroom. He found a box from under the bed. Opening it up, Li Rue, you little trickster. Inside the box, there was nothing like strawberry underwear. Instead, there was a thong with lingering warmth and a handwritten note from Li Rue. You've grown up. It's time to learn adult aesthetics. Strawberries need an upgrade. Closing the window, pulling the curtains, locking the door. Next, enjoy his happy time. Racer, racer. Driving relies on hands. Just as Li Yun was preparing to hit the highway, Daniela suddenly appeared. Their eyes met. I'm trying on this new style. Do you believe it? Daniela grabbed Li Yun's hand. Dogman, Dr. Li, something's wrong. Mother sent me to find you. You must come to the ancient castle. Li Yun noticed Daniela's urgency. Let me tidy up first. Moments later, Li Yun finished getting ready. How do I get back to the ancient castle with you? Use that invitation letter. As long as it's outside the game, you can return any time with it. Li Yun nodded and took out the invitation letter. Do you wish to go to the vampire castle? Yes. The next second, Li Yun vanished from his home. When he appeared again in the castle, Li Yun felt a warm familiarity. The butler and servants all bowed and greeted him. Good day, Dr. Li. Eldest sister Bella and second sister Sandra came to greet him. Dr. Li, you've finally arrived. Quick, quick, come with us. Surrounded by the three sisters, Li Yun was a bit confused about what was happening. What happened? Bella quickly explained. A very important guest has fallen seriously ill in the castle. We invited the most skilled doctor in town, but they are helpless. Mother had no choice but to have the youngest sister come to get Dr. Li. Li Yun listened carefully to the story and nodded. Where's the patient? In Mother's room. Soon, the three sisters brought Li Yun to outside the ladies' room. Outside the ladies' room, two vampires, wrapped head to toe in coats, stood in a state of slumber. Suddenly, they opened their eyes upon sensing Li Yun's scent. Showing their fangs, they extended one hand, crossing it in an X shape at the door. They blocked their way. Humans, do not enter. Li Yun was certain that these two vampires were not from the castle, because he hadn't seen them the last time he came, and they didn't recognize him. This meant they weren't protecting the lady. They were guarding a sick guest in the ladies' room. Li Yun felt a tinge of curiosity about that guest's identity. Mother, Dr. Li has arrived. Daniela didn't care about anything else and shouted at the top of her lungs. The lady walked out of the room. Seeing Li Yun, her tightly furrowed brow finally relaxed. She said sincerely, Dr. Li, thank you for coming. Li Yun looked at the lady, who was even more beautiful after a few days, and smiled gently. If the lady misses me, how could I not come? Sandra secretly pinched Li Yun's waist, making him shout in pain, ouch. If I miss you too. I didn't see you being this enthusiastic to me. The second sister was jealous. This is an important partner of our castle, and the divine doctor I hired for you, miss. Are you sure you want to stop him? The two vampires glanced at each other upon hearing their lady's words and lowered their arms. Divine doctor, please. Li Yun followed the lady into the room. The three sisters were about to follow inside again, but were stopped. This is my home, and you won't let me in? Daniela said angrily. The two vampires remained expressionless. Forget it, the identity of the person inside is precious. Let's not create chaos. Dr. Li is here. I believe there will be hope. Bella, who considered the bigger picture, stopped her younger sister and then left. Li Yun entered the room and felt a deathly silence. Besides the lady who led him, there were two vampires. One was the vampire doctor mentioned by Bella, currently shaking his head in despair, at a loss for what to do. The other vampire stood by the bed, giving off an invisible sense of pressure. He had a gaunt face and silver hair. Upon seeing Li Yun, his hand instinctively raised, gathering a massive amount of energy. How can there be a human here? The lady quickly stood in front of Li Yun, blocking him. Butler Hunter, this is the human friend I mentioned to your lady. He is also a divine doctor. I think he might be able to treat your lady's serious illness. Li Yun was secretly shocked. A vampire of Duke level. Only a butler? Then what kind of identity did the so-called lady lying under the white veil hold? Human? Divine doctor? Huh. Madam Timmy, are you joking? The lady's words immediately drew the displeasure of the vampire doctor beside her. He was hailed as the best doctor in the town, and even he was helpless. What could a human do, claiming to be a divine doctor? Wasn't that ruining his reputation? Butler Hunter also frowned slightly. Madam Timmy, I hold you in the same regard as the lady, but letting a human treat the lady does seem a little reckless. Madam Timmy replied, slightly angered. No matter what, the incident happened in my castle. Do you think I would recklessly risk the honor of the Timmy family? Her words stunned the two vampires. But a human, how can he understand how to treat a vampire? Who says I don't understand? I cured the lady's blood bite. Do you doubt me? What? The vampire doctor and Butler Hunter stared in shock at Li Yun simultaneously. Nonsense. Blood bite is one of the most terrifying diseases. How could you possibly cure it? Li Yun disdainfully scoffed at the so-called famous doctor and asked, Isn't it just a monthly cycle? What's so hard to treat? Otherwise, why don't male vampires have it? Getting worked up over nothing. This left the vampire doctor dumbfounded. What is a monthly cycle? Yeah, why don't male vampires have blood bite? Human no, Dr. Lee teach me. The vampire doctor looked at Li Yun with a face full of eager curiosity. The perfect and beautiful sleeping beauty, Princess Vera's illness. Dr. Moss, now is not the time for scholarly inquiry. The lady reminded. I'm truly sorry, Madam Timite. I have been somewhat rude, since this Dr. Lee really can cure your blood bites. Deserving of the title of divine healer. Dr. Lee, please forgive my previous prejudice regarding your human identity. Dr. Moss placed one hand on his chest, bowed, and apologized. Seeing his change in attitude, Li Yun did not dwell on it much. Please, divine healer, save our young lady. Butler Hunter also put away his enmity and bowed to Li Yun. All right, out of respect for the lady, I will help you take a look. Li Yun walked to the lady's bed and gently pulled back the white, gauzy curtain. He saw a patient who had fallen into a deep sleep. In an instant, his mind went blank, and he felt suffocated. The vampire on the bed had flawless features as delicate as jade. Even in her current sickly state, her cold and noble aura could not be concealed. She was as beautiful as a princess, making one unable to resist wanting to kneel at her feet. Dr. Lee, how is she? Seeing Li Yun in a daze, Butler Hunter suddenly asked. I'm a divine healer, not a god. I can't know the problem with just one glance. By the way, you male vampires all go outside. The patient is female. Too much male hormone will affect her rest. Dr. Moss was immediately delighted upon hearing this. Dr. Lee is truly modest and low-key, still saying he is not a god. No wonder the patient's face always carries a trace of torment and pain. So that's it. Quick, let us go outside. Butler Hunter's face showed some struggle, unwilling to leave. What? Are you afraid that if you leave for a while, something will happen to your young lady? In Madame Timite's territory, nothing will happen to your young lady. I can assure you on the honor of the Timite family. Hearing the lady's words, Butler Hunter dispelled his worries. I believe Madame Timite, divine healer, I implore you. If you can save our young lady, I will greatly reward you. The lady led Butler Hunter and Dr. Moss out. Once the vampires left, Li Yun finally bent down and whispered, What a perfect sleeping beauty, still not waking. Are you waiting for my passionate kiss? Dr. Lee, why are you so close? Are you checking on the condition? A voice came from behind, and Li Yun immediately straightened up. Ahem, yes. The patient's condition is somewhat complicated. Seeing there were no other vampires around, the lady sighed softly. That's why Daniela called for Dr. Lee. She is of the bloodline of the blood ancestor Dracula, the little princess of the Dracula family, Princess Vera. Her identity is extremely noble. She originally came to the castle as a guest, but she suddenly fell ill and has been in a coma since. Li Yun was slightly surprised. This ice-cold, sleeping beauty actually had such an impressive background. No wonder there were 2 vampires guarding outside, and a Duke-level vampire was acting as a butler nearby. This cannot be hidden. She is a real princess. If Dr. Lee can cure Princess Vera, the heavy reward that the butler mentioned earlier is not an empty promise. If even Dr. Lee cannot cure her, the Dracula family will take their anger out on us. Even though I've already been promoted to prince, it will be difficult to protect the Timite family. The lady confessed. At this moment, her fate and her family's fate were tied to Li Yun. The key lay in whether he could cure this noble little princess. Madam, do not worry. I will do my utmost. Li Yun released Holy Hand, placing it on Princess Vera's body. The pain on Princess Vera's face slightly eased, but she did not awaken. It was as if she had experienced a nightmare, and now that the nightmare had vanished, she slept especially peacefully. You are treating the patient, profession value +10, gynecologist skill level +30. Gynecologist skill level has reached the promotion requirement. You have been promoted to Versatile Doctor. Professional skills comprehensively enhanced. Versatile Doctor. Professional level advanced. Talent skill. Treatment effect on female organisms +50%. Professional skills. 100 knowledge. Knowledge and common sense about any doctor. Holy Hand. Using both hands to soothe the patient's pain. Treat the patient, and you can read the patient's condition. The remaining skill upgrades can be unlocked. After his promotion, Li Yun received feedback as a Holy Hand. You perceive the power of the Dark Curse. Dark Curse +1. Dark Curse +1. Dark Curse +1. Warning, your body has absorbed the Dark Curse to the limit. Please increase your professional level. Li Yun hurriedly withdrew his hand upon the system's warning. Looking at his palm, he saw strands of dark air being purified. Why does she have a dark curse in her body? Dr. Lee, what are you saying? The dark curse actually dares to use the dark curse on my young lady. When Butler Hunter heard this news, he was furious. No, wait, if it was a curse, how could I not see it? Dr. Moss said in confusion. The dark curse is not an ordinary curse. The level of this curse is extremely high. To execute such a curse, the caster must at least be a powerful, which comparable to a marquis. Dr. Lee said, this curse has been inside Princess Vera for a long time, now deeply rooted in her bones and integrated into her blood. It cannot be removed by normal means. This is indeed a terrible curse, a witch this powerful would have no reason to target Princess Vera. Butler Hunter, I believe someone in your family wants Princess Vera to die young. Upon hearing the lady's words, Butler Hunter's complexion became even worse. When a young lady wakes up, I will definitely inform her. She is of the purest bloodline. I want to see who wishes her harm. But right now, the urgent matter is to wake the young lady. Dr. Lee, do you have a way? Leon already knew the patient's condition, and a solution automatically emerged in his mind. There is indeed a method. It is very simple. Find the curse caster and kill them. Using their blood to nourish your young lady's mouth will break the curse. Upon hearing this, Butler Hunter immediately wanted to leave the mansion and set off to search. But your young lady only has 7 days at most. If you can't find them in 7 days, your young lady will undoubtedly die. Butler Hunter paused his steps upon hearing this. 7 days? I don't even know who cast the curse. Where should I look in 7 days? Leon glanced at him. Why are you so anxious? This is one of the methods, not the only method. Butler Hunter's eyes lit up. Dr. Lee has another way. Leon nodded. This curse, I think besides me, no other doctor can solve it. But I do have one problem. My level is too low. To save a young lady, I must treat more patients and improve my medical skills. Upon hearing Li Yun's words, Dr. Moss spoke up. I have a solution. This is the hospital where I used to work. I can introduce Dr. Lee to go there. There are many patients. Li Yun thought for a moment and immediately nodded. This method is feasible. Chapter 39. To survive in this world, you need power and connections. Player Reverse Butterfly has used a game selection ticket. Please select the game you want to enter. Li Yun took out the hospital recommended by Dr. Moss and found a game belonging to that area. Baigaway Hospital. This is a hospital that treats the 100 strange things from the underworld. These strange beings get sick, get injured, and their tempers become very volatile. Estimated survival rate, 10%. Do you want to enter? Estimated survival rate. That's quite humane. No strange being can stop my determination to save the beauty. Enter. After a beam of light, Li Yun arrived at the initial point of the new game. He saw something rarer than strange beings in the game. People. Is this a horror game? Oh my god, can I not play it? A girl with a Neza hairstyle was so frightened that she couldn't move her legs. Her eyes were glistening with tears. Hey girl. Following the voice, Li Yun turned to the side. It was a punk-style boy. He had a smile on his face as he walked towards the Neza girl. My name is A Lang, the romantic and unrestrained wave. You can call me Brother Lang. It's just a game. Come with me. Let's have some fun together. A Lang struck a pose as if holding a guitar, showcasing the calmness only an old player could have. Hello, Brother Lang. This is my first time in a horror game. I'm joining you. Li Yun couldn't help but chuckle at this. Horror games are popular among young people, and that's probably how it is. An experienced player can easily attract new players, and girls naturally carry the greatest fear of strange things. It's also easy to meet girls in the game that are hard to encounter in reality. Another bunch of useless players. Soon they won't even know how they died. Li Yun glanced at the aloof young man in the distance. His gaze swept over the three of them and then moved on. Both his expression and his voice seemed to dismiss the three wholly. Looks like this game has only seasoned players except for that little Neza. Hey, I didn't expect that in such a short time. I have also become a seasoned player. Li Yun chuckled at himself. This was already his third time entering the game at D level. How could he not be considered experienced? The key point is that someone like him, who risked their life and played hard, is really rare. According to the rules of the horror game, players must enter the game at least once a month. This is the minimum requirement. Most players are scared to death just by that requirement. Only Li Yun, in less than half a month, has already entered the game 3 times. The four of them looked up to see a creepy building with the words Haunted Hospital hanging in front. Little Neza pointed at the shadow gradually appearing in the darkness, terrified. Strange. There's something strange. A bizarre nurse, dressed in a nun's outfit, with 30-60 breasts and long white legs, walked over. Her mouth split open along her cheek, densely sewn with needle and thread. Looking at the four, she grinned with a bloody smile. This place is full of strange things. Welcome to the haunted hospital. Now let me assign you your work. The bizarre nurse held out an iron tray with 4 cards on it. Each person draws 1 card. Our hospital is the fairest and most just. Equal opportunity for each of you to meet your death. Hearing the bizarre nurse's words, little Neza almost passed out from fear, but luckily Brother Lang supported her. Girl, I told you Brother Lang is here, so don't be scared. The aloof young man stepped forward first and casually picked a card. Then Brother Lang held little Neza's hand, and just as she reached out to take a card, the bizarre nurse suddenly opened her blood-filled mouth wide. Startled, little Neza fell directly to the ground. I don't want to play. I want to go home. Boo. The bizarre nurse laughed heartily at her prank, licked her lips, and looked at Li Yun. Then this last card is yours. Li Yun shrugged, unconcerned. Now, based on your numbers, I'll announce each of your graves. No jobs. Card number 1 will be the hospital security guard. This is the job with the highest death rate. Facing countless irritable, strange things needing treatment. One mistake could get your head crushed. Let me see who the lucky one is. The aloof young man's expression froze, biting his teeth. Damn it. Card number 2 is for logistics work, responsible for cleaning and tidying up. This job basically won't encounter the irritable, strange things in the hospital. The survival rate is very high, but I really don't like it. This damn job shouldn't be included. The bizarre nurse seemed a bit frustrated. Little Neza looked at her card number 2, overjoyed to tears. It's me. Ah, girl, this is called the newbie protection period. You're very lucky. Brother Lang applauded beside her to cheer her up. This made little Neza feel less scared. Card number 3 is for dietary miscellaneous work. Card number 4 is for equipment maintenance. Death rates aren't even that high. Could it be that the morgue lacks people? I really want to throw all of you there. The bizarre nurse grumbled a bit, assigning jobs according to the hospital's temporary labor needs. Okay, follow me into the hospital to collect your job cards. At that moment, the aloof young man suddenly flickered. He wanted to exchange his number 1 card with little Nez's number 2 card. The bizarre nurse didn't stop him, but only curled her lips into a strange arc. Just as he was about to succeed, Brother Lang suddenly grabbed his arm. Hey man, what kind of skill is it to bully girls? Are you afraid of dying? Then come and find me to trade. A Lang looked disdainfully at the cold young man, then turned to little Neza. Brother Lang will protect you. It's all good. Little Neza looked at A Lang with immense gratitude. Facing the cold young man who possessed the power of the strange beings, she had no chance to fight back. Seeing A Lang blocking his way, his thoughts shifted to the card that belonged to Li Yun in the strange nurse's iron tray. Hey brother, he's going to snatch your card. A Lang loyally reminded. Li Yun remained unmoved. The cold young man took the number 4 card that belonged to Li Yun and placed his own number 1 card on the iron tray. With a light, cold smile, he said, "This card belongs to me now, right?" The strange nurse nodded. "Of course, it belongs to you before you get the work card. TSK, but your companions are going to be in trouble." The cold young man glanced at Li Yun and snorted coldly. "They don't deserve to be my companions. Don't think I'm being too much. The horror game is about the survival of the fittest. His strength is not as good as mine. That's just his fate." Little Neza and A Lang angrily wanted to defend Li Yun. Li Yun clapped his hands. "Well said. You are simply my kind of person." Li Yun walked in front of the strange nurse. He took out Dr. Morse's token. The strange nurse was a bit surprised when she saw it and said, "You are Li Yun? Dr. Morse has already written a letter of introduction to the director. What is your relation to him?" "What relation? Do you believe that he wants to take me as his apprentice?" "I'm one of his apprentices. Being low-key is always a good choice. No wonder he recommended a human to the hospital. The director has given the heads up. You are different from them. From now on, you are our hospital's intern doctor. A daily salary of 5,000 spirit coins, plus 5% of the patient treatment fee. Don't complain, it's too little." Hearing the strange nurse's words, the other 3 looked at Li Yun in shock. All 3 of them did odd jobs, let alone a salary. Just surviving was a blessing. And how did Li Yun become an intern doctor and even get paid? Can the gap between people be this big? Li Yun looked at the cold young man and coldly said, "What's the use of being tough when you're out here? You need power. You need connections. Going through the back door is also a kind of strength. What do you think?" Chapter 40 New Identity, Intern Doctor. The cold young man remained silent. But that doesn't mean Li Yun would forget. "Do I have the right to assign work in the hospital?" The strange nurse frowned slightly. "You are just an intern doctor, so naturally you have no power. But you are recommended by Morse Hospital. He is a famous doctor in our hospital. Your suggestions still hold weight." Li Yun nodded. "Then I suggest, since he's so tough, let him guard the door as security." The cold young man suddenly raised his head, his face turning ashen. A Lang laughed heartily. "Karma has a nice way of turning. Refreshing. Bro, you're doing great. Ailang's reminder had made Li Yun have a hint of goodwill towards him. That suggestion's pretty good. I like it. I love to watch humans get torn apart by strange beings. I'm going to propose this to the director now. The strange nurse swayed her body, leading the few into the hospital. For the cold young man, who was such a petty character, Li Yun didn't care to pay attention. On the way, he chatted a few words with little Neza and Ailang. Then they entered the hospital. You three quickly put on your work badges and get to work. Our hospital operates 24 hours a day and is very busy. Intern doctor, come with me. I'll take you to the emergency room. After arranging the 3 odd-job workers, the strange nurse took Li Yun away. So he's actually the hidden big boss. So cool, little Neza said excitedly. Of course, Brother Lang is great too. Brother Lang, we all need to work hard to survive. Come on. Little Neza raised her right hand in the air, enthusiastically showing a cheering gesture. As for the cold young man, she didn't even glance at him as she left directly. Li Yun, in a white coat, wearing an intern doctor badge, followed the strange nurse quickly toward the emergency room. Dr. Li, this is your consultation room. Before you're still an intern doctor. This work must be done here. In a small room, treatment tools were placed. Okay. Before leaving, the strange nurse thought for a moment and then spoke up. I must remind Dr. Li, even if you are an intern, you are still recommended by Dr. Moss. If you anger the patient during treatment, if the patient tears you apart and devours you, we won't be able to help. After all, this is the strange hospital. If you want to survive, it depends on your ability. Li Yun knew this was a kind reminder and smiled as he nodded. Thank you. After the strange nurse left, Li Yun quickly familiarized himself with the environment. Not long after, he heard shouting from outside. Doctor, damn it. Why can't I see a single doctor? It hurts so much. If I can't see a doctor soon, do you believe I'll smash the hospital? A fierce, strange creature entered Li Yun's consultation room, clutching its own head. Human? Why is there a human? Wearing a white coat, pretending to be a doctor? Do you believe I will swallow you? The fierce creature exposed its teeth, spitting filth everywhere. Li Yun frowned slightly and pointed to the consultation chair in front of him, saying blandly, if you want to see a doctor, sit quietly there. If not, get out. The fierce creature was furious. A human dares to be this arrogant. I damn. In the next second, Li Yun's fist smashed onto its face. The fierce creature stumbled back a few steps, barely steadying itself. Its head, which it was holding, had an expression of disbelief. Another punch followed. Ouch, doctor, stop hitting. I was wrong. I won't dare again. The headless strange creature begged for mercy after being beaten, and Li Yun finally stopped. He looked at it with piercing eyes. Close your mouth. If you yell again, I won't mind using your head as a ball. Seeing Li Yun's toughness, the fierce creature instantly lost its temper. Dr. Li, it was my fault just now. I have no brain. You are a bigger person. Please forgive a small creature. Help me check it out. The head the fierce creature was holding immediately surrendered, grinning. Outside, the strange nurse suddenly ran over. As soon as she saw the fierce creature holding its own head, she immediately said, Dr. Li, I heard there was a big-temper, headless creature. It barged in, and the security couldn't stop it. It gave them a beating. I came to see how you... The headless fierce creature obediently sat in the consultation chair, holding its head and smiling politely at the strange nurse. Hello, nurse. I didn't cause any trouble. I'm having Dr. Li treat me. The effect is remarkable. I have no brain, and my bad temper has been cured immediately. It works instantly. Truly a miraculous doctor. The strange nurse was slightly shocked, not expecting the fierce creature that caused chaos to be so well-behaved. She couldn't help but look at Li Yun. Understand? I'm helping him. Yes, Dr. Li. Hurry up. My head never sits properly. It's driving me crazy. The headless creature slammed its head on the table. Be gentle. Your pig brain has cracked this table. When you go out later, pay an extra 1,000 for the table. Facing Li Yun's words, the headless creature not only was not angry, but hurriedly picked up its head gently. With a big smile, it said, No problem. The strange nurse was completely stunned. Dr. Li, you are just an intern. This head reattachment surgery should be done by a professional doctor. Li Yun stood up and took the head of the headless creature. He pressed down on its neck with great precision. Crack. Head successfully reattached. Is this still surgery? Li Yun patted his hands and wondered. This is too refreshing. Dr. Li, I've never felt this way before. Your technique is so superb. I've been to this hospital many times. You're the best at this. From now on, I won't be afraid of reattaching my head when fighting. The headless creature gratefully shook Li Yun's hand, constantly bowing. The strange nurse covered her mouth, her eyes wide open. She had seen many head reattachment surgery. You have completed a connecting surgery, profession points plus 20, all-around doctor proficiency plus 20, patient gratitude plus 10. Go pay. Remember to compensate for the table too. No problem, nurse sister. Can you please take me to pay? The strange nurse slowly came back to her senses. Oh, come with me. I will take you. Until she saw the headless strange figure pay and leave the hospital cheerfully. Different from the previous anger, the strange nurse finally came to her senses. In just a few minutes, Dr. Lee successfully treated the first patient. Is he really human? So strong. Chapter 41. He cured all the patients. The strange nurse returned to Li Yun's consultation room. The second patient was already sitting in the consultation chair. Doctor, it seems like something is stuck in my esophagus. You have to check quickly. I can't breathe. It was a fat, strange figure shaped like a toad. Open your mouth. Li Yun, with a rubber glove on one arm, directly reached in. Crack. That toad opened its mouth and bit. Unexpectedly, its teeth shattered. Li Yun pulled out a pile of things from its esophagus. Eating wildly comes with a price. Your problem is fixed. Now, pay. The toad strange covered its mouth full of broken teeth, paying for its greed. It ran out of the consultation room. You have completed a connecting surgery, profession points plus 20, all-around doctor proficiency plus 20. Next, a pregnant strange figure walked in. Doctor, the baby in my belly wants to come out. I'm in so much pain. A cesarean section surgery? The strange nurse was just about to remind the patient to go to the second floor for a specialized gynecologist. Unexpectedly, Li Yun just placed one hand on her belly. Moments later, the pregnant strange's wriggling belly became still. Does it still hurt? The pregnant strange had a face full of joy. It doesn't hurt anymore. I feel like it's sleeping. Dr. Lee, you are amazing. Thank you, thank you. The pregnant strange looked at the work badge on Li Yun, then happily left. You have completed a connecting surgery, profession points plus 20, all-around doctor proficiency plus 20, patient gratitude plus 10. Next, doctor, my hand is broken. Reconnect it. You are truly a divine doctor. You have completed a connecting surgery, profession points plus 20, all-around doctor proficiency plus 20, patient gratitude plus 10. Doctor, my tooth is broken. Don't shout, it will be quick. Ouch, is it fixed? Thank you, doctor, thank you. You have completed a tooth extraction, profession points plus 20, all-around doctor proficiency plus 20, patient gratitude plus 10. The strange nurse outside the door was completely dumbfounded. One by one, patients walked past her. She couldn't even count them. Dentistry, orthopedics, gynecology, dermatology, inside Li Yun seemed to know everything. He could solve the patient's problems at lightning speed. She had never seen such an amazing doctor. And still a trainee doctor. She was even more curious about Li Yun, secretly standing outside the door, peeking at him, treating patients. Next. No more patients? Li Yun walked out of the consultation room and saw the strange nurse peeking at the door, with a line of patients behind her. The strange nurse just realized. She immediately made way. She shyly stood in front of Li Yun. Dr. Li, I'm sorry. I was just distracted. Li Yun said lightly. If you want to watch, come in. You can also be my assistant. Huh, can I really? Li Yun returned to the consultation room, and the strange nurse immediately followed. Really, Dr. Li is so handsome when treating patients. For a moment I was mesmerized, and when discovered, it was really embarrassing. But considering the fortune and disaster, I can watch Dr. Li from up close. Dr. Li must think I'm secretly watching him treat patients, but I'm actually just secretly watching him. Li Yun heard the strange nurse's thoughts and couldn't help but sigh. This listening has one little downside. No one can hide their secret crush. Next, Dr. Li, no patients left. Huh, that's it. Didn't they say there are many patients in the hospital? There are quite a few, but they can't withstand your efficiency. The strange nurse looked at the consultation list and couldn't help but exclaim. Li Yun pouted. He hadn't even gone all out. How could there be no more patients? But the good news is, my professional rank has increased again, from all-powerful doctor to famed doctor. At the same time, my skills have been improved. My talent also changed from a plus 50% treatment effect on female creatures to a plus 50% treatment effect on any creatures. Being a famed doctor is still not enough. To treat Princess Vera, I need to master the doctor profession fully. It seems I still have to put in some effort and time. As patients' trust grew, Li Yun also unlocked a new bond with them. The heart of a healer. Patients' trust in you has greatly increased. With this new bond, I don't have to worry about patients causing trouble or wanting to hurt me. With increased trust, strange events like headless spirits and frog spirits will greatly decrease. Li Yun's treatment efficiency has greatly improved. Just as Li Yun was checking his gains, a voice came from outside the consultation room. Why are there no patients in the emergency room? Who is on duty today? Are they slacking off? The patients have all left. I want to see who is neglecting their work. A middle-aged, eerie figure in a white coat and glasses, with his hands behind his back, stepped into the consultation room. Director Wong, what are you doing here? The eerie nurse immediately recognized him. Director Wong looked at the eerie nurse, then shifted his gaze to Li Yun. Human, who let you wear a white coat and be an intern doctor? The eerie nurse immediately explained. It was the director's intention. This Dr. Li is Dr. Moss's proud apprentice. Upon hearing Dr. Moss's name, Wong's face turned livid. That old fool has really lost his mind, taking a human as an apprentice. Does he want to destroy the hospital? The eerie nurse immediately covered her mouth. Feeling anxious, she thought, oh no, I forgot that Dr. Moss and Director Wong were sworn enemies. Dr. Moss left the hospital after failing to compete for the director's position. Did my careless words just sell out Dr. Li? Li Yun, hearing the eerie nurse's thoughts, was not flustered at all. You must be Director Wong. It doesn't matter if you have prejudices against me. Questioning the director's decision isn't appropriate. As soon as Li Yun started, he knew what to do. Director Wong frowned slightly. He didn't expect Li Yun to mention the director so directly. Soon, he snorted coldly, I don't care if you're human or eerie, or whose apprentice you are. As a doctor in this hospital, you must prove your abilities. This time every day, the emergency room is the busiest. Yet I only see you sitting here leisurely, doing nothing. The patients outside were frustrated and left. As the supervisor director of the hospital, I will report this to the director exactly as it is. The eerie nurse quickly explained. Director Wong, that's not true. Dr. Li has treated all the patients. There's a limit to fabricating nonsense. Do you even believe what you're saying? The eerie nurse took out the completed treatment forms and payment receipts. Director Wong's eyes went wide. Everything was really treated? Then he looked at Li Yun, bowed deeply, and said solemnly, Dr. Li, I apologize for my rude behavior just now. I didn't see the full picture. My prejudice against humans confused me. I hope you understand. It's all for the hospital. I will correct my prejudice against humans. You are the most outstanding intern doctor I have ever seen. This left Li Yun quite speechless. It was the first time he had seen an eerie so willing to admit their mistakes. Chapter 42. People can drive you crazy. Since there are currently no patients in the emergency room, Dr. Li can take a break. Let's take Dr. Li to the cafeteria for something to eat. I'll cover all expenses as a compensation for my disrespect to Dr. Li. Director Wong changed his previous attitude and smiled sincerely. With such an intern doctor, the hospital is truly blessed. I hope Dr. Li won't hold my earlier rudeness against me. What does it matter if a talent is human or eerie? Li Yun listened to Director Wong's thoughts and was momentarily stunned. Director Wong was honest. He did not see the full picture earlier, but it was not due to a personal grudge with Dr. Moss. But really, it is all for the sake of the hospital. Then thank you, Director Wong. Go. Eat more, Dr. Li. Don't wear yourself out. Director Wong smiled and waved his hand. The strange nurse led Li Yun out of the consultation room. Dr. Li, you mustn't blame Director Wong. It is his responsibility to inspect each department. Although he has a weird temper, he is not unreasonable. Li Yun nodded, not only not blaming Director Wong, but feeling a bit of admiration. Prejudice against strange things is hard to change, but recognizing one's mistakes and correcting them is, in a sense, a good strange. By the way, thank you for helping me just now. I never got to ask what's your name. My name is Mia. Dr. Li actually asked my name. So excited. Mia, how long have you been at the hospital? It seems like a very long time. Have you always been a nurse? I don't understand medicine, so I can only be a nurse. Soon, they arrived at the hospital cafeteria. There were 4 sections in the cafeteria: patient area, temporary staff area, and employee area. What surprised Li Yun was that most of the food here was edible for humans. Our hospital often has human temporary workers, so the director asked for a standardization of food. Dr. Li, let me take you to try the dishes in the employee area. Li Yun followed Mia to the employee area. There were many varieties of dishes here, with meat and vegetables. Big fish and meat, what a feast. The prices, of course, were not cheap. Didn't Director Wong say he was treating us? Order whatever you like. Mia said excitedly. Great. I'll also enjoy a nice meal with Dr. Li. Li Yun smiled, took Mia to find a place to sit, and began to order dishes. Look to see what you want to eat. Don't save money for Director Wong. Haha, Dr. Li is so naughty. No choice. Director Wong insisted on treating us. If I don't eat, wouldn't that be disrespectful to him? Right. In the temporary staff area, little Neza was almost crying at the sight of the food in front of him. Steamed buns, pickled vegetables, howl. I was washing things in logistics. My hands are all ripped and numb. Just give me this to eat. Alung took big bites of the steamed bun and said contentedly, having something to eat is already pretty good. This hospital is quite humane. This is a horror game. You should be grateful they didn't make you eat live blood and flesh. Indeed, Alung's words completely scared little Neza. Oh, still alive. Looking at you, you must have suffered a lot. In their temporary staff area, a tall, cold young man in security uniform, with a bruised face, walked over with food. Little Neza looked at his disheveled and beaten appearance, and suddenly felt that his ripped and numb hands were nothing. People compare to people, facing less is the best. Bro Lang, why haven't I seen that great deity? I heard while I was in logistics that the mortality rate for doctors in this hospital is particularly high. Don't mention us humans. Even if a strange doctor treats a patient but fails to gain their acceptance and trust, they would be killed. Do you think? Little Neza murmured quietly. Girl, always think positively. I think that deity is not simple. He should be fine. Little Neza nodded gently. That great deity? You really think a human can treat strange beings? I think he has long been swallowed. The cold young man took a big bite of the steamed bun with a face full of disdain. Bah, you can't expect good from a dog's mouth. Can't you at least wish for someone else to be better? Alung glanced at him. Suddenly, he saw little Neza raise his head and sniff wildly. What a delicious smell. Who is having big fish and meat? Can't I be included? Following the aroma, little Neza opened his eyes. He saw Li Yun and Mia sitting at a table full of dishes. Wow, I must not be hallucinating. The great deity is enjoying a candlelit dinner with a female strange. Alung and the cold young man's actions of chewing on steamed buns paused in unison. Looking at the feast in front of Li Yun, the steamed bun and pickled vegetables in their hands suddenly lost their appeal. People compare to people, it makes one angry. Since I've ordered so many dishes, can I invite 2 more people to eat? Li Yun asked. Of course. We all listen to Dr. Li. Mia leaned her hands on her head, showing off her 36D figure. In the candlelight, she gazed at Li Yun. Li Yun waved his hand. Did the great god call us? It seems so. Let's go check it out. Alang grabbed little Neza and walked over with a bun in hand. Wow, great god, you are so amazing. How much does this table cost? No, even if you have money, you can't eat it. They don't open it up to temporary workers. Little Neza was so envious that drool was about to come out. Come, sit down and eat together. This is my way of thanking you for reminding me today. Alang sat down with a thump. Very straightforward. But little Neza refused to sit near Mia. It seemed she was scared of Mia. Her name is Mia. She won't eat you. Sit down. Only then did little Neza sit down, looking at the table full of delicious food with immense excitement. He placed the bun down and took a big chicken leg handed over by Mia, saying thank you. In front of the food, he was not so afraid of Mia anymore. He started to eat heartily. Eat more, you are still growing. Langu, I'm already 18 years old, I don't need to grow. She casually glanced at Mia's 36D, then looked at her own A-cup. With a gasp, she turned her sorrow and anger into appetite. All right, I really do need it. Alang looked at Li Yun with curiosity. Great God, can you really treat strange things? Dr. Li not only can treat, he is a divine doctor. Mia looked at Li Yun with admiration. Amazing. Seeing Mia's expression, Alang immediately understood. He secretly gave a thumbs up to Li Yun. Attracting women is nothing, but attracting female, strange beings. This was the first time Alang saw it. Impressive, very impressive. At this moment, a lonely person gnawing on a bun was feeling more and more angry at the aloof young man on the edge. He defiantly walked to the staff area. He is a person, and so am I. Why do I just get to gnaw on buns and pickled vegetables? I want to eat meat too. The strange chef glanced at the now less aloof young man, snorted dismissively. Dr. Li can use the director's money, can you? The aloof young man was slightly taken aback. His eyes widened. Director? He thought Li Yun, the intern doctor, was just riding on someone's coattails. He didn't expect his connections to be so strong. The director of the hospital was footing the bill for him. Chapter 43. The Renowned Doctor's Task, The Terrifying Lady Medusa. Thank you, Dr. Li. You are truly amazing. I suddenly came over. Did I interrupt your meal? Li Yun looked at the patient, whose condition was urgent, interrupting his meal, and waved his hand. A healer's heart. Treating illness comes first. My meal is a small matter. The patient was incredibly moved upon hearing this. You have completed a high-difficulty treatment, profession value plus 50, Renowned doctor proficiency plus 30. Patient trust plus 50. Renowned doctor task has been triggered. Would you like to start? The task has finally arrived. Like the psychologist, as long as I complete the task, I can promote this profession to the highest level. Then the Sleeping Beauty can be saved. Li Yun was secretly pleased and immediately clicked to start the task. Renowned doctor task successfully started. Task 1. Accumulate patient trust. Exceeding 1,000 is considered complete. Already accumulated. 200. Task 2. Treat 500 patients. Already treated. 108. Task 3. Complete 10 high-difficulty treatments. Already treated. 1. Task 4. Renowned doctor proficiency reaches 2,000. Currently, 50. Task 5. Teach 2 apprentices and complete the inheritance. Currently, 0. The above tasks can choose any 3 or complete all. The rewards for completing all are the greatest. The tasks are not simple, but once completed, the reward will be extraordinary. Just like a psychologist's heart listening. If it weren't for this amazing skill, Li Yun wouldn't have been able to escape the vampire castle. I still have 6 days. These tasks are not impossible to complete. After all, patients come in droves every day, making it easy to meet the requirements for tasks 1, 2, and 4. As for task 3, it depends on luck, whether there will be tricky and complicated illnesses. For task 5, if I take an apprentices, Mia sent off the patient and looked at Li Yun with immense admiration. Dr. Li is truly amazing. This one is our hospital's ace. I don't know how many doctors he's seen. No one could cure him. Sure enough, when Dr. Li comes forward, it's effortless. If I learn medicine in the future and become a doctor, I want to be as formidable as Dr. Li. Looking at the excited Mia, Li Yun raised the corner of his mouth. Are you saying you want to learn medicine and become a doctor? Triggering the key phrase. Mia's little face flushed red, her hands nervously twisting as she lowered her head. I just mentioned it. Learning medicine is hard. Otherwise, I wouldn't just be a nurse. Li Yun shook his head. That's because you haven't met a great teacher. As the saying goes, a great teacher leads to great students. If you take me as your teacher, I will surely support you. What difficulties do you have? Mia looked up. Support? Your focus seems a bit off. Dr. Li wants to take me as a student. When fate arrives, why not? What are the conditions? Haven't you already pointed out the key? Mia's little face turned even redder. Oh no, she was going to be supported. By Gue Hospital consultation room. What should I say about you all? Such a small matter made me. The director, step in. Why can't this illness be cured? Surgery and hospitalization should take care of it, right? Director Wong looked at the doctors who were having a consultation, feeling frustrated. Director Wong, what I just suggested was surgery and hospitalization. You refuted me. A doctor said timidly. Did I refute you? Then my rebuttal was right. Surgery and hospitalization are too inefficient. Director Wong said firmly. But if not this, how else can we treat? Asked Dr. Li. The number of patients he successfully treated in one night surpasses what you all have done in several days. He's simply a divine doctor. Divine doctor? The doctors exchanged glances. Who is Dr. Li? Did new doctor come to us? I haven't heard of him. Director Wong interrupted their confusion. He is a human, a newly arrived intern. When mentioning Li Yun, Director Wong's lips were harder to suppress than an AK. A human? An intern doctor? How could he be a divine doctor? Director Wong, don't joke. I don't believe it. The doctors all looked disbelieving. Director Wong pointed to a patient happily walking out of the treatment room. Look, everyone knows this one. Our hospital's regular. Which doctor hasn't dealt with him? Did you manage to treat him? Dr. Li cured him. There are many regulars like this. He has resolved them all. As of today, he has successfully cured over 100 patients. More than 100? Over 100 patients? There are still many troublesome patients inside. The doctors slightly opened their mouths. An assistant suddenly rushed in. Director Wong, it's bad. Madame Medusa is back again. She insists she's sick, and if our hospital can't cure her this time, she will petrify us all. As soon as the words fell, a woman dressed in red, wearing a golden headdress, with long hair flying, rushed in. Seeing her imposing manner, a cold and aloof youth wanted to show off in front of the director, and doctors just tried to stop her. She glared with her eyes, emitting a golden light. The aloof youth instantly turned into a stone statue. Director Wong's face changed dramatically upon seeing Madame Medusa. Compared to the terrifying female specter, the regulars they had encountered before seemed like small fry. You guys, who will go and host her? Director Wong looked at several doctors. The doctors waved their hands repeatedly, bitterly saying, Director Wong, we came to work and earn money, not to risk our lives. Last time, I was almost torn apart by her. One doctor lamented, and the others nodded in agreement. We've done all sorts of examinations. This female specter is totally healthy. I think she just wants to create trouble. Seeing that the several doctors were hiding behind him, Director Wong gritted his teeth. There was no choice. He forced himself to walk over. Madame Medusa, let's talk calmly. If you're dissatisfied with us, I can mediate for you. There's no need to act against a small security guard of our hospital. Madame Medusa glared, and Director Wong quickly shielded his eyes with his hand, fearing he might inadvertently be petrified. You pathetic hospital, I've come so many times, and you can't even figure out what's wrong with me. And you say I'm just trying to make trouble? Today, if you don't find what's wrong with me and cure me, I will tear this place down and petrify all of you. Madame Medusa's flying black hair turned into fierce black snakes, spitting venom. A group of doctors and nurses were so frightened that they all stepped back. Where is your director? Come out and see me. Director Wong quickly spoke up. The director has been out for communication these days and hasn't returned. That's just great. When he returns, he'll see a petrified hospital. Seeing this, Director Wong knew there was no way to communicate peacefully, so he could only call for an assistant. Quick, go ask Dr. Lee. He might have a way. Chapter 44. Madam, take off your clothes. Dr. Lee, help. Leon looked at the assistant rushing in for help, puzzled. What's the matter? Madame Medusa has arrived. Hearing this name, Li Yun felt nothing, while Mia beside him covered her mouth. Dr. Lee, that patient is terrifying. You mustn't go. Still calling him Dr. Lee? Then what should I call him? What do you think? Teacher. Li Yun nodded in satisfaction. A bond of passing on knowledge has been established. Student Mia. Teaching progress. 0. Status. Apprentice. What a great passing on of essence. I get it. Li Yun stood up and walked out of the consultation room. What kind of patient would make you all so scared? I'll go take a look. Upon seeing him, Director Wong exclaimed, Salvation has arrived. Dr. Lee, you finally came. Madame Medusa is all yours. You must save our hospital. Director Wong gestured to Madame Medusa. This is our new intern doctor, Dr. Lee. Let him take a look at you. Upon hearing this, Madame Medusa's black snakes on her head looked even more fierce. Intern doctor, still a human. Even professional doctors can't see I'm sick. How can he? Li Yun noticed Madame Medusa was quite beautiful and striking, but unfortunately had a bad temper. There wasn't a hint of fear in his eyes. Instead, he said blandly, Who comes to a hospital if they're not sick? That's definitely a condition. Madame Medusa blinked. This, so reasonable. Especially Li Yun's face. For some reason, it looked very trustworthy to her. The corners of Madame Medusa's bright red lips curled up slightly. They'll say I'm not sick. Only you say I am. Very good. You successfully got my attention. A new intern doctor, still human, looks quite handsome. I wonder if you'll taste good. If you can't figure out what's wrong with me, I'll swallow you. Madame Medusa's aura behind her was fierce as she was about to follow Li Yun into the consultation room. Li Yun suddenly stopped in his tracks, pointing to the side. What for? Did you register before coming with me? Does Madame Medusa need to register? If you don't register to see a doctor, you clearly must be sick. Turns out I really am sick. Seeing Madame Medusa laugh heartily, Director Wong swallowed hard and immediately asked Mia to help her register. Teacher, the patient's registration form. Li Yun took Madame Medusa's registration form, not even glancing at her, and turned around nonchalantly. Come with me. Madame Medusa followed behind him, her head filled with curious gazes from the black snakes. This intern doctor is interesting. He doesn't seem afraid of me at all. Could he really figure out what's wrong with me? Entering the consultation room, Li Yun pointed to the doctor's chair. Sit down. Tell me your problem. Madame Medusa's gaze lingered on Li Yun's face for a moment. Then she sat down, snorting coldly. Are you the doctor, or am I? If you don't even know my problem, what kind of doctor are you? Li Yun would not back down. Are you the patient, or am I? If you don't even know your own problem, why are you seeing a doctor? Damn it, he's arguing back at me. Clearly it's quite annoying, but why am I not angry at all? It's been a long time since anyone dared to speak to me like this. Li Yun quietly listened to her inner thoughts. Extend your hand. Madame Medusa cooperatively stretched out her delicate hand, as white as the finest lotus root. Li Yun placed his fingers on her wrist. Just as he thought he was feeling her pulse, it turned out to be a feint. Li Yun suddenly pulled up Madame Medusa's sleeve. What are you doing? Li Yun looked at her arm, which was covered with a dense array of wounds. These wounds. Got them from a fight. All right. Who dares to spar with me? Only I can hurt myself. Lonely for 1,000 years. Invincible and lonely. What am I living for? Why not just destroy this place and bury it with me? Li Yun has initially determined the symptoms of Madame Medusa. He looks over at Mia, beside him. You should step outside for a moment. Is there something I can't see? You can't see what's coming next. Madame Medusa, please take off your clothes. Mia dashed out of the consultation room in a flash. Her little face was flushed as she pressed against the door, trying to eavesdrop on what would happen next. Take off my clothes? This is part of the treatment. But why should I listen? Fine. Madame Medusa gently shed the luxurious golden veil draped over her. She didn't know why she would comply with such an offensive request. She only felt that Dr. Li was very trustworthy. Perhaps he really can cure my illness. As Madame Medusa took off her outer garment, Li Yin continued to stare and said, "Keep going. This is also part of the treatment." Madame Medusa gritted her teeth. How could there be such a treatment? Do I have to keep undressing? It was clearly offensive, but every time she saw Li Yun's gaze, she just couldn't bring herself to be angry. Madame Medusa, now revealing her pure, beautiful back, looked like a work of art. There's something wonderfully beautiful over there. Go take a look. Don't worry, I won't peek. When Madame Medusa saw Li Yun turn around, she slowly stood up, hugged herself, and walked toward the spot Li Yun pointed to. It was a mirror. Just when Madame Medusa felt like she might be played for a fool and wanted to get angry, Li Yun's gentle voice came through. What a truly beautiful piece of art. I'm talking about you, Madame Medusa. How many years has it been since you truly looked at yourself? Your beauty is noble and pure. Can you really let such beauty be destroyed by your own hands? Madame Medusa stared blankly at herself in the mirror, her long hair cascading down, covering her body. Her delicately curved body was white and smooth, simply stunning. She reached out to gently touch. Am I the most beautiful piece of art? Severe depression is a potentially serious illness. It starts with self-doubt, then self-loathing, self-harm, emotional instability, and suicidal tendencies. Am I sick? Yes, you're quite sick. I understand the reasoning, Dr. Li. Didn't you say you wouldn't peek? Madame Medusa's long hair turned into a snake, now staring at Li Yun. Don't mind these treatment details. Put your clothes back on. Let's talk about your condition now. Madame Medusa dressed again and returned to her seat. The questions that had troubled her heart, the troubles that twisted inside her soul, today finally had an answer. She was ill, not in body, but in spirit and soul. Chapter 45. A perfect method of suicide, rebirth. You have subtly treated the patient, professional value, +20, mastery of medicine, +20, patient trust level, +20. Madame Medusa wrapped her arms around the golden sand draped over her, a hint of unseen weariness on her face. I've been sick for 1,000 years, yet no doctor has ever known what I suffer from or why. I don't even know what's wrong with me. Am I still the once proud Madame Medusa? I feel more and more inferior, afraid to look at myself. The scars on my arms are all caused by me. This time at the hospital, I was thinking of taking the entire hospital down with me. That way I could be free. Li Yun listened quietly. Treating the lady couldn't be done through conventional methods. No wonder those professional doctors were powerless. After all, this involved the psychological realm. Does Madame Medusa still have any wishes or desires? Like money, like family? Madame Medusa smiled gently, a hint of disdain at the corners of her mouth. Money, do you see me lacking? Madame Medusa showcased her golden sand and the pure gold ornaments on her hands and head. What a beautiful, wealthy woman. I've been lonely for 1,000 years, besides the little snake that accompanies me. Where's my family? Madame Medusa extended a hand, and the little snake formed from her hair slithered in her palm. So love? What is that? Love, doesn't Medusa have a partner? Lady Medusa froze for a moment. I have money and looks. Is a partner really that important? What you said makes a lot of sense. Lady Medusa slowly stood up. Dr. Li, you're already amazing. You made me aware of my illness. What is? I know better than you how difficult this disease is to cure. This disease has made me selfish, wanting to drag the entire hospital down with me. I won't harm the hospital anymore. Just let me die alone and be freed. A complicated expression appeared on Lady Medusa's face. Beauty, strength, and tragedy, 3 expressions intertwined. This disease, apart from herself, no doctor could completely cure. Wait, I have a prescription. No need to get medicine. You just need to take it home. Then, when you feel hopeless, open it and have a look. Li Yun quickly wrote down a prescription, then folded it carefully and handed it to Lady Medusa. Dr. Li, you're a good doctor, but unfortunately you can't save me. But I still thank you. Lady Medusa smiled, and the little snakes on her head also showed gratitude to Li Yun, spitting out apricots. Then she left the consultation room and, when leaving the hospital, freed everyone from their petrification. Watching her leave calmly, Director Wang hurried into the consultation room, his face full of surprise. Dr. Li, did you cure her? Li Yun shook his head gently. I only figured out her condition. Will she come back next time? I don't know, but I hope she will. Li Yun sighed, and Director Wong had a strange expression. Clearly, he hoped Lady Medusa would never return. Otherwise, the hospital wouldn't be safe. Lady Medusa returned home, beautiful and wealthy, but her face only showed loneliness. She seemed to have made up her mind to seek a way to end a 1,000-year death. Is there a prescription in the world that can save me? Let me see. She opened the prescription Li Yun gave her. A coin fell out of the prescription onto the floor. It made a ding sound. A perfect method of suicide. As expected, I'm beyond saving. 1. Take a hot bath. 2. Make a cup of hot milk. Add some honey or chocolate. 3. Listen to your favorite song. 4. Drink the milk and lie on the bed. Lady Medusa followed the instructions one by one, lying on the bed like a delicate rose with both hands folded. 5. Wait until you open your eyes and see the sun rise. That means you have died and reincarnated, living again with a new identity and a new mindset. Lady Medusa opened her eyes, as if she had gone through an entire reincarnation. What just happened to me? I clearly just took a nap, but it felt like an entire reincarnation. I saw the beauty of being alive. I saw what love is. Lady Medusa looked at the prescription in confusion, and then her gaze fell on the coin that had fallen to the floor. The moment the coin fell, it made a ding sound. She had been hypnotized without warning. So, by following Li Yun's method, she had gone through a reincarnation. Lady Medusa gently held the prescription. Her mood was like a rebirth. She also had desires and goals she had never had before. Dr. Li, so this is called. Now, I have a new goal in life. I want to do some things that I desire. Dr. Li. The little snakes on Lady Medusa's head curled into little peach-shaped hearts. The 100 Ghosts Hospital. A female ghost in an office lady outfit, with black stockings and high heels, walked into the hospital, surrounded by several other ghosts protecting her. She took the elevator and went up to the hospital's top floor to the dean's office. Upon receiving the news, Director Wong rushed there immediately. Dean, you're finally back. Director Wong looked at the sexy Dean, as if he had found the anchor he needed. The beautiful Dean slightly raised her head, her eyes full of charm. I heard that while I was away, Lady Medusa came again and almost destroyed the entire hospital. Director Wong quickly nodded. It wasn't almost. She already petrified a number of staff. The situation was very dangerous. If it weren't for Dr. Li's intervention, your return would have been. The hospital has become a morgue. The director? Can you not speak so ominously? By the way, the Dr. Li you mentioned, is he the one recommended by Dr. Moss? The director asked. Yes, he's the one that old fellow Moss recommended. Back then his own medical skills were average, but unexpectedly he has found such a good talent. Our hospital has really struck gold this time. Director Wong chattered on. The director adjusted the position of her long black silk legs. Oh, so you mean to say I gave him an internship position out of respect for Dr. Moss? Instead, our hospital has found a treasure. Those stubborn patients have all been treated by him. A look of slight shock and uncontainable joy appeared on the director's face. Yes, it's really impressive. Having him as an intern is truly underestimating him. The director waved her hand. Immediately promote him, double his salary, and give him 25% of the patient tips, treating him as a vice president. Treat him with the highest standards of the hospital, and do everything possible to keep him. At that moment, the office door was pushed open. Director Wong. Mrs. Medusa is here again and again. The director frowned slightly. Could it be that Dr. Li's treatment was ineffective? This is a tricky, major, stubborn patient. It seems I have to step in myself. Dr. Li is a talent. He cannot be defeated by her. How is her mood? Did she throw another tantrum? The reporting staff shook his head. Not only is she not angry, but she keeps saying Dr. Li is the best doctor. He cured her illness. She even brought a bouquet of flowers, saying it's for Dr. Li. Now, it was the director and Director Wong's turn to exchange glances. Chapter 46, Curved Silence. This common traumatic condition is easy to treat. Disinfection and hemostasis are key. Bandaging and suturing are the focus. Okay, did you learn it? You treated a patient who was bisected, profession value plus 20, renowned doctor proficiency plus 20, patient trust plus 20. While treating, you also taught your student. Mia's teaching progress plus 5%, favorability plus 10. Mia nodded and gave a thumbs up. I learned it. Teacher is really amazing. Even better than the director. Lian joked. Then how about compared to the director? The director, I've never met. I've heard she's very mysterious. Mia shrugged. Dr. Li, you are indeed here. Mrs. Medusa walked in holding a bouquet of flowers. I'm very happy to see you, Mrs. This is for you. Thank you, Dr. Li, for giving me a new life. Mrs. Medusa handed the flowers to Li Yun. To repay you, Ahem, Mrs. Medusa. We're in a serious hospital. Please don't just walk in and take off your clothes. Li Yun quickly stopped her. There are other patients here. Mrs. Medusa looked displeased at the treated patient. Are you done? If you're done, why not leave? The patient hurriedly stood up, carefully supporting the bandaged upper body, and left the consultation room. Who are you? And what are you doing here? Mrs. Medusa looked at Mia. I'm the student. Oh, so it's family. Call me teacher mother from now on. Mia was startled, thinking coldly. This ancient cow that's over 1,000 years old still wants to feast on my teacher's fresh grass? My teacher is mine. Here, this is a gift for our first meeting, a pure gold bracelet. It suits you. Thank you, teacher mother. Li Yun. Mia's face changed faster than flipping a book. Mrs. Medusa, besides thanking me today, is there something else? Mrs. Medusa sat in a chair, one arm supporting her delicate cheek. She winked at Li Yun with one eye. So stunningly beautiful. Of course, I'm here to ask Dr. Li to tell me, what is love? So provocative. Li Yun's body froze for a moment. You can resist a mature enchantress. You can reach a beautiful mature enchantress. But how do you resist a wealthy and beautiful mature enchantress of over 1,000 years? At this moment, Director Wong walked in. Dr. Li, good news. You are officially a doctor starting now. No longer an intern, but a certified doctor at our hospital. Double your salary, and you'll enjoy vice president treatment for every patient. Up to 25%. Mia was instantly excited and clapped her hands. Congratulations, teacher. Madame Medusa was also happy for Li Yun. She sweetly said, This is truly good news, Dr. Li. After work, would you like to take my sports car to my house? My bed is big and warm, and I'll have the best 5-star chef cook for you to celebrate. Director Wong looked at Madame Medusa. Madame Medusa, you're here too? Madame Medusa replied, unhappily. As Dr. Li's family, how could I not be here? A mature and wealthy lady made her presence known with every word. Director Wong looked at Li Yun with some envy. A bright female assistant walked in from behind. Since Dr. Li has officially become permanent, according to hospital rules, he needs a designated assistant. This is your assistant. Her name is... The bright female assistant introduced herself. My name is Wendy, and I will be Dr. Li's assistant from now on. Wendy, dressed in a white coat and white pants, reached out her hand to shake hands with Li Yun. An assistant is just an assistant. Why shake hands? Madame Medusa quickly grabbed Wendy's hand. With a quiet exertion of force, Wendy refused to back down and fought back. Madame Medusa, indeed deserving of her name, but I, as the hospital's director, am not an easy target. This assistant is surprisingly strong. Madame Medusa looked at Wendy, slightly surprised. Even more shocked was Li Yun, who could hear their thoughts. Wendy is the director? The two strong female figures released their hands. Wendy smiled gently. You must be Madame Medusa. I've heard of your name. You haven't even entered Dr. Li's office yet. Do you want me to help you with your possessive behavior? Madame Medusa's expression turned frosty, and Mia stepped forward. How can you speak to my teacher's wife like that? You're just a little assistant. Are you trying to overstep? Li Yun quickly covered Mia's mouth. Mia stared with a confused face. Don't say anything. I'm doing this for your own good. Li Yun looked at Madame Medusa. Madame Medusa, it's my work time now. You should head back first. Madame Medusa glanced at Li Yun with a hint of sorrow. Dr. Li, I'm also a patient. What if I feel down again? Li Yun leaned close to her ear and gently said, With me here, how could Madame Medusa feel down? Madame Medusa lightly pinched his waist. You're so bad. Then I'll go first. I'll see you later. Madame Medusa threw a glare at Wendy and swayed her wonderful figure as she left the hospital. Well, Dr. Li, I'll be going too. I'm leaving Wendy in your care. Director Wong also left. Teacher, what about me? You should also go out and get busy. Come back to learn when there are patients. Mia nodded and obediently left the consultation room. Only Wendy and Li Yun were left in the consultation room. Wendy spoke first. From now on, I will be Dr. Li's assistant. I can do anything you ask. Anything. Yeah. Li Yun sat on the chair and twisted his neck. I've been sitting all morning. My shoulders are a bit sore. Give me a massage. Wendy, what? Didn't you say anything is fine? With that kind of work attitude, I might just have Director Wong replace you. Wendy walked over to Li Yun and threw a punch with a hint of resentment. Ouch. Be gentle. I just asked you to massage my back, not take my life. You, as my assistant, are very unprofessional. I'm a director. What kind of professional assistant am I? Forget it, I'll endure. As long as I can stay close to him to understand why he's so capable, I'll tolerate it. Li Yun secretly laughed coldly in his heart. So this director has come here to keep an eye on me, huh? But how is that any different from spying on me? Having such a high-ranking leader next to me feels a bit strange. Why not think a way to give her a hard time, so she knows to back off? Li Yun thought in his heart, but his mouth complained. Your technique is really poor. Forget it. Go get me that cervical spine therapy device. I'll do it myself. Wendy, feeling a bit angry, let out a soft snort. You dare to criticize me? She turned to walk towards the cervical spine therapy device. Unexpectedly, in a careless moment, her high heel slipped off. The black stockings hidden in those white pants were revealed. Curtis, Li Yun widened his eyes, suddenly feeling like changing his mind. Chapter 47. Do you think you are the dean? How did it get out? Coming down from her office, Wendy, who hadn't had time to change, felt a bit awkward in her black stockings and pants. She hurriedly slipped her jade-like, beautiful feet into high heels. You still understand how to handle men. Just for this skill, I have to keep you as my assistant. Wendy's face turned red with both shyness and joy. No matter what, having Li Yun's recognition meant she could continue her undercover work. Teacher, a patient has been sent to the emergency room. We need you. Mia rushed in, her 36D figure swaying, looking anxious. Generally, patients sent directly to the emergency room are severe, and Li Yun's face lit up. This would greatly help him complete his mission. Wendy, Mia, come with me. Entering the emergency room, a patient lay on the operating table like a needle-poke piece of fish. Surrounded by doctors in white coats, one of them held a knife. As he argued with another doctor beside him, he constantly gestured on the patient. The scared patient closed his eyes, almost passing out. This illness requires surgery. Director, listen to me, cut. I only know about surgery. What's the use of cutting for a nearly terminal condition? I suggest treating it with poison. Both doctors are senior medical professionals in our hospital. They both make valid points. Who should we listen to? Just as the two senior doctors argued endlessly, and the other doctors were unsure whose opinion to follow, Director Wong saw Li Yun, as if he had seen his savior. Dr. Li, you're here. Now, Dr. Li's reputation was known far and wide. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him the star doctor of the 100-eccentric hospital. The patient suddenly opened his eyes and struggled to look at Li Yun. Dr. Li, save me. As soon as Li Yun arrived, the other doctors immediately welcomed him. Seeing Wendy following him, they were first taken aback, then quickly averted their gaze. Clearly, they were aware of the new identity of this dean. Dr. Li, you came at the right time. Look, should we perform surgery or treat it with poison? The two arguing doctors turned their gazes to Li Yun simultaneously. What is the patient's situation? One doctor handed over the medical report. Li Yun hesitated to reach out. The air felt somewhat awkward. My assistant, can't you handle this little matter? All doctors. Wait, is the dean really being ordered around like this? When he took a deep breath and took the medical report. Toxemia, this is a very rare terminal illness. As the dean, Wendy, who had seen many illnesses, couldn't help but exclaim. That's why I insist on surgery, to open the bones and extract all the toxins from within. The cold gleam of the scalpel flashed, and the patient almost fainted again. Even if you don't consider whether it can be cured, the difficulty of surgery is extremely high. It certainly can't compare to my treatment with poison. Use a stronger poison to suppress the toxins in his body. Negative times negative equals positive. Do you understand? Listening to the treatment plans of the two doctors, Li Yun looked at Mia and Wendy. I want to hear your opinions. As a student, Mia pondered seriously and said, I think treating it with poison has some feasibility. The proposing doctor looked at Mia with a friendly face, a kindred spirit. When he shook her head, at that shake of her head, the doctor proposing poison felt like the sky was falling. Using poison merely addresses the symptoms and not the root. To completely remove the toxins from his body, we must perform surgery. There's no time to waste. Dr. G, you start the surgery immediately. How many assistants do you need? Just tell Director Wong. He'll cooperate fully. Other doctors, don't just stand there, record this surgery. If we succeed, our hospital will achieve great fame. Let's gather the strength of the entire hospital to accomplish this medical feat. Does everyone have confidence? When he raised her right hand, suddenly, the air felt awkward. Director Wong and the doctors stared at her in silence. Oh no, I seem to have mistaken my current identity. Li Yun turned her head with a thoughtful expression. Are you done? I asked for your opinion, not for you to give orders. Do you think you're the president? When he lowered her head slightly, a cold hum of defiance in her heart. But she is, after all. Li Yun was also coldly humming. I don't know who you are, but don't you like role-playing? Then whether you're a dragon or a tiger, you must behave accordingly. My president assistant. Director Wong immediately clapped, using all his professional skills to dissolve the awkwardness. If every employee in the hospital thought about the hospital from the president's perspective like Wendy does, our hospital would develop even better, a big vision, a grand vision. Don't you think? The doctors were about to flatter and nod in agreement. Leon lightly uttered a word. Nonsense. It's total nonsense. The doctors swallowed hard, clearly seeing Wendy's face darkening behind Leon. A tiny illness requires the entire hospital's resources. Is it necessary? Dr. Lee, I can't agree with you. This is a rare, incurable disease, leaving only this last resort. When he spoke up, did I ask you to speak? Director Wong, did you find me an assistant or a president? She's teaching me how to work. Director Wong. Director Wong deeply bowed his head with an expression of please don't. Dr. Lee, I also think your assistant has some merit. Then why don't you take her? How about it? Forget it. I'll keep quiet. The doctors immediately fell silent. Whatever the teacher says goes. Mia believes in the teacher. See, that's called professionalism. Little assistant, learn how to talk to your leader well. Leon patted Wendy's shoulder solemnly. When he was about to explode. I'm the president here. Are you asking me to learn how to flatter you? Damn it. Leon, do you believe I'll strip down and scare you to death right now? Ahem, strip down my identity. Just thinking about Leon, seeing her like that made her eyes widen. If she stripped down, that wouldn't scare him to death but reward him. Can he really cure this illness without surgery? When he sternly said, he can, why can't he? Watch carefully, learn well. I'll teach you only once, okay, little assistant. Wendy froze for a moment, as Li Yun turned and walked towards the surgical table, gently tilting her chin with her hand. Director Wong's eyes widened even more, flirting with the president. He really dares. Calm down. If he can't cure it, I'll explode again. If he does cure it. Wendy held back her anger and looked at Li Yun. Chapter 48 New Profession, Alchemist. Li Yun walked to the surgical table and placed one hand on the patient's body. Is it here that doesn't feel right? Dr. Lee, that spot is Kunkin. It can't be wrong. Li Yun changed to a different spot. Yes, it's the upper body. It hurts. It's all poison. Li Yun activated her holy hand. Ouch. I feel the toxin decreasing. The patient moaned comfortably. The other doctors were incredibly shocked. What? Li Yun ignored their shock, focusing on the feedback from holy hand. You have detected decay poison. Toxin +1. Toxin +1. Toxin +1. Do you want to choose to refine the toxin? After Li Yun leveled up to famous doctor, not only did her body develop antibodies to toxins and viruses, but holy hand also awakened a new skill. Refinement. Li Yun softly said. The decay poison within the patient was absorbed from her hand. Refined decay, poison 30%. Refined decay, poison 50%. Refined decay, poison 60%. Just as it was about to complete, the system popped up another prompt. Detected that the host has refined negative effects. Can awaken a similar profession alchemista. Would you like to spend 1,000 profession points to select awakening? Leon's eyes brightened. She hadn't expected such a surprise. She thought all awakenings were random at 500, not knowing what kind of profession would awaken. But now she could choose to awaken based on a similar profession. He looked at his profession value, which was exactly 1088 at the moment. Without hesitation, he chose to awaken. Alchemist. Profession level, beginner. Talent skill. Alchemy success rate plus 30%. Professional skills. Forging. Can forge all kinds of medicines and elements. Immunity. You ignore all side effects of medicines. Immune to all poisons. Remaining skills can be unlocked with upgrades. Looking at the alchemist skill panel, Li Yun couldn't help but take a deep breath. Wow, so powerful. You have acquired the poison of decay. Can formulate decay potion. You completed a high difficulty treatment, profession value plus 50, master doctor proficiency plus 50, patient trust plus 50. Student Mia observed your treatment. Mia's teaching progress plus 3%, favorability plus 5. Task 3. Complete 10 high difficulty treatments, already treated, 3. Still lying there. Do you want me to kiss you? Li Yun looked at the patient who was lying comfortably and said, Divine doll. Am I better? Divine doctor. Dr. Lee is simply a divine doctor. He can even cure the poison of decay. You are amazing. Li Yun waved his hand. Stop with the flattery. The treatment fee is 50,000. Go pay now. Okay, don't say 50,000. I'll give you 100,000. Then pay 100,000. The patient hurriedly went to pay, fearing the price would rise if delayed. Other doctors looked at Li Yun in shock. This works? Not only curing a deadly disease easily, but also setting the price themselves? The key point is that the two leaders who verify and review medical expenses haven't said a word. It's not that they don't want to speak. Wendy and Director Wong were both shocked, their jaws nearly dislocated, unable to speak. The teacher is amazing. The teacher is the best. Mia rushed up and kissed Li-yun. Li-yun said unhappily, "Is this how you respect your teacher?" Mia said shyly, "Oh, I'm sorry, teacher. I couldn't help my admiration." Li-yun pointed his right cheek that had not been kissed. "You can't just kiss one side. This side needs one too." Mua. Very good. Li-yun raised his cheek with Mia's red lips and looked at Wendy. At that moment, the dean only had one word in mind. Wow. Wow. Hey, assistant, what are you standing there for? Come over and kiss. All doctors. Wendy regained her senses and looked at Li-yun. Do you really want to kiss? You wouldn't want a young, talented doctor to lose all spirit just because you didn't encourage him, would you? Wendy quickly leaned in for a quick kiss, feeling shy. Is that it? No. Encouragement? If your work isn't meticulous, do you still want to be my assistant? Wendy gently lowered her head, leaning close to Li-yun's ear, her voice as soft as a whisper. Dr. Li, you are amazing. Li-yun chuckled. Looks like you really want to be my assistant. You can say such insincere words. Wendy seriously shook her head this time. No, Dr. Li is really amazing. He is the most skilled doctor I have ever seen. Can I also be your apprentice like Mia? The dean wants to be Dr. Li's apprentice? Director Wong's mood at that moment was beyond description. Is this also part of Dr. Li's plan? Li-yun didn't immediately agree, just gave her a gentle smile. Let's see how you perform. Dr. Li, this is the high-grade residence assigned to you after becoming a formal doctor. Take a look and see if you have any other needs. I will help, tell Director Wong. Wendy took Li-yun to the upgraded high-grade residence. It was a single suite, very luxurious. TSK, you say your dean arranged such a good place for me. Besides valuing my excellence, is it that you also covet my looks and like me? Wendy, Dr. Li, if you have no other needs, just rest well. I'll go back first. Just as Wendy turned to leave, Li-yun called her. Wait, come in with me. Come in. Wendy was taken aback. He doesn't want to sleep with me, right? Although his medical skills are excellent, he is quite handsome, and his eyes are mesmerizing. But we just met on the first day. How could it be so hasty? Hearing Wendy's thoughts, Li-yun was also momentarily stunned. Didn't you want to be my apprentice? Come in. Upon hearing this, Wendy gritted her teeth and walked into Li-yun's room. Close the door. If it gets too loud later, it won't be good. Wendy turned around and saw Li-yun had taken off his white coat. Lingerie, exposing a body full of perfect, muscular muscles. Dr. Li, what are you doing? Don't just stand there. Take it off too. Seeing Wendy frozen in place, not daring to move, Li-yun lay on the bed. Massage. I've already seen your technique. It's not great. My shoulders have been sore all day. Assistant Wendy, you don't want me to be unable to see patients tomorrow, do you? Wendy, stop pretending. Hurry up and take it off. Don't I know your intentions? What kind of serious assistant wears a corset? Hey, you know you need to wear black stockings to step on someone's back. Hurry. Whether I can see patients tomorrow depends on you. Wendy froze. Just this? Chapter 49 plus heartbreaking grass equals withered potion. This rice ball is pretty good next. Li-yun was treating a patient. Mia beside him was feeding him rice balls. Move a little to the right. Not you. Keep lying down. It'll be cured soon. Wendy, standing behind Li-yun, moved her hands slightly to the right while pounding his back. Two beautiful women stood behind him, serving him. A group of patients enviously looked at them. Mom, I want to study medicine too. Oh, is it because you want to save patients? No, because there are pretty sisters to serve me. Faced with this situation, some patients couldn't stand it and reported it. What kind of miracle doctor who has two women serving him while treating patients? I don't even have such treatment as a woman. I'm not convinced. I report it. You're the director, right? Aren't you going to do something about it? Director Wong. I'm supposed to manage Dr. Li and the director? Security, kick this patient out. If you don't want treatment, stop talking nonsense. Director Wong clasped his hands behind his back, cursed, and turned to leave. You treated a patient, career value plus 10. Famous doctor proficiency plus 10. Patient trust plus 10. As Li-yun's famous doctor career level rose, the rewards for regular patients started decreasing. But luckily, the number of patients was large and the efficiency was fast. Famous doctor task has accumulated quickly. Task 1. Accumulate patient trust. Over 1,000 trust is considered complete. Accumulated. 952. Task 2. Treat 500 patients. Treated. 325. Task 4. Famous doctor proficiency reaches 2,000. Current. 1325. The two students were constantly learning and explaining with her. Their progress in teaching was also rapidly increasing. Student Mia, Student Wendy are watching and learning. Teaching progress plus 5%. Affection plus 5. Teaching bond has been achieved. Student Mia. Teaching progress, 32%. Status, beginner. Teaching bond has been achieved. Student Wendy. Teaching progress, 58%. Status, mastery. Naturally, Wendy, the experienced director, had faster progress. But Mia worked hard and didn't lag too far behind. For this, Leon stood up. There are not many patients left, and they all have simple conditions. Mia, you treat them. Mia froze. Teacher, can I do it? As my student, of course you can. Leon gave her a definite answer, and Wendy also nodded. Mia, senior, you could do it. Wendy, who entered the profession later, called out senior. This gave Mia some confidence. All right, I'll try. Mia sat in the doctor's position. She began treating the patients, imitating Li Yun. Your problem is not big. I'll prescribe some medicine. Just take it a few times. You've dislocated it. I'll help you set the bone. It'll be fine soon. Auntie, if your tooth fell out, it's no problem. I'll give you a new one. Do you want a vampires or a werewolves? Li Yun nodded in satisfaction, and Wendy also thought in approval. No wonder Mia is a senior. It seems like our hospital is going to have another beautiful female doctor. When he had already decided to promote Mia from nurse to doctor. Student Mia successfully treated a patient, teaching progress plus 10%. Your student completed treatment on behalf of the teacher, career value plus 5, famous teacher proficiency plus 5, patient trust plus 5. As long as a student recognized by the system helps me complete treatment, I can also get rewards. Leon looked at the back end and the task updates, pleasantly surprised. While Mia helped him with treatment and earned rewards, Leon opened his alchemist exclusive skill 100 refinements. Decay poison plus heartbreaking grass equals withered potion, level 1. Withering potion. The poison will experience exhaustion, weaken bodies, and other negative effects. Leon looked at Wendy. Does the hospital have deadly nightshade? This is a banned substance. The hospital does not have it. Why does the teacher want this? It's nothing much. I heard this can cure diseases, so I want to get a bit. Then you have to go to the outskirts outside the hospital. There's a place with plenty of deadly nightshade. Then I'll go for a bit. No way. No way. When he clasped her hands together and said, it's dangerous outside the hospital, and you are human. How can you go by yourself? If the teacher wants to go, I or Mia must accompany. Leon thought for a moment. That makes sense. After lunch, you take over Mia's shift, and I will let Mia accompany me. Okay, teacher. After finishing lunch, Leon saw that there were no serious patients in the consultation room, so he let Wendy stand in for him. She was already the director. Compared to Mia, this was a bit of child's play for her. He and Mia walked out of the hospital. Teacher, that's deadly nightshade up ahead. This grass is toxic. Can this really cure diseases? Mia asked curiously. All things in the world generate and restrain each other. Poison can sometimes also be a cure. Do you understand? Mia thought for a moment. I understand. Student Mia understands a relationship of generation and restraint. Teaching progress plus 1%. Favorability plus 5. The system said she understood, so she really did understand. But unfortunately, this was just Li Yun rambling. He took the deadly nightshade not to cure diseases at all. Withering potion materials are complete. Do you want to synthesize? Synthesize. Decay poison consumption minus 5%. Soul devouring grass consumption minus 1. Obtained withering potion asterisk 1. You have completed level 1 potion crafting for the first time. Profession points plus 30. Alchemist profession proficiency plus 30. The success rate is pretty high, a shot to the heart. It might be related to the level of this potion. After all, it's a low-level first-tier potion. There are a total of 7 levels for potions. If Li Yun, with his current profession proficiency, forcibly synthesizes a 4-tier or higher high-level potion, even with the talent bonus, the success rate would probably be below 10%. He picked all the soul-devouring grass, probably dozens of them. Li Yun looked up at the sky. It was getting late. All right, let's go back. Mia nodded. They returned to the hospital with Li Yun. Suddenly, a group of strange beings with weapons charged out. Mia immediately shielded Li Yun. What do you want? This is our 100 Strange hospital doctor. The leader of the strange beings looked at Li Yun coldly and said, we are looking for your hospital's Dr. Li. If it weren't for this damn human who cured my father's toxin disease, I would have inherited my family's estate and become the new king of the family. Now my old man is healed, and I want to be the prince for 100 years. All thanks to you. Mia frowned slightly. Teacher, you should run. There are too many of them. I can't fight. Li Yun chuckled. There are many of them? This is a good chance to test my potion. Then he threw the withering potion into the group of strange beings. Chapter 50, Mia's whining, Wendy's request. Mia, hold your breath quickly. Mia immediately held her breath. The withering potion smashed to the ground. Its dark green liquid instantly turned into gas, spreading out. Cough, cough, what is this thing? A really pungent smell. Wait, why do I feel my strength weakening? Not just strength, but also speed in my body. The strange beings looked at their withering and exhausted bodies in disbelief. Hey, it really works immediately. The downside is that the potion level is too low, the duration isn't long. But it's enough to deal with this group of small fish. Faced with a group of beings whose powers were weakened by the buff, Li Yun stopped pretending. His purple pupils shone with light, enhanced by the darkness. At that moment, he was the hunter in the night. With incredible speed, he grabbed one of the strange being's arms and pulled hard. My arm. Don't come over my thigh. Head. Who saw where my head got kicked to? Woo-woo. Not playing anymore. There's a ghost. Li Yun clapped his hands and quickly dealt with the strange beings in front of him. This group of strange beings had average combat power, comparable to level D. Li Yun belongs to the realm of blood aberrations. According to the classification of strange objects corresponding to the 7 levels of players, vengeful spirits, ghostly phantoms, blood aberrations, fierce aberrations, savage aberrations, kings of aberrations, and emperors of aberrations. Such strange objects are obviously not very impressive, but there are just too many of them. If at their peak, Li Yun and Mia, at the same level, were hard to deal with. But with the weakening caused by the wasting potion, they were like rotten fish and shrimp all wiped out in one go. The ground was covered in severed limbs and broken arms. Li Yun didn't forget to make an advertisement. If you want to reclaim your bodies, remember to come to 100 Aberrations Hospital to find Dr. Li. Li Yun turned around and snapped his fingers with flair. Mia, I know you think your teacher is very handsome. Don't just stand there, let's go. Mia's weak voice came through. Teacher, what kind of potion is this? I feel so weak all over. Didn't I tell you to hold your breath? It seems it doesn't work. Li Yun, who was immune to poisons, was not affected by the potion. Looking at the extremely weak Mia, Li Yun noticed a problem. This potion really has no gaps. Even if you hold your breath, as long as the gas touches the skin, it will still be eroded. Very useful, love it. Mia, I'll carry you. Li Yun picked up Mia, and the two of them walked under the moonlight back to the hospital. Mia rested her head on Li Yun's shoulder, shyly saying, Teacher, I must be heavy. Li Yun casually nodded. Yeah, you're quite heavy. Mia buried her head behind Li Yun, timidly saying, Then I'll eat less in the future, to lose weight. Li Yun laughed heartily. He was just teasing this little ghost girl. We humans have a saying, if you weigh less than 100, you're either flat-chested or short. Do you want to lose your 36D? Or those long legs that are 1.7 meters? Mia asked softly. Which one does the teacher prefer? Li Yun pretended to think for a moment, freeing one hand to slowly clench. I want all. Teacher is so bad. Hey, you haven't praised how handsome your teacher was just now. Handsome, really, really handsome. Super, super handsome. In Mia's heart, the teacher is the most handsome human. Li Yun nodded in satisfaction. Mia is still good. Promise your teacher to keep growing. Huh? What do you mean, teacher? Blessing words, haha. Teacher likes big things. Then teacher is also very big, right? Ahem, we didn't come out to drive. Don't speed. Mia's face gently pressed against Li Yun's shoulder, murmuring, Meeting teacher is really great. Li Yun smiled gently. Upon returning to the hospital, Wendy, who had just finished treating a patient and came out of the consultation room, saw Li Yun carrying Mia. She hurriedly ran over. Teacher, did something happen? Encountered some trouble on the road. Li Yun set Mia down, and Wendy immediately supported her senior sister. Senior sister is injured? Not really. I accidentally hurt her. Wendy, is the teacher all right? Wendy looked worriedly at Li Yun, her hand constantly touching him to check for injuries. Hey, you can't touch there. Mia gathered her thoughts and spoke. Teacher is so handsome. He defeated a group of blood aberrations with ease. When he looked at Li Yun, a bit skeptical. In medical skills, she felt far inferior to Li Yun. But in terms of level, Li Yun clearly didn't measure up. I concocted a potion called Wasting Potion. It can temporarily grant an opponent a weakening buff, reducing their combat power. Wendy and Mia were both his apprentices, so there was nothing to hide in front of them. You're both female ghosts. It's not safe to go out. Teacher will send you 2 bottles. Mia gladly took the Wasting Potion. Thank you, teacher. Wendy held the Wasting Potion, looked at it, and clearly saw the trick, her face full of shock. There's an element of decaying poison in here. Not bad. And also the heartbreak grass. Such a powerful potion. This is truly made by the teacher. Teacher knows how to concoct potions too. Wendy exclaimed with delight. Alchemists are very rare in our underworld. Our hospital has been looking for an alchemist to improve the current pain relief and anesthesia, which are ineffective and outdated. We spent a lot of money, but couldn't find one. I didn't expect the teacher to be capable of this. and the quality of this potion is not worse than that of our underworld alchemists. Teacher, I have an unreasonable request. Can you help the hospital improve? Wendy didn't notice that she had accidentally exposed her thoughts as the head of the family. Leon smiled at Mia. Mia, you need to learn from your junior sister, Wendy. The awareness to become the director at all times. Wendy immediately lowered her head, looking very embarrassed. Leon teased, seeing through but not saying anything. It's not difficult, but the basic materials need the hospital to provide them for me. You know, being an alchemist costs a lot of money, and basic materials are not cheap. Wendy waved her hand immediately. Teacher, don't worry, I'll inform. Tell Director Wong the materials are all covered by the hospital, and ask him to apply for a potion-making fund for you, just like when we invited the underworld alchemist, not a penny less. Leon nodded. This counts as killing 3 birds with 1 stone, helping Wendy solve the hospital's potion problem. He could also improve his alchemist skills through the hospital's free materials. Moreover, he could get a generous reward. Such a good thing. Not doing it is not human. I will go find Director Wong right now. Wendy saw Li Yun nodding and happily left. Director, does Dr. Li really know alchemy? Are you questioning me or questioning my teacher? Dressed in the director's attire, sitting in the director's office chair, Wendy returned to her domineering, cold, corporate lady demeanor, crossing her legs, revealing the stockings beneath her pants. A mature and sexy aura wafted over. I wouldn't dare. I just heard that alchemy is extremely complex. I thought it was rare for Dr. Li to be so proficient in medicine at such a young age. He would have no energy or time to dabble in other fields. Hearing Director Wong's words, when he felt it made some sense. My teacher is the most excellent human I have ever seen, a true divine doctor. But indeed, as you said, humans do not compare to strange beings, usually living for hundreds or thousands of years. He is so young, his medical skills are exceptional, so his alchemy skills likely won't be as profound. However, solving the hospital's current potion aging problem is enough. Wendy instructed, prepare a bit more materials. The failure rate of alchemy is extremely high, consuming a lot. As for costs, just send the money to the teacher first. He is not an outsider. Director Wong nodded, but did not leave immediately, instead standing there. What's wrong? Is there something else? Wendy, who was changing out of her director's attire, asked. Director, according to regulations, Dr. Li's time here is only 2 days left. Have you thought about how to keep him? Hearing this, Wendy looked visibly stunned. Her action of changing clothes paused. Our hospital's business is booming now. For things other hospitals can treat, we do it faster and cheaper. For things other hospitals can't treat, we can. We're entirely relying on Dr. Li's golden reputation. Once he leaves, Director Wong said no more, when he understood the stakes better than he did. Are you suggesting I should use any means to keep the teacher? I know the director cannot do such a thing. I just want to tell the director that since we can't keep him, should we tell him the truth in advance? I'm afraid that one day he finds out himself, which would affect your teacher-student relationship. When he thought for a moment and then looked up. You are right. My teacher is very good to me. He teaches me everything. I've decided to tell him my true identity and be honest with him. In the consultation room, Li Yin was once again efficiently finishing the queued patients. The task of treating 500 patients was almost complete. Needless to say, his proficiency had exceeded the requirements. Mia's teaching progress had also caught up with Wendy. With 7 days agreed, I now have 2 days left. In these last 2 days, I must max out my career as a famous doctor. The only thing that hasn't increased is high-difficulty treatments. Mia ran in. Teacher, today the doctor on duty in the inpatient department is you. This afternoon, we need to go to the inpatient department. Li Yin was overjoyed. It's like a pillow is sent just as sleepiness arrives. Now the high-difficulty treatment has a chance. As Li Yun was calculating, Wendy, who had changed into her assistant outfit, returned to the consultation room, no longer looking like a domineering CEO. Teacher, Director Wong has gone to prepare materials. The dean is very happy and has agreed to all requests, and hopes to meet you in person tonight. Wendy reported the situation calmly. Li Yun, however, smiled playfully in his heart. Is this girl going to take off her disguise and be honest with me? On the surface, Li Yun remained composed and nodded. I'm a doctor on duty in the inpatient department today. Okay, you two get ready and accompany me to the inpatient department to see the patients. With Mia and Wendy accompanying him, Li Yun left the consultation room. The 100 Tricks Hospital is not large, and before Li Yun, there was no real famous doctor station there. It could only be considered a third-rate hospital, and the business was not this booming. Apart from the emergency room, logistics, office, and pharmacy, there's also an inpatient department. Why are there no doctors stationed in the inpatient department? As he walked, Li Yun asked. Mia looked confused and didn't seem to know. When he spoke up, the hospital's famous doctors are already scarce, so all resources have to be placed in the frontline emergency room. Doctors check on the patients in the inpatient department in shifts. Only nurses are left in the inpatient department to take care of the patient's daily needs. Mia curiously said, "Wendy, you know so much. I have been in the hospital for years, and it's my first time going to the inpatient department." When he chuckled softly, "If you stay in the hospital for 100 years, you would know about these things too." "Hmm? Aren't you just an assistant who just entered the hospital?" "I don't know. I accidentally blurted that out." "Ahem. The senior may have remembered wrong. I used to be a nurse in the inpatient department. That's why Director Wong transferred me to the emergency department as a teacher's assistant." With her innocent nature, Mia nodded. "So I remembered wrong. Junior sister, have you seen the dean?" "I've heard the teacher say that our dean is old and ugly, really quite a sight. The dean has invited our teacher to meet tonight. I hope the teacher won't be scared to death. After all, there are not many beautiful ladies like us." "Wendy, thank you for the compliment, senior sister." Wendy gritted her teeth in thanks and glared at Li Yun's back. Li Yun listened to the two girls murmuring, a smile creeping onto his lips. Upon arriving at the inpatient department, a terminally ill old man with a cheerful face said, "Oh, a human doctor? This is the first time I've seen one. Are you here to carry out the hospital's duty, encouraging us dying old folks? Saying the hospital is working hard to conquer these terminal illnesses, that we won't die, and to believe in the hospital, believe in ourselves?" "Young man, enough already. You are tiring us out with too much talk. We've heard it all. Being a monster, I'm not afraid of dying. But you, young human, becoming a doctor at such a young age, you've got some skill. But be careful. Some monsters have bad tempers. If you cannot cure them, you might just get eaten." The old man waved his hand, seemingly not caring about his own impending death, instead worrying about Li Yun. It was quite an upside-down situation. If I were 100 years younger, without this terminal illness. I loved eating young fellows like you. But alas, my esophagus has completely rotted away, and I can't eat anything. Dying is actually a release." Another old man, not much younger, chuckled. The entire ward was filled with a sense of deathly silence. Staying here was no different from waiting to die. Li Yun glanced at their medical records. "It's just a terminal illness. It's not impossible to treat. Noxious syndrome? I just cured one. Since you all don't want to live, then forget it." "What?" Hearing Li Yun's words, the old men who had just been optimistically waiting to die suddenly bounced up from their beds. They burst forth with their last powerful vitality. "Doctor, don't go. We don't want to die. Please treat us." Chapter 52. Why does this alchemist look a bit unprofessional? A group of old folks, hearing that they could be treated, ran faster than anyone else, whose dentures flew out. "Line up one by one. Old man, your dentures count as cutting in line. Both people and monsters can die. Once people die, will they turn into monsters?" Li Yun didn't know. But when ordinary monsters die, they absolutely turn to dust. Under Li Yun's treatment, this group of terminally ill monsters was rejuvenated. Teacher is so amazing. Fire poison disease, thousand freeze disease, eternal disease, defeat poison disease. It seems there is no disease he can't cure. Mia's admiration for Li Yun was about to explode when he didn't even dare to blink, studying Li Yun's treatment methods. Once these terminally ill patients are cured, the hospital will see unprecedented passion. "But how can I keep the teacher here?" When he clenched her fist, looking at Li Yun, gradually losing confidence. As long as Li Yun was there, Monster Hospital would become the most powerful hospital. No longer a third-rate hospital. Once Li Yun was gone, this short period of strength would revert back to its true form. You completed a high-difficulty treatment, profession points plus 50, renowned doctor proficiency plus 50, patient trust plus 50. Student Mia and Wendy observe your treatment. Teaching progress plus 10%. Task 3. Complete 10 high-difficulty treatments. Already treated. 15. Li Yun watched one patient after another, rejuvenated, happily jumping away. He took a long, deep breath. "Not only did I complete the task, but I exceeded the standard. One step closer to career promotion. And besides this, there's extra great gains." Li Yun opened the alchemist panel. Having refined new elements, he could concoct new potions now. Fire poison potion, thousands freeze potion, petrification potion. Among them, the fire poison and thousand freeze potions are first-level potions. But the petrification potion is second level. Petrification potion? I wonder how it compares to Madame Medusa. These potions had basic elements, just lacking some supporting crafting materials. "Teacher, Director Wong over there has already prepared the relevant materials. Do you want to take a break?" Winnie asked thoughtfully, considering Li Yun just finished treating over 10 critically ill patients. Li Yun shook his head. I'm fine. Where do I concoct the potions? In the pharmacy. Let's go. They arrived at the pharmacy. The related materials needed for anesthesia and pain relief potions were already prepared. Li Yun looked at the quantity and frowned slightly. Aren't we supposed to have only 100 bottles of each potion? Why are there 2 to 3 times the materials? Director Wang immediately explained. Dr. Li, considering you're new to being an alchemist, your success rate might be a bit low, so we need more resources. Don't worry. You helping is already a huge favor. Feel free to use these resources. Li Yun pouted. Alchemist potion making is divided into 2 main categories. One is elemental, like wither potion, fire poison potion, etc., filled with the power of elemental attacks. The other is common daily use like anesthesia, pain relief, blood stopping, etc., common medical potions. These potions have no level restrictions and are simpler to concoct. A general alchemist can't say they have a 100% success rate, but they have a higher chance. Li Yun, however, dared to claim he would succeed 100%. After all, the career passive skill increased his success rate. What if I don't use it all? Dr. Li, no worries. The hospital only needs 100 bottles. If there are any leftover materials, they'll be gifted to you. Li Yun smirked. If there's a deal, he's in. Though it was a favor from his own disciple. Surely, the not lacking Wendy wouldn't blame him. Li Yun stopped talking. He was ready to start concocting potions. You all go outside and wait for me. I'll call you when I finish. Director Wang immediately smiled and nodded. The potion-making cauldron is over there. Do you need help, Dr. Li? Li Yun glanced at the essential potion-making cauldron. With the system, he surely didn't need to bother with that. Just grab the materials in your hand, and the panel for the professional skill, refining, will show the potions that can be crafted with these materials. Then click on Craft on the panel. The materials in your hand will disappear, replaced by the crafted potion. No need. Director Wang, Mia, and Winnie walked out of the pharmacy together. Mia asked curiously, Director Wang, what does it mean to brew a pot? Director Wang smacked his lips, recalling. Making medicine, it's a complex craft. I was fortunate to help the last alchemist who made potions for our hospital brew a pot. The key to alchemy is this pot. Timing, temperature, and the ratio of materials, the timing for putting them in the pot. None can be missing. Only then can the unique chemical reactions of the herbs be unleashed. Mia rested her chin on one hand, looking cute. I understand the principle. But why didn't I hear the teacher starting the pot or firing the furnace? Director Wang and Winnie exchanged glances. The teacher himself said he just learned to make potions. He might not be familiar with the materials yet and is calculating the ratio. Winnie explained. Right. Dr. Li must be calculating the ratio. No hurry. Suddenly, the sound of starting the pot and firing the furnace echoed from the pharmacy. Look, Dr. Li has started the pot and fired the furnace. It seems he is about to start in earnest. To go from calculating the material ratio to starting the pot and firing the furnace so quickly, Dr. Li is truly gifted among the new alchemists. Director Wang praised. Just then, the door of the pharmacy slowly opened. Li Yun walked out. Dr. Li, why did you come out? Li Yun replied flatly. Of course I came out to find something after finishing the refining. What? Finished refining? Director Wang, Wendy, and Mia looked at each other. How long has it been? Not even 10 minutes. Director Wang turned sideways to look into the pharmacy. The materials that were piled everywhere were now completely gone. All the materials are gone. Dr. Li, could it be that you failed? Although the value of the 3 times the materials is not low, Winnie didn't feel pained. She just felt a bit regretful. Was it possible that her omnipotent teacher actually failed? Failed? How could I fail at making something like this? Do you think I'm useless? The potions are on the shelf. Li Yun pointed, and Director Wang immediately ran inside. Inside, all kinds of potions were neatly placed. Anesthesia, pain relief, hemostatic. My goodness, this is amazing. Director Wang smelled the potion he was holding and almost lost his balance from its powerful anesthetic effect. Wendy and Mia stared wide-eyed at the dense array of potions in surprise. The most frightening thing was that the number of various potions was not 100, but 300, based on the 3 times the materials. Not 1 bottle more, not 1 bottle less. This means Li Yun did not fail even once. 100% success rate. This shock made Wendy respect him even more deeply. Just to be clear, 100 bottles are yours. The remaining 200 bottles, you all promised to give them to me. Of course, if you want, we can make a deal. I need these 3 types of materials. You can help me find them. Li Yun pulled out the names of the materials he had prepared in advance. Director Wang took them and immediately became overjoyed. I'll find them. I'll help Dr. Li look right now. Dr. Lee, you are truly the biggest blessing for our hospital. By the way, didn't you use the pot? Li Yin shook his head. Then why did you set up the pot? I was hungry and wanted to cook some hot pot, but when the fire started, I realized I had no ingredients, so I came out. Why does this alchemist seem a bit unserious? Chapter 53. Wendy, a new bride overnight, I don't regret it either. Dr. Lee, the fire spirit grass and frost leaf you wanted are here. As for the stone mother, I asked all the suppliers cooperating with the hospital, and none of them have this herb. Director Wong found the herbs Li Yun wanted according to the trade conditions to exchange for the remaining various potions. None. Is it because this herb is too rare? Director Wong shook his head. Stone Mother was originally a common herb. But later a wealthy person came and monopolized all the Stone Mother in the city. To get this herb, you can only buy it from them. Others, facing that eccentric rich person, don't even think about it. But if it's Dr. Lee, I think there's a great opportunity. Li Yin was somewhat puzzled. Why? That rich person is Madame Medusa, and given Dr. Lee's relationship with her, only then did Li Yun understand what Director Wong meant by a great opportunity. The Stone Mother has actually been completely taken by that rich lady, Madame Medusa. It seems to obtain the Stone Mother. I need to find a time to meet her. Li Yun's mind conjured the enchanting figure of Madame Medusa. Dr. Lee, it's almost time. The dean is already waiting for you in the office. The figure of Madame Medusa was temporarily replaced by another charming silhouette. Li Yun looked at Director Wong, who was reminding him and intentionally leading the way. Pretending to ask casually, he teased, "Where did Wendy go? Why haven't I seen her?" Director Wong paused. Forget it. The dean wants to see me. That's more important, so I'll trouble Director Wong to lead the way. Not a trouble. Following Director Wong, they took the elevator to the top floor of the office building. Dr. Lee, the dean is waiting for you inside. Aren't you going in with me? How old is the dean? What are they like? What if they eat me? What should I do if I'm scared? Director Wong watched as Li Yun clung tightly to him, speechless. Dr. Lee, don't worry. You are our hospital's most outstanding doctor. The dean won't have any appetite for you. Director Wong wiped his cold sweat and explained. Is the dean a man or a woman? And are they good looking? What if the dean is a woman and has ulterior motives towards me? You're overthinking it. You're definitely worrying too much. The dean definitely has ulterior motives towards you. Otherwise, how would they be lurking by your side? Director Wong smiled on the surface, while Li Yun, understanding his thoughts, straightened his lab coat. He was curious about how Wendy would meet him. Pushing open the door, he entered the office. In front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, under soft lighting, a stunning silhouette stood with hands behind her back. That figure wore a black suit on top, and below were shorts and black stockings, with high heels on her feet. Her legs were long and straight, carrying the majesty and authority of the hospital's master. Dean, Dr. Lee, I've finally met you. Do you have eyes on the back of your head? Wendy's hard-earned, authoritative aura crumbled in an instant. You, smelly teacher, how can you speak to the dean like that, Ahem, what I mean is, I'm very happy to see you. How happy? Why is it different from what I imagined? The teacher isn't following the script. Li Yun looked at the astounded dean from behind, internally scoffing. Still pretending with me? Wendy took a deep breath and patted her chest with her hand. Wait until I turn around. I hope the teacher won't be scared. Just as Wendy turned around, she suddenly found herself in an embrace. Dean, does this behavior count as a hidden rule? Wendy raised her head and saw a charming smile. Dr. Lee, what do you call me? Old teacher. That's more like it, my dean disciple. Only then did Wendy realize. Teacher, you guessed it early. Your acting is too poor. You've always had I'm the dean written all over your face. Hard not to guess. Then why didn't you say it? If I'd said it, I wouldn't have had the chance to see you so domineering. Li Yun scratched Wendy's nose with a slightly indulgent look in his eyes. Clearly, Wendy was full of power in her dean's uniform, but when she leaned in Li Yun's embrace, she felt empty-headed, forgetting she was Dean Wendy. She just wanted to be that teacher's student, the doctor's assistant. Wendy, your attire is very imposing and also beautiful. Then will the teacher be willing to stay for me? Li Yun slightly retreated. He did not want to lie to the Wendy in front of him. He shook his head. Wendy seemed to have already guessed this result. There was no disappointment on her face, just a gentle smile, somewhat relieved. I'd already guessed it. The teacher can never stay here forever. You don't belong here and can never stay here. But so what? Li Yun only felt his lips cold, then turned scorching hot. Wendy's cheeks flushed, and the kiss was somewhat awkward and nervous. Even if I am just a one-night bride to the teacher, I, Wendy, have no regrets. Li Yun seemed frozen in place, his whole body stiff. Wendy aggressively stuck out her tongue this time. Chapter 54. The Invitation from Madame Medusa. Teacher, last night the dean called for me, and I went to your room, but you never came back. I was worried all night. Did the dean make things difficult for you? I heard the dean is a heartless old witch. Let me see if you're hurt. Liyun. Mia, I'm fine. This is the consultation room. It's not good for you to take off my clothes. Mia cutely stuck out her little tongue. I'm just concerned about the teacher. Since the teacher is fine, I won't give you a physical examination. But teacher must be careful with that dean. After all, the dean is an old witch. As Mia finished speaking, Wendy entered, dressed in the dean's outfit. Junior sister Wendy, you are late today. Don't worry, I won't tell Director Wong. Hurry up and change into your assistant uniform. Be careful that Director Wong sees you and deducts your salary. Mia kindly reminded, as Director Wong and a group of doctors appeared behind Wendy, bowing respectfully. Good morning, Dean. Wendy nodded gently and looked at the shocked Mia. What my senior sister said makes sense. After all, this is the teacher's consultation room. I should change into my assistant uniform. Mia covered her little mouth. You are the dean? Does my senior sister think I don't look like an old witch? Li Yin chuckled. Don't scare your senior sister. Mia, Wendy is indeed the dean. And she is also your junior sister. Wendy changed into her assistant uniform and looked at Li Yun and Mia. In front of the teacher, I am still his student, your junior sister. Why are you still dazed, senior sister? There are plenty of patients today. I specifically added an extra consultation desk for them. Today, we sisters will consult for the teacher together. Wendy sat in the doctor's consultation position, looking at Mia. Mia came back to her senses, softly saying, "Oh." Embarrassed, she said quietly, "Dean, just call me Junior Sister Wendy." Junior Sister Wendy, I'm sorry for earlier. It's okay. It was my fault for hiding it from you and the teacher. From now on, I will never call you Old Witch again. How could there be a beautiful witch like Junior Sister Wendy? Senior Sister is also very beautiful. Seeing the two beauties sitting there, the dull consultation room suddenly bloomed with spring colors. Countless patients entered the consultation room, all taken aback. How could there be such beautiful doctors in a hospital? And there were two of them. Li Yin smiled at this scene. With 50% teaching ability already possessed by the two sisters, as long as they were not dealing with terminal illnesses. Other illnesses could easily be resolved. He was enjoying his leisure when suddenly received a phone call. Dr. Li, there's a phone call for you. Who else calls you at this time every day? Do you need me to refuse with the excuse that the hospital is too busy as usual? No need. I'll come and answer it myself. Li Yin walked out of the consultation room and answered the phone. Hello, I am Li Yin. A languid and charming voice came from the other end. Dr. Li, you finally decided to answer my call. I thought you were too busy for me. Li Yin chuckled softly. How could I forget? I dare not forget Madame Medusa. What does Madame want from me? Madame Medusa sat in a chair, her fair, delicate legs lightly crossed. One hand holding the phone, the other continuously twirling her hair. Her posture was like a blossoming young girl. I've been feeling very hot these days. Perhaps I am sick. Oh, then Madame should come to the hospital, and I will personally prescribe some medicine for you. But I'm too weak to move. Wouldn't it be better for Dr. Li to come to my home to check on me? Li Yin listened to Madame Medusa's maidenly whining voice. In his mind surfaced the image of the glamorous lady. At this moment, the Jiao Mei on her youthful face was most captivating. Since your illness is so serious, I'll come and take a look. He hung up the phone. Madame Medusa's face was full of joy. Dr. Li is coming to see me. Quick, quick, quick. Make sure the house is spotless for me. Madame Medusa's little snakes fell down one after another. Start cleaning the house. Sitting in front of the dressing table, Madame Medusa delicately beautifies herself in the mirror. Her already youthful and pretty cheeks become even more beautiful after applying exquisite and luxurious makeup. Standing in front of the outfit mirror, she gazes at her proud figure. With a soft and gentle murmur on her face, she says, I forgot to ask Dr. Li what kind of outfit he likes. This is my first time alone with Dr. Li. I must leave a good impression. Madame lightly hums a love tune, with her small feet lightly tapping, changing into one beautiful outfit after another in front of the mirror. A woman beautifies herself for the one she loves and also acts for their joy. Ding dong, the doorbell rings, and the little snakes in the room raise their cute little eyes. Dr. Li is here. Babies, come back quickly. The little snakes quickly return to Madame Medusa, blending back into her beautiful hair. Madame Medusa took one last look at her flawless outfit before going to open the door. Opening the door, she is greeted by a bouquet of flowers. Then comes the face that Madame has been thinking about day and night. It's my first time at Madame's home. I didn't know what would be suitable to bring. I saw this bouquet by the roadside. Just like your beauty, it is dazzlingly lovely. So I picked it and brought it to you. Madame Medusa holds the flowers, feeling shy and touched as she says, Thank you, Dr. Li. As a wealthy mistress, she has never lacked for admirers. Not to mention these roadside blossoms. she has seen even more precious gifts. But at this moment, holding the flowers, Madame feels like the happiest woman in the entire underworld. Everything given by her beloved is cherished. Li Yun steps into Madame Medusa's luxurious mansion. Everywhere his eyes gaze, there is luxury, different from the powerful and commanding Madame Timite, who is set to elevate her entire family to greatness. Madame Medusa, alone, carries an aura of coolness and loneliness. Though both are wealthy and captivating women, each shines with a different beauty. Dr. Li, it's finally nice to meet you. Madame Medusa brewed a cup of tea and placed it in front of Li Yun. Then she sat down opposite him. With her hands resting on her chin, she gazed at Li Yun. Li Yun took a gentle sip and praised. Madame's tea skills are truly top-notch. Unlike ordinary green tea's shallow color, which easily gets monotonous, Madame's tea carries deep age and flavor. Tasting tea is like tasting a person. Madame Medusa felt delighted and said, "This is 100-year-old puer, naturally extraordinary." So it turns out Dr. Li prefers older over younger. Li Yun suddenly stiffened, sitting there too scared to move. Madame Medusa quietly looked at him, her face adorned with a hint of a smile. Beneath the table, a delicate little foot wrapped in silk stockings gently touched Li Yun's calf. That silky touch, with just the right force. Each touch stimulated Li Yun's nerves. Chapter 55. Li Yun. Madam, please respect my profession. If it was a young and innocent girl, who has never picked the beauty of love, facing the one she likes, her gaze would definitely not be so heated. Her little thoughts would be hidden like giant stones in the ocean, quietly concealed. Clearly, for a mature and lovely woman, even initial love can be displayed without covering up her inner desires. Such a straightforward approach has a more irresistible mature beauty than an innocent girl. Dr. Li, why aren't you continuing to drink the tea? Didn't you say you really like the aged flavor in this tea? Li Yun put down the teacup and looked seriously at Madame Medusa. Madam, do you know that your actions are a form of provocation? Provocation? Then how about this? Madame's foot wrapped in silk stockings abandoned its attack on Li Yun's calf. Instead, it smoothly and stealthily approached the space between Li Yun's thighs. In one swift motion, unexpected, I really like Dr. Li's current expression. My illness has improved quite a bit. Li Yun took a deep breath, reminding himself not to forget the purpose of his visit this time. Madam, you said your body has been feeling strange lately. Why don't you extend your hand, and I will examine you? Madame Medusa extended her delicate, white, lotus-like arm. Her 5 fingers were like green shoots, her wrist fair, and the exposed wrist bone held an alluring sexiness that one could hardly ignore. Li Yun extended 2 fingers, gently placing them on Madame Medusa's pulse. His brows furrowed slightly. Madam, your pulse shows that your body is not in serious trouble. Is it depression that has relapsed again? Madame Medusa shook her head. Ever since I used Dr. Li's exclusive prescription, my depression has long since improved. I have once again found longing for this world, and my heart is filled with love. The illness I have now is the most severe. I always feel my heart burning like fire, my body like flames. My heart is just like a red bean. Red bean? Li Yun felt somewhat confused. That is not an ordinary red bean. It comes from your human southern country. Madame Medusa whispered softly. I hope you gather more of it. This item is the most connected to longing. Longing disease. The lady's longing was more intense than the hidden feelings of an ordinary young girl. Her jade-like foot was almost breaking through Li Yun's defenses, eager to claim his attention. Madam, please respect my profession. I'm currently a doctor treating you. Madame Medusa smiled. Li, do you know when I woke up from the perfect method of suicide? The once despairing Medusa has died. The reborn Medusa lives only for one thing, one person. That thing is called love, and that person is you. Among countless good medicines in the world, you are my only good medicine. Only by thinking of you and longing for you every day can I continue to live. The heat of the lady's love took Li Yun by surprise. He never expected that in this millennium of solitude, Madame Medusa's loneliness was as dark and silent as an abyss, and his appearance was like a warm yellow lantern, gradually illuminating the darkness in Madame Medusa's heart. To get closer to you, I have been studying much about human culture during this time. For example, your poetry, love stories, cuisine, and how to safely and properly engage in a behavior called lovemaking. Li Yun. Madam, we cannot advance any further. Otherwise, Madame Medusa twirled her wavy long hair around her finger, with a teasing smile at the corner of her lips. Otherwise what? Li, you're truly adorable. Li Yun gritted his teeth, shaking his head. He came for 2 purposes. One to treat the lady, and the other was for the Stone Mother. seeing that the lady's illness was about to turn into a treatment for herself. Li Yun immediately changed the topic. Madam, I have one more thing to discuss. I heard that the stone mothers here are monopolized by you. Madam Medusa nodded. Yes, I need this item to feed my little snakes. I wonder if Madam could sell me some? Li also needs stone mothers. Yes, I need this to refine some potions. Li is not only a handsome and outstanding doctor, but also a pharmacist. Madam Medusa's eyes sparkled even more. But I'm not short on money. Many herbal merchants want us to sell stone mothers, but I have refused them all. What will he use to trade with me? Li Yun, while struggling with the lady's advances, began to calculate what to say. Okay. Madam agreed without hesitation, and Li Yun felt awkward. I can exchange with the potions you need. So that's it. We should speak quicker next time. Otherwise, it is hard not to misunderstand that you covet my beauty. Li Yun, who exactly is coveting whom? Madam needs to absorb the energy from the stone mother to feed your little pets, thus enhancing their petrification effects. I can refine a petrification potion for Madam, which is much stronger than the effects of the stone mother potion. I believe they will like it more. For every 10 pieces of stone mother, I will return you 1 bottle of potion. I believe this is a fair deal. Madam Medusa listened to Li Yun's words, calculated in her heart, and gently nodded. Indeed, it is very fair. But Li Jun should understand, what I want is not this kind of fairness. What I want is you. Madam Medusa licked her lips. Just when Li Yun was about to lose his defense, he changed from a defensive situation, choosing to take the initiative. That tickles. Li Jun, don't do that, it's so ticklish. Li Yun grabbed Madam's ankle with one hand and gently tapped her soul with the other. Madam, please respect my profession. I am not a casual person. What if one day Madam gets tired of me, and I am no longer your only remedy? What if you turn me to stone and swallow me whole? As a weak little human, I have no ability to resist against Madam. Faced with the teasing of Madam Medusa and the deep love, Li Yun is not a fool, not someone who remains unmoved like Lu Xiaowei, a moral exemplar, and certainly not a fledgling without Wei Kuan experience. Love is fluid. It could flow away in the next moment. Just a moment ago, Madam Medusa was full of affection. She might pull up her pants and not recognize him. Even if his life-saving potion and props are all out, it's highly likely they cannot defeat Madam Medusa in front of him. Men, out there, also learn to protect themselves. After all, there are laws to protect even marriage. He has no binding ties with Madam Medusa, but he can't be careless. Li Jun, let me go, it tickles. Madam, have you thought this trade through? I've thought it through, I agree. Li Yun then released Madam's delicate jade foot and secretly took a sniff of his hand. So fragrant. Madam is like a charming flower by the roadside, beautiful and dripping, carrying a captivating fragrance. But this beautiful flower has thorns. If he is not careful while picking, he might get pricked. Chapter 56, Hospital Incident. Dr. Li failed the patient. You have refined a level 2 petrification potion, profession value, plus 20, alchemist proficiency, plus 20. Madam Medusa, the petrification potion is ready. You taste it, and you will know how worthwhile this deal is. Li Yun placed a bottle of petrification potion in front of Madam Medusa. Madam opened the potion, and the little snakes on her head began to lick the potion. The little snakes consumed the potion, standing up, dancing with immense joy. They stuck out their tongues, as if communicating with Li Yun. What are they saying? Madam replied with a joyous expression. My babies say thank you, Dr. Li. Compared to the stone mother, they prefer this potion. They're my only family, more important than my life. If they like it, I have no reason to disagree with this deal. Madam Medusa extended a hand, and Li Yun shook it. Unexpectedly, in the next second, Madam Medusa pressed against Li Yun. Dr. Li, from now on, whether my little babies can eat well depends on you. On such a happy occasion, why don't I cook for you personally and open a bottle of wine to celebrate? Having obtained the stone mother, Li Yun immediately checked his wrist. It's so late. I appreciate your kindness, madam. This timing is just when the hospital is busy. I have to hurry back. Madam Medusa looked at Li Yun, who didn't even have a watch, seeing through but not saying anything. She was also restraining her desires. As she sent Li Yun out of the house, her face carried a hint of reluctance. Madam, I'll be leaving first. As for your kindness, definitely next time. Madam smiled gently. Is Dr. Li really so afraid I'll drug you in the food? Then eat you? Madam suddenly stepped forward, and Li Yun instinctively stepped back. Haha, Dr. Li, you look so cute. I won't tease you anymore. And thank you for coming today, Dr. Li. Li Yun looked at the smiling madam, filled with flowers, and asked, Madam's illness? Madam Medusa lightly waved her hand. Longing is the most unsolvable, falling for Dr. Lee is a sickness, and you are my only cure. However, human beings value subtlety and gradual progression. I'm Medusa. I've lived for 1,000 years. There's plenty of time for Dr. Lee to slowly fall for me. Accept my feelings. Don't worry. Li Yin bowed and bid farewell to him. Madame Medusa watched him leave. Then her gaze turned a bit lonely as she returned home. She closed the door. Seeing the bouquet of wildflowers on the table, her eyes lit up again. Dr. Lee, you actually have me in your heart, right? It's okay. I will make you see my feelings and let you no longer be afraid. May you gather more, for this is the most longing thing. It was already dinner time. Back at the hospital, as soon as Li Yin stepped in, he saw a crowd of strange beings. Why are there so many patients at this hour? He was a bit confused, and then he heard noise coming from a distance. Director Wendy, we are all directors, and also strange beings. We should be united. Now that your human doctor has harmed our kin, your hospital's inaction is totally wrong. You still want to shield that human? That's where you are wrong. Hand over Dr. Lee. Wendy looked at the strange being in the director's outfit in front of her and coldly replied, You say Dr. Lee harmed the patients. Do you have evidence? I wouldn't dare to come seek you without evidence. Otherwise, wouldn't you think I was jealous of your good business and deliberately causing trouble? The strange director waved his hand, and the nurses from his hospital came forward carrying a patient on a stretcher. I ask you, were you harmed in this hospital by a human named Dr. Lee? The strange being nodded. Mia, feeling unconvinced, shouted, You are lying. Since the teacher entered the hospital, I have always followed him. I have never seen you. Besides, with the teacher's skills, he can cure terminal illnesses. How could he have harmed you? The patient stammered for a long time, not making any sense. He pulled out a consultation form from his pocket. It had Dr. Li Yun's unique seal from the consultation room stamped on it. You are that Dr. Lee's student? Huh, no wonder you defend that quack. Take a good look. Is this not the unique seal of your Dr. Lee? This patient was supposed to have just a small illness, but unexpectedly turned mute. That so-called terminal illness curing Dr. Lee is nothing but a quack, and Baiguay Hospital is a place of deception. Patients who had come to hear about Dr. Lee's fame but had not yet been treated began to discuss among themselves. No way. That Dr. Lee is not a miracle doctor. He is a quack. How could it not be? He can cure terminal illnesses, and he's still human. Do you believe that? But my neighbor with terminal illness really did get discharged and went home. Is it possible that your neighbor didn't even have a terminal illness? Took the money and, with a guilty conscience, helped this deceitful hospital with its publicity? A third-rate hospital can't possibly have a so-called miracle doctor. Everyone should believe in Bailey Hospital, a first-rate hospital. Among the patients, one person loudly stirred up the crowd. Other patients began to waver. Li Yin stood in the crowd, slightly frowning. Fortunately, he didn't wear a white coat when he went to see Madame Medusa. At this moment, he was hidden and went unnoticed. Dr. Lee, what are you doing here? Along, and little Neza walked over. What happened at the hospital? Little Neza exclaimed with righteous anger. That's the director of Bailey Hospital, suddenly bringing staff from their hospital here. They said you harmed a patient and want to seek justice. I guess it's mostly because your recent fame has stolen their business, so they're here to slander you. Along hesitated a bit. Great God, did you really harm that patient? He is carrying the consultation form from your room with your exclusive seal. That thing can't be forged. Little Neza retorted unhappily. How could it be possible? The great god's medical skills have been recognized by the director, the head, and all patients. The great god is absolutely innocent. It must be slander. Alung smiled bitterly. Even if it's slander, look at how many strange beings Bailey Hospital has brought. Obviously, they want to ruin the great god's reputation, but also want his life. A human cannot possibly be above a first-rate hospital. They won't let the great god off easily. We humans face strange things. Even if we are right, we can't explain clearly. I suggest the great god should hurry and run. Li Yin rejected Lang's kind suggestion. He had already heard the true thoughts of the president of Bailey Hospital. He knew this was a conspiracy to destroy himself and Bailey Hospital. That patient had never been treated at all. But what about that exclusive seal of his? There must be a traitor in the hospital. Someone secretly forged this consultation form and stamped his doctor seal. Who is the traitor? Chapter 57. Curing the Mute Curse, Mia and Wendy's Glory. This patient was originally a minor illness. Any doctor in our hospital could cure it. I didn't expect that, misled by the advertisements, they came to your unscrupulous third-rate hospital and encountered a fake human doctor. It directly turned him into a mute. Is it too much to ask for an explanation? Hand over that quack doctor. With the president of Bailey Hospital's agitation, The strange beings he brought began to cause a stir. Hand overly the quack. Hand overly the quack. Some patients, feeling deceived and confused, began to shout along. Director Wong and the other doctors looked at each other, glancing at the pale-faced Wendy. President, what should we do? Wendy said in a low voice. Do you believe in the teacher? Director Wong was the first to support. Of course we believe. We saw with our own eyes that Dr. Lee cured a terminal illness. We have never seen this patient. This is a slander from Bailey Hospital. The other doctors nodded in agreement. Yes, we believe in Dr. Lee. Wendy's face grew even darker. I know, but that exclusive seal from the consultation room is not fake. There is a traitor in our hospital. Some staff colluded with outsiders, tried to use the teacher's identity to ruin us. Fortunately, the teacher is not in the hospital right now. Otherwise, even with so many strange beings, I couldn't protect him. Wendy calmly analyzed the current situation. Mia, however, was not so calm. She charged at the patient. I have never seen you. Are you here to slander the teacher? Do you have any conscience? Speak. The strange being from Bailey Hospital pushed Mia aside. He has already been made mute by your teacher. How can you make him speak? What? Do you want to destroy the evidence before everyone's eyes? Let me tell you, everyone has seen today's events. Bailey Hospital comes under the banner of justice. If you don't hand over that quack doctor, then don't expect to keep your hospital open. Bailey Hospital, with several times the number of staff, completely surrounded by Gue Hospital. Can't speak? I'll cure you and see if he can talk. Mia refused to accept. A nurse dares to talk about medicine here? Get out of the way. When he put one hand in front of the president of Bailey Hospital to block him and kept Mia behind her with the other hand. She is not a nurse, but our Dr. Mia from Gue Hospital. And she is also Dr. Lee's top disciple. My senior sister. In terms of medical skills, your hospital's doctors can't compare to her. Seeing Wendy stand up, the president of Bailey Hospital coldly smiled. Senior sister? I didn't expect you, the usually strong and rational Wendy, to apprentice to that human quack. It seems you by Gue Hospital have made up your mind to protect that human. Director Wong led the hospital staff and said firmly, Dr. Lee is definitely not a quack. We believe in him. The president of Bailey Hospital, seeing this, sneered dismissively. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Since you say the human is not a quack, you are his disciples, then cure this patient. If you can cure him, it will prove that Dr. Lee is not a quack. The president of Bailey Hospital's face was filled with deep confidence. Do you really think this is just an ordinary mute? If it were a common mutism, why would I bring him here to use as a weapon? This patient was born under a curse. His voice was taken away. This is a curse more terrifying than a terminal illness. Even I cannot treat it. How can you? Hearing the president of Bailey Hospital's inner thoughts, Li Yun let out a soft, cold hum and couldn't help but think of a saying. If you don't study medicine, you see me as a frog at the bottom of a well, looking up at the moon. If you study medicine, you see me as an ant gazing at the sky. Just a small, low-level curse. Li Yun did not act immediately. Mia and Wendy's teaching progress had already reached 90%. Although the recent patients had them substituting for their teacher to diagnose, the patient's conditions were not complex, so progress was too slow. Finally encountering a curse harder to treat than a terminal illness, he wanted Mia and Wendy to handle it. Hearing the words of the director of Bailey Hospital, Mia was the first to step forward. What's so difficult? I will treat it. Wendy frowned slightly and gently pulled Mia. Senior sister, I think this patient can't possibly just have a simple speech impairment. Although I don't know what his issue is, I understand the director of Bailey Hospital. We will treat this illness together. Just like when substituting for our teacher. Mia nodded, and when he called for a mobile bed so the patient could lie down, Mia placed her hand on the patient's throat. How do you feel? The patient stuttered and remained silent. The director of Bailey Hospital scoffed, sneering, asking a mute how he feels. And yet you say I am not a quack. Surrounding them were strange beings who laughed heartily. But Li Yun lightly nodded. Senior sister, have you found anything? His vocal cords are not damaged. They still vibrate when he tries to speak. This is not the same as ordinary mute patients. Indeed, it's not that simple. Mia infused a trace of dark energy into the patient's throat. A wisp of black breath emerged from the patient's throat. This is the curse of silence. You can see the problem. That counts as knowing something, but so what? A curse is harder to treat than a terminal illness. Let's see how you handle it. Mia and Wendy exchanged glances. It really is a curse. This is troublesome. If the teacher were here, I believe he could easily treat this low-level curse. But relying on me, who has not yet graduated, Mia felt a bit of confidence slipping away. When he patted her shoulder, I can sense that the teacher has returned and is watching over us. He doesn't take action because he believes we can definitely cure this curse. The teacher once said, whether it's a terminal illness or a curse, as long as you find the key issue, there's a solution. There are only two conventional ways to break a curse. One is to find the caster, and the other is for the cursed person to die. Got it. The withering potion the teacher gave us. Wendy suddenly thought of the solution, excitedly exclaiming, yes, the withering potion can lower his bodily functions, making the curse think he's about to die. This way it will fade away from his body. Mia also understood immediately when he took out the withering potion. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Step back. Although they didn't know the effects of the potion in Wendy's hand, the unknown danger made the director of Bailey Hospital back away constantly. After all the strange beings had retreated from the potion's range, Wendy opened it, and the potion was poured over the patient. The patient only felt his bodily functions rapidly withering. His already weak state was now as quiet as death. The curse of silence could no longer sense his essence and dissipated into a wisp of black smoke from his body. I feel so powerless. What have you done to me? This is my voice? I can speak now. Tears streamed down the patient's cheeks. If it weren't for his withering body making him unable to move, he would have already jumped up in excitement. Thank you, divine doctors. You truly are divine doctors. The Bailed Hospital told me that as long as I had this diagnosis form to slander you, I would be cured. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done that. In the silent hall, the patient's voice rang out. All strange beings turned to look at the director of Bailey Hospital. So it's like this. They actually cured the curse. Damn it. The director of Bailey Hospital's face changed drastically, and his voice turned sharp. Mia and Wendy, also affected by the withering potion, were about to collapse. A figure strongly supported them. Teacher, you all did great, I saw it. Facing Li Yun's praise, Mia and Wendy smiled knowingly. Are you the human Dr. Li? Are you the one who snatched the business of Bailey Hospital? Huh. Dirty water can't stain you, then I'll kill you. Bailey Hospital staff, listen up. Get rid of this human. Wendy's heart tightened. She didn't expect the president of Bailey Hospital to be so reckless. Teacher, you must leave now. She weakly pushed Li Yun, but fell into his arms. Don't worry, they can't kill me. Li Yun pulled out various potions and threw them at the rushing Bailey Hospital staff. What the hell is this? So hot. I'm burning all over. How'd he get petrified? A large number of Bailey Hospital employees were either burned, frozen, or petrified. Seeing this, Director Wong shouted with doctors and nurses, "Protect Dr. Li." Seeing this, the president of Bailey Hospital wanted to retreat and escape. A large number of aggressive patients who had received favors from Li Yun poured in outside. Who dares to touch Dr. Li? He's our savior. Dare to slander Dr. Li? Brothers, kill them. Looking at the dense crowd of patients like a tide, the president of Bailey Hospital was instantly overwhelmed. Hey, what are you doing? Is there still law? Is there still justice? I'm the president of Bailey Hospital. At this moment, the president of Bailey Hospital was surrounded layer by layer, occasionally being kicked or slapped or spat upon in the crowd. While what fake president? Dr. Li is our lifesaver. We only recognize Bailey Hospital for treatment. You want to pick a fight without a reason? Did you ask us? Leading the charge, the most aggressive were the patients suffering from terminal illnesses in the inpatient department, originally waiting to die. It was Li Yun who gave them a second chance at life. Knowing that Li Yun was in trouble, they immediately gathered their fellow patients and rushed over. Unfilial son, you better kneel before me. Dr. Li, I'm sorry. It's my failure to teach my child. Now you know that this unfilial son once caused you trouble. You can hit or punish me. I'll take it. The former victim of the toxin kicked the kneeling unfilial son who had once wanted to attack Li Yun, but was wiped out by the withering potion. Li Yun waved his hand. I'm an adult. How can I argue with a child who's hundreds of years old? Thank you all today. The crowd immediately smiled and said, Dr. Li is too polite, it should be. Seeing this, the president of Bailey Hospital immediately said, Dr. Li, what about me? Kill him. Li Yun looked at the president of Bailey Hospital, his gaze sharp. I ask you, who is the mole in our hospital? I don't know. I suddenly received a secret letter saying it could help me deal with you. And since I was worried about my business being snatched, I agreed. At this moment, the president of Bailey Hospital's face was filled with regret. Li Yun coldly scanned around. The mole is quite cautious. It seems hard to investigate. So forget it. Hearing Li Yun say forget it, in the dense crowd, a hidden observer breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing I acted cautiously, didn't leave any clues. This president of Bailey Hospital is simply useless. This fool isn't worth scheming against. Li Yun's eyes brightened. Through layers of the crowd, he spotted a familiar figure. The observer dressed in security uniform was now like a thorn in his side. The instinctual danger alert made him realize. Found out, just as he turned to escape. Alung blocked his way first. You traitor, where do you think you're going? Running away after revolting? The stop security guard was the cold youth. At this moment, he gritted his teeth and argued. You say I'm a mole? What evidence do you have? Evidence? Li Yun smiled. Director Wang said sternly. In Guai Hospital, whatever the teacher says goes. Even if he wants to be the president, it's fine. Li Yun, Director Wang, this shouldn't be said here. Little Neza curiously said. Alung, the great god is so amazing. Alung smacked his lips. Is this serious? When he weakly said. Director Wang, drag this person away from me. Director Wang, filled with anger, walked toward the aloof young man with a few strange workers. You and Dr. Li are both human. Why is there such a big gap? Drag him to the kitchen. I'll personally take care of him. Seeing this, the aloof young man prepared to pull out a tool, making a final desperate move. Unfortunately, his thoughts had already been seen through by Li Yun. A bottle of petrification potion smashed directly onto his head. The potion shattered, and the aloof young man began to slowly petrify from his head. The strange workers of the hospital carried him toward the kitchen. As they did, his cloak fell to the ground. Li Yun walked over and picked it up. You have obtained the invisibility cloak. Invisibility cloak. Wearing it creates a temporary invisibility effect by utilizing color difference. Hint. After one use, the cooldown time is 8 hours. It seems he was wearing this cloak when he secretly entered my consultation room to stamp. What a pity, the cooldown time is too long. No chance to use it again. It's mine now. Li Yun put away the cloak. Such a thing, combined with his own potions, is simply a super old silver coin. Perfect. The director of Bailey Hospital, surrounded by strange workers, looked panicked. Dr. Li, just say the word, and we'll take care of this bastard for you. Patients sharpen their knives one after another. No, Dr. Li, give me a chance. I won't dare to trouble Bailey Hospital or you again. I'm only deceived by that rogue. It won't happen again. Li Yun looked at Wendy. Will killing him bring trouble to you? Wendy gently nodded, and Li Yun then made a decision. But he slandered my teacher, so he can't be let off so easily. Wendy, holding on despite her weakness, looked at the director of Bailey Hospital. You slandered Bailey Hospital and Dr. Lee's reputation. If you want to live, pay money to exchange. The director of Bailey Hospital dared not say a word against it. Soon, he reached an agreement with Wendy and brought out $2 million in compensation. $1 million for the hospital, and $1 million for Li Yun personally. Only then did he leave Bailey Hospital with other workers in shame. From today, Bailey Hospital will become famous overnight. It will become a top-tier existence that can cure terminal illnesses and curses. Once the strange ones were asked to leave by Director Wang, the hospital's farce came to an end. Li Yun sat in a chair, with Mia leaning on his left shoulder and Wendy on his right. The two girls, suffering from wilting negative effects, now saw Li Yun as their pillar. Student Mia and Wendy successfully treated a high-difficulty curse patient, teaching progress plus 10%. Student Mia and Wendy's teaching progress is full and has reached graduation conditions. Can undergo inheritance. Wendy and Mia looked at Li Yun reluctantly. Teacher, are you leaving? Li Yun nodded. I have an appointment with a patient. I need to go save her. But if the teacher leaves, what will we do if we encounter patients we can't cure? Knowing they couldn't keep him, they still felt reluctant. Mia and Wendy show strong reluctance and deep self-doubt about leaving you. Do you wish to sign a teacher-student contract? Mia, Wendy, would you like to sign a teacher-student contract with me? This way, if there are patients I can't cure, I can help you through the contract. Hearing this, both Mia and Wendy showed no hesitation. This is wonderful. To sign a contract with a teacher is an honor for both me and my senior. Teacher, please sign it quickly. With the agreement from both girls, Li Yun chose to sign a contract. Wendy, voluntarily sign a contract with the teacher. From now on, when I inquire for the teacher, I will surely promote the teacher's name as a divine doctor throughout the entire underworld. I will never betray or question my teacher. A teacher-student contract shone brightly at the center of Li Yun and the two girls' foreheads. Teacher-student contract. When students inquired on behalf of the teacher, they could receive corresponding professional and proficiency rewards. When students' medical skills upgrade, you will receive a refund reward. Li Yun froze for a moment, not expecting this contract to be so profitable. No longer would he worry about professional points. Famous doctor task completed. Task 1. Accumulate patient trust. Trust over 1,000 is considered complete. Accumulated 2,000. Task 2. Treat 500 patients. Treated 538. Task 3. Complete 10 difficult treatments. Treated. 15. Task 4. Master level of famous doctor reaches 2,000. Currently. 6988. Task 5. Teach 2 apprentices and complete the legacy. Currently. 2. Famous doctor promoted to divine doctor. Divine doctor. Career level. Master. Talent skill. Healing effect plus 80%. Career skill. 100 understandings. Knowledge of any doctor's knowledge and common sense. Holy hand. Use both hands to soothe patients' pain, heal patients, and can read patients' conditions, absorbing all diseases. Exclusive skill of divine doctor. Miraculous revival. Can save any creature dead within 10 minutes. Limited to once every 3 days. Teacher. This is the badge of honorary dean of the hospital. After unanimous recognition by all staff and leaders of the hospital, you are qualified to become the honorary dean. With this badge, besides being able to return to the hospital outside of the game at any time, you can also receive monthly dividends from the hospital. Your dream of being the dean has come true again, Wendy said again, shyly lowering her head. Dean Lee, congratulations, congratulations. Vice Dean Wong, congratulations, congratulations. Li Yun and Director Wong, no, now, it was Vice Dean Wong, congratulated each other. Wendy and Mia couldn't help but smile at the sight. Don't forget, Director Mia, work hard. Hope that one day you can also be the honorary dean. New driver Mia didn't understand, while seasoned driver Wendy turned red and lowered her head again. It's almost time, I have to go. I will make time to visit you. All the strange creatures in the hospital waved goodbye reluctantly. Dean Lee, take care. Player Reverse Butterfly has left the game. 100 Strange Hospital. Achievement unlocked for Divine Doctor in the world. Divine Doctor's miraculous hands have healed countless patients. 100 Strange Hospital has erected a statue for you. Heartbreaker. Captured the hearts of Mia, Wendy, Madame Medusa, Vice Dean Wong, etc. Dean's struggle record. Rising step by step, after being the dean, became the honorary dean. Serious syndrome of Curry's. Please pay attention to your master. What? You say you were Curry's? Game rating. SSS level game comments. Divine Doctor in the world. Ladies of Strange. Why not quickly welcome? Rewards. Level experience plus 800 game points plus 300 spirit coins plus 30,000 game exit tickets *1. Can exit the game at any time. This time, in 100 Strange Hospital, Li Yun reaped great rewards. In terms of profession, promoted the doctor profession to divine doctor. Activated alchemist. Obtained 2 students who can continuously provide him with professional value and proficiency. Became the honorary dean of the hospital, receiving dividends from the hospital. And that invisible cloak. In front of these huge gains, salary and bonuses were insignificant. The game rewards were given out, and the system backend was continuously refreshing. Hospital salary and bonus, 50,000 spirit coins. Honorary Dean Hospital dividends, 500,000 spirit coins. 100 benefits hospital compensation, 1 million spirit coins. Mia, Wendy diagnosing on behalf of the teacher, professional value plus 10. Divine Doctor proficiency plus 10 inch. Leon opened his attribute panel. Player, Leon. Game ID, Reverse Butterfly. Player level, D grade. Game points, 900. Spirit coins, 1.6 million. Game matches, 3. Ability, Vampire Strange Power. Soul Contract, Daniela, Evil. Money Contract, Xiao Qian. Teacher-Student Contract, Mia, Wendy. Items, Timid Castle Invitation, 100 Strange Hospital Honorary Dean Badge. Invisible Cloak, Game Entry Exemption Ticket, Game Selection Ticket, Game Exit Ticket, Withering Potion, Fire Poison Potion. In summary, it's just 3 words. Profiting a lot. And the entire player interface of the horror game emitted a new notification. The newcomer leaderboard has changed. Please check in a timely manner. The newcomer leaderboard has changed? Is it a bug? Why is the first place still Reverse Butterfly? 3 SSS ratings. Still firmly holding the first place on the leaderboard. In the player center, Hong Jia was no longer able to sit still. Useless vampires, strange. Rumors are believed by fools and stopped by the wise. At this moment, the former fool, now the wise, immediately tore apart this unreliable rumor. Damn Elk Guild, how can I trust their words? It must be they saw the potential of Reverse Butterfly, they only released the smoke bomb to confuse us. How do we fall for it? No, we must contact Reverse Butterfly immediately. Sister Hong slammed the table and immediately opened the player interface. She added Reverse Butterfly as a friend using her renowned master player ID Crimson. You have sent a friend request. The other party has rejected you. Sister Hong, he rejected you? The assistant beside her was in disbelief. The name Crimson represented the entire player center. He was a top player, and he was actually rejected by a newcomer. Sister Hong's chest rose and fell, a vibrant sight. She stomped her red sole high heels. I admire his courage. It's okay. He's a newcomer. Not knowing me is normal. But he must know about spiritual coins. You know newcomers are usually poor. I just need to let him understand my generosity. You have sent a friend request and gifted 50,000 spiritual coins. Sister Hong confidently leaned back in her boss chair, crossed her legs, and lightly hummed. Little brother, can I win you over? Li Yun, I told you to defend while hiding your strength. And this is how you do it. Li Yun held the phone away as he listened to his sister Li Rui's roar. Yeah, I listened to you, went all out. You should know there are two things in this world that can't be hidden, a cough and my strength, hey. It's all right. Let me tell you, I can't hide it anymore. Li Rui huffed coldly on the other end of the line. Now all the major guilds are scolding me for releasing a smoke bomb and spreading rumors. Even our president suspects I'm a traitor, a genius who ranked first 3 times among newcomers. But I called him useless. Since you want to self-destruct, I won't care anymore. You just wait for the major guilds to find you. With their abilities, they will be at your doorstep soon. Li Rui angrily hung up the phone, leaving Li Yun looking helpless. Opening his game interface, a friend request popped up. Player Crimson sent a friend request and gifted 50,000 spiritual coins. Before Li Yun could take a closer look, the system popped up another message. Xiao Qian has shared profits with you through a money contract. 200,000 spiritual coins. Li Yun happily accepted Xiao Qian's profit share. He turned back to look at the previous message. Clicked the cross. On the other side, Sister Hong saw the returning message and almost got breast cancer from anger. The other party returned your trifling gifts and rejected your friend request. Sister Hong. Chapter 60, Awaken, Princess Vera. Player has returned to the vampire castle. Li Yun opened his eyes, finding himself in the familiar castle. Dr. Li is here. The butler noticed immediately. The lifeless castle was suddenly filled with vitality. At this moment, sitting in the hall, the pale-faced vampires, staring at the seconds ticking away, instantly lit up. The young lady is saved. Butler Hunter exclaimed excitedly. I knew Dr. Li would show up on time. The lady's previously lifeless face also showed a smile. Dr. Moss immediately stood up to welcome him. Dr. Lino, Dean Li, I have received a letter from Dean Wendy about your great deeds. Please forgive me for previously calling you my apprentice. Compared to you, I am the one who knows nothing. I wonder if I could become your student just like Dean Wendy. Li Yun looked at Dr. Moss, who was bowing with a hopeful face. Sorry, Dr. Moss. I am not taking disciples at the moment. However, as the honorary dean, I do hope you can return to the hospital, continue your studies in the hospital, and serve the hospital. Dr. Moss, upon hearing this, looked up in surprise. Dean Wendy suggested the same. I always thought the hospital needed me, but I wasn't selected as the director, so I left in a huff. Now it seems I was too narrow-minded. It's actually me who can't leave the hospital. Thank you, Dean Li, for giving me the chance to return to the hospital. Li Yun helped Dr. Moss up and patted his hand. It's good that Dr. Moss has this idea. The haunted hospital welcomes you anytime. This scene left the blood-sucking sisters stunned, but it had only been 7 days. Has Li Yun become an existence that Dr. Moss must look up to? Li Yun's speed of growth completely exceeded their imagination. The lady's face was filled with pride, proud of her choice to form a deep friendship with Li Yun. It seems I can no longer call you Dr. Li. I must call you Director Li now. What you say, madam, is too formal. We're like family. No need for such politeness. Li Yun winked to the lady. The lady smiled warmly. Dr. Li, my young lady, don't worry. I already have confidence in treating her. With one sentence, Li Yun nearly made Hunter, the housekeeper who was a 1,000-year-old vampire duke, cry. He placed his hand on his heart. If Dr. Li cures the young lady, you will forever be our family's benefactor. Li Yun stood with his hands behind his back, looking even more calm and composed than last time. Let's go, let's see your young lady. Once again, he walked toward the lady's room. The 2 vampire guards outside the door immediately lowered their heads upon seeing Li Yun. Dr. Li, please come inside. There was completely none of the awkwardness of being stopped outside the door the first time. Entering the room, he looked at Princess Vera on the bed. In 7 days, time left no trace on the princess's pale face. She still lay there quietly, beautiful and silent. Seeing Princess Vera again, even after experiencing Mia, Wendy, and Lady Medusa, Li Yun still felt a suffocating sensation. The princess's noble beauty seemed to freeze the air itself. Everyone go outside. Otherwise, if the dark curse leaks out, I won't be responsible for you. The lady nodded and spoke. Don't worry, We will set up a barrier outside the room to prevent the dark curse from leaking out of the entire castle. Hearing the sound of the door closing, the lady and housekeeper Hunter had already left. The entire room was left with only Princess Vera and Li Yin. Li Yin no longer hesitated. He activated Holy Hand and placed it on Princess Vera. You are absorbing the power of the dark curse. Absorption progress, 10%. You are absorbing the power of the dark curse. Absorption progress, 30%. You are absorbing the power of the dark curse. Absorption progress, 60%. For the first time, Li Yin felt the exertion. Sweat poured from his forehead. His lips flashed black and white. Had he not advanced to a divine doctor, this curse would really be hard to handle. No wonder it's a high-level curse. It's so tough to deal with. Absorb it all. You are absorbing the power of the dark curse. Absorption progress, 100%. Li Yin raised his hand. His head spun and weakly leaned against the bed. But the corner of his mouth wore a smile. Dark curse elements can refine a level 5 advanced potion. Job level insufficient. Cannot refine for now. A level 5 potion. This is a big profit. Why hasn't Sleeping Beauty woken up yet? Li Yin looked at the still unconscious Princess Vera and activated Holy Hand again. There are no abnormalities. I won't really have to wait until I kiss her, will I? Li Yin gently leaned closer to Princess Vera. Her eyelashes lightly lowered like a fan, casting a faint shadow on her eye contour. Her exquisite, flawless face added a unique sense of mystery. The closer he got, the more he could smell a beautiful fragrance. It was like the scent of gardenias in a fresh breeze, pure and natural. Li Yin couldn't help but hold his breath, just as he was about to kiss her. A pair of noble and deep violet eyes looked at him in surprise. In the next second, Li Yin found himself lifted off the ground, his whole body floating in the air with those violet eyes. Who are you? Princess Vera sat up, looking at the controlled Li Yin. Her face held anger, grievance, and confusion. I just saved you, and this is how you treat your savior? You saved me. Princess Vera's eyes showed a hint of confusion. She looked around. How did I end up on Lady Timot's bed? I remember dining with the lady and the 3 young ladies. Then, I seem to have fainted due to my old illness. It really is rude to fall back into old habits while being a guest. Princess Vela's face was slightly embarrassed. What old habit? That is a dark curse. So naive and sweet. You don't even know you've been cursed. Princess Vela frowned slightly. Curse? Are you saying my childhood sickness is a curse? But I haven't offended anyone. Who would curse me? Li Yin looked at this white lotus flower, somewhat speechless. With your identity, the future heir of the Dracula family. There are plenty who want you dead. Without me, you would have already turned into a puddle of black water under the dark curse. Princess Vela gently set Li Yin down and opened her innocent violet eyes. Did you really save me? Then why were you so close to me just now? Li Yin couldn't hear Princess Vela's thoughts. Her thoughts were what she said. He argued. I dissolved your curse, but you didn't wake up. I just wanted to get close to you, to hear your heartbeat. Princess Vela nodded, thinking it made sense. Her smile was like the warm sun in early winter. My name is Vela. What's yours? Li Yin. Ah, you are the human that Madame Timid has talked about? Thank you for saving me. Li Yin held the jade hand that Princess Vela extended. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This naive, sweet girl. Where's the heartbeat of a vampire? I've seen many strange beings, but this pure one is still the first. Princess Vela curiously looked Li Yin up and down. What are you looking at? I've never seen a human before. I'm curious. For the first time, you've never sucked human blood? Princess Vela shook her head, a hint of disdain on her face. Since I was young, my family elders forbade me from contacting human blood, saying it's food for lowly bloodlines. It would dirty our Dracula family's blood. So, I've never seen a human. You humans really look a lot like us vampires. Princess Vela smiled gently, making Li Yin feel like he was in the spring breeze. The offspring of the blood ancestor is indeed different. This is what they call nobility. Nobility? Are you talking about me? I'm just an ordinary vampire. I don't feel different at all. You just think you are simple. Actually, I know I'm not the same. I've had no friends since I was young. No one dared to approach me. Hey. Why did you suddenly get emo? Looking at the little princess's emotional change, Li Yin felt a bit at a loss. It's okay. I just feel that being in the Dracula family is my destiny. Okay. A little vampire princess is just like some rich second generation who is insipid, not knowing to appreciate the blessings they have, right? Seeing Princess Vela's emotions getting lower, about to shed little pearls, Li Yin quickly said, how about I tell you a story? A story? When our human princess is in a bad mood, she listens to bedtime stories, and as soon as she hears them, she won't be emo. Vela perked up her ears with curiosity. Is it that interesting? Then let's sleep together. And you tell me a story? Li Yun. Vela patted the bed's edge beside her, her face full of expectation. Ahem, what a character, mature lady, Curry's sister. In front of such a simple white lotus flower, it truly doesn't matter. Li Yun sat on the edge of the bed and said, once upon a time, there was a little pig named Peppa. Li Yun told the bedtime story for children, and Vela sat beside him, her eyes sparkling as she listened quietly. When she heard it earnestly, her face would bloom with sincere smiles. Your story has piqued Princess Vela's strong interest. Her favor towards you +10. Triggered hidden profession, storyteller. Would you like to spend 1,000 profession points to unlock? Li Yun was overjoyed. This can also trigger a new profession. Unlock. After unlocking the profession, the attraction of Li Yun's story to Princess Vela became even stronger. She was completely enchanted and unconsciously moved closer to Li Yun. Chapter 61. The illness is cured, but the health of the mind is still uncertain. The story of Peppa Pig is finished. Profession points +20, storyteller profession proficiency +20, Princess Vela favorability +10. The story is over. Do you want to take a nap? Although I have removed your curse. But the body that has been eroded by the curse over the years still needs to be nurtured slowly. Vera shook her head. I want to hear a story. Peach is so cute. His parents and family treat him so well. Li Yun looked at Vera's eyes, filled with longing for Peach's family. Don't you have parents? My parents died long ago in battles for the family. I was an unrestrained orphan until I awakened the purest bloodline of my great-grandfather and was then brought into the family core. Feeling Vera's inner loneliness, Li Yun couldn't help but frown. He never expected that the princess of the Dracula family, with the purest bloodline, was actually an orphan. At this moment, Li Yun finally understood why she, as the most powerful heir of Dracula, was cursed so severely. Without parental protection, her innocent personality and noble bloodline made her a harmless little lamb in the eyes of some power holders in the family. The entire Dracula family, as the purest and most powerful family of vampires, claiming to have 3,000 royal relatives. Among them, there are members who want to harm Vera, but naturally, there are also those who want to protect her and support her to become the next Dracula queen. Otherwise, such a little lamb would have died long ago. Why go through a 100-year curse to slowly take her life? Is there anyone in your family who treats you well? Yes, my uncle treats me very well. He says I am the future Dracula queen, and he will help me. Oh, stay away from him a bit, be careful. Is there anyone in your family who treats you badly? Yes, some elders do not like me. I know they don't want me to become the Dracula queen. Oh, stay away from him a bit, be careful. Vera looked at Li Yun, speechless. Then who can I get close to? Me. Vera gently lowered her head, her little face slightly shy. This twist caught her little lamb completely off guard. Unprecedented. Can you tell me another story? Her voice carried a hint of pleading. All right, since you are an orphan, I will tell you a story about an orphan. Since you are not human, I will tell you a story about a monkey. Vera, I always feel like he's mocking me, but I have no evidence. Once upon a time, on Flower Fruit Mountain, there was a stone monkey transformed from a stone used by Niwa to mend the sky. Vera listened quietly, her innocent eyes fixed on Li Yun. Li Yun's story captivated her. She had yet to realize that something called affection was quietly growing inside her. The story of the great sage has ended. Professional value +20. Storyteller proficiency +20. Vera's affection +10. Wow, the great sage is so handsome. What did you understand from this story? Vera's little hand rested on her chin, her face deep in thought. Why isn't the great sage a female? Li Yun, are you trying to punch me? I want to tell you that to be strong, you must have a gun. Like the golden cudgel in the great sage's hand that can pierce the sky. Vera said aggrievedly, but I don't have a stick. I can lend you one. Huh, where? Ahem, never mind, we can't keep driving the kindergarten bus. Li Yun quickly stopped the topic. This little lamb, named Vera, was definitely not Lady Medusa. The lady does understand love, but she knows what love is. Vera truly did not understand. Outside the door, the lady, Butler Hunter, and the three sisters were anxiously waiting. Why hasn't Dr. Lee come out yet? Should we go check? Butler Hunter urged. Do not disturb Dr. Lee. Trust me, he will definitely return a healthy princess to you. The lady subtly moved closer to the door. Eldest sister, second sister, Princess Vera is so beautiful. Let Li Yun be alone with her. What if Li Yun? Daniela whispered. You little sister, what nonsense are you talking about? Dr. Lee is a respectable gentleman. At Sandra's comment, Bella and Daniela immediately gave him a disdainful glance. Perhaps only a pervert would think that a pervert is normal. I believe Dr. Li knows the gravity of the situation. He will surely heal the princess healthily. Otherwise, once something happens to the princess, our family will be doomed. Bella was the most sensible. Her thoughts were completely different from her two sisters. Our mother is a princess. Can they really destroy us so easily? Daniela said with some doubt. Just a princess. Do you know how many princes the Dracula family has? In such a realm, it's all about bloodlines. Our mother ultimately lost her bloodline. With pure ancestral blood, she was praised as the vampire royalty, holding the greatest power in the entire vampire world. Even though Lady Timoth achieved princeship through her talent and hard work, in the eyes of these royals, she was just an impure bloodline noble. Ultimately, she wasn't worthy of a high place, let alone the countless vampires lacking talent, who were regarded as lowly trash and playthings. While the three sisters were chatting, the door to the room slowly opened. Leon walked out, feeling somewhat dry and hoarse. Hey, your lady has woken up. Go take a look. Upon hearing this, the lady and butler Hunter were immediately overjoyed. They let out a long sigh of relief. I told you Dr. Li would surely restore the princess's health. Dr. Li, thank you for your hard work. The lady walked up to Li Yun, casually placing her hands on his shoulders to massage him. At this moment, her inner joy made her forget about her usual dignified and noble identity. In a tender manner, she lightly kneaded Li Yun's shoulders. Oh my God, it's truly a miracle. No wonder it's Director Li, able to treat such a high-level dark curse. This is simply a miracle in medicine. Dr. Moss looked at him with admiration. Let's all go in and take a look. The lady withdrew her hands from Li Yun's shoulders, secretly enjoying herself a bit. She brought the three sisters into the room, wanting to impress the princess. As the lady entered the room, she saw Princess Vera standing in the moonlight. Her long hair danced, and her sparkling big eyes twinkled. With her arms crossed, she shouted, I represent the moon to eliminate you, lady. Three sisters. Butler Hunter. Li Yun, who had told many stories to Princess Vera, looked at the system backhand helplessly. Having completed the story of Neza, professional value plus 20, storyteller proficiency plus 20, Vera's favorability plus 10. Having completed the story of the interlocking baby, professional value plus 20, storyteller proficiency plus 20, Vera's favorability plus 10. Having completed the story of the pretty soldier, professional value plus 20, storyteller proficiency plus 20, Vera's favorability plus 10. People are healthy for you. This kid just loves the pretty soldier under the moon. As for whether her mind is still healthy, I don't know. Chapter 62, Bloodline Evolution, Pure Ancestor Bloodline. Pretty soldiers should like pretty soldiers. Vampires should like the moon. Very reasonable, no problem. Looking at Vera's unique appearance, Butler Hunter was in tears, placing his left hand on his heart, kneeling on one knee. Old servant has met the princess. The princess is finally healed. The lady and the three sisters bowed, performing the ritual for facing the princess. Grandpa Hunter, lady, and three older sisters. Stand up, don't kneel. Leon held his forehead. Sorry, mixed in some personal opinions. Said something to let the bullets fly. The lady looked at Li Yun with a glance of resentment. How could a proper princess be turned into something so juvenile by you? Even though Vera's expression and tone were quite cute, compared to when she first entered her castle, she had gained more of the innocence and groundedness that one should have. And human warmth. But after all, she is Dracula's little princess, the future empress. Since the princess is fine, I'll immediately arrange a banquet to celebrate for her. With a command from the lady, the entire castle was lively again. The familiar banquet, the familiar dining table, the lady at the main seat, the three sisters beside her. And sitting across from the lady was Li Yun, with Princess Vera, Butler Hunter, and Dr. Moss beside him. Sitting in the familiar position, Li Yun thought of the first time he came to the castle. Back then, as a dish, he was terrified. Now he was surprised and honored. Brother Yun, I've already cut this steak for you. You eat this portion of mine. Princess Vera handed her cut steak to Li Yun. She didn't feel there was anything wrong. But Butler Hunter, his wife, and the three sisters were dumbfounded. The princess personally cut steak for Li Yun? Ahem, your highness, he is a savior, but this isn't quite right. Butler Hunter reminded them. There's nothing wrong. Brother Yin said so. In the human world, a life-saving grace must be repaid with oneself. Li Yun, can we not bring bedroom jokes outside the bedroom? The lady gently lowered her head, pretending to cut the steak, or else she would burst out laughing. Little lecher, let's see how you handle this. Daniela glared at Li Yun with gritted teeth. Dogman, the princess is so cute, and you want her to repay you with herself. Evil, come out. We'll cut him down. Sandra raised her red wine, a smirk on her lips. Sure enough, Dr. Lee is worthy of being my master. Even the princess dares to adjust him. Bella had the most thoughts, the most. From now on, Dr. Lee is not just a partner in our castle. He could very well be the perfect bridge between Timid and the future Empress Dracula. Indeed, once a man becomes powerful, he looks much more handsome. Bella, who was strong-willed, looked at Li Yun and felt a stir in her heart. The favorability of Princess Vera has reached 50. You have unlocked a new bond. Mortar and pestle. Mortar and pestle? Aren't those a wooden pestle and a stone mortar? Wooden pestle inserted into the mortar, then smashed. Is this bond even serious? With Guanbao in front and Chuanjing behind. Now, there's mortar and pestle. All right. The idioms you understand now. With a boost from the bond, Princess Vera's attitude towards Li Yun became even closer. Butler Hunter looked on with envy. I've served the princess for 100 years, but I never dared to hope the princess would cut steak for me. Ding, ding, ding. The lady clinked her wine glass. Here, let's raise our glasses together. First, to celebrate Princess Vera's full recovery. Second, to thank Dr. Lee for his help with our vampire clan. Everyone raised their glasses. The lady snapped her fingers, and the butler called for the band. The vampire band played beautiful and elegant music. Listening to the music and feeling the effects of the wine, Li Yun stood up. He extended a hand. Beautiful Princess Vera, may I ask you to dance? Trained by her family since childhood, Vera was naturally an expert in social dancing. Her small hand gently rested on Li Yun's hand. She nodded lightly. When their gazes met, there were no sparks, only tenderness. In the long music, Li Yun held Vera with one hand. His other hand rested on her slender waist. With Vera's guidance, they began to dance, as if stepping on clouds atop the moonlight. It was magnificent. Princess Vera fluttered like a butterfly, while Li Yun stood tall like a tree. The butterfly leaned against the tree. The tree listened to the butterfly's voice. The other vampires were all immersed in this dance. After the dance, Vera and Li Yun stood close together. I will return to my family tomorrow. Vera whispered. Be careful. Remember the stories I told you. Don't trust any vampire too much. And you? Are you worth trusting? I'm not a vampire. Vera smiled, covering her mouth, with her eyes crescent-shaped. Beside Li Yun, this future Empress Dracula smiled heartily every moment. She didn't have to follow so-called princess etiquette, didn't have to think about becoming an empress, and didn't have to guess who was trying to harm her. She was just a simple vampire girl. In a moment of silence, a look of pain suddenly appeared on Princess Vera's face. Butler Hunter sprang up from his chair. Your Highness, no. A golden bloodline separated from within Princess Vera. It just floated in the air. That drop of blood, containing pure ancestral blood, seemed like heavenly might. The playing vampires all knelt down. The three sisters looked terrified, trembling all over. The lady still sat there, but with a not-so-good complexion. Butler Hunter knelt on the ground. I dare not raise my head. I know you have fused with the blood of Princess Timite. This drop of blood can purify the blood within you. From now on, you will have a pure bloodline like mine. Unless it's the true Dracula or a powerful vampire, ordinary vampires will fear, submit, and obey you. Consider it my reward for your help. Vera pointed with her finger. That golden bloodline fused into Li Yun's forehead. Li Yun only felt his brain empty and fainted. He couldn't imagine how precious this drop of blood was to ordinary vampires. Even the lady was incredibly shocked at this scene. Clearly, in Vera's heart, Li Yun's status was certainly more than just a lifesaver. I don't know how long it took. Li Yun felt his bloodline was rapidly evolving. His body cells were growing stronger with this purest blood of his ancestors. At this moment, although Li Yun was only D-level, his body strength was already comparable to C-level, even higher. Little rascal, you finally woke up. When he woke again, he was on the lady's bed. The lady sat beside him, looking at him with a teasing gaze. What a lucky guy, actually receiving the purest bloodline of Dracula. The lady said enviously. Did Princess Vera leave? Yes, she has returned to Dracula's castle. Li Yun took a long breath, feeling a bit reluctant. However, she asked me to bring you a message when she left. What message? When speaking this message, the lady's expression was strange, a little jealous, and curious. She said, if there's a chance next time, we will sleep together again. Li Yun. Chapter 63 Li Yun. Only low-level vampires talk about levels, we talk about bloodlines. The general script is like this. Mikhail will unleash vampire power simultaneously with you. Then he will kill you in seconds. Proving your vampire blood is garbage below the marquee. Mikhail nodded lightly. Vice President, I have no problem. By the way, although your brother is a rookie king, his game level shouldn't be high. Do you need me to suppress his levels and strength? Mikhail looked at Li Yun. Li Rue felt it made sense. Li Yin, what level are you now? D level. Oh, D level what? Weren't you E level last time? Li Rue returned to her senses, looking at her brother in disbelief. How long has it been since last time? This guy is already D level. It took Mikhail 6 months to reach D level, clearing the game no less than 7 times. And Li Yin only cleared it 3 times in total. The better the performance, the more experience gained. Li Rue now understood the true value of 3 SSS ratings. Free, she muttered softly, then got ready for the shot. Hey, it's me, Mud Dominator. Open the guild livestream for me. Connect my screen. Everything was ready. The player forum instantly exploded. Player center. Sister Hong. Quickly look at the forum. Isn't that rookie Himmel from the Moose Guild? Facing him is the rookie king. Sister Hong opened the forum live stream immediately. An abandoned place, desolate and empty. Are they about to initiate a player battle? If I remember correctly, Mikhail from the Moose Guild also possesses vampire power, right? Xiao Lin called up the data, nodding. Yes, I suspect Mikhail's bloodline should be of the marquee. Otherwise, the Moose Guild wouldn't have taken notice. Xiao Lin was a bit confused. Who is the initiator of the live stream? Unknown, it's an anonymous ID. Can't trace it. Should be an old hand. Knows how to use game mechanics to hide themselves. Sister Hong said solemnly. Now Li Yun is the center of attention. Countless guilds are watching him. Yet he suddenly goes live to battle someone. Why? Xiao Lin thought for a while and gave a reasonable answer. As a rookie king, he should be the most noticed rising star. Yet the Moose Guild called him the most useless rookie king with garbage vampire power. Perhaps he couldn't stand it, so he found another rookie Mikhail with vampire power to prove himself? Sister Hong nodded upon hearing this. Reasonable. Stinky brother, the deer doesn't look down on you. Come to your sister. Hong Jie chuckled softly, but in his eyes were only worth 600. Hong Jie gave a glare to Xiao Lin. Why bring that up? He is just young, doesn't understand romance. If he knew your worth, he would know you were worth more than 600. I'm on my mind. What are we comparing here? Hong Jie was about to be led astray in anger. She and Xiao Lin focused on the live broadcast. At the same time, countless main members of the guild were watching this battle. The battle of the blood-sucking specters, the rookie king. Such a niche term, hard not to catch attention. In a live broadcast screen, Li Yin looked at Monsieur, angrily saying, I'm here to prove myself today. Why does your dear guild look down on me? Monsieur had a classic villain's face, with the corners of his mouth curling up. All are blood-sucking specters. I'll let you know there's a difference. Below Marquis, all are trash. Monsieur spread his arms, floating in the air, emanating a seductive aura. Li Rue, hiding behind the scenes, nodded at the dedication of the 2 actors. Seeing this, Li Yin also activated the blood-sucking specter bloodline in him. In an instant, purple eyes flashed with golden light. That Monsieur, who was aloof and floating, suddenly clanked. His clear eyes knelt to the ground. Li Rue hurriedly cut off the live broadcast. Looking at Monsieur, what's wrong with you? I don't know. I suddenly felt a king's pressure and slid to my knees. If it's not Monsieur's problem, it must be Li Yun. Li Rue turned to look at him. Li Yun awkwardly avoided her gaze. Damn it, forget about purifying the blood ancestor bloodline for Princess Vera. A blood-sucking specter of the same level meeting a blood ancestor bloodline would surely be taken down in no time. For Monsieur, who had never seen noble bloodlines, he was truly confused at this moment. Same kind suppression. How is that possible? What level of blood-sucking specter blood do you have? Li Yun shyly scratched his nose. Only low-level, blood-sucking specters care about levels. We talk about bloodlines. Monsieur, Li Rue covered her forehead. Your purity exceeds my imagination. Sis tried her best, but you messed it up. Li Yun fell silent. If he wasn't careful, the noble bloodline would be exposed. Ding, ding, ding. Li Rue's phone rang. Hello, President, it's me. Mud Bull. President, I didn't curse at you. This ID can't be changed. The game won't allow it. Don't be anxious. Listen to me defend myself. Li Yun watched his sister argue on the phone, easily imagining how furious the president of the Deer Guild must be. Soon, Li Rue hung up the phone and came to Li Yun's side. One bad news and one good news. What do you want to hear first? Li Yun paused. Could there be good news? Li Rue first shared the bad news. The president said, either I bring you into the guild, or I could get out of the guild. What's the good news then? Li Rue excitedly said. The president said if I don't bring you back, I shouldn't come back. For a short time, I don't have to return to the guild and can stay with you. Isn't this worse news? Stinky boy, how are you talking? Ow sis, that hurts. You hurt my foot. I'm going to check your body properly tonight. Your blood-sucking specter power is not normal, very abnormal. Even though Li Rue cut off the live broadcast in time, that scene of me, Sierra, falling to his knees was still seen. Same kind suppression? This is the legendary deadly strike from high-level blood-sucking specters to low-level blood-sucking specters. Are you telling me he is trash blood-sucking specter blood? Even a marquis slid to his knees. Hong Jie stared wide-eyed in shock, her breath quickening. Having never seen such same-kind suppression before, she couldn't imagine the level of Li Yun's blood-sucking specter power. Low-level blood-sucking specter blood is indeed worthless, but high-level is different. For example, the person on the high-end player list, with incredible vitality and self-healing, is simply an unkillable cockroach. That has become a nightmare for many players. Realizing the treasure, Hong Jie no longer sat idly by. Immediately have someone surround Li Yun's house. No, by the house next door to him. I'm moving in right now. I do not believe my sister can't take down her stinky little brother. Sister Hong stood up with confidence. This time, she would do whatever it takes to win Li Yun. Chapter 64 New Reward, Blazing Goddess, Scarlet. At noon, Li Yun woke up comfortably from his sleep. These days he had been busy gaming, and it had been a long time since he had a good sleep. You're awake. A familiar and pleasant voice came. Li Yun instinctively tightened his grip on the blanket. This is my room, my bed. And yours, big brother. Li Rue sat on the edge of the bed, wearing a white spaghetti-strap dress. She was applying body lotion on her long legs with her hands. Li Yun swallowed hard. Sister, can we discuss something? Say it. Although you're back, can you give me a little personal space? You heartless brat. Weren't I the one who stayed with you when it rained and thundered when we were kids? But I'm grown up now. I see. You really have grown up. Li Yun couldn't out-talk Li Rue and didn't care that he was bare-chested. He got off the bed, stretched his back. His body, muscular like diamonds in gold proportions, made Li Rue unable to look away. Little brat, you really have some skill. Let me feel it, big sister. Li Yun quickly sidestepped, dodging Li Rue's hungry tiger leap. Li Rue was not convinced the top beauty of the Deer Guild, vice president, A-class master player. You dodged that? Once again, she attacked, putting in some strength. But Li Yun sensed it in advance and avoided it again. Is this the perception and speed of a prince-level vampire? By the way, you haven't told me what's up with your bloodline pressure. Mikhail is a Marquis-level vampire master. I don't think a prince's blood can make him slide to his knees and be taken down in seconds. Li Yun turned his head, looking at Li Rue, poised like a little cat on the bed. Do you know the Dracula family? The blood ancestor family, the only royal family among vampires. Li Rue looked at Li Yun in shock. Yeah, as you guessed, my prince blood was purified by the Dracula family's blood ancestor bloodline. Mikhail, with his impure bloodline, will naturally be suppressed by me. What can I say? My little brother has already risen to the vampire royal family. Li Yun sighed in a haughty manner. Li Rue gritted her teeth, wishing to pounce and bite his abs. Do you know that once your blood ancestor bloodline matter gets out, the entire gaming community will be shaken? That's the blood ancestor, one of the most powerful beings in the underworld. Just one drop of his blood could cause a riot among the entire underworld and players. You shameless lucky guy. Li Yun shrugged. Lucky? Kind of. Put on your clothes and come with me. Huh? Where to? Does your noble vampire royal bloodline not need food? Is there no rice at home? The siblings changed their clothes and walked out of the cozy little house. With Li Rue's current status, she could solve anything with just a phone call. After all, the president said she could mobilize all resources as long as she brought Li Yun back. But she drove away all the guild members first. During this time, she just wanted to be a sister who hadn't returned home for 5 years and spend quality time with her brother, not the vice president of the Deer Guild. Pig's blood, duck's blood. Do you want some? I don't drink blood. Then oysters, chives? Oh, so you want to suck my blood? Li Rue hooked her arm around Li Yun, smiling brightly. When such a handsome guy and beautiful girl appeared, they attracted countless gazes. Strange. Where are those guild people? Li Rue looked around the neighborhood. Didn't you tell Mikhail to go stop them? Do you know how many guilds want to contact you now? Mikhail's little group can't stop them at all. Li Rue said doubtfully. With no other guilds disturbing Li Yun, it was naturally a good thing. She was even a bit happy, continuing to pull Li Yun happily towards home. Li Yun, so you went out. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Hong Jie crossed her arms, standing by, calling out to Li Yun. Li Rue's eyes were alert as she wore a fiery red dress and high heels, exuding a goddess vibe. She whispered, Who is she? Delivery. Wearing this to make deliveries? Is it even legitimate delivery? No way. Let's go. This delivery is not proper. With keen hearing, Hong Jie listened to the whispers of the siblings, a vein popping on her forehead. She stopped Li Yun and Li Rue. I'm not a delivery person. I come from the player center, and my ID is Crimson. Li Rue was slightly surprised. Though she didn't know Hongjia, how could she not know the famous flame goddess Crimson? Li Yun is not interested in joining the player center. Wish you well. No need to send. Li Rue grabbed Li Yun's left hand, ready to leave. With quick reflexes, Hongjia grabbed his right hand. Li Yun was caught in the tug-of-war between the two goddess figures. Can't understand human words? Li Rue's gaze narrowed. A dark wind slashed toward Hongjia. Hongjia used fire as a shield, blocking the attack. Who are you? Li Yun and Li Rue spoke in unison. Wife. Sister. Hongjia's face showed slight surprise. A wicked smile crept up her lips. You two certainly know how to play. Hongjia contained her wicked smile, looking at Li Rue. The power of the dark scythe. I didn't expect the famous vice president of the Deer Guild is actually the sister of the rookie king. Li Rue wasn't afraid of being recognized. Only regrettable. She wouldn't even say her ID. As long as you know who I am, Li Yun is mine. He will not join any guild. Now, please leave. Seeing this, Hongjia chuckled softly, one hand resting on Li Yun's shoulder. Who said I came to let Li Yun join a guild? I live here too. Just happened to run into you. Li Yun was taken aback. Where do you live? Well, right across from you. Hongjia leaned in close to Li Yun's ear, whispering, Stinky little brother, we are neighbors now. If you can't sleep at night, feel free to come find sister to chat. One hand slowly slid down Li Yun's palm, drawing a circle. A soft approach. This woman was indeed not simple. Hongjia saw Li Rue preparing to erupt again, overprotecting her territory. I'm going home now. You two siblings really don't look alike at all. Hongjia swayed her body as she left, leaving Li Rue gritting her teeth. People from the player center actually infiltrated our tower. If I hadn't been here today, they would have stolen my home. Damn it. Li Yun felt it was getting more and more strange. Hey, Li Rue, what do you mean? I am an independent person with my own awareness. How was that considered being stolen? A gentleman? Li Rue glanced at Li Yun with disdain. Take that hand out. What? After she played with it lightly, are you reluctant to wash your hands? Li Yun awkwardly took out the hand hiding behind him, giving a shy smile. Chapter 65. A meal, two sisters life-threatening. In the future, don't associate with such a dubious fox spirit. Everything is jade. It will only hurt you. Li Rue stood in the kitchen, wearing an apron, busily cooking delicious dishes. If this scene were seen by the people of the Deer Guild, their jaws would drop to the ground. Li Yun leaned against the door, seeing right through it. You can only talk to your pet cat at home, right? Li Rue happily held the dishes, playfully pinching Li Yun's face. That's right. So obedient. Dinner is ready. I haven't cooked in years. Hurry and see if it's the flavor you loved most as a child. Li Yun picked up his chopsticks, taking a bite of the dish. How is it? Li Rue eagerly asked. The taste is delicious, really delicious. This is the taste from my childhood. I feel like crying while eating. Li Rue smiled in satisfaction. Then you must eat it all. Then she put down the knife in her hand. Li Yun. Ding-ling-ding. The doorbell rang. Li Yun went to open the door. It's you. Hongjia stood at the door. Very familiar, she said. Sorry, I just moved in, and I haven't cooked anything at home yet. I saw you bought a lot of groceries, so I thought I'd come over for a meal. Li Yun saw right through her intentions. Are you here to mooch a meal? You just want to take advantage of me. Li Yun's lips curled into a faint smile. You came just in time. Welcome, welcome. Sister Hong was slightly taken aback. She didn't expect Li Yun to be so warm to her this time. Could it be that I've charmed him? Foolish little brother. How can you resist your sister's charm? Sister Hong stepped into the house. Li Rue, tying her apron, frowned. What are you doing here? Before Sister Hong could say anything, Li Yun hurriedly spoke up. She just moved in, and she hasn't cooked yet. We are all neighbors. We should look out for each other. It's what my sister taught me when I was young. Did I teach you to boomerang it back to me? Li Rue shot a glare at Li Yun. Sister Hong's identity was also quite sensitive. Even though the Elk Guild is overseas, many tasks need to be executed domestically, and that requires the player center to open back doors for them. Li Rue slammed the bowl and chopsticks in her hand down. It was her way of agreeing to Sister Hong's presence. Sister Hong didn't care about Li Rue's attitude. Sister Hong, these are all dishes my sister made for me when I was a child. You must try them. After eating, leave early. If the household hasn't cooked by tomorrow, just go eat outside. We are not a cafeteria. Li Rue shot a glare at her useless brother and coldly said one sentence. Trying to send me away? I'm not leaving. As the vice president of the Elk Guild, isn't your goal the same as mine? It's just that you've had the advantage from growing up with Li Yun. But that doesn't mean I don't have a chance. Sister Hong sneered inside. When experts clash, they seize every opportunity. The likes of childhood will slowly change with age. I heard your sister was separated from you for 5 years. Those 5 years are enough to change a person's character, tastes, and hobbies. Don't you agree, Liyun? Sister Hong picked up some food, smiling at Liyun, then gently put it into her mouth. Her graceful eating manners instantly broke as she couldn't hold back. Liyun turned his head, secretly stifling a laugh. What is this dish? Crab imitation. Crab imitation? Isn't that just eggs with vinegar? It's so sour. Sister Hong looked at the stir-fried crab imitation on the plate, somewhat doubting her life. Seeing Li Rui was about to explode with anger, Liyun quickly helped Sister Hong get some food. Sister Hong, don't be polite. You are the guest. Eat more. Come on, come on. Sister Hong's empty bowl was suddenly piled high with food. Seeing that it was Liyun who served her, she felt embarrassed to refuse. With a stiff face, she took a bite. These green beans are raw? Cold mixed green beans. Haven't you eaten that before? Sister Hong was completely shocked. With a hint of pity, she looked at Liyun, feeling that it must have been hard for him to grow up eating these. Liyun turned his head, his body trembling slightly. Luckily, Sister Hong's body was no ordinary one. Eating these raw green beans would not poison her. Suppressing her discomfort, Sister Hong picked up a piece of pig's trotter from her bowl. Taking a bite, her little face turned completely red. In disbelief, is there wine stuffed inside this pig's trotter? This is called hypnotic pig's trotter, made with 2 pounds of yellow wine and not a drop of water. Do you understand gourmet food? If you don't want to eat it, then leave. After being doubted multiple times, Li Rui stood up, angrily stating. Sister Hong was stunned. You call this table gourmet food? Where's the rest of the food? What are you doing? Sister Hong couldn't hold it any longer. Standing up, she tossed her fiery long hair, gathered it into a bun with a chopstick, revealing her swan-like neck, then pulled her feet out of her high heels, her fair feet directly stepping on the floor, and tied the apron that Li Rui had just put down. Without looking back, she walked into the kitchen. Soon, sound of frying food came from the kitchen. The sneaky smiling Liyun and the still fuming Li Rui hadn't reacted in time. A beautiful and colorful plate of stir-fried meat was brought out. Sister Hong untied her apron and sat back in her own seat. Putting on her high heels, she then pushed all the food from Li Rui's bowl out, calmly saying, Eat. Liyun was the first to eagerly grab a bite. He grabbed another piece. Grabbing again. Wow. Seeing Liyun about to feast on that plate of stir-fried meat, she stubbornly took a bite. After putting it in her mouth, she was completely dumbfounded, looking at the delicacies on her table again. It was too painful to look at. I'm a few years older than you. You can call me Sister Hong. If you want to keep a man, you must first hold on to his stomach. I think during these 5 years you were away, he really enjoyed not having your food. Sister Hong stood up, leaned close to Liyun's ear, and said, Thank you for the hospitality. I'll be leaving now. If you're hungry, come find your sister. Sister will prepare some food for you. Liyun almost choked. Sister Hong's words were not soft. Li Rui also heard them. Watching Sister Hong leave, Li Rui sat there with her arms crossed, silent. Sister, aren't you going to eat a little more? Liyun cautiously asked. I'm full of anger. Damn Scarlet. I can't believe my cooking skills lost to hers. The newcomer is not friendly, and neither are those who come after. No wonder I don't see members of other guilds. It turns out she's been playing tricks. Those small fries tied together aren't even as easy to deal with as her. Just wait. I'm not someone easy to defeat. If you want to steal my brother, be prepared to be defeated by me. Li Rui coldly huffed in her heart, then grinned at Liyun with a fake smile. I can also prepare some food for you, you know. Liyun's soul trembled, quickly shook his head. I'm full, no need, no need. If you're full, then hurry and put down the bowls and chopsticks. Liyun looked at the plate with 3 bowls of stir-fried meat, somewhat reluctant to turn away. Sigh. Life these days seems unbearable. Chapter 66 New Game. Road to the Underworld. Come buy groceries. What a coincidence. Ouch, it's so heavy. Brother helps sister carry it. Taking out the trash? What a coincidence. Oh, brother, there's so many paper towels in your trash bag. Going out to watch a movie? What a coincidence. I also bought a ticket for this show. 21, 22. I just happen to be seat 23. Li Rui. Liyun, you are not allowed to go out. I need to find a chain to tie you at home. Liyun, being a captive really feels a bit perverted. At home is a jealous little cat. Outside is a 1,000-year-old fox creating coincidences anytime, anywhere. Liyun finally understood the feeling of being attacked from both sides. This is freaking harder to navigate than a horror game. Sister Hong was at home, talking on the phone with her assistant Shaolin. It should have been easy to handle, but unexpectedly, the vice president of the Deer Guild showed up. Don't worry, sister is confident. Even if they're childhood sweethearts, they can't compete with me, the heavenly sister. Sister Hong's lips curled up with confidence. After my observations these past few days, Li Yun is definitely not an ordinary vampire with strange powers. He not only fears no sunlight, but also has no desire for human blood or any blood. He might be a level of vampire the player center has never seen. In a word, this kind of genius player must be brought to our center at all costs. Shaolin listened to Sister Hong and quietly responded with a hum. But Sister Hong, we need to speed up. We are about to lose our grip on the blockade near Li Yun's home. Now each major guild knows we are secretly blocking them from getting close to Li Yun. It raises the stakes for recruiting Li Yun. After all, many key members from different guilds have decided to personally break through our blockade and snatch him away. Hearing Shaolin's words, Sister Hong bit her teeth. Recruiting newcomers is a big deal for all major guilds. After all, the horror game is a place where one walks a fine line between life and death, with constant dangers. Newcomers are fresh blood for every guild, plus that 10% of members to be paid. If you want to become a top guild, newcomers are absolutely a scarce resource, and among them, geniuses are even more crucial strategic resources. I understand. I will continue to find ways. Sister Hong hung up the phone. The game system gave a prompt, and she opened it to look. Following voucher, binding target shows abnormal. Do you want to follow the target into the game? Sister Hong extended her finger and tapped on yes. Her lips curled up slightly. Smelly brother wants to hide in the game? Too bad. I predicted your prediction. Li Yun and Li Rui sat cross-legged, their eyes locked on each other. You said you want to take me out of the game? You little brat. What kind of expression is that? Li Rui cleared her throat. Listen carefully. Before you is a top-ranked master player, the vice president of the Reindeer Guild. I want to take you, a newbie, out of the game, hoping you can become stronger. Do you have any objections? I must find a way to take Li Yun away. That woman's aggression is too strong. If this continues, this little brat will inevitably fall into her tender trap. Li Yun heard Li Rui's thoughts and shook his head. No objections. Li Rui nodded, hands on her hips. Then it's settled. Your random game this month hasn't been used, right? I'll use the cooperation ticket to team up with you. Li Yun opened the game interface. Although Li Yun had entered the game 3 times already. Aside from the first time, the second was a double challenge, and the third was with a game selection ticket. The random game for newbies had not been used yet. Randomizing game. Game selected. The Road to the Underworld. The Road to the Underworld is the most famous food street in the underworld, lined with countless grand restaurants. Every night, tens of thousands of strange beings dine here. Will you become an employee serving the strange beings or the food on the table? That's a choice. A beam of light enveloped Li Yun, and he disappeared from his home. Along with him, Li Rui, who used the cooperation ticket, also vanished. And so did Red Gia next door, who used the following ticket. The Underworld Route, the peaceful Grand Hotel. This is a newly opened restaurant on the road to the underworld. In this century-old traditional food street, countless old brands have been forced to make way for it. It is said that this is just a branch, and the main store is not here. Why am I a worker while you are management? In the glorious restaurant, Li Yun looked at Li Rui with his work badge. Sister, you are a high-end player. How can a newbie like you compare to me? Hurry up and get to work. Otherwise, this lobby manager will have to deduct your pay. Li Rui threw a worker's outfit at Li Yun. Li Yun grumbled as he put it on. Name, Li Yun. ID, 567. Position, worker. Daily salary, 1,000. As the lowest existence in the restaurant, I must work hard. If I make a mistake, I will lose my job and become the ingredients. Now, there's an order for takeout. The system needs you to deliver it. No problem, right? Li Rui looked at Li Yun with some concern. In the restaurant, if anything went wrong, she could protect Li Yun immediately. An order from the system has to be completed regardless of problems. Should I go with you? Who takes someone with them for a delivery? You have a system task too. I'm fine. All right. Seeing Li Yun insist, Li Rui stopped saying more. Task. Deliver pig intestine sashimi and sauced eyeballs to the customer. Delivery countdown, 15 minutes. I've already settled the order. I'm going to hurry in the kitchen now. Li Yun walked towards the kitchen alone. Hurry, 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 just know how to rush. Can't you see I'm busy? There are so many customers dining, and we still have takeout. If you rush me again, I'll chop all of you 2-legged sheep up. In the noisy kitchen, the head chef, who resembled a toad and was covered in dark skin, slammed his bloodied knife onto the cutting board. Chef, you're angry. This item is a gift for you. A player walked up, taking out a valuable item to present to the chef. Smart move. The 095 order, give it to him quickly. That player immediately became grateful to the extreme. The other players, seeing this, looked at their countdowns. With a hard bite of their teeth, they also pulled out their valuable items. Compared to that little bit of money, exceeding the countdown and failing the task meant losing their job qualification. Most likely, they could only become fresh ingredients in the kitchen, turning into a dish in the restaurant. Didn't expect so many players in this game. Leon arrived in the kitchen and saw several players waiting outside. "Excuse me, is the order for number 567 ready? 1 pig intestine sashimi, 1 sauced eyeballs. I'm just waiting to deliver it." Leon announced his ID, asking the kitchen. Suddenly, a pair of gazes focused on him. The chef in the kitchen once again gripped the bloody kitchen knife with a sinister gaze. Chapter 67. I will cook this dish myself. "Is this a newcomer?" A player whispered. "Yeah, just received a task. Don't talk to the chef like that. If you want a meal, you have to give some bribe." "Bribe? Isn't this the kitchen of the Peace Hotel?" The guest ordered from the kitchen, and I'm responsible for delivering the meal. Why should I give a bribe? Leon asked in confusion. He makes sense. Looks like there's going to be a fresh live dish in the kitchen today. The chef chuckled, and life and death were unpredictable. Players familiar with the hidden rules all avoided Leon. This newcomer is in trouble. Offending the chef, wait to be intentionally delayed, unable to complete the task, and be fired to be served on the table. Leon listened to their thoughts and gradually understood what was going on. Workplace hidden rules? Leon walked into the kitchen. It's the first time anyone dares to talk to me like this. Even if you show some sincerity now, I won't forgive you. The chef looked at him with a sly eye and snorted coldly. Don't get me wrong, I'm just seeing what brand of plastic bag you are, to be so capable. Bullying me. You should also check who's behind me. Question mark. Sister, the big move is unleashed. Li Rue, wearing the title of lobby manager, walked over. Who is bullying my brother? The players were slightly startled upon seeing Li Rue. Lobby manager? What level of player is this? Wow, this newcomer's background is so solid. Skilled people always have powerful support. They don't lie to me. The chef looked at Li Rue with suspicion. No wonder you dare talk to me like that. It turns out you have some backup. So what if you're the lobby manager? This is the kitchen, my jurisdiction. You are not in a position to dictate. If you don't listen, I won't mind chopping off your overstepping hands and feet. The kitchen knife in the chef's hand gleamed red, revealing a fierce intent. Oh no, this chef is a fearsome existence. Last time someone wanted to challenge his authority, they were chopped up in seconds. The lobby manager and the chef are at the same level. If he really gets chopped, will the chef be okay? Leon listened to the player's thoughts, with not a trace of worry on his face. For a mere fearsome level, he couldn't defeat, but Li Rue is an A-level master player. Sure enough, in an instant, the chef's knife appeared in Li Rue's hand. It really is a fearsome kitchen knife. Here, it's yours. Li Rue tossed the knife to Leon. You have obtained the fearsome ghost knife. Fearsome ghost knife. Tens of thousands of souls die under the knife, filled with sinister energy, doubling the damage to ghostly entities. Thank you. I'm fucking thanking your grandfather. Was that given to you by me? The chef looked at his empty hands, furious. Do you still want to chop me? You better hurry up and cook the dish for my brother. The overbearing Li Rue crossed her arms, looking down at the chef. The players never expected that such an expert would appear in such a small restaurant. The lobby manager's custom high-slit cheongsam exposed her fair, long legs, making everyone want to embrace her. I won't cook. Li Rue flashed and quickly approached the chef. With the power of the demon sickle, it seemed she could split the chef's massive body in an instant. Human, don't think just because you're stronger than me, you can do as you please. If this dish doesn't come out, your brother can't complete his task, and losing his employee status will make him become ingredients. Can you kill all the ghostly entities on the entire street? Li Rue frowned slightly. Clearly, the chef struck a chord. It's just 2 dishes. I'll cook. Li Rue snorted, rolled up her sleeves, and was ready to cook. Sister, stop. If something goes wrong with this dish, I won't die here, but I will die in the hands of the customers. Li Rue glared at him. You grew up eating my dishes. Do you not have confidence in me? I have too much confidence in your strength, because I grew up eating your food. Leon pressed Li Rue's hand down, his gaze as firm as if he wanted to go in a battle. You little brat. So what do we do now? You really won't watch your task fail. Leon opened his full-time system. Now, there's only one gamble left. Immediately draw a profession. Profession drawn, private detective. Continue. Profession drawn, painter. Only one last chance. Profession drawn, chef. I've made it. Chef. Profession level, beginner. Talent skill. Dish satisfaction plus 30%. Profession skills, skillful hands, flexible use of all cooking tools. Four senses: superior taste, taste memory, imagination, and food image deduction. Li Yun equipped the chef profession. Closing his eyes, the whole kitchen felt different. Cold kitchen tools were vibrating, countless spices and ingredients were dancing. Let me handle it. Huh, you can do it. The delivery countdown only had 8 minutes left. Li Yun had no time to explain. Step aside. He pushed the head chef away, and under Li Rui's pressure, the head chef dared not get angry. Li Yun took out the ingredients he needed. The first dish, large intestine sashimi, emphasized the freshness of the sashimi. The key was that the knife must be fast, to avoid too much contact between the fresh sashimi and the knife. The slight metallic taste from the knife affected the entire sashimi's flavor. Li Yun took out that fierce blade. With a swift motion, the blade fell. It was like cutting fruit. Swish, swish, the fresh large intestine was evenly cut in the air and fell onto the plate. This one move shocked everyone in the room. No way, you really can do it. Li Rui gasped, covering her mouth in surprise. Everyone around, whether players or chefs, had their eyes wide open. The second dish, sautéed eyeball. Heat the pan, add oil. Tossing the pan. With high heat roaring, the eyeballs in the big pot were tumbling constantly. Fire time. Handling details, he can do it all. The head chef couldn't hold himself any longer after watching this scene. Out of the pot. It's packed. Li Rui helped pack it up, picking up the 2 finished dishes and handing them to Li Yun. Even if it's done, is there enough time? Li Rui asked worriedly. Li Yun opened the delivery task navigation. The navigation showed the arrival time was 7 minutes, and he only had 5 minutes left. If it were someone else, they surely wouldn't make it. But when Li Yun hopped on the small motorcycle, the rider profession officially started. With one twist of the throttle, he instantly became a blur of neon in the night, disappearing. Only 5 minutes left to pick up the meal? According to the rules, if the delivery person is late, that's also a failure. That means I can add one more dish. At this moment, a waiting customer rubbed his hands together, licking his lips. Food delivery, how delightful. Ding dong, Who is it? Your delivery. Wait, can you fly? How did you deliver this? Chapter 68. New position unlocked, the lonely charm. The customer who ordered took the delivery. Feeling a bit reluctant, after opening the delivery, he slightly exclaimed, "Why does today's meal seem different from what I used to have? It looks more exquisite." It seemed he was a regular customer, frequently ordering from the restaurant. Did they change chefs? I made it. Upon hearing it was made by Li Yun, the customer finally showed a satisfied smile. I'm going to give you a bad review. I bet it tastes awful. Being a delivery person in the underworld isn't easy. Being late, failing to complete an order, and receiving bad reviews would all cost points. Li Yun frowned slightly. What do you know about it until you taste it? Do I need to taste it? What status do you have? What level that you dare to cook for me? So fragrant. The customer picked up a bite and paused. Then he couldn't stop. 1 bite, 2 bites, 3 bites until it was gone. He wiped his mouth, satisfied. It's actually better than what I had before, but I still want to give you a bad review. Hey. Oh, the wicked customer. Oh, are you still going to give me one? No more. Can you put down a kitchen knife? Who brings a kitchen knife with them while making deliveries? I remember your house number. If you give me a bad review, I'll come and chop you. Li Yun put away the kitchen knife, firmly closed the door, and strutted away. The customer was left in shock, muttering, I'm the one being weird. Order has been delivered. Received good review. 1 out of 10. Once the good review rate is fully completed, a promotion opportunity will be granted. Li Yun looked at the system's prompt, silently touching the kitchen knife in his hand. With this weapon, why would I fear them not giving me good reviews? Grasping the rules, Li Yun quickly became a legend in the eyes of the players. No, which delivery person prepares the food, delivers it, and gets 0 complaints all in one go. A single person is like a restaurant. Li Yun is chopping vegetables, preparing for the next order. The chef with a sly demeanor slowly approached. 567. My last name is Li. I have a name. Li Yun coldly replied. Chef Li, can you return the kitchen knife to me? The chef spoke with a somewhat flattering tone. Clang. The vicious and sinister knife embedded into the cutting board. Yours. Clearly it's mine. What kind of level are you at to say that to me? Players waiting for their food watched in silence. Opposite the heavens. It turns out humans can talk to strange beings like this. Of course, the premise is you have to have a strong sister who acts like a restaurant manager, and also be skilled in cooking. I'm just asking, if I don't get it back, that's fine. Why are you being so fierce? Li Yun. All right. If I can't fight back, I act cute, right? Get lost. All right then. Li Yun packed the dishes and complained a bit. This customer really knows how to order. Wanted so many kidneys. Cooking completed. Profession value plus 20. Chef proficiency plus 20. Walking out of the kitchen, Li Rui came to meet him. Not bad. You've completed 9 orders so quickly. Just one more order to go. You can turn into a small bull and horse delivering food now. Lian glanced at Li Rui. Sooner or later, I will also be the restaurant manager. Then come on. Lian ignored Li Rui any further. He hopped on his small motorcycle, put on his helmet. Twisting the throttle, he disappeared from sight. Following the navigation, he soon arrived at the delivery address. It was a quiet residential area. As he walked to the entrance of the community, a strange security guard stopped him, pointing to a nearby warning sign. No delivery personnel allowed inside. Lian took off his employee uniform. Humans aren't allowed in either. Lian's eyes shimmered purple. A vampire-like aura enveloped his body. No entry without a pass. Lian understood. He took out the vicious knife. Security guard. 6. You could have taken it out earlier. Then you would have been let in. Please come in. Lian put the knife back at his waist, gently patting it. Indeed, compared to a pass, this thing is more useful. Entering the community, he found Building 2. Pressed the elevator button. The elevator quickly descended. Arriving at the 16th floor, it dinged to a stop. 1602. This is the place. Press the doorbell. There was no movement. Lian shouted, "Your delivery." The door slowly opened. A hand reached out. It seemed to be a socially anxious, strange being. This type of strange person ordered food, either asking the delivery person to leave it at the door, or just showing their hand without showing their face. Lian was about to hand it over when that hand directly pulled him in, delivering the food, being pressed against the wall by a beautiful female strange. What to do? Urgent. The food dropped to the floor. Lian's hands were being pinned against the wall by a young, beautiful, alluring strange. You're actually a handsome little brother. Little brother, are you bored, empty, lonely? The alluring strange released one hand, gently stroking Li Yun's small face. I can tell you're very lonely. Naughty, who told you to figure that out? The alluring strange smiled lightly. Since you figured it out, then find a way to fill my empty heart. Otherwise, I will give you a bad review. Li Yun, there are such demands too. Li Yun pushed her hand away, taking the initiative to pin her down. How about we eat something first? I'm afraid that if we take too long, you might get hungry. The alluring strange glanced at the fallen food. He said, that is for you to eat. Xiao Ming and Xiao Hua are running on a 200-meter circular track. Xiao Ming takes 40 seconds to run 1 lap. They started from the same point at the same time, running in the same direction. When Xiao Ming first catches up to Xiao Yang, he has run 500 meters. Question, what is Xiao Yang's speed in meters per second? Alluring strange. Aren't you bored, empty, lonely? Do you want to fill your empty heart? I have plenty of math problems. Tonight, I'll surely fill you up. Alluring strange. If you get it right, I have a reward for you. Li Yun's face showed a hint of grace. The alluring strange immediately wrote hurriedly. Incorrect again. Still incorrect. My hair is about to fall out. Why is it still wrong? This question is so difficult. I can't do it. Li Yun crossed his arms, nodding his head. This world is full of tricks and lies, but math won't deceive you. Meichi lay sprawled on the table, as if only a breath remained in her body. Are you still bored, empty, and lonely? Remember to give me a good review. Come back when you can do it. Li Yun waved his hand and closed the door. He left the room. Order delivered. Received good review. 10 out of 10. Position promoted. New position, kitchen worker. Li Yun looked at the latest news. Good news, he didn't have to deliver food anymore. Bad news, the head chef in the kitchen was in trouble. He hummed a tune and jumped on his favorite little motorcycle. With a twist of the throttle, he stood out extravagantly. Chapter 69. The new cuisine of the Queen restaurant. What are you staring at? Give me a task. Li Yun, now dressed in the kitchen worker uniform, ordered with authority. But the head kitchen manager kept his head down and said nothing. How about you go wash some potatoes? Li Yun touched the fierce knife in his hand. The chef, why, I want to die right now. What kind of person is this? You want me to give you a task, and when I do, you just touch the knife. It's still my knife. Who is the real boss in this kitchen? Is there an exhausting job with little pay that makes people despair? I want to experience it. The chef's eyes lit up. Yes, yes, yes. Just pass the dishes and report the names. The kitchen worker, Guai, stared blankly at the chef. Brother-in-law, what about me? I've told you countless times to call me by my title during work hours. Oh, high plant, then what about me? Chef Guai tossed his brother-in-law aside. How is this job? It's tiring, but it will do. Chef Guai sighed in relief for his rare moment of cleverness. After arranging Li Yun, he hurried back to his post. The kitchen was like a battlefield, and the chef was the commander. He was responsible for organizing the flow, keeping the kitchen from chaos. Li God, look, this is my dish. The time is almost up. Can you help me call for it first? Worried players came over, waiting for their dishes. Of course, I'm the most helpful person. Li God is indeed a great person. So different. This is my dish. Take a look. I've seen it. Then pass it. Aren't you going to pay? Don't think of the kitchen worker as an official. What the heck? A kitchen worker is not an official. Didn't you say you would be helpful? Yeah, I'm that person. All right. So he was like this kind of helpful person. The player thought he could avoid a disaster and pulled out the tip with a pained expression. Next, question mark. I operate on an auction basis here. 6. Li Yun was thriving in the kitchen, but as the hall manager, Li Rue was facing trouble. On the road of Yellow Springs, the lights were bright. Countless signs lined up. Once you step onto this street, you can see them. Besides the signs, in order to attract customers, each restaurant had its signature dishes and charming female ghosts welcoming and sending off customers. Dear guests, come eat at our Peace Hotel. Today's signature dish is 20% off. Don't miss out when you pass by. The welcoming female ghosts hollered passionately, but the passers-by paid them no mind. They swarmed into the neighboring Queen restaurant. Did you hear? The Queen restaurant launched an entirely new cuisine. All things we've never tasted. We must go try it. Quickly, quickly. If we go late, there will be no seats. Li Rue watched the empty hall and stepped outside. Still no customers? Manager, I don't know why. They've all gone to the Queen restaurant. Looking at the slightly downcast, welcoming female ghost, Li Rue felt something was off. If this goes on, it won't be long before their business is snatched away. Soon, they would fold or even close down. If that happens, she would face the fate of being fired. Change clothes and go across to order some takeaway. I'm going to see what dish is so attractive. Li Rue refused to just sit back and ordered. Soon, the employee who went undercover for takeaway returned. He placed a set of takeout on the table. Wow, these foods we have never seen before. So delicious. Where does this amazing taste come from? Li Rue looked at the dishes on the table, lost in thought. Tomato, scrambled eggs, shredded potatoes, braised pork, all human food. When you go to buy takeout, can you see who their chef is? The kitchen is sealed off. Outsiders cannot see it. The employee shook his head. Li Rue already had some guesses in her heart. It seems the other chef is also a player. They brought human food here. I didn't expect it to be so popular with the weird beings. The skill and flavor are about the same as mine. Li Rue took a bite, confidently said, now that I know the other side's way of attracting customers, then I'm not afraid. Let's go, follow me to the kitchen. Li Rue stepped forward, her legs slightly visible under the split cheapao. She walked into the kitchen. What are you doing here? Am I not allowed to come? Li Rue looked at Li Yun, who was sitting there leisurely. A player has come to the restaurant next door. The human dishes they made attracted all the customers away. Li Yun realized slowly. No wonder I sat here for half a day and haven't seen a new menu. So why did you come? Li Rue rolled up her sleeves and pushed the chef aside. Of course, I'm here to show my skills. Let me do it. The chef stood aside in confusion, looking like a rookie. No. Are you humans all chefs? I shouldn't be here. I should be under the car. Forget it, sis. This restaurant is still decent. You don't need to worsen its death time. Li Yun hurriedly stopped Li Rue, afraid she would cook. What do you mean by that? Once the restaurant's business is stolen, if it closes, we will all be fired. Can this chef even make human dishes? The chef shook his head. I really can't do that. Then let me do it. I'll teach them. Li Yun sighed and stood up. Sure enough, with great power comes great responsibility. This easy job cannot last long. Then the kitchen is up to you then. I will now arrange to change the menu and steal customers back from across the street. Li Rue rested her hands on Li Yun's shoulders, speaking softly and sweetly. The chef. I really should be under the car. No, why hand the kitchen over to him? What are you dawdling for? Go prepare the ingredients. Li Rue left, and Li Yun glanced at the chef. Me? Where should I go? You cook. I'll go then. The chef, along with other weird beings, began to prepare the food according to Li Yun's instructions. In the kitchen of the Queen's restaurant, it was filled with the rich aroma of smoke and fire. The key to braised pork is to stir-fry the sugar to get a rich color and a full flavor. To make the layered meat fatty but not greasy, cooking time is very important. Red Sister, wearing a chef's hat, was explaining the key to human dishes to the chef weirds in the kitchen. Chef Red, it's not good. The Peace Hotel has also launched human dishes. Hearing this, Red Sister was slightly taken aback. It seems the restaurant across the street also has players. Do you know who the chef over there is? Are they human? The one reporting the news shook his head. I only heard that their lobby manager is a human girl. Seems to be named Lee. Red Sister's mouth curved up slightly. So it's them. Chef Red knows them. Then what about their human dishes stealing business? Stealing business? Without Li Rue's skills, Red Sister waved her hand confidently. Don't worry, she doesn't have that strength. Chapter 70. No apprentices, only mounts. On the road to the Yellow Springs, the most intense competition began. According to later records, this 3-day competition was hailed as the Great Human Culinary Era, and the initiators were the Queen's Restaurant and the Peace Hotel. Today, the Queen's Restaurant's signature dish, Kung Pao chicken. Don't miss it when you pass by. The Peace Hotel also quickly posted its signature dish, braised pig trotters, first customers at 20% off. The greeters from both restaurants hoisted their signatures, starting to snatch customers. You serve a drunken 8 immortals. I immediately serve a abalone rice. It's all about the foundation of the chef. Other restaurants watching the sea of customers gathering between the two restaurants wanted to join this war. Go catch a few humans, serve them well, and let them take charge of the cooking. The captured humans were all dumbfounded. Huh, you want me to cook? Can instant noodles work? Without a good human chef, this war with no gunpowder could not even begin. In the back kitchen of the Queen's Restaurant, Sister Hong held a plate of dishes from the Peace Hotel, her expression grim. Is this Li Rui's cooking? Absolutely impossible. Looks like there is another master who matches my skills. Sister Hong took off her chef's apron. Come with me to the Peace Hotel to take a look. You dumb pig. Green pepper stir-fried pork, not red pepper. I told you to add salt, not sugar. You successfully taught the other party to cook a plate of green pepper stir-fried pork. Profession level +10, chef proficiency +10. The chef was scolded like a 300-pound wrong child. Shaking with his body, he secretly sobbed. Li Yin stood behind him, fuming. Still calling yourself a chef, not even understanding basic common sense. The chef wanted to say something, but finally dared not argue. He looked at the dozens of human condiments and ingredients on the table, feeling somewhat desperate. Strange, just blame humans for eating so well. The chef had no such demands. As long as it kept its original flavor, it was okay. Chef, a customer said our dish has a problem, and sent it back. The chef looked at the front hall waiter, who rushed over. The waiter glanced at him. Who called you? I called Chef Li. Chef. Okay. Already heartbroken. Do not call. Li Yin brought over that plate of green pepper potato shreds. Tasted a bite. The taste is fine. Is it because the potatoes are too soft? Who made this dish? Li Yin scanned the whole back kitchen. The chefs in the back were trembling. The chef silently extended a hand. Again, it's you. I ask you, how did you make this green pepper potato shreds? The chef said softly. Just followed her method, peeled and shredded the potatoes, then stir-fried them. Stop talking nonsense. I ask you, did you soak the potato shreds in water before stir-frying? No. How many times have I told you, if you want the potatoes to be crunchy, you must soak them in cold water. Li Yin dumped the dish in his hand. Pick up the green peppers. Pick up the green peppers for me. Now I'm watching you. Make it again. The chef weakly said, oh. He started the fire to stir-fry again. After a moment, the front hall waiter returned again. Chef Li, that customer still says the taste is wrong. Li Yin frowned slightly. He picked up the chef's apron. I'll do it. After being sent back for the second time, Li Yin decided to step in personally. This is the art of cooking, even if he watched the whole time. But as long as it wasn't his own hand, there would still be deviations. It seems that the other party is a master who often eats human cuisines. The dish needed to be handmade. Li Yin washed his hands while saying, if it gets sent back again this time. Chef Li Yin held the dish in one hand and a sharp chef's knife in the other. Don't say anything. I really want to see if he's here to eat or to make trouble. Bursting out aggressively, he rushed out. Who is it who is intentionally making trouble? The waiter pointed to the distance. In that corner booth, a group of strange beings stood there like a wall, blocking the diners inside. Oh, looks like it's not a small deal. Li Yin murmured softly, but didn't fear. Come on, tell me what's wrong with this dish. From the wall, a pleasant voice came. I'm the customer. I ordered the dish. If I think there's a problem, there's a problem. Then don't order this dish. I have money. I can order whatever I want. Li Yin chuckled. Then you go order a gas cylinder. The wall slowly moved aside. A furious Sister Hong looked at Li Yin. Stinky brother, why are you so angry? Also wanted me to order a gas cylinder. This dish wouldn't be made by you, right? Li Yin was stunned. He blinked, unsure. How come you are here? Sister Hong propped her chin with one hand, her other hand's finger slowly wandering on the table. Of course, I'm here to protect you. Afraid you might get eaten by the strange beings. Li Yin did not believe a word of her nonsense. Stalker ticket. You really are an unbearable, sticky plaster. Li Rui suddenly walked over. With her arms crossed, she looked at Sister Hong and coldly snorted. If you can use a cooperation ticket, can I use a stalker ticket? I'm his sister. Found. Li Yin quickly positioned himself between the two women, afraid they would start fighting. All right, it's all because of my handsome face. It's my fault. The two girls simultaneously spat. What is the chef from the Queen's restaurant doing here? The Peace Hotel does not welcome you. Hongjia looked at Li Rui, seemingly unafraid. She chuckled lightly. The Peace Hotel has no rule against letting competitors come in to eat. Are you here to eat? I think you came here to pick a fight. If the customers are not satisfied, shouldn't you try to please them? Li Rui's attack was quickly diffused by Hongjia. Li Rui angrily looked at Li Yun. Are you mute? Can't even say a word. Li Yun, a total of 300 spirit coins. Remember to pay. Li Rui pinched his ear. Is this what I asked you to say? Sister, it hurts. Hongjia placed the money on the table. Li Rui picked it up and counted. 5,000 spirit coins. Do you not know how to count? Or did you give the wrong amount? Hongjia looked at Li Yun, her gaze even more heated than before. If before, she approached Li Yun just to recruit this promising newcomer. Now, there was a sudden urge to pull him into her bed. The dishes he made were delicious, instantly capturing Hongjia's heart. For the first time, a man's cooking could make her so enchanted. If it wasn't to lure the mysterious chef out, she wouldn't want to retreat. 300 is for the dishes. As for the rest, it's for Li Yun. Chef Li, are you taking disciples? Taking disciples? Li Yun shook his head. Hongjia felt a bit regretful, but Li Yun's next words made her face turn red instantly. Only take mounts. Li Rui looked at Li Yun, her eyes exploding. Then can I join the Peace Hotel? Hongjia asked. Sure. No. Li Yun and Li Rui answered in unison. You little brat, still thinking about mounts, huh? Sister, let me explain. Do you really want to send such a strong competitor away? Li Rui fell silent. Once she really comes over, the Queen's restaurant will no longer be our opponent. The Peace Hotel will be far from the danger of closing down. We can also quickly finish our tasks and leave this place. Listening to Li Yun's words, Li Rui felt it made a bit of sense. You can come, but you must start as a kitchen helper and work your way up. Hongjia nodded and smiled. As long as Chef Li is in the kitchen, I can do anything. The last few words were directed at Li Yun, the mature woman's straightforwardness, at least 20 years of skill. If Li Yun had not experienced Lady Timoth and Lady Medusa, he might not have been able to handle it. I regret it. You can't go to the kitchen. Too late. The system has already determined I'm a kitchen helper. As long as he wasn't fired, changing work locations during employment was an allowed rule in the game. Hongjia had thus given up her old boss and joined Li Yun's side. Then, should I take her to the kitchen to have a look? Li Rui crossed her arms, displeased. I'll go with you. Li Rui and Hongjia stood on either side, following Li Yun to the kitchen. The players waiting for orders in the kitchen were all stunned. Another beautiful woman has arrived. Once in the kitchen, Li Rui clapped her hands. Everyone pay attention. Listen to me. This is the chef from the Queen's restaurant, now reformed and here to work as a helper. The words reformed and helper were pronounced especially clearly. Hongjia wasn't annoyed and opened her mouth. As long as Chef Li is here, I am here. No way. Evenly God has taken this one down. Good, good, good. While we're here suffering, he's here to enjoy. And why is the difference between people so great? Li Rui glared at Hongjia, lowered her voice. Let me tell you, keep your flirty ideas to yourself. Li Yun won't go to the Players' Center with you. Does he want to go to the deer with you? If that's the case, I'm done for. The two women's eyes exchanged, as if there were lightning. One is the head of the Players' Center, and the other the vice president. Don't let other players laugh at us. Like two well-developed kids. Li Yun spoke to stop the two. I'll keep an eye on you. Li Rui made a harsh statement before leaving. Hongjia lightly snorted, ignoring him. Since you are here in the kitchen as a worker, you should first get familiar with the kitchen situation. Hongjia listened to Li Yun and nodded. She walked towards the chef Guai, who was frying dishes. Frowning slightly. The color of your stir-fry is wrong, and the taste is also wrong. Chef Li, is this how you teach the cooks? Chef Guai almost cried, pointing at himself. Is there a possibility that I am the chef? Hongjia. Ahem. Our situation here is a bit different from the Queen's restaurant. Strictly speaking, I'm also a worker like you. Hongjia looked at Li Yun speechlessly. However, her curiosity grew even more. A worker could command the entire kitchen and make such delicious dishes. It seems that Li Yun has more secrets than she imagined. After all, if it were only the blood-sucking power, it could only ensure he wouldn't be killed randomly here. But that certainly didn't make this group of fiery chefs obedient. By the way, you just jumped jobs? Will the Queen's restaurant let you go? Without you, their business can't continue. Hongjia said lightly. Naturally, they wouldn't let me go so easily, but I believe someone will help me handle it. From outside the hall, sounds of fighting broke out, but soon quieted down. Li Rui rushed over angrily. Fei Hong, if you make me be your free thug again, I'll throw you out. Li Yun swallowed hard. This Hongjia truly deserves to be the head of the Players' Center. Her way of controlling people is indeed top-notch. His own trouble became a problem the hall manager had to solve. By the way, have you met the owner of this restaurant? I heard that the owner of the Queen's restaurant is very mysterious. This is just a branch. Li Yin shook his head. You haven't met a big person from this strange world. How could I have met one? With Li Yun and Hong Jia, Peace Hotel instantly became the winner. All other businesses on Huangquan Road were forced to transform. Once unable to produce human cuisine, all that awaited them was a slow death without customers. This bloodless war came to a close with the appearance of a female ghost. The owners of various hotels on Huangquan Road were invited to a meeting. At the meeting, there were over 100 owners, and the one hosting the meeting was a female ghost, the behind-the-scenes owner of the Peace Hotel. Seeing this legendary owner, the other ghosts couldn't help but exclaim, how could it be such a young and beautiful female ghost? In a short time, she not only opened a branch on Huangquan Road, but in a short time, using the restaurant's human cuisine to outrank all on Huangquan Road, making every restaurant teetering on the edge of closure, feeling suffocated. Everyone, please take a look at the documents in front of you. You all know your own situations. I think this is the best choice. The owner of the Peace Hotel spoke directly, clearly stating the theme of this meeting. You want to swallow us all? Doing business is not done this way. Aren't you afraid you can't digest it? A restaurant owner said indignantly. Over 100 restaurants all swallowed at once. What a joke. The other owners also began to mutter. The owner of the Peace Hotel was not anxious. After they finished speaking, she said lightly, Are you done? It's my turn now. I don't like the term swallowing. I genuinely believe you should learn from the advanced ideas of the human world. Stop treating humans as garbage all the time. The owners were even more disdainful. Compared to us, we're humans if not garbage. The owner of the Peace Hotel chuckled lightly. If they can defeat you with just one cuisine, then what are you? Silence. This contract is not an acquisition, but a cooperation. The entire Netherworld's food trend looks to Huangquan Road. Once human cuisine becomes popular, the entire Netherworld will be covered. The Peace Hotel can provide recipes, menus, and training. But I want 2 points of profit from each of your restaurants. I am done speaking. Who agrees? Who disagrees? The owner of the Peace Hotel crossed his arms and looked at everyone. Those who oppose will be abandoned by the times because they don't understand human cuisine. True collaboration is the only way to achieve real win-win. The owner of the Queen restaurant was the first to raise his hand. I agree. He knew very well the blow of losing human cuisine. Great. The contract is signed. From now on, we are family. I am curious. What is your name? You can call me Xiao Qian. Xiao Qian smiled gently, stretched out a hand, and shook hands with the owner of the Queen restaurant. Is your collaborative thinking learned from humans? The owner of the Queen restaurant asked again. Xiao Qian nodded and smiled. Yes, he is my boss. This is what he taught me. The Hall of Strange Creatures could not help but be astonished. The big boss behind the Peace Hotel is a human? Chapter 72. Does she have a system too? In the highest level boss's room of the Peace Hotel. Boss, the road to the underworld has a total of 120 shops. 100 of them have already signed a cooperation agreement with us. There are still 20 that refuse. Xiao Qian was busy doing something with her back turned. She said lightly, Then let's wait until they go bankrupt. When their prices hit rock bottom, we will directly acquire. The trend is there, and if they want to go against it, they will just wait to die. In just a few words, the plan to unify the road to the underworld was settled. Xiao Qian turned around, smiling, holding a bowl of noodles in her hand. Sorry for keeping you waiting. Xiao Qian placed the noodles on a dining table in the office. Try this. How does my noodles compare to your human chef's? Xiao Qian sat down, looking kindly at the human across from her. Boss, you are amazing. The noodles are delicious, and your business acumen is sharp. The human across took a bite and gave a thumbs up. Xiao Qian's face slightly flushed, as if she thought of someone. Are my noodles really that good? Yes. Ali Rui never lie. Huh, even ghosts don't deceive. Li Rui ate the noodles while thinking the boss sitting across was not human. She was a rare female, strange creature. To call her rare is not only because of her exquisite appearance, but also her kindness toward humans, and her means and vision in business. Different from the usual arrogance in strange creatures, her words and actions seemed to carry an unusual affection for humans. I, Li Rui, admire very few people, and even fewer strange creatures. Only you, I truly admire. This is not flattery because I am your hall manager. Xiao Qian chuckled lightly. You are different from other players. With your strength, even if you were fired, you could leave the road to the underworld, right? Li Rui shook her head. I'm fine by myself, but this time I enter the game with my brother. So I need to be cautious and cannot be reckless. Moreover, you, boss, are so understanding. You gave me noodles on our first meeting. Xiao Qian rested her chin on one hand, clearly enjoying the conversation with Li Rue. Your surname is Li. Does your brother also have the surname Li? Are there many humans with the surname Li? Li Rue thought Xiao Qian was just curious and nodded. Zhao Qian's son, Li, Zhou, Wu, Zheng, Wang, from the 100 family surnames. Li's surnames account for a large half. Why? Xiao Qian shook her head, slightly disappointed. It's nothing. I just thought of someone. Someone? Boss, you think of someone. No need to call me boss. Just call me Xiao Qian. Strictly speaking, you're not really my employees. You're just here to survive in this game. Xiao Qian added. Your arrival not only solved the weak foundation problem of the Peace Hotel, but also opened a new era for human cuisine. If we talk about it, I should thank you. Li Rue, from now on we are friends. According to your human terms, we can also be sisters. Hearing this, Li Rue was stunned. The Xiao Qian in front of her is not an ordinary strange creature, but a business elite in the strange world, a super rich woman. Such a presence actually wants to be her sister? This is indeed a whole new experience. I've never made friends with a strange creature. Of course, I'm not saying that monsters are bad. Instead, most monsters hold hostility towards humans. They even view us as food. Xiao Qian nodded in understanding. That's because they haven't met a hero like human. Such a person is like the brightest firework in the night sky. They burn themselves to light up others' lives. Li Rue curiously leaned in. Xiao Qian, have you met one? You can't possibly like a monster, right? Xiao Qian nodded, without a trace of shyness. Her tone was firm. I just like him. What he is doesn't matter. If he is human, I like humans. If he is a monster, I like monsters. Even if the human world and the underworld can't accommodate him, I will still stay by his side. Li Rue was slightly shocked. As a female, she did not expect Xiao Qian's affection to be so overwhelming, truly heartfelt. She was a bit curious about what kind of human could make Xiao Qian forget everything else. Tell me about him. What kind of person is he? What makes him unforgettable to you? Xiao Qian smiled gently. Just as she was about to speak, an assistant walked in. Boss, the restaurant owners on the Yellow Springs Road are waiting for you to attend the first joint shareholders meeting. It's almost time. Xiao Qian looked at Li Rue with some regret. Sorry, I have some things to attend to. I can only do it next time. By the way, I will hold a celebration banquet at the restaurant tonight to celebrate the successful cooperation between the Peace Hotel and major restaurants, and to honor those humans who made contributions. You are a great hero, and I also want to meet your chef brother. He must be a good man if he can cook so well. The hero in my heart cannot cook. Xiao Qian playfully stuck out her tongue and teased Li Rue. Li Rue nodded. Then I will go down with you. I have to get busy too. Thank you for your hard work. Xiao Qian and Li Rue walked down together. Li Rue escorted Xiao Qian to the hotel entrance, helped her into the car, and waved goodbye. Turning around, she looked at Li Yun, who was holding dishes. That back. Why does it look so familiar? Li Yun was slightly dazed. Don't look. That's the boss. Why are you still looking? Li Rue turned Li Yun's head, breaking his thoughts. Sister, was that female monster really our boss? She looks so young from the back. Li Rue chuckled softly. Not just young. She is one of the few beautiful female monsters I have seen. You are quite lucky. Lucky? That female monster likes me. You really are shameless. Li Rue couldn't help but laugh. She tapped his head. She has someone in her heart. Yes, a man. A man who, like a hero, cannot cook. Look at you, which point do you meet? Li Yun, carrying the dishes, was unconvinced. So you say I am lucky? Li Rue crossed her arms. With my sister achieving success, the brother rises too. You're a chicken and dog. Your whole family is. TSK, it sounds like you just scolded yourself again. Li Rue leaned on Li Yun's shoulder, grinning. Your sister has a sister like that. In the future, I can protect you in reality. And in games too. Saying you're lucky is not wrong. Li Yun was slightly stunned. You became sisters with her? Yes, aren't you envious? Li Yun looked at Li Rue. He examined her from top to bottom, thinking in his heart. My sister. She wouldn't also have a system, would she? Chapter 73. The badder the brother, the more the sister loves. Returning to the kitchen, Hong Jie, who was supervising the chef's cooking, leaned in. I heard our boss at the Peace Hotel has arrived. Did you see her? Li Yun shook his head. What a pity. There's such a powerful one among the monsters who almost took over a whole street. Mutual cooperation and win-win. A monster who can propose such ideas has caught my interest. Hong Jie's face was full of interest toward the boss. What's wrong? She's a female monster. What do you want to do? My thinking is that perhaps such a female monster can cooperate with us. Cooperate, Hong Jie slowly began, to create value for each other. This restaurant needs us humans, and we humans, especially newcomers, need a relatively safe environment to enhance our game. Li Yin felt there was some truth in this. I understand the reasoning, but it doesn't help to tell me. I'll give you a hint. Go from the kitchen to the main hall. Find my sister. She is now the boss's sister. Maybe he will agree. Hong Jie instantly lost interest. Forget it. Pretend I didn't say anything. I heard the boss is having a celebration banquet tonight. If I see him, I'll talk to her personally. Li Yin said nothing more. He was someone who didn't even have a guild. Why worry about this? Li Good. A blood-soaked player stumbled over. What happened to you like this? Li Yin looked at him in utter disarray. Cough. I met a bad-tempered customer who almost tore me apart. My next order is about to be due. Can you help me deliver it? The man looked at Li Yun with a pleading expression. You can't catch a wolf without letting go of the child. If I don't make myself a bit miserable, how can I lure you in? Once you get into trouble, the Peace Hotel will lose its human chef. At that time, the so-called Cooperation Alliance will automatically fall apart. You can't blame me. Those hotel bosses who refuse to join pay more. Li Yun listened to his inner thoughts and smiled coldly. It seemed this was a player who had just entered the Yellow Springs. He only knew he was the behind-the-scenes chef, but did not know about Hong Jie. Trying to cheat me? Li Yin replied casually. You're not dead yet, so keep going. Hey, doesn't that knight have any humanity left? I'm in this state, and you still want me to keep going? Li God, everyone says you're a good person. Please help me just this once. I can give you all my spirit coins. The man reached into his body and pulled out 250. Li Yun, are you mocking me? Deliver it yourself. As a mere kitchen worker, how can I do such work? Li Yun had a proud face. In the whole kitchen, no one dared to speak a word. These days they had seen it all. This guy is scarier than the chef. Damn, he's a tough one. But I'm no slouch either. The guy was so determined that he actually had an arm fall off like that. Li God, look, my arm just fell off. Please help me. Come on. Tonight we'll add a dish for you. The guy was nearly stunned. The first time he encountered such an unyielding person. Is something wrong with this guy? Hong Jin knew Li Yun was definitely not a person who would ignore someone in need. She said softly. Yeah, this is a trap. They want to kill me, causing the Peace Hotel to have no chief chef. Hong Jie pouted. Aren't you just a kitchen worker? How did you see through it? Li Yun chuckled lightly. I can read faces. Do you believe it? Then take a look at me. Your face is rosy, clearly too full of energy. What does that mean? You're unlucky in love. Hong Jie gave him a charming glance. I think this is a good opportunity. If we can take down the traps behind him, that would be a favor to the boss. If she truly is as reasonable as rumored, she must accept the conditions I just mentioned. Hong Jie pondered for a moment before speaking. You don't want me to be the bait, do you? What? Are you willing to let your sister go? I am. Heartless little brother. Hong Jie pretended to be angry and patted Li Yun's chest. Don't worry. With me here, you won't die. You just need to agree to take this order. Li Yun thought for a moment, but did not immediately agree. There's a saying, don't do things without benefits. Do less if the benefits are small. If you agree, I owe you a favor. Li Yun still didn't speak. Hong Jie bit her red lips, anxious. 2. Li Yun remained unmoved. Hong Jie lowered her voice and leaned close to his ear. There was some shyness. Smelly brother, just help your sister. 3. You must know my 3 favors are worth a fortune. Li Yun then slowly smiled and extended a hand. Deal. Bastard. Where did you put your hand? Rubs. Hong Jie angrily pushed his hand away. Is this about taking advantage of sister? He won't use favors to make me go with him. Before Hong Jie could speak, Li Yun interjected. Don't worry, although I'm not a gentleman. I'm definitely not a hypocrite. Outside the shadows, I'm not afraid of the righteous. I don't like being forced. Listen, can you really make me feel at ease with those words? After Li Yun and Hong Jie reached an agreement, he smiled and walked toward the player. Brother, your pigeon food is pitiful. I'll help you deliver this. Huh, really? Yes, but you must tell me one question. Any question is fine. How much do you earn from this order? 100,000? The other party gave me 500,000 spirit coins. That's enough for me to risk my life for. 500 spirit coins. Li Yun looked into his incredibly sincere eyes. Wow, this guy should really be a movie star. 50 won't do, you broken a hand. If this order isn't completed, you'll be fired for sure. I want 500,050 coins. Consider it buying your life. Wait, how come he still has the exact amount? He even guessed the 50 spirit coins I have on me. Just promise him when the time comes, if he doesn't come back, I'll give you the money. Burn it for you, do you want it? Li Yun listened to his inner voice, his expression unchanged, still holding a smile. Okay. Then thank you, Master Li. You are such a good person. Li Yun interrupted his words, gently leaning close to his ear. I'm not a good person. Because good people usually die faster. I'm very bad, worse than you. The guy obviously didn't understand the meaning, nodding innocently. Hongjie stood aside, her lips curling up slightly. The worse the brother, the more the sister loves him. Chapter 74. Kill that pretty boy. Li Yun, carrying the meal to be delivered, put on the helmet, and hopped on the little motorcycle he hadn't seen for a long time. Revving the throttle, he sped off. A luxury car parked outside the Peace Hotel. Xiaoqian got out from the back seat. Looking up, she saw a figure from the back. Her expression was a bit dazed. Looks like him. The assistant walked over. Boss, what did you say? Nothing. Maybe I'm imagining things. Xiaoqian shook her head. Since he left, she often fantasized that every male figure was him. How's the celebration banquet preparation going? It's almost ready. When the time comes, I'll have the hall manager notify them. Well, I'm really looking forward to meeting her brother. He's a nice guy. Xiaoqian walked into the Peace Hotel with her assistant following her. Li Yun quickly arrived at the delivery location by following the navigation. It matched his stereotype. In a remote wilderness. There were no monsters anywhere. Who ordered takeout? Li Yun got off the motorcycle with the food, shouting around. In the dark wilderness, a group of wild monsters appeared, waiting for a long time. Delivery for delivery. Double happiness. Are you the human chef from the Peace Hotel? It's you, you bastard, who made us change our eating habits. Today we'll swallow you whole. Li Yun looked at the wild monsters closing in, drawing out the evil blade, his eyes glimmering purple. The power of the blood-sucking monsters unleashed. With a light leap, he resembled a bat in the night. He nimbly maneuvered in the air. The blade in his hand always managed to precisely take down a wild monster. Smelly brother is indeed powerful. The power of this blood-sucking monster is extraordinary. No wonder he can become the rookie king. This group of wild monsters is no match for him. Hongjie stood at a distance, watching Li Yun slay foes, unable to help but sigh. This group of wild monsters was indeed just cannon fodder. The real threat was those 20 or so unwilling reformers of human cuisine. Damn human, still has some skill. Li Yun frowned slightly. The monster Shi Hong came beside Li Yun, her power like flames. If you don't show up soon, I'll have to run away. Don't worry, sister is not a bad woman. She won't lie. Hongjie focused her gaze. A fire snake headed towards the distant monster bosses. This woman is very strong. Don't get entangled in battle. We must find a chance to kill that kid. The monster bosses split up to fight. A portion fixed their eyes on Li Yun. Li Yun, seeing this, took out the invisibility cloak without hesitation. He draped it over himself. Where are they? Where have they gone? In an instant, the strange creatures lost their target. With the help of invisibility, Li Yun took out several potions. He circled behind the strange creatures. One strange creature seemed to have a strong sense, and suddenly turned its head. Unfortunately, it was too late. What came flying were countless potions. Wither potion, fire poison potion, petrification potion. He didn't care what they were, just grabbed and threw them into the group of strange creatures. Despicable. The strange creature in front was instantly petrified, standing still. Various potions quickly spread through the group of strange creatures. The crimson figure, which was swimming among the creatures, suddenly felt a dull sensation in its body. Looking at its frozen arm and withered body, Li Yun poked his head out from the invisibility cloak. Sorry, my potions have very strong permeability. Are you okay? A fierce flame ignited inside the crimson figure, burning away all the negative effects. Alchemist, you really are a treasure boy. Sister is getting more and more tempted by you. Li Yun's potions were all at level 1, which did not have much effect on high-level players like the crimson figure and Li Rue. But for this group of strange creatures, it was life-threatening. Call everyone, bring all the strange ones from the store to me. Peace Hotel. Sneaky, I could tell you were not a good thing at first glance. I'll ask you one last time. Where did you trick my brother? Li Rue looked sharply at the player with a severed hand. He originally wanted to take the money and leave quietly, but he was caught by Li Rue, who was searching for Li Yun. I had to Shun help me deliver an order. I don't know why he hasn't come back yet. Deliver an order? A welcoming strange creature walked over. Manager, I saw several restaurants that have issues with us suddenly close. All the staff inside are armed and say they want to take down a human. Do you think? A glimmer of light flashed in the eyes of the severed arm player. Li Rue's eyes narrowed. Being the vice president wasn't for nothing. She instantly understood the twists and turns of the situation. Her figure flashed, appearing behind the severed arm player. One hand grabbed his other arm. 3 seconds. If I don't get the answer I want, I'll take off this arm. Why you have no evidence? How can you act against me like this? Evidence? Why would the vice president of the Mi Lu Guild need evidence? For Li Yun, Li Rui's vice president authority revealed its edge. The severed arm player was sweating profusely. He felt his arm gradually pulling away from his body. In the end, he could no longer stand it and shouted. He was surrounded by the bosses of the Chi restaurant and other restaurants in the outskirts. Crack. The man's arm was directly severed. I said, why? Li Rui gently tossed his arm away. This is just interest. You better pray my brother is fine. If he loses a hair, the next thing to be severed will be your head. You all keep a close watch on him. Li Rui left these words and walked away. Other strange creatures surrounded the player who had lost both arms. What did you say? There are such despicable humans, betraying and harming their own kind. The Li siblings have great kindness towards our hotel. We must not let anything happen to his brother. Immediately call people, go to the outskirts. Xiao Qian received the message and could no longer sit still. Immediately she ordered. Under her direct leadership, countless strange creatures headed towards the outskirts. A rescue plan for Li Yun had begun grandly. Outskirts. More and more strange creatures joined the battle. Even the crimson figure, facing so many minnows, showed a hint of strain. Fortunately, with Li Yun's potions, they could temporarily stabilize the situation. Li Yun, Li Rui, what are you doing here? If I don't come, do you really plan to die together with her? Li Rui angrily displayed the power of the demon's scythe, descending upon the battlefield like a hurricane. The surrounding strange creatures were instantly wrapped in this hurricane, torn apart. Seeing another A-level player joining, the expressions of the strange bosses deepened even more. What the hell is this human's background, being escorted by 2 A-class players? No matter how great you are, you will die here today. Kill that pretty boy. Pretty boy, I'll screw your mother. Li Yun took out the potion and accurately smashed it onto his head. Chapter 75. Sister is at the top of the food chain. Who threw the potion? Li Rui dispelled the negative effects. She swept around. Sorry, sister, this thing doesn't recognize people. It's Li Yun's. He's still an apothecary. Li Rui said unhappily. Stinky boy, I'm your sister. How much are you hiding from me? How could it be hiding? I just forgot to tell you. You wait for me. When we go back, I'll strip you and make you spit it all out. Spare me, my queen. Fei Hong listened to the sibling conversation and clicked her tongue. You're really playing hard. Stinky brother, your sister wouldn't dare treat you this way. If you're scared, just come to your sister's house. Li Yun looked at Fei Hong, who was playing with fire and adding fuel to the fire. Stop causing more trouble. Let's think of a way to escape. A large number of strange creatures surrounded the 3 of them tightly. Wanting to fight their way out was no small task. Chef Li, I'm here to assist you. In the distance, a 300-pound frog body like a spring squatted down hard and rushed into the crowd of strange beings. He charged first, and behind him were a massive group of reinforcements. Manager Li, our people from the peaceful Grand Hotel have arrived. Li Rui smiled knowingly. See, that's our boss. My good sister, don't be afraid, I'll cover you. Li Yun watched the figure charging in the reinforcements. The corner of his mouth curled up. So she really did it. Better than I imagined. Xiao Qian walked over with a street full of strange beings. Boss Chimei, that's not fair. In our business competition, you aimed at our employees. What? Do you want to bully me because there are no people at the peaceful Grand Hotel? Xiao Qian looked at the boss of the Chimei restaurant with a tone full of authority. Time flies. Once a close friend to her, the strange bride was no longer a weakling. She could now summon the business tycoons of the entire Yellow Spring Road with a mere wave of her hand. Seeing the opponent's overwhelming numbers, she realized she could no longer kill Li Yun. To stop this food war initiated by humans. Looks like the ship of the new era no longer has room for me from the old era. I am a reverse butterfly. That was close. Luckily, I interrupted your spell. One step further, and you would have gained an advantage. Li Yun said, still feeling a little scared. At this moment, Xiao Qian heard that familiar voice, and her body trembled slightly. Her beautiful eyes scanned through the vast crowd, as if traversing thousands of mountains and rivers. Finally locking onto his figure, she covered her amazed lips. Her eyes filled with tears. It turned out it was an illusion. That back figure really was him. Boss Qian, we are all strange beings. Do you really want to help a bunch of humans? Do you know such actions are not allowed in the underworld? The boss of Chimei struggled one last time. This statement made Li Rui and Fei Hong, who had just relaxed, tense again. Not my kind. The two didn't know how Xiao Qian would choose. Then they saw Xiao Qian run through the vast crowd and dash into Li Yun's arms. I missed you so much. All around, whether humans or strange beings, they stared in shock. Who has ever seen the powerful boss Qian of the Yellow Spring Road show such a vulnerable side? Li Yun gently wiped away her tears. You aren't the same little lady from before. Crying so much, you might make your subordinates laugh. Xiao Qian clung tightly to Li Yun, acting cute. Let them laugh. After all, you're my boss, and I'm your secretary. Who cares how they laugh? Li Rui and Fei Hong exchanged glances, seeing the confusion in each other's eyes. What? Li Yun is actually the boss behind the scenes? Let me introduce you, Li Rui, my sister. Xiao Qian obediently stood beside Li Yun. Hello, sister. Li Rui? 1 second they were sisters, and the next how did she become my sister-in-law? Fei Hong, the head of our Human Players Center. Also the first to bring human cuisine to the Yellow Spring Road. Xiao Qian extended a hand. So you are the beautiful chef from the Queen's Restaurant. The restaurants in my underworld often receive people from your player center. Hello, Scarlet and Xiao Qian shook hands, their expressions quite strange. She and Li Rui had seen countless players, including many top-notch experts on the high-tier list. But this was the first time seeing someone like Li Yun. He actually made a wealthy woman regard him as her master. At the Peace Hotel, at the celebration banquet, Li Yun raised his glass. Let me say a few words. A bunch of players were puzzled. Who are you? The boss wants to speak. Everyone quiet. Xiao Qian stood by, admiring Li Yun. Boss. The players were utterly stunned. From now on the road to the underworld, there will only be one peak cuisine. That is the human cuisine. And I, the Peace Hotel, am the creator. I will also take this ace to the entire underworld. The applause roared. The chef was almost moved to tears. Big boss, you remember me. He used to scold me every day. Now I understand. This is what it means to love through strictness. Those 20-plus restaurants that refused to transform. Their trend had passed, and they were bought at a low price by Xiao Qian with thunderous means. Now the entire road to the underworld either belongs to the Peace Hotel or to deeply cooperative allies. It can be said that Xiao Qian had already become the most influential queen of this street, and her boss, Li Yun, naturally became a king. Secondly, from now on, the Peace Hotel will deeply cooperate with the Player Center and the Deer Guild. The two major guilds will select players that align with the hotel's attributes to play here. At the same time, creating value for the hotel. In the future, as long as you are at the Peace Hotel, there will be no distinction between human and ghost. You are colleagues and also comrades. Anyone who sneaks off to eat humans again, don't blame me for kicking your butt. The big cupboard that received a glare rubbed its own butt. These past few days, it hadn't escaped Li Yun's kicks much. Boss, don't worry. The cooking skills you taught me, I will pass down to future humans. Li Yun nodded in satisfaction. Okay, I've finished speaking. This celebration banquet belongs to me and Xiao Qian, and to the Peace Hotel. It also belongs to each and every one of you and every ghost. Tonight, all expenses are on me. Eat, drink. A cheer erupted, humans and ghosts at the same table. They toasted each other, ate meat. This incredibly harmonious scene was something even Li Rui and Scarlet had never seen before. Xiao Qian gently twirled her hair, serving a bowl of noodles. Li Yun took a bite and smiled slightly. It's still the same taste. Rich seafood flavor. Xiao Qian smiled sweetly, like a little wife serving her husband. A carefully cooked bowl of noodles, as long as her husband enjoyed it. She was incredibly happy. All the countless questions that Li Rui and Scarlet had were just about to burst out. Li Yun, what on earth is going on? Li Yun wiped his mouth and looked at the two women. He said softly, outside you call me Li Yun, I won't mind you. But here, aren't you all going to call me Godfather? Got inflated? Li Rui and Scarlet each grabbed one of his ears. Two big sisters, it hurts, it hurts. Indeed, the sisters were at the top of the food chain. Chapter 76, Scarlet's idea to create a new guild. Yun, I miss you so much. I think of you day and night, daydreaming and night thinking. Left thinking, right thinking, tossing and turning, hard asleep. Li Yun looked at the shy little lady in his arms. After a long time without seeing her, her beauty remained. She even added a touch of mature charm. Most tempting. Lower your voice a bit. Li Yun pointed to the office door. MHM. Xiao Qian's pretty face showed a hint of rosy blush, and she nodded. Li Rui pressed her ear against the office door. No sound. Could it be they are really discussing serious matters? Scarlet crossed her arms, standing nearby, smirking. What's so important that it has to be discussed behind closed doors? You are just her sister. Why do you care so much? Li Rui retorted. An elder sister is like a mother. Oh, so it turns out the stinky little brother has a crush on his sister at my age. Doesn't he like her even more? Get lost. Li Yun opened the door and saw the two women facing off. What are you doing here? What do you think? Scarlet's confident face was full of mischief. Li Yun did not pay attention to her. He looked at Li Rui. You look like this, you won't think I'm doing bad things inside, right? Come on, go in and see for yourself. I told you. I'm discussing a project worth several hundred million with Xiao Qian. Why don't you believe me? Lian opened the door, looking very upright. But Li Rui felt a doubt in her heart. Could it really be a project discussion? Is it me who is thinking dirty? Suddenly, she rushed in. She saw Xiao Qian sitting on the sofa, still in the same long dress, looking tidy. Sister Li Rui, is there something wrong? Xiao Qian smiled calmly. Li Rui felt embarrassed instead. It's nothing, you guys talk about the project. You can have your talk. Li Rui exited the room, and Li Yun clapped his hands. See, you still don't believe me. Xiao Qian sighed in relief when she saw her leave. She lowered her head, looking for something on the floor. Where did my pants go? Xiao Qian, you continue to be busy, as for the restaurant matter. I am just an outsider. I trust you to handle it. Li Yun waved his hand at Xiao Qian. Xiao Qian nodded. She smiled at Li Yun. Yun, I've already sent you the bonus for this month. Li Yun opened the system to check. 3 million spirit coins were credited. With such a little lady behind him, it's like having a treasure. Li Rui leaned closer to take a look, feeling sour. You little brat, you're so rich. No wonder you don't let your older sister support you. Turns out you become some pretty boy outside. Li Yun disagreed. Hey, what do you mean by pretty boy? I am Xiao Qian's angel investor. I've invested several hundred million in her. Fei Hong crossed her arms, maintaining her composure, thinking back to when she thought of using 100,000 spirit coins to impress Li Yun. At this moment, the demeanor of the noble lady couldn't hold up anymore. This kid, a newcomer, turned out to have more money than regular season players. The key is, as Xiao Qian gains the authority over human cuisine with the Peace Restaurant, Li Yun's bonuses will become more and more. Xiao Qian was his solid financial backing. This made Fei Hong have to consider a question. Can she really let this kid join the Player Center? The demands for newcomer players to join the Player Center are only 3 points. 1 is survival needs. Facing horror games, newcomers lack experience. They hope to enter a guild for help and protection. But Li Yun possesses the mysterious level of blood-sucking odd power, with combat strength comparable to some master players. He clearly does not have such needs. The second is money. In any place, money is extremely important. Money can make the devil work. This old saying is even more suitable in horror games today. Money can speak in the odd, and if it can't, it means there's not enough money. Newcomer players usually have very single channels to obtain spirit coins. Most can only rely on game rewards. Gradually accumulate spirit coins. Clearly, with Xiao Qian, Li Yun doesn't need to consider how to make money. He just needs to open his eyes every month and think about how to spend this money. The third demand is strength. Strength includes one's own strength and various props, potions. Props and potions are scarce resources. They're also the lifelines of most players. Very hard to circulate externally. In the guild, many big shots occasionally auction off various discarded props. These props are not of much use to the big shots, but for newcomers, they could be the key to enhancing their strength. And Li Yun is an apothecary. Potions are even rarer than props. The moment he is willing to trade his potions, who knows how many people will come rushing in. When Fei Hong thought of this, she gritted her teeth. This kid is simply too well-rounded. A person could be worth 100,000 masters. My only bargaining chip is my sister's beauty. Li Yun? All right, you all are eyeing me, right? Besides Fei Hong, who was calculating in her heart. Li Rui was the same. She was ordered by the guild leader to bring back Li Yun at all costs. At this moment, she was struggling. Compared to the guild, she naturally leaned towards Li Yun, respecting Li Yun's choice of not wanting to join any guild. At the beginning, she was still worried that if Li Yun had no guild protection, will it be hard to move forward in future horror games? Until this time, I followed him to the Peace Hotel. Only then did I realize my worries were unnecessary. If new players are fish on a cutting board, then Li Yun is like a loach. Most of the eerie beings pose no threat to him. Instead, it is the eerie beings that end up getting tormented. It seems his ways of tormenting male and female eerie beings are different. Li Yun, this game is about to end. Once we go back, the problems we need to face still need to be faced. Have you thought about what to do? Li Rui asked. Li Yun shook his head. I don't know. I have no interest in joining any guild. Fei Hong, breaking from her usual demeanor, nodded. With your strength, joining a guild would instead be a limitation. Now in all the major guilds, the old need the new to support them, and the new need the old to protect them. A fixed cyclical pattern has already formed. Such a pattern is very likely to trap your development. Li Rui was slightly taken aback. Is this coming from you? Have you found your conscience? Fei Hong cast her a disdainful glance. The player center and wild guilds like yours are different. We are officially part of the organization. Our purpose is to allow more players to band together for warmth to survive. And Li Yun's Peace Hotel has helped a lot. Though I wish I could drag him away right now and chain him back to the guild. But if I did that, wouldn't I be too unreasonable? Li Yun pondered over Fei Hong's words. Suddenly, he realized, wait, am I a dog? The two women chuckled softly. Fei Hong became serious. If you don't want to join any guild, I actually have an idea. You can create a new guild yourself. Chapter 77, A Loving Family, the Guild Qualification Snatch. Player, Reverse Butterfly, has left the game. Peace Hotel. Achievement unlocked 4. Little Loach of Yellow Springs. Speed, 80 miles. Mood, carefree. Ride your beloved little motorcycle. You are the coolest one on the road to Yellow Springs. Heritage of 8 major cuisines. You have spread the 8 major human cuisines in the underworld. Future generations will remember your contribution. Mr. Lee of Yellow Springs, the legendary behind-the-scenes boss of the Peace Hotel, a mythical existence. Chairman, your secretary serves you. Millionaire, you have finally become a millionaire through your efforts relying on the monthly dividends from the Peace Hotel. Spending a woman's money makes you a gigolo, but spending the money of a female eerie is different. Game rating, SSS rank game comment. You did very well, don't do it next time. Rewards, level experience, plus 1,000 game points, plus 400 spirit coins, plus 30,000. After leaving the game, Li Yun and Li Rui return home. The two were calculating their respective rewards. S rank, not bad, it didn't damage my dignity as president. Li Rui looked at the rating, nodding in satisfaction. Opening the system, a notice appeared. Congratulations, player Reverse Butterfly, successfully completed the game. Received SSS rank evaluation. Li Rui, irritated, she poked at Li Yun, who was still absorbed in calculating the system. Hey sis, what's up? No, don't. You've changed. You weren't this kind of person before. You've changed. How come I, the distinguished vice president, only got S rank, and you got SSS rank? Just because I'm a behind-the-scenes big boss of the Peace Hotel. Manager Li. Li Yun held the tone. In a deep voice, he called out Li Rui's title as lobby manager. The next second, he was directly pushed onto the bed and pounded. You've really gone too far. Sis, I was wrong, no flaunting. Li Rui released her grip, dissatisfied, and stepped on Li Yun's face with her foot. Why'd you reward me? You're getting more and more perverted. Li Rui said, with a double meaning. This time she realized her little brother truly was abnormal as a new king. By the way, did you reach C rank? Li Yun shook his head, opened his attribute panel. Player, Li Yun. Game ID, Reverse Butterfly, Lini. Windy, the Hospital of Mysteries. Item, Timite Castle Invitation, Honorary Dean Badge of the Hospital of Mysteries, Chairman Privilege Card of the Peace Hotel, Invisibility Cloak, Game Entry Coupon, Game Selection Coupon, Game Exit Coupon, Withering Potion, Fire Poison Potion. When she left, Xiao Qian not only gave a bonus, she also gave a Chairman exclusive privilege card. With this card, one can go to any place in the Peace Hotel at any time. As Xiao Qian gains the right to speak on human recipes, it won't be long. The branches of the Peace Hotel and business partners will spread all over the underworld. At that time, the value of this card will keep rising. Not C level yet. The minimum requirement to create a guild is C level. But if you have money and strength, you could try to register a higher level. Li Yun looked at Li Rui with some confusion. What does jumping level registration mean? Li Rui patiently explained. C level is the threshold for creating a guild. If you haven't reached C level, you can only use double the funds to apply for jumping level registration. After applying, the game will start to assess you. Complete the assessment, and you can register a guild at D level. Listening to this, Li Yun stroked his chin. Money. He no longer lacks. This assessment doesn't sound hard either. Li Rui tapped his forehead. Don't get cocky. The assessment doesn't just include you, but many players who haven't reached C level. These players are experienced old players, and their actual strength may have long surpassed C level. It's just that their level experience isn't enough, so they're using this method. Only 2 qualifications to register a guild. Crossing a narrow bridge with thousands of troops isn't easy. Knowing the inside story, Li Rui reminded. Although Li Yun is a rookie king, participants in this level jumping registration are mostly old players. A newcomer with just 4 games shouldn't even think about it. Li Yun is already considered a miracle, but that doesn't mean he has an advantage over those old hands. To put it simply, they have been struggling at D level for so many years. Who is more powerful than you? A D level newcomer. If there are no issues, open the system's guild interface. Following Li Rui's guidance, Li Yun entered the system and clicked on Guild. Options for Create Guild and Join Guild popped up. Create Guild. Player inverse butterfly level not sufficient to create a guild normally. Would you like to spend 200,000 spirit coins to participate in jump level registration? Li Yun clicked yes. His spirit coins decreased by 200,000. Soon, a new interface appeared. Payment successful. Player inverse butterfly has participated in jump level registration. Please name the registered guild. It's time to name it. Try to give the guild name something easy to remember, that people will like at a glance. This way, we can recruit new members better. Li Rue said. Li Yun understood. Named, a loving family. Would you like to register? Li Rue, you really are a naming genius. Li Yun chuckled. Coming together is to be family. Yeah, a family that robs each other. Li Yun submitted the registration. Soon, the system displayed a countdown. Jump level registration qualifications will begin selection in 12 hours. Only 2 guild qualifications. Players participating, please prepare. Candidates, 24. Countdown, 12 hours. So fierce the competition. 24 people for 2 spots. Li Yun didn't expect so many players to jump levels. Li Rue glanced at it, cheerfully said, very normal, compared to guilds created normally at sea level. New players pay more attention to such jump level guilds. After all, once successful, it symbolizes the president's strength, and potential is not weak. So, many people intentionally stay at low levels just to participate in jump level registration. Li Yun listened and snorted. The bigger the storm, the more valuable the fish. What's the use of many competitors? To mix in, you still need to be strong. Once I obtain the qualification, family members will have a home. Li Rue rolled her eyes at him, not needing to look to know what he was hiding behind his smile. Just thinking about so many family members working for me in the future. I feel full of fighting spirit. Chapter 78. Lanji. Player Center. Hong Jia, did you become the Rookie King? Seeing Fei Hong return. Shaolin immediately asked. Shaolin is my assistant. Let me teach you another thing. Is it about how to tackle powerful newcomers? No, it's about not pouring salt on your boss's wounds. Shaolin suddenly thought of something. By the way, Hong Jia, your sister came by just now. Shi Hong frowned slightly. What did that girl come here for? She said she wants to quit the player center and create her own guild. Shi Hong waved her hand. Let her be, anyway. I can't control her. I remember she's still a D class. Did she apply for advanced registration? Shaolin nodded. Yes, advanced registration is really hard. Her enthusiasm is really like how Hong Jia was when she was young. She's a powerful person too. Shi Hong couldn't hold back her expression. Am I old now? She is only 3 years younger than me. Shaolin, who just misspoke, hurriedly covered his mouth. Li Yun is also going to participate in the advanced registration, right? This girl always thinks she is strong. I wonder if she'll be knocked down by Li Yun. Thinking of this, Shi Hong couldn't help but sigh. In the player center, 2 genius future high-end players were lost. Advanced registration, guild qualification, selection begins. Please, participating players, get ready. At this moment, Li Yun was in an empty waiting area. Next to her were the other 23 players participating in the qualification selection. So many qualifiers this time. I've heard that there are usually only a dozen at most, but there are more than 20 of us. I wonder how they will select. Should we group together? Group together? There are only 2 spots. We are all competitors. Why group? If you're afraid of losing, just withdraw and surrender, silly kid. The qualifiers gathered together, chatting back and forth. The system popped up a panel. Qualifier data panel. Ranked by number of games played, not personal strength. First, Banana Bala, D-Class, games played, 14. Second, My Heart Eternal, D-Class, games played, 13. Third, Original Flavor Seeds, D-Class, games played, 13. As the information of the qualifiers was revealed, those standing here are all D-Class players, just one step away from Master players. The number of games played is all above 10. The more games, the more experience. Of course, there are exceptions. 23rd, Lanji, D-Class, games played, 8. Lanji? She is the sister of the flame goddess Shi Hong from the Player Center. I know her. She is a newcomer from my batch, a monster who is in the top 3 of a newcomer list. Although it's not really fair to call such a beautiful girl a monster, she did manage to advance to D-Class with just 8 games, which is indeed impressive. Lanji, who was talked about by everyone, hugged her arms and distanced herself from the crowd. With long, deep blue hair, she looked at everyone as if they were trash. She gently huffed out. 24th. Reverse Butterfly, D-Class. Games played, 4. The newcomer king who dominated the newcomer list for 4 times. Reaching D-Class in just 4 games. This is a real monster. Li Yun felt numerous surprised gazes, extending a hand. Strike first. Hello, I am Reverse Butterfly. The others felt somewhat uncomfortable. He is clearly greeting us. Why does it feel like he's scolding us? Yeah, I feel like I'm at a disadvantage. The terrifying newcomer king. Even his name crushes us. Sigh, frustrating. Lan Ji's cold gaze locked onto Li Yun. In order to avoid being seen as trash again, Li Yun took the initiative once more. He looked Lan Ji up and down, then mimicked her proud smirk. Lan Ji? Is he the newcomer king my sister spoke of? He doesn't seem that impressive. Terrifying games often become more difficult as levels increase. Just a lucky little Karami. How dare he mimic me? Li Yun heard Lan Ji's disdainful thoughts. She's Chi Hong's sister. These sisters really have such different personalities. But they are both quite stunning. Chi Hong is like fire, while Lan Ji is like ice. Not only sisters, but also rivals who can't see eye to eye. Qualification selection begins. In front of you are 3 identical size caps. A box with an appearance. There is only one box containing the key to the next stage. To become the guild leader, one often faces numerous choices, and making the right choice will become extremely important. Please make your correct choice in 10 seconds. Li Yun looked at the 3 boxes quietly sitting there. Once someone approaches, they will be blocked by an invisible wall. So it's impossible to open the box and then choose. The 3 boxes were exactly the same, in shape, size, and position. There was not a trace of difference. A pure gambling luck game? Li Yun didn't believe it. At this moment, he closed his eyes, wanting to listen to the heart of the boxes. The boxes have no heart at all. Li Yun complained. He saw many people already making their choices. As for the basis, I choose you. May the Tao Ancestor and Buddha bless me. Amen. Faith is mixed up. According to my experience, those who wouldn't win should pick C. That makes some sense. For a selection of long and short, choose the shortest. The shortest is you. How can you tell the length? They all look the same. In any case, none of the other players' heart voices were reliable. Just as Li Yun decided to take a gamble. Suddenly, a ray of light came. Box 1 is empty. Box 3 is full of waste paper. Only Box 2 has the key. Is this qualification selection really that simple? If it's obvious. Li Yun looked towards the owner of the voice. It was the confident Lan Ji, arms folded, a smirk on her face. At this moment, her blue eyes shimmered slightly. X-ray vision. Cheating, right? All right. I choose Box 2. Li Yun made his decision in the last second. Choices are over. The answer is, the key is in Box 2. Chosen ones, 12 people. The others are eliminated. The eliminated 12 people now looked discontented, looking for dragons and dividing gold. Seeing through the mountain, one chain is one level. I clearly calculated it was Box 3. Tao Ancestor Buddha, why don't you bless me? This time was my bad luck. Next time I will still choose C. Li Yun, 24 people, and after one round, only 12 remained. This leap registration qualification selection was even more brutal than expected. Chapter 79, Landlord, come in and sit. Congratulations to the 12 who entered the next stage. To become a guild leader, besides being able to make the right choices, you also need strong power, financial resources, and management skills. Next, each player will receive a random card. After purchasing, you will obtain a corresponding identity. The quality of the identity is related to financial resources. The system's voice ended, and a pile of cards of different colors appeared before Li Yun. White, green, blue, purple, gold. Prices increased exponentially based on color. The white card was just 50,000 spirit coins, while the green one cost 100,000. The blue was 200,000. The purple, 400,000. The gold card was a whopping 800,000. In quantity, there were 3 white cards, 3 green cards, 3 blue cards, 2 purple cards, and 1 gold card. Damn it. The leap registration already cost me 200,000. How can I still have money? I'll buy a white one. Spending money again. Boo-hoo, my savings. Young man, fight for it. A bicycle turns into a motorcycle. I choose blue. The majority of players had already made their choices. Once someone bought a card, the corresponding card in that position would be locked and could not be purchased again. The ones ahead were all cheap choices. The white was gone, the green was gone, the blue. So it's true, slow hands will lose the last blue card. Gritted my teeth and bought it. The blue was sold out. Only 2 purple cards and 1 gold card remained. What does speed have to do with this? What a bunch of poor people. Although I can't see through these cards, buying the expensive ones is never wrong. I want gold. The gold card was instantly locked. Who says it isn't a speed game? Li Yun held the gold card, and Lan Ji's cold gaze swept over. Li Yun, unwilling to show weakness, shot back with her own remarks, accompanied by one of her catchphrases. Oomph. A newbie in 4 games. Actually has so much money. I heard that Scarlett bought the house across from him specifically to recruit him. He wouldn't be her little sugar baby, right? TCH. Li Yun. Lan Ji took the purple card. 12 players have chosen. The card in hand reveals the corresponding information. You have purchased the gold card. Identity unlocked. Landlord. Li Yun didn't understand what the landlord meant. The other players also quickly announced their identities. White is the hallway cleaner. What does stair administrator mean? Each person's card seems to represent a profession. When Lan Ji's voice echoed, Li Yun began to grasp the rules of the next level. Resident? TCH. Landlord, resident, hallway cleaner, stair administrator. Each identity combined represents an apartment, right? Next, everyone will be placed in the bloody apartment for 72 hours. The system will score based on the completion of each profession's tasks. The top 2 scorers will gain eligibility to register for the guild. Bloody apartment. The apartment is old and decrepit, long lacking proper management, filled with terrifying creatures. As players, you must act cautiously to complete your tasks and avoid provoking them. In the bloody apartment, Li Yun stood in the hallway, holding the landlord identity card in his hand. He didn't move, just stood there gathering information from all around. It stinks, so much garbage. Has no one taken care of this before? What is this rotting body? Could it be a human hand? Ugh. The player who got the cleaner card was thrown into the garbage room and was now retching. Bang, bang, bang. Phew. Finally reinforced this staircase. Damn, I dropped my hammer. Damn it, this staircase collapsed again. The stair administrator player was feeling a bit desperate at this moment. Don't come over here. What kind of apartment is this? Every resident is so scary. And I'm just a delivery person running errands for them. I hope they won't eat me without paying. The delivery player was sweating profusely. Resident? Is this my identity? All I need to do is close this door and rest well to complete my task. TCH, is that all? What upgrade registration? It's not difficult at all. Li Yun, you must be the chosen one. So boring. Why not see what others are doing? Lan Ji's eyes sparkle blue. Then, she saw Li Yun standing outside her door, motionless. Li Yun, separated by a door. One looks, the other listens. At this moment, both of them felt a bit awkward. Why am I awkward? He doesn't know I'm watching. TCH, yeah, why am I awkward? She doesn't know I'm eavesdropping. TCH, both of them simultaneously built their mental fortitude. Li Yun envied Lan Ji's luck. My golden card's task should be good, right? Player, reverse butterfly. Identity card, landlord. Due to the bloody apartment being abandoned for years and tenants refusing to pay rent, it has led to a vicious cycle where the apartment's earnings and environment continue to worsen. As the landlord, you need to improve the current situation. Task 1. Please collect rent. Task 2. Improve the current living environment of the apartment. Task 3. Task 4. Why the hell do I have so many tasks? Once all tasks are completed, you will gain the inheritance rights to this apartment, forever becoming the esteemed landlord of this apartment. Friendly reminder, tenants are fierce. Collect rent with caution. If not careful, what you lose is not just the rights of the landlord, but your life too. Inheritance rights. No wonder it's a gold card. This is something. If you chat like this, I won't be sleepy. Li Yun happily accepted this identity. Collecting rent, how hard can it be? At this moment, he stood on the first floor of the apartment. Not far away was an object he needed to collect rent from. He walked forward and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? A pleasant voice came from inside. Landlord, collecting rent. The sound of high heels clicking approached. The door slowly opened. Li Yun froze. What a fiercely terrifying creature. So fierce, too fierce. A mature and charming female ghost stood at the door. Her enchanting eyes were sizing up this human new landlord. A sultry figure wrapped in a thin silk nightgown. Faintly visible. New landlord. Looks pretty fresh, huh? The enchanting woman took a puff of smoke, then blew it onto Li Yun's face. She smiled lightly, waves surging. Are you the tenant of this room? You haven't paid rent for many years. It's time to pay up. The enchanting woman was not in a hurry at all. Need money? I don't have any. Mr. Landlord, do you want to come in and sit for a while? Chapter 80. People have their scum, and tricks have their scum. The enchanting woman smiled alluringly, leaning at the door. She proactively opened a path. So what job did he get that golden card for? I don't know what they're talking about. This enchanting woman seems to be luring her prey into her home. Only a fool would fall for it, tisk. Li Yun strode in without hesitation. How did such a fool become the new king? Blue Ji, who was using X-ray vision to watch Li Yun, completely didn't understand. Li Yun entered the room, and at first glance, it was a not-so-large room. Messy, very messy. The enchanting woman's intimate clothing, sofa, chairs, dining table were all over the place. And he smelled a fragrance. It was the enchanting woman's alluring scent. The enchanting woman gently closed the door. Under the sheer nightgown, her slim waist twisted. Her waist like a thin willow, plump and alluring. Like a blooming peony flower. Mr. Landlord, you should pity me. I'm just a weak woman, struggling to support myself. Can you not take my money? If Mr. Landlord is willing, you can take me instead of the money. The enchanting woman sat on Li Yun's thigh, half of her body leaning against his chest. Those white, long legs gently kicked, swaying constantly in front of Li Yun. Fingers gently played on Li Yun's face. The smooth, cold touch made one dizzy. Below, so going in is for this kind of thing. I want to wash my eyes. Blue Ji closed her eyes, unable to resist, and secretly opened one eye. Li Yun closed his eyes, seemingly enjoying it. But in reality, he was listening to the enchanting woman's heart. The system had repeatedly warned that the enchanting beings here were not kind. He couldn't carelessly fall into the tender trap like this. Only by relaxing like this could the enchanting woman reveal her true foxtail. Bang, bang, bang. A heavy dragging sound of a heavy object came from outside the room. Oh no, this enchanting woman has a trick. Blue Ji saw it first. Outside the door, a giant man over 2 meters tall, like a city wall, dragging a rusty, big hammer. He came to the door, and he kicked the door open. A cruel smile appeared on his knife-marked face. You shameless woman, can't wait to betray me. At the moment the giant man kicked open the door, the enchanting woman's face showed panic. But her heart was incredibly calm. This was only a setup aimed at Li Yun, using beauty to attract, entering the tender trap. Then the giant man shows up, catching them in bed. Li Yun frowned slightly. You almost broke my door with that kick. Did your mother not teach you to knock before entering? This is my apartment. The giant man chuckled. So you're the new landlord, and still a human. Then it's even easier to deal with. You'll give me 100,000 spirit coins for this filthy woman. The enchanting woman's expression of panic turned to disbelief. This time her heart really got disordered, because it was not discussed like this before. This guy suddenly changed his mind. Li Yun stretched out a palm open. 50,000. As a landlord, you can't be a poor person. My wife is very charming and will definitely leave you mesmerized. Li Yun shook his head. I mean 5 times. The enchanting woman. She angrily pulled her thin nightgown tighter, her teeth grinding in anger. 50,000 she was unwilling. 100,000 still required 5 times? Where is there such forced bargaining? Unexpectedly, after thinking, the giant man nodded. Okay, get the money. The enchanting woman's eyes revealed a final trace of despair. Hey, is he your husband? The enchanting woman gritted her teeth, refusing to respond. Li Yun looked at the giant man. In the past, I only knew that there were scums among people. I didn't expect there to be scums among tricksters too. Marrying such a person must make your life very bitter. The seductive female trickster did not expect to feel a hint of care and tenderness from stranger. Suddenly, the entire apartment floor flickered with lights. The man outside the door had a panicked face, urging, Quick, give me money, hurry, or I will smash your head with a hammer. Bang, as the whole apartment floor plunged into darkness. What happened? Why can't I see anything? It seems like a stronger presence appeared just now. In the darkness, there was a crackling sound of electricity and the terrified roar of the man outside. Give me the money, you bastard, now, this instant. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Li Yun's purple eyes could see clearly in the darkness. That man raised a big hammer and was about to enter the room. The fear on his face was spiraling out of control, turning into madness. He lifted the giant hammer high, ready to smash down. He didn't care that Li Yun's wife was right next to him. Li Yun quickly held the seductive female trickster in his arms. His figure flickered. Boom! As the giant hammer smashed a hole in the ground. Only then did Li Yun notice that there was not just one hole in this room. Give me the money! The seductive female trickster finally couldn't hold back, pushing Li Yun away, standing in front of the giant hammer. Smash, go ahead, kill me. Ever since I married you, I have never lived a good day. All the money has been taken by you to gamble. This isn't the first time you've used this thing to force me for money. A mere 100,000 spirit coins, and you could sell me. I've had enough. Go ahead, kill me. The big man, in a fit of rage, shouted. You little whore, have you fallen for that human? Hand him over to me. I want to kill him, and then take his money. The seductive female trickster sneered coldly, a tear rolling down her cheek. Love. I've already loved wrong once. I will never love again in this life. Back then, you said you could protect me forever. Now just use it to kill me, In the darkness, a light and lively footsteps slowly approached. The big man's tense emotions were on the brink of collapse. He's coming. He's here to collect debts. If I don't get my money, I will die. I beg you, for the sake of our marriage, hand that man over to me. The seductive female trickster shook her head. All these years, you've only wanted money, never cared for me. My empty heart, which has been void for years, was warmed by a stranger's words. The so-called marriage is truly ridiculous. I cannot hand him over to you, unless you kill me. The big man's emotions completely crumbled. He roared, releasing the fear inside him in a moment of explosion. The entire apartment trembled slightly with the swing of the giant hammer in his hand. Then die. The seductive female trickster closed her eyes. No tears, no smiles. Just as the giant hammer was about to fall, Li Yun, who intended to save the seductive female trickster, stopped, because he saw a playing card fly in from the darkness. It then sliced the big man's body in half like a chainsaw. Chapter 81. Holy Blood Power. The Submission of Duke Zaldan. The seductive female trickster slowly opened her eyes. The lights turned on again. In front of her, the big man held up the giant hammer, his eyes full of bloodshot disbelief. He watched in shock as his upper body was cut away from his lower body. In an instant, a large pool of black blood spewed out, along with filthy entrails. A finely dressed blood-sucking trickster, draped in a black and red robe, holding a playing card, stood outside the door, covering his nose. What a huge stinky bug. Then he looked at the seductive female trickster in the room with a smile. Ah, you must be this stinky bug's wife. He owes me gambling debts, according to our previous agreement. If he doesn't pay back within the fixed time, I will take his life, and you will become the item he uses to repay the debt. The blood-sucking trickster slowly stepped into the room. He extended his left hand, clad in a white glove, gently lifting the seductive female trickster's chin. What a delicate lady. Let your body be used to repay your husband's debt. I think my guest will definitely fall in love with you. The seductress was at that moment like ashes, gritting her teeth and saying, I have no desires left. I only seek death. Just as she was about to pull out a knife to stab herself, the vampire snapped his fingers, and the knife hovered in the air, unable to descend. Smack! The vampire slapped her. A clear handprint appeared on the seductress's pale face. Now you are a tool for me to make money. You have no right to commit suicide. If you still have such thoughts, I won't mind locking you in a dog cage. Let you experience what it means to live worse than death. The seductress finally understood the desperation of being unable to seek life or death. The vampire snapped his fingers again, controlling her body, ready to take her away. The money is owed by her husband, and now her husband has been killed by you. Yet you want to use her to pay the debt. Isn't this a bit immoral? The vampire frowned slightly at the figure coming out. Li Yun. Who are you? Li Yun pinched the gold card in his hands with 2 fingers. The landlord. The vampire, now one of the tenants, changed his attitude and politely bowed. Hello, landlord. You can call me Duke Zaldan. Then he took out some money and handed it to Li Yun. This is the rent I owe. I'm a person who values rules. Every penny counts. Li Yun looked at the spirit coin in his hand. Indeed, the rent from these years had been paid in full by Duke Zaldan, and there was even some extra. His purpose for doing so was very simple. He did not want to cause trouble with Li Yun, the landlord, which could affect his upstairs casino business. Landlord, feel free to come by for tea sometime. I'll take my leave now. As Duke Zaldan prepared to leave, Li Yun stopped him. The amount seems a bit insufficient. Insufficient? Landlord, you must be mistaken. The money you provided only covers the apartment room you rented, but it's not enough for the casino you independently remodeled. Li Yun said slowly. Do you remember the apartment rules? A casino is strictly prohibited. At this moment, Duke Zaldan retracted his earlier respect and revealed a fierce intent. Human, you are only a fake landlord executing a task. You are not the true owner of this apartment. I advise you not to meddle. At most, I can give you an extra 10% of the rent as a little gift for yourself. Duke Zaldan took out another sum of money and handed it to Li Yun. But Li Yun did not accept it. He pointed at the seductress. Since you are a businessman who doesn't want trouble, then let's make a deal. I can do without that 10%. Just tell me, give her to me. Duke Zaldan grabbed the seductress by her gorgeous hair and bared his fangs. He leaned closer to her pale neck. This is my prey. In the eyes of us vampires, no one can take away what belongs to me. Li Yun gently nodded. I initially wanted to trade with you peacefully. Since you put on the vampire act, then I won't pretend anymore. Li Yun's purple eyes flashed, revealing fangs. The holy blood from the ancients like Dracula within him erupted with a golden light at that moment. Duke Zaldan felt an irresistible force press deep within his bloodline. His knees involuntarily began to kneel. Holy blood of the ancestors! Leon gripped Duke Zaldan's throat with one hand. Coldly he said, "You should learn to cherish the opportunity while you can still stand and speak to me." Under the holy blood, Duke Zaldan trembled in uncontrollable fear. "I'm sorry, landlord. Please don't kill me. I'm willing to submit under your great holy blood." A drop of his royal blood floated from his brow. "I, Zaldan, wish to sign a soul contract with the landlord. If there is any betrayal, my soul will be scattered." Leon accepted this contract. Zaldan's royal blood entered deep into his soul, locked into the contract. Leon returned to his human form and said to Don Dao, "Get up." Zaldan gasped in fear. "Landlord, 您是人类，怎么会拥有如此纯净的圣血？不该问的别多问，你若是好好跟随我，有朝一日，我也会想办法为你改善血脉。”听到这话，作为赌徒的扎尔顿知道自己赌对了。他臣服李云一是因为走上绝路，第二个原因就是他这样的杂牌公爵无比渴望得到圣血净化血脉，迈入亲王。可圣血哪是这么好得到的？那可是整个吸血鬼一族最稀有的东西。没想到在此盘踞百年，竟然在一个人类身上看见了。李云看向一脸生无可恋的狐媚女鬼，你已经没事了。狐媚女鬼看着他，轻轻笑道：“早知道你这么厉害，就该让你杀了我。比起死在这些冷酷的死鬼手中，死在你这个有温度的帅哥手中，应该会更好。”李云摇摇头，他很清楚自己如今的实力只是对杂牌吸血鬼存在血脉的碾压，对上那大汉，自己绝对没有胜利的把握。所以他就下眼前的狐媚女鬼，只是想还他一个没有交出自己的人情。你真的不想活了？狐媚女鬼凄惨一笑，活着还有什么意义？这个家早就散了，我辛苦积攒的嫁妆全被那混蛋拿去赌了，没钱了就让我勾引那些恶心的色鬼，以此来骗取他的赌资。我如今一无所有，连房租都交不起，早就该死了。李云摸出一张名片和一叠钱，你本性不坏，还救过我一次。去这里就说是我介绍你去的，那里会有人给你安排一份体面的工作，就当为了自己再重新活一次吧。狐媚女鬼缓缓抬头，对上李云的目光，这温暖他一次的陌生人，又再一次给了他无处逢生的最后希望。第82章，被 KTV 的老玩家，李云的一网打尽。我什么也看不见，他怎么样了？灯光恢复了，这是一个公爵级的吸血鬼，切胆小鬼，原来一直躲在女鬼身后，不像个男人，竟然主动出来，还算是个男人。不过面对公爵级的吸血鬼，将自己暴露在危险之中，还真是笨。切，他们在说什么啊？急，为什么只能看，听不见啊？公爵级吸血鬼露出真身了，这是要打架？这家伙死定了啊！即便他获得了吸血鬼之力，等级能比公爵高。等等，刚才我看见了什么？金色的圣血与公爵？贵了，这不就是一个能轻松打败公爵的新人吗？有什么大惊小怪？我勒个去，他真是新人吗？为何这么猛啊？兰芷的内心此刻就如旧时的电台，滴滴答答响个不停。这场战斗，他可以说是唯一的见证者，也是第一个见识到李云体内圣血完全释放的人。血族圣血，我已经无法想象他跨入一级后到底会有多强。吴切，你个大变态！还好，他并不知道我看见了，否则万一他灭我口怎么办？李云，我都听见了。至于灭口，他并没有这个想法，毕竟兰芷是绯红的妹妹。清洁工出来洗地了，维修工把地板、门都修一下。李云伸出脑袋喊了一句，聚集在楼梯间不敢往前的一众玩家此刻瑟瑟发抖。刚才汉子与扎尔顿公爵的出现，引发整层震动，让他们不得不躲在楼梯间，不敢冒头。此刻听见李云的话，才缓缓探出脑袋：“喂，叫你俩了。” 啊，清洁和维修不是你们的任务吗？是的，拿到清洁和维修卡的玩家走了出来，其余玩家也跟着。I came to see what was going on. Seeing Li Yun, everyone was stunned. How did you get here? Do you know about the riot in this room just now? Li Yun looked at the crowd. If I'm not here to collect rent, then where am I? The riot has already calmed down. Collecting rent? The players were taken aback. You mean your golden card identity is the landlord of this apartment? In a way, you're still my boss. If you don't do well, I will deduct your task points. Looking at Li Yun with his hands behind his back, looking like a landlord, Count Zaldan slowly walked in front of Li Yun, bowing respectfully. Landlord. The players were stunned. The whole apartment was swallowed by darkness before. They didn't know what happened, just felt a powerful force spreading on this floor. Now, seeing Duke Zaldan, they finally understood the source of that power. The Duke-level vampire actually called Li Yun the boss. He really is the landlord. What the hell is this game? We agreed to compete together, but you suddenly turned into our boss? This newcomer king is too strong. Li Yun chuckled to himself. This so-called deduction of task points was naturally made up by him. Zaldan's timely arrival made this group of seasoned players completely believe him. Work well, whoever does well. I will give the remaining spot to that person. He not only reserved a spot for himself, but also painted a big cake. Don't worry, boss. I will work hard. The cleaner player said firmly. Very good. Now clean up this mess. Don't pollute the air in our apartment. Li Yun pointed at the corpse of the giant monster. The cleaner player immediately rushed forward, enduring the stench, and began to clean. You, repair the hole in the floor and the broken door. The repairman immediately saluted. Yes, sir. Li Yun looked at the two who were working very diligently and nodded with satisfaction. I will remember both of you. Good job. Seeing these two being praised, the other players panicked. Boss, we are here. You give us some work too. We also want to improve. Li Yun laughed. Sure enough, as long as someone in the team starts working, the others can't sit still. All right, since that's the case, then I will reluctantly arrange some work for you. Li Yun began to break down his tasks and hand them out. His tasks were too many, and many were quite trivial. If he would do them himself, he didn't know if he could finish before the game ended. At this moment, with free labor coming in, he naturally couldn't waste it. All right, these are your tasks. Thank you, boss. Li Yun only kept two main tasks and handed out the rest. Faced with everyone's gratitude, he nodded lightly. But inside, he was extremely overjoyed. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone. I truly am an ordinary little genius. The so-called killing 3 birds with 1 stone. It is to grasp these seasoned players to believe that their game points are related to themselves. Firstly, it guarantees his qualification spot. Secondly, it allows them to work for him, completing the complicated apartment inheritance task. Thirdly, he has a new idea. His loving family step-up registration is just the first step. Next, the key is to recruit people. Compared to a bunch of inexperienced newcomers with a low survival rate, this group of seasoned D-level players is obviously better guild members. Since you like working, then I will make sure you have endless work. Then, I will scheme you all into my guild. Become a loving family. Li Yun chuckled, his smile slightly sinister. Why do these players look so respectful to him? What are they chatting about? I want to listen. Huh? What is he grinning about? TCH, he looks like a fool. Li Yun. His peripheral vision caught the peeper behind that door. Oh, I almost forgot about you. The ability to see through is indeed a good thing. My guild just happens to need a telescope. Li Yun took steps toward Lan Ji's room. Huh? Why is he coming this way? What does he want? You pervert. Don't come over. Bang, bang, bang. The knocking at the door made Lan Ji's anxious heart suddenly freeze. Hello, I am a landlord here. It's time to pay the rent. Lan Ji was slightly stunned. So, he has become a landlord. Just asking for rent gave me a scare. Lan Ji opened the door crack. Just about to hand over the money she won to Li Yun. But she saw Li Yun putting his hand on the door crack. A surprised voice came. It's you. I never expected you to be my tenant. Chapter 83. Inviting Lan Ji, the guild vice president. I didn't expect it. Really didn't expect it. Lan Ji tugged at the corner of her mouth. To say that right now, the one she most feared to face was definitely Li Yun. This rookie king was scarier than a ghost. She started to see him conquering a Duke-level vampire ghost with holy blood. It's like peeking at a killer in the act of killing. You are filled with dread, and the next second, the killer knocks on your door. Hee, who would have thought? Landlord, here's my rent. Li Yun was not there for the rent. Of course, he wouldn't let her go. Lan Ji wanted to close the door, but Li Yun firmly held the door crack. Not enough. Not enough. This bastard is really asking for a lot. Fine, it's just money tisk. Landlord, I'll give you a little more. Lan Ji took out a portion of money again. Li Yun took in his hand, then put it in his waist pouch. That's enough. Lan Ji breathed a sigh of relief, forcing a smile, just as she was about to try closing the door again. Aren't you going to invite me in to sit? Taking advantage of her panic, Li Yun's head and half of his body had already forcibly widened the door crack. Why do you look so flustered? You didn't do anything bad in my room, did you? I didn't see anything. Lan Ji's heart raced. Her face forced itself into a calm smile. Landlord, you're joking. I just didn't feel well and wanted to rest. Li Yun held her pulse with one hand. Then I have to come in and take a look. I'm no expert, but I'm known to have the title of Divine Doctor. Why is your pulse beating so fast? You seem a bit nervous, a bit guilty. Lan Ji was already sweating profusely. Get out of here. I'm not sick. Boo-hoo, you leave. I'll be fine. Thanks for your concern. I just didn't sleep well. Lan Ji's hands were covered in frost, slickly slipping back from Li Yun's hand. Her whole body stubbornly held the last line of defense against the doorframe. If you're fine, then just rest more. I'll leave now. Seeing Li Yun's half-body retreat, Lan Ji almost cried with joy. She quickly closed the door. Through the doorframe, she opened her perspective again, focusing on every move of Li Yun outside. Where did he go? Why did he suddenly disappear? Lan Ji didn't see Li Yun's figure outside the door. She tiptoed and opened the room door. She walked out, looking around. After confirming Li Yun was gone, she closed the door again, locked it. Putting her hand on her chest, she let out a long breath. That scared me to death. The next second, the heart that had just been hanging completely sank. Almost died. I told you, you have a problem. Lan Ji. Turning around, Li Yun, wearing an invisibility cloak, slowly lifted the cloak hood, revealing his head. Ghost. Looking at the fainted Lan Ji, Li Yun smacked his lips. You said you were an experienced player. Afraid of ghosts. Li Yun carried Lan Ji to the bed, then used holy hand to wake her up. Lan Ji opened her eyes and saw Li Yun's head floating in the room, staring at her. You're awake. Fainted again. What's going on? Li Yun frowned slightly, turning around to look at the mirror, seeing only his head. I forgot to take off the invisibility cloak. He took off the cloak and woke Lan Ji again. Look, this time I'm not a ghost. He showed off his whole body. Lan Ji gritted her teeth. You are scarier than a ghost. As the sister of Crimson, Lan Ji was not a fool. If the Li Yun in front of her just knocked on her door because of the landlord task and was collecting rent, that would be reasonable. But the rent had already been paid. He still tried to approach her. Then his purpose was not pure. Li Yun moved closer to Lan Ji, who was lying on a bed, looking into her sapphire-like blue eyes. This telescope, so beautiful. He couldn't help but sigh. Lan Ji crossed her arms protectively over her chest. What do you want? Do you know who my sister is? If it were in the past, proud Lan Ji would never mention her sister. But the man before her could overpower a duke in an instant. An unbelievable freak. Li Yun pouted. Since you mentioned Scarlet, let's have an open and honest talk. Open and honest? He's not just a freak, but also a huge pervert. No. Ahem. Put away that terrified expression. I know what you were thinking. I don't have that intention towards you. I'm just a bit interested in you. Do you say you don't have that intention? Zhuwu, who can save me? This big freak, I can't fight him. Li Yun, I don't know how to explain. In any case, I'm not interested in your cold body. That's going too far. Is she looking down on me for being small? TCH, it's not about size, don't you know? Charm. Charm is the most important. Li Yun touched Lan Ji's forehead. Not hot. How did it suddenly become burning? Lan Ji? She immediately sat up, hugging herself and warily looking at Li Yun, like a little lamb in front of a big wolf, no longer resembling her former icy goddess self. What do you really want? Li Yun sat on the chair next to the bed, legs crossed. I want to invite you to join my guild. Lan Ji frowned slightly. Your guild? What makes you think you've already won? She pretended to be tough, not letting Li Yun discover she knew his secret. My golden card has given me the identity of the landlord of this apartment. That means I'm the boss of the players outside. I can control their points. Li Yun continued to deceive. Lan Ji reacted quickly. What does that have to do with me? I'm a tenant, not your employee. Li Yun nodded gently. What a smart girl. So my only opponent now is you. Although there are 2 qualifications. But once you establish a guild, we will still be rivals in the future. So why wouldn't I eliminate you ahead of time? Lan Ji gritted her teeth and insisted. Don't think I'm afraid just because you're the rookie king. We are both D rank. You must have me easily. No, why would you be able to win against me? Li Yun was slightly stunned. This silly girl almost spilled everything. Following her words, Li Yun played along. Indeed, I don't have full confidence to win against you. That's why I came to seek your cooperation. I understand why you want to start a guild. You just want to prove you are not weaker than your sister, right? In that we are alike. I also have a strong sister. Lan Ji asked curiously. Do you also live in her shadow? Oh, not really. She is just the vice president, and I will soon be the president. Lian saw through Lan Ji's feelings. He tempted her. Follow me, and one day I will make you even stronger than Scarlet. Chapter 84. Lan Ji, judging people accurately. Lan Ji, you have to work hard. Be as strong as your sister. Your sister is the pride of our family. You have to learn from your sister. Being as strong as her sister. It became Lan Ji's shadow and also an obsession. The good news is that this obsession became her motivation. The bad news is that her sister is indeed very strong. Even if she worked hard, she still has not caught up to her shadow. Why should I believe you? Lan Ji calmed down and looked at Li Yun. What if this is just a trap to make me withdraw from the competition for the guild? No need for what-ifs. This is clearly a trap waiting for you to fall into. Lan Ji gritted her teeth and stared at Li Yun. Do you think I'm a pretty girl with a problem in my head? Knowing it's a trap, why would I willingly fall into it? Li Yun took out a bottle of frost potion. Sometimes there are no prey in the trap. It's just that there isn't enough bait. Li Yun gently opened the potion. A wave of icy elemental aura began to spread. Lan Ji's face showed a desperate longing. He's such pure frost. If I could absorb the frost elements within, my strange power within me will rise to a new level. The desire in her eyes was quickly covered by reason. It's just a bottle of frost attribute potion. How much can that be worth? Li Yun smiled. For you, young lady, surely it isn't worth much. But the problem is rarity. On the market, a bottle of pure frost potion like this is hard to come by. Lan Ji was still arguing. So what? In my eyes, those D-grade potions outside are just trash. You underestimate my worth too much. Just a bottle of frost element potion. And you think you can make me work for you? Li Yun looked at the arrogant and aloof Lan Ji. A bottle of frost potion is indeed hard to buy. Since one bottle isn't enough, then I'll add 2 more. With a casual throw, 3 bottles of frost potion crashed in front of Lan Ji. This is just a greeting gift for you. By the way, let me formally introduce another identity of mine. Alchemist. I don't have many of this level of frost potion in my hands. Only about 100 or 80 bottles. 180 bottles? You really know how to judge people. President. What is our guild called? President, look at me. I even forgot to pour you some water. Li Yun looked at the smiling and attentive young lady Lan Ji. He couldn't help but sigh, as expected of a young lady. The service is much more thoughtful than usual. Lan Ji, my guild is called Loving One Family. Is it still too late to change the name and withdraw now? Of course not. Don't you think this name makes you want to join at a glance? Not at all. I'll give you another bottle. Take your time to savor it. The president is wise. It's a good name. Li Yun nodded in satisfaction. Now, 12 players were participating in the grade jumping registration. 10 were tricked into becoming his subordinates. 1 became his future vice president. The guild registration was a sure thing. Now, there was plenty of time left until the selection was over. He had cleared all competitors. Next, all he needed to do was take control of this apartment. By the way, do you know which rooms in this apartment have tenants? Lan Ji, who was refining the frost potion, paused. Instinctively replied, I haven't been outside this room. How would I know? Besides, I'm not a peeping Tommy. If you're not a peeping Tom, who is? What a pity. I guess I'll have to use another potion to trade for some useful information. Lan Ji snatched the new bottle of potion from Li Yun's hand. President, I just thought of something. I think I've heard the sounds of vibrations from nearby rooms. Let me do it. Soon. Lan Ji outlined the entire layout of the apartment. How many floors? How many rooms? Which room had tenants? All of them were drawn out and handed to Li Yun. Did you hear this too? I guess. All right, as expected of my vice president. Truly impressive. Thank you for the compliment, President. Lan Ji breathed a sigh of relief. Li Yun took the map and stood up. I'll be leaving now. If there's anything, I'll come looking for you. Okay, go ahead. Li Yun walked out of Lan Ji's room, and Duke Zoltan was waiting outside. Seeing him come out, he immediately bowed respectfully and said, Boss. Li Yun handed him the entire layout map of the apartment. The apartment has 3 floors, with 8 rooms on each floor. But due to years of neglect, the occupancy rate isn't high. Plus, with Lan Ji, there were only 6 rooms with tenants. This was a huge loss for the entire apartment. After all, the apartment still needed to pay salaries to 10 other players. And because no one was paying rent, they couldn't afford the money. So the deducted salaries now fell into Li Yun's pocket. Li Yun naturally had to find a way to complete the task while earning this money back. He wouldn't lose money after logging out of the game. Which room do you live in? Room C301. Duke Zoltan pointed to the first room on the third floor. The first floor tenants, Lan Ji and the enchanting woman, had already dealt with their business. Now only the second and third floors remained. All right, follow me to collect rent. Zoltan nodded and followed Li Yun closely. With a powerful bodyguard of Duke rank, Li Yun felt more confident. One step forward, the player repairing the stairs stood straight when he saw Li Yun. Hello, boss. Li Yun gently nodded. Good job. Then he stepped down. The stairs collapsed. Boss, I really tried my best. This wood has been here for who knows how many years. Even the solid ones have turned hollow. Looking at the broken stairs, Li Yun sighed. I'll have to spend money to fix this again. But how to fix it is a problem. After all, I'm not good at renovations. All right, this isn't your fault. Just wait here. You keep repairing. The player was stunned. Huh? Still repairing. Repairing it 100 times, won't it still end up the same? Li Yun said, "Nanda. Every time I think about you taking my wages and not working here, I feel uncomfortable all over." The player, Li Yun, put his hands behind his back, floating up to the second floor with the help of Duke Zoldan. He found the room marked by Lan Ji. B203. He knocked on the door. Who is it? Knock, knock, knock. Do you believe I'll chop off your hands? A furious voice came from inside the room. The door opened. It was a furious scarred demon, his whole body covered in scars like tattoos, giving a round of applause to society. I'm a new landlord. You haven't paid rent in a long time. I'm here to collect rent. The scarred demon glared viciously. You come to collect my rent, just in time. I haven't eaten meat in a long time. I'll chop you up. After saying that, he turned around and came over with a saw. Duke Zoldan flashed his figure. The scarred demon was then hung on the wall. Chapter 85. The Genius Girl Designer Demon. Aren't you pretty arrogant? Tattoos from the Black Association. Huh. Come on, kill me. Come on my head. The scarred demon hanging there looked at Duke Zoldan, then looked at the even more arrogant Li Yun. He had completely lost his arrogance. Master Landlord, can you give me 2 days? I'll find a way to get you the rent. 2 days? No way. No money, huh? Then get the hell out. From now on, scum like you don't deserve to live here. Take everything valuable from his house to cover the rent owed. By the way, he seems to have 2 gold teeth, quite valuable. Duke Zoldan unhesitatingly pulled out the bloody gold tooth. The scarred demon's screams filled the entire second floor of the apartment. The tenants living next door opened the door. It was an elderly couple. At this moment, they held the rent money in trembling hands. Walking over. You must be the new landlord. We didn't know who to pay the rent to, so we've kept this rent money. Not daring to touch a single cent. We were just waiting for a landlord to come collect. Please don't evict us. If we leave, we really can't find a place to live. Li Yun took the spirit coins from their hands. Don't worry, old folks. As long as you pay rent on time, don't cause trouble, and don't make me any more problems, I won't evict you. You are different from this kind of trash. You are quality tenants. So, I'll give you a 20% discount. Li Yun pulled out a few spirit coins and handed them back. The elderly couple were deeply moved. Thank you, landlord. Thank you. Would you like to come in and sit for a while, have a cup of water? Li Yun walked over, looked at their cozy little home. He smiled and shook his head. I won't go in. You just live here well. The elderly couple helped each other, looking at Li Yun. Could we trouble the landlord with one thing? You say, this apartment is really old and in disrepair. We also can't move well. We haven't been down to check for many years. They offered up the money again that Li Yun had given the discount on. Could you use this money to strengthen the stairs so we can go downstairs to take a walk? Listening to the elderly couple's request, Li Yun didn't take the money. He promised, I promise you, I will repair the entire apartment as soon as possible, no longer letting it fall into disrepair. This is the responsibility of a landlord. I cannot take your money. You two can go home first and wait for my news. The elderly couple excitedly thanked Li Yun with their hands clasped. Thank you, landlord. You are truly a great person. Li Yun escorted them back to their room. What a surprise. There are good ghosts in the strange. TSK. What should we do about the repair of the apartment? Li Yun opened his system panel and looked at his occupation points. I wonder if the system has the profession of an architect. With just over 3,000 points, can I get it in one shot? Just as Li Yun was thinking, Duke Zoldan returned by his side, having chased the scarred ghost out of the apartment. Boss, this is all his valuable stuff. Li Yun looked and saw 2 gold teeth and a gold-plated necklace. That counts as half the blood returned. Also, a large number of human skeletons were found in his room. I think he must have devoured quite a few former human landlords. Li Yun furrowed his brows. Indeed, clearing out such pests is necessary. The apartment has never been improved. It's all because of the existence of these pests. Looks like boss wants to renovate the apartment? Li Yun nodded. I have been worried about this matter. So, You understand architectural design. Duke Zaldan shook his head. If it's gambling, I consider myself proficient. But architectural design is too complicated. I don't understand it. But I know who understands. Duke Zaldan pointed to the last tenant on the third floor. Following Duke Zaldan to the third floor. Unlike the filth of the first floor and the stench of the second, the third floor was incredibly clean, not a single piece of trash in the corridor. The first floor had a charming ghost, and the second floor had that scarred ghost. Both were pests. The Duke Zaldan on the third floor managed a casino and had some financial strength. Naturally, he pursued a more elegant life. And the last tenant on the first floor was clearly someone who paid attention to class. Boss, it's that room C303. Leon walked towards C303 and knocked on the door. This time, Leon knocked gently for a long time. After all, the tenant inside was different from the others. Soon, Leon heard an oh-oh-at-at sound from inside the room. Then hurried footsteps. The door opened. It was a cute ghost with long golden hair. She was wearing a simple white short-sleeve top and shorts. Her loose outfit looked like pajamas. On her nose, she was wearing black frame glasses. Her small face was fair, yawning with sleepy eyes, like an alluring cream puff. Who are you? The girl ghost blinked her curious eyes. Hello, I'm a landlord. I'm here to... Wah! The girl ghost suddenly cried out and ran back into the room. This left Leon a bit taken aback. Soon, she returned holding a pile of scattered spirit coins and banknotes. Wah, this is my last money. Do you think it's enough? If not, I have no choice but to move out. Leon couldn't help but laugh at the cute girl ghost, who looked a bit shy about her financial situation. Why are you laughing? Nothing. Leon leaned his head into the room and looked around. You aren't checking if I've damaged your room, are you? I can tell you, when I moved in, this wall was already rotten. I repainted it with active paint. Even if you want to evict me, you'll have to pay me. The girl ghost placed her hands on her hips, like a spiky little cat. The girl's room was exquisite and tidy. The 4 pink walls and the sky blue ceiling represent her inner cute and tender. Not bad. Indeed a good seed. Leon looked at the scattered design drawings on the table and walked into the room. Hey. Although you're the landlord, I have no money to pay rent. But that doesn't mean you can just walk into my home. Leon held up the design drawings. Did you draw all of these? The girl ghost nodded, proudly saying, How about it? Beautiful, right? I'm a genius designer. Waha! Leon unhesitatingly delivered a jab. Sure enough, designers are all poor. As if her tail had been stepped on, the girl ghost exploded again, pointing at Leon. What exactly do you want? Leon, holding her design drawings, nodded. Not bad. I've decided to hire you. I can waive your rent and give you a decent income job. How about you help me renovate and redesign this apartment? The girl opened her eyes wide, sparkling with light. In surprise, she exclaimed, Really? Chapter 86. Hiring Lin Yi, the apartment renovation fully begins. He can't be lying to me, right? The girl looked at Li Yun with intrigue, her eyes reflecting 3 parts hope and 7 parts doubt. This was all because she had been rejected too many times and had been deceived too many times. Even though her design skills were strong, but she was not famous, and her design drafts were often replaced by famous designers. She could only be a silent star behind the scenes, where they simply ignored her. All she wanted was to design a piece that came from her hands. But this simple dream had never been fulfilled. Li Yun heard her worries. With great gentlemanly flair, he extended one hand. Let me introduce myself again. I am Li Yun. I am the landlord of this apartment. He is Duke Zaldan, a vampire lord and your neighbor. The girl's eyes widened and sparkled. Wow, a vampire duke, what a big shot. Look how respectful he is to the landlord. This landlord is no simple person. I should be able to trust him, right? The girl also extended her hand and shook hands with Li Yun. I'm Lin Yi. I am an architectural designer. Currently without a job. Lin Yi slightly stuck out her tongue while self-deprecating in the last line. Her cute demeanor made Li Yun smile involuntarily. Then I congratulate Miss Lin Yi. From now on, as the landlord of this apartment, I, Li Yun, officially invite you to become the chief and only design master of the apartment. Lin Yi listened to Li Yun's increasingly grand prefixes, laughing so hard she could hardly contain herself. I'm not that amazing. You're flattering me, landlord. Li Yun, however, spoke sincerely. In my eyes, you are the most unique and the best. I see your passion and vitality for design. Yes, vitality. This was the first time Li Yun saw this in a creature. So precious. Lin Yi's eyes became slightly red. She was a bit moved. She did not expect that for so many years, her kind only knew how to suppress her passion. The only one who understood her was a human. Overwhelmed, Lin Yi dashed into Li Yun's embrace. She began to cry sadly. Woo woo woo. Duke Zaldan looked at the scene and smiled knowingly. As expected of the boss, his unique charm even captivated this little girl. Lin Yi cried like a wilting pear blossom, only then realizing her tears were all smeared on Li Yun's clothes. She immediately stepped back and apologized. "I'm really sorry, dear landlord. I got your clothes wet with my tears. If you want, I can wash it for you." Li Yun shook his head. "For my greatest designer, what is a piece of clothing? Miss Lin Yi, can we start the apartment renovation now?" Lin Yi nodded slightly, then shyly spoke up. "Dear landlord, can I design and renovate this apartment according to my ideas? Actually, a long time ago, I already had a complete plan." Lin Yi walked to the table, pulled open a drawer, and took out a plan from years ago. She handed it to Li Yun. Li Yun opened it and immediately fell in love with it. Duke Zaldan stood by, and even he, with his discerning taste, couldn't help but nod gently in approval of Lin Yi's ideas. "Let's go with this idea. Finding you truly is like finding treasure. The plan is already done. You don't need to worry about the budget. Just go ahead and do it. In the future, this apartment will be your most magnificent work, Lin Yi." Lin Yi jumped up in excitement. "Yay, I can finally have a piece with my name on it. Thank you, landlord." Soon, Lin Yi made a budget sheet. It included the materials needed and all sorts of furniture. A total of 150,000 spirit coins. Li Yun initially planned for 300,000, but he didn't expect Lin Yi managed to cut it down so much. "Are you sure 150,000 is enough?" Lin Yi nodded. "I have considered many materials in this. Cost, performance, and practicality are half the price of exactly the same brand. A brand with more fame has a 50% premium. If it were those fools from the past, I would naturally choose to let them buy brands and make them pay. But the landlord is different. You believe me, and I will give you great value for your money." Eliminating Lin Yi's rent, she actually saved herself a full 150,000. This is more than great value. It is simply a big profit. Zaldan, you take care of the procurement for the things above. Remember, definitely follow Lin Yi's list. Zaldan nodded. "Okay, boss." Then he flew out of the apartment through the third-floor window. Lin Yi envied. "No wonder I've never seen him. It turns out he goes downstairs like this." Li Yun laughed. "When the apartment renovation is finished, I will make sure he can only use the stairs from now on." "Good." Li Yun considered the 150,000 renovation cost. Not only can he complete the task, but he can also fully inherit this apartment. The 24 rooms can be reused. When that time comes, all the tenants will be living here, and he can truly be a landlord who just waits to collect rent. Soon, Zaldan bought back all the needed materials. The apartment's main door was wide open. One by one, the materials flew in under his control. They were piled on the first floor. Li Yun brought Lin Yi and the elderly couple from the second floor down to the first floor. With the materials in place, next comes the renovation. This is a technical and physical job. Lin Yi was responsible for the construction planning. Zaldan relied on his abilities to move large items. The elderly couple helped with simple tasks. As for the workers, Li Yun naturally focused on the other 8 players. He gathered the 8 people together. "Boss, please give us the orders. We are loyal." The cleaning worker stood at attention, saluting, showing themselves. The other players panicked when they saw this. They couldn't let him outshine them in front of the boss and gain points. "Boss, I'm just a laborer. Call me if you need help." "You're a laborer? I'm even worse than that. As long as I can survive, I'll work as hard as I can." "Everyone step aside. Boss, look at me. You can let me work, or you can make me work hard." Impressive. Li Yun looked at the 8 people who were getting more and more competitive and couldn't help but smile wryly. Suddenly feeling a bit reluctant, he thought about giving them an 80% salary after the work was done. "Now, follow our great designer, Lin Yi, and let's renovate the apartment together." The 8 players immediately nodded. They quickly started, small hammer 40, big hammer 80. "Let's begin the grand renovation plan." Li Yun walked to Blueji's room. He called her out. "What's up? As the vice president, you're supposed to help me out. What should I do?" "You supervise them and see who is not working honestly." Blueji looked puzzled. "Aren't you here? I'm supervising you. This is called responsible delegation." All right. Before even becoming the president, showing off such authority. Chapter 87. Obtaining the inheritance of the apartment, the brand new Nebula apartment, officially goes online. "Landlord, the renovation is done." Li Yun, who was lying on a nearby lounge chair, was awakened by Lin Yi. "Done." He opened his eyes and slowly sat up. The once dark and damp atmosphere of the apartment was completely gone. The traces of decay on the walls were no longer visible. What replaced it was an incredibly warm and tastefully exquisite appearance. A hallway was covered with carpet. The stairs had also turned into a spiral. Every room had undergone a complete renovation. The space had become larger and more comfortable. Zar nodded in great liking. The elderly couple were so happy they cried out loud. Is this still the same apartment? Living here, I feel like we can live for decades longer. Even if the rent goes up, we would be willing. Li Yin smiled. Elderly folks, no need. You are the original residents. The rent remains the same. You can now freely use the stairs to go up and down. Go on, check out your new home. The elderly couple nodded, excitedly heading towards the second floor. Belushi walked up to Li Yun's side. Where did you find such an amazing designer? Hearing Lan Ji's words, Lin Yi felt a bit shy. Actually, I am not a master. Li Yun encouraged her with satisfaction. But you satisfy me even more than a master. Master, you are only worth 1 point. These words made Lin Yi's little face turn red. Her eyes, like crescent moons, were incredibly cute. Player, reverse butterfly. Identity card, landlord. Task 1, please collect rent. Completed. Task 2, improve the current living environment of the apartment. Completed. Task 3, completed. Task 4, completed. You have completed all tasks for the apartment and officially obtained inheritance rights. Obtained, permanent landlord card. Lian pointed to the big door outside. Lin, the great designer, go ahead and hang up the new sign with your name on it. Lin Yi nodded, taking the remade sign for the apartment, happily walking outside. Everyone followed her. With Zaldan's help, Lin Yi gently floated in the air. She hung that sign high. The eerie, bloody apartment was officially renamed the warm Cloud Star apartment. At the same time, under the 4 big characters on the sign, there was a line of small words. Designed by Lin Yi, the greatest work. At the moment the sign was hung, regardless of whether they were eerie or players, everyone burst into applause. Lian took this opportunity to announce, to celebrate the renovation of the apartment. Tonight, we will set up a banquet on the first floor. Tonight's expenses will be on me. The applause from the players grew louder. They shouted, "Long live the boss!" Lin Yi imitated their movement, raising her arm. "Long live the landlord!" At the banquet, players and eerie residents sat together. They felt a bit dazed. When they first came here, even though they were old players, they were scared to death. Only after working together to renovate this apartment did they discover that humans and eerie beings could be like this, sitting here, enjoying each other's company, raising glasses and chatting, watching the elderly couple of eerie beings constantly stand up to bow in thanks. Lin Yi repeatedly said her work did not belong to her alone, but to all of them. Duke Zaldan raised his glass to toast them. Only then did they realize, isn't this a horror game? When did it turn into a healing game? It completely overturned their previous views. And the creator of all this was a newcomer. I finally understand why my sister values you so much. Lan Ji sat beside Li Yun and spoke. You have the potential to create everything. Is this a compliment? I don't have a potion to reward you. No need, this is sincere. So, does that mean everything before was fake? On Li Yun's other side was Lin Yi. She raised her glass, stood up, and looked at Li Yun very seriously. Landlord, you are my patron, and I am your mount. The players couldn't help but laugh out loud. No, I am your steed. A slightly tipsy Lin Yi slapped her head. Oh dear, it's all in the wine. What a character. She even learned this. No need to ask, it was those guys who taught her. Li Yun also raised his drink and took a sip with her. Li Yun looked at the other 8 players, holding up his glass. Kill the gut. The 8 players immediately stood up, without the slightest hesitation. Boss, this glass of wine is on me. You let me find value and meaning in work. Let me go first. The boss is my best teacher. You all sit down, a bunch of fools. The boss is my dad. You kill the competition. You are awesome. Looking at the still competing players, Li Yun suddenly felt a bit overwhelmed. You all stand there, do not move. Listen to me. Actually, I trick you all. I can't change your scores. Don't compete anymore. I'm scared. The players, for a moment, everyone was silent, just standing there foolishly, holding their drinks. Oh, tricked? And then? I know you all can't process this emotion right away. No worries, but I sincerely hope you can join my guild. Become the backbone of my guild moving forward. A player was unhappy. He slammed his glass down heavily. You tricked us and still want us to join your guild? Why should we? Li Yin answered honestly. Because if you don't join, I'll make you join. Duke Zartan raised his wine glass and held it forward, with a hint of a smile on his face. Good. What a first encounter to say the most threatening words in the sincerest tone. The player who put down the wine glass, taking advantage of the other players not paying attention, immediately picked up the wine glass like a Sichuan opera, face changing. President, you are my bola. Good boy. You beat me to it, President. I can ride you too. Everyone get out of my way. President, no dad. They are still rolling. But this time, the direction is right. Li Yun felt justified in accepting it. Lanjit said, I can hardly imagine how terrifying your guild's culture will be in the future. Ah, we are all family, a loving family, don't mind these. Especially digging pits for family. Registration qualification is a sure thing. The apartment is completely in hand. The vice president, along with the first batch of core members, is also secured. Li Yun's this wave has made a clean sweep, earning a ton again. Looking at the remaining time, now there is only one question. That is sales. Now the apartment is full of potential. Everything has been remodeled. 24 rooms, minus laundry. Only 4 have their own owners. There are still 20 rooms left. We need to find a way to rent them out and completely revitalize the apartment to earn back all the money invested. Chapter 88. The Widow Economy of Bai Bingbing. Nebula Apartment, formerly Bloody Apartment. Guest rooms, 24. Assets, 500,000 spirit coins. Rating, A-level. Profit of 1 million per year can increase the rating, unlocking more rights. Employees that can be bound. 3. After rating improvement, the number of employee recruitment will expand. Effect. As the landlord of Nebula Apartment, possess independent assets. Personal strength bonus. Plus 5%, increasing with apartment rating. Li Yun looked at the panel of the apartment. It was quite a headache. Smile, understand smile service? With your selling method, when the time is up, this apartment won't be full. The admonished old players all looked like they were about to cry. President, we have no experience in renting apartments. I'm about to laugh myself silly. I didn't even think to consult anyone. President, why not leave the professional stuff to the professionals? Li Yun took a glance. Lin E immediately waved her hand. Landlord, you know me. I only know architectural design. Renting apartments is not my strong suit. She stuck out her cute little tongue, surrendering. With another glance, Duke Zartan helplessly said, Boss, you know me. I'm great at running casinos, but I really can't handle renting apartments. But with me here, no ghost will dare to cause trouble in the apartment. With a surge of killing intent, the ones planning to consult quickly turned and ran. Li Yun was so angry he nearly kicked him. Position, apartment design and maintenance. Employee, Lin E, genius designer. Let her handle design and maintenance. Position, butler and security. Employee Zartan, is this your strength, having a duke as security? Seeing Lin E and Zartan arranged in their respective positions, the last position, operations director, is still vacant. Li Yun felt a bit melancholy. What a fine one, can't just grab someone off the street. Suddenly, he saw a gracefully swaying female ghost coming down the street. Behind her trailed a few sneaky, watching ghosts. Zartan's gaze sharpened, and that group of shady ghosts scattered immediately. Li Yun looked at the approaching female ghost in surprise. Why are you back? It was the seductive female ghost from before. What? Are you unhappy to see the landlord? No, I thought you'd already left. The seductive female ghost chuckled lightly. I was originally going to leave this sad place and start anew at the place the landlord arranged for me. But then I thought, getting back up where you fell is real skill. I was planning to find a job, and I heard our apartment was being remodeled and hiring. So I thought I'd come and give it a shot, to see if I could catch the landlord's eye. After that night, the seductive female ghost seemed reborn. Her face showed a bit more carefree and confident. After all, if you're not afraid of death, what's there to fear from life? Do you know how to rent an apartment? The seductive woman shook her head slyly. Then, with captivating eyes, she leaned close to Li Yun's ear and softly said, I only know how to make some men obediently pay money for me. Li Yun immediately clapped his hands. You are the operations director. Position, operations director. Employee by Bing Bing. Who can resist a director in black silk uniform? 5-star apartment for rent. Enhance your wonderful life, starting from here. Looking at this monotonous and featureless advertisement, Bai Bingbing covered it with her small hand. Change it. Empty room for rent. No money. Don't come. Facing the beautiful widow's door. Nothing else special. As soon as the new advertisement was posted, instantly, the entrance was crowded with all kinds of creatures, young and old. Excuse me, is this empty room still available? Yes. How much? Considering the price? I'm not interested in renting to you. What kind of talk is this? The customer is king, and this is how you serve me. No way. I just lost my husband, and I'm in a bad mood. If you're not satisfied, then don't rent it. Are you that widow? Living across the door. Swipe the card. Swipe it immediately. The crowd looked on in disbelief as a room was rented out like this. Speechless. Is this really possible? You really learn something new every day. Indeed, she's a perfect operations director, so amazing. But there's only one room. What about the rest? Empty room for rent, no money, don't come. Diagonal to the beautiful widow's door, nothing else special. Empty room for rent, no money, don't come. Slightly facing the beautiful widow's door, nothing else special. Empty room for rent, no money, don't come. Right downstairs is the beautiful widow's door, nothing else special. The floor has a hole. As the advertisements kept changing, dressed in a professional outfit with black silk, Bai Bingbing stood there. Crowds were flocking in. An apartment that used to be ignored was now starting to have a line. Is there a lottery? Don't cut in line. I have a number I drew. Li Yun was trembling with joy, pointing at Bai Bingbing. Look, that's called professionalism. Using the trick of the beautiful widow, she created the widow economy. Bai Bingbing easily managed the tenants. Of the 24 rooms, 18 had not only been successfully rented, but rented at high prices. I'll offer 10,000 spirit coins. As long as I can live on the upper level, I'll offer 20,000. Bunch of jerks, haven't you seen a female ghost? I'll offer 30,000. As it was clear there were only a few rooms left, in a very awkward location, Bai Bingbing used another method. Hello, sir and miss. You should know that our apartment is very popular now, right? What widow? That's all a rumor. Everyone chooses our apartment, mainly for the 5-star service we provide. There's no warmer place than our apartment. Once you step inside, you'll feel relaxed. Safety? This is our butler and security, Duke Zoldan. I think there's no place safer than our apartment. You just mentioned you hope to give your soon-to-be-born baby a different environment. This is our genius designer, Lin Yi. She can design a sample room that you will be satisfied with according to your requirements. Of course, for an extra charge. A couple about to become a family of 3 looked at the drawings Lin Yi provided. They couldn't stop praising. This is truly the perfect home. This is it. The price being higher doesn't matter. My wife and soon-to-be-born baby both like it. By the way, can I ask you a secret question? Is there really no widow here? Bai Bingbing took out a contract. With a professional smile on her face, she said, Sir, the so-called widow is all a rumor. We have no widow here, only a burden-free, independent female ghost that shines again. Will you be swiping the card or paying in cash? The male ghost sighed. I guess I'll swipe the card. No widow. That's truly a pity. Are you the manager here? You must be single. Indeed, independent and confident ladies are the most beautiful. Bai Bingbing swiped the card, stamped the contract, and smiled confidently. Chapter 89. The guild is established. 8 golden idols. You have rented out the apartment. 24-inch. Receiving rent. 200,000. Li Yun looked at the reminder from the apartment system. Lift the wine glass. I really thank my operations manager. You are simply a genius. If it weren't for you, we couldn't have rented all the apartments in just a few hours. This toast of celebration, I must raise to you. Li Yun looked at Bai Bingbing across from him, her hands resting on her chin. Through the candlelight, she smiled charmingly. She raised her wine glass to clink with Li Yun's. Once a broken home, now transformed into something new. Just like her today, with a new job, with a new life. And all of this is because of the man in front of her. His entrance saved the ruins of her past. Is it just a thank you toast? Is the landlord unhappy that I'm a widow? A lone man and a lone woman. Candlelit dinner. On such a romantic night, doesn't the landlord want to have some fun? Bai Bingbing stood up and walked towards Li Yun, slowly sitting down on his lap. Wow, such intense content. Can I watch this for free? Li Yun gritted his teeth. Damn it, Lonji. Peeking again, Li Yun watched as Bai Bingbing lightly lifted her skirt, revealing the edge of her black stockings. Ahem, now that's a bit of moral coercion. I don't mind that you're a widow, but that doesn't mean you can be reckless with me. I, Li Yun, am a gentleman. Bai Bingbing chuckled softly, brushing her hand across Li Yun's cheek. The landlord is really cute. I'm not teasing you anymore. Then she stood up and returned to her seat. No worries, I will stay pure for the landlord. No hurry. Li Yun couldn't help but touch his own face. Am I too handsome? Why do I always mesmerize this group of girls so much? Fortunately, Lan Ji, who was peeking at him, couldn't hear. Otherwise, she'd definitely have something to say. Time for the advancement exam is over. Player is leaving the apartment. Player, reverse butterfly. Identity card, landlord. Completed tasks. Collect rent, completed. Transform apartments, completed. Maintain apartment order, completed. Gain perfect inheritance of apartment, completed. Points, 500. Click to view leaderboard. Li Yun opened the leaderboard. No surprise, he ranked first. With 500 points, he topped the list. He was 300 points ahead of second place, Lan Ji. It was also surprising that both he and Lan Ji qualified for guild registration. Lan Ji has given up. Don't forget the promise you made me. Reverse butterfly. Don't worry, you'll be mine from now on. Lan Ji, warning of regret. Reverse butterfly. Vice President, exited the friend system. The guild system popped up a registration invitation. You're qualified to register a guild. Do you accept? Oh no, with all these temptations, I almost lost my honor to the widow. Wasn't it just for this moment? Li Yun immediately clicked yes. Guild, a loving family. Registration, successful. Entering guild system. A loving family. President, reverse butterfly. Guild assets, 0. Maximum number of guild members, 0/50. Guild rating, level 1. Increase guild assets to upgrade the guild rating and unlock member capacity. I remember the Player Center and Deer are both level 5 guilds. Looks like starting a guild is just the beginning. But fortunately, I prepared a group of strong pillars in advance. What is the most important thing in a horror game? Li Yun would tell you without hesitation. Talent. Player Lan Ji applies to join the guild. Player Wang Tianba applies to join the guild. Player Kikino applies to join the guild. Vice President Lan Ji and 8 other players applied to join the guild at the same time. Wang Tianba, President. I'm here. Kikino, no wonder you are the president. 500 points, wipe us out. Lan Ji. TCH, you're only 300 points ahead of me. Reverse butterfly. Not convinced? Just hold your breath. In the guild chat group, Li Yun had his first chat with the members. Except for Vice President Lan Ji. The 8 old players who joined were named 8 Pillars by Li Yun. At first, everyone felt a bit embarrassed. Lan Ji. Hey, it's as hard to say as the guild name. Wang Tianba. President, can we refuse? Li Yun. When you can't refuse, learn to enjoy. Seeing Li Yun's insistence, the 8 pillars had no choice but to accept. Wang Tianba, the oldest. Also, he is quite strong. He became the leader of the 8 guardians. They were all veteran players from other guilds. They were quite familiar with guilds. They taught Li Yun a lot about guild knowledge. For example, as long as you put items and props into the guild warehouse, other members can share. Li Yun, who the hell put the electricity bill in the warehouse? Xiao Ding Dang. Sorry, President. I really have no money to pay the electricity bill. Li Yun. Xiao Ding Dang. Thank you, President, for your generosity. You are truly a godfather. Li Yun. No more putting the electricity bill, my damn house contract. Li Yun immediately used another function. Guild meeting. He summoned all members scattered in different places to the guild's virtual space. Then he gave the 8 guardians a good thrashing. TCH, it's just a house contract. Why make such a fuss? Lan Ji, arms crossed, looked at the beaten 8 and said in Donda. Li Yun opened the house contract. From a distance, Lan Ji clearly saw the address and price on it. In an instant, her gaze turned cold. Even I wouldn't dare think about a house in Tang Chunair Pin. You guys are really bold. I support the president on this one. The 8 guardians were beaten to tears. President, we all understand the reason. What does the contract from Wang Tianba have to do with us? Li Yun coldly chuckled. Why? You are the 8 guardians, so if anyone makes a mistake, I will beat you all together. Indeed, after being beaten, the 8 guardians completely obeyed, no longer putting things around randomly. Li Yun threw some potions into the warehouse. He also set permissions, allowing only 1 bottle to be taken at a time. These potions are to be used in life or death situations. You can only take 1 bottle at a time. If I find out who takes more, just wait and see if I won't beat you. Looking at all kinds of potions, the 8 guardians finally understood how correct their choice was at that time. President, are you a potion master? We hit the jackpot. A potion master as our president. Everyone's admiration for Li Yun increased. This 1 bottle of potion is like having an extra lifeline, an extra life. Everything else is fake. This is real strength. Take the potion and hurry up and log out of the game. Our guild is still waiting for asset growth. Whoever contributes more assets to the guild, I will give special rewards to excellent members. As soon as the 8 guardians heard this, they immediately became full of ambition. They rushed to log out of the game. Lan Ji saw this and said, Don Donda, just finished working like a beast, and now you were tricked into being a beast for the guild. What 8 guardians? More like 8 big beasts. Chapter 90. The value of the newcomer king. President, why do you have time to call me? Since you haven't reported war progress, I have to ask in person. I just came out of the game. Don't make excuses. What's the progress on recruiting the newcomer king? I need to align with your details. Forget about it. It failed. Li Rui skillfully moved the phone away from her ear. 3 minutes later, she calmly brought it close again. Li Rui, do you know what losing him means? Our dear clan will be laughed at mercilessly by other guilds. You and I will be nailed to the pillory of shame. We'll be stabbed and roasted by knives from time to time. Li Rui pouted. It's not that serious. We are not gods. Besides, in our Orient, to become a god doesn't need to be nailed to the pillory. If being stabbed and roasted by knives, what kind of god is that? The opposite president launched another round of attack. Bad news, it's already been said. Let me tell you some good news, cool down. After venting, the president returned to his usual calm. I hope it's good news. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind personally going to the east to bring you back. I will confine you for 3 months. Li Rui protested. We call this illegal imprisonment. I do not like imprisonment play. However, it turns out this is a good piece of news. The newcomer king plans to start his own guild. We won't be laughed at. Are you happy? The president coldly snickered. If I remember correctly, he is just a D-level player who has only entered the game 4 times. Leaping level to register? Do you know what the success rate is? If he succeeds, I'll eat. Announcement. Player Reverse Butterfly has established the guild, a loving family. Received official guild number, 9058. President, I can't wait to see you eat. Okay, I have prepared the best steak at Dak City, just waiting for my vice president to enjoy it with me. You cunning old guy. Eating steak, huh? My lovely vice president, I never said what to eat. I'm the president. I make the rules. Li Rui rolled her eyes. The president's voice grew serious. But you really should come back. The matter you wanted me to investigate back then is starting to take shape. Li Rui, who had been lounging casually, sat up straight. Really, I promised you. You became my vice president, and I will use my resources to help you find out the truth from back then. President, thank you. Don't say thank you to me. The steak is already prepared. I arranged for a private jet to pick you up. We'll talk when we meet. They hung up the phone. Li Rui pulled out a photo she carried with her. In a photo, a family of 4. Her mother stood beside the young Li Rui, gently resting her hand on her shoulder. Li Rui had one hand pinching her younger brother, Li Yun, who was crying loudly in their father's arms. Their father looked at the sister bullying her brother and laughed heartily. This snapshot was supposed to be deleted back then, but the 3 of them chose to keep it as a family photo. Only Li Yun protested for many years, until their parents in the picture passed away. Every time Li Rui saw this photo, she would smile gently. She spoke softly. Mom and Dad, I will find out the truth behind what happened back then. We are all doing well, so don't worry. Putting the photo away, Li Rui took off the clothes of Li Yun she was wearing. She changed into the vice president's uniform with a reindeer motif. After staying here with Li Yun for half a month, she felt very satisfied. It was time to go back and get to work. Is that guy still not back? Should we let him know? Forget it. He's the president now. If he feels reluctant and makes his sister cry, that wouldn't be good. Li Rui confidently thought, then opened the door. Downstairs, the guild members were already waiting for her. Players Center. Sister Hong just received news. The vice president of the Reindeer Guild has already left. As an official organization, Li Rui, as a vice president of this overseas high-level guild, naturally came under surveillance upon entry. First, to prevent her from causing trouble in the country. Second, to ensure her safety. After all, the Player Center never participates in guild wars. They maintain both a distant yet close relationship with each major guild. Sister Hong, what are you looking at? Xiao Lin leaned over. Seeing the announcement, he covered his mouth. Reverse Butterfly really did it. Sorry, Sister Hong. Cough, cough. Newcomer King. It's none of your business. This guy named himself just to annoy people. Sister Hong opened the information for a loving family. Vice President, Lan Ji. Core members, Wang Tianba, Kikinao. Compared to Li Yun, who successfully leveled up and registered. This member list was her main focus. A new guild without reputation or strength already had so many members. The names were all familiar to her. Lan Ji. How did she become the vice president? She is even more arrogant than Sister Hong. Sister Hong said gloomily. Am I very arrogant? Cough, cough. I misspoke. Xiao Lin again adorably covered his mouth. Wang Tianba, once in the top 10 of the newcomer rankings. Che Kunao, an elite from the offshore guild. And other than Sister Hong's sister, Lan Ji, the other members are all well-known veteran players. Many second and third level guilds can't recruit them. How did he do it? 8 bodhisattvas were all D-level players, just a step away from C-level. Once they step into C-level, they enter high-end player ranks. They can either start their own guild or join a strong high-level guild. So many experts entering a newcomer guild together. This situation has never happened before. Not only Hongjia was shocked, but also Xiaolin. The entire gaming community was in an uproar. Who can tell me what happened? Oh my gosh, so many new masters, so close to high-level players gathering together. Reverse Butterfly. It's you, Reverse Butterfly. Thank you. I feel a sense of offense outside your building. Can you use that man as a reference? I heard many guilds are trying to recruit him, some even open bets on which guild he will join. Damn, I placed a bet. I heard the Scarlet Goddess of the Player Center personally try to snag him, but she couldn't get this guy. Rumors shouldn't be trusted. I also heard the vice president of the Deer Guild was in the same room with him, yet still didn't bet right. Stop talking. I lost so much, refund me. Who would have thought? A newly emerging player actually managed to register successfully in a leap. I wouldn't believe it before. Huh. Do you understand the value of a rookie king? Chapter 91. Wendy's Request. Li Yun withdrew from the guild. He returned home. He didn't hear Li Rue's familiar voice. Stepping into her room, he only saw her discarded clothes. Li Yun picked up the clothes, still warm. Left in a hurry. Did she go back? Before he could ask more, Wendy's voice came from the depths of his heart. Teacher, are you there? Yes, what's up? Could you please come to the hospital? All right. Li Yun heard a hint of longing in Wendy's voice. He took out the honor director card from the hospital. In the next moment, he appeared in Wangue Hospital. Teacher, Mia saw Li Yun, her eyes sparkling with excitement, and immediately rushed over. Now, Wangue Hospital had become the top hospital in the area. When he had expanded it, the staff had multiplied. Among them were many strange beings and humans temporarily working in the game. Why is Director Mia so happy to see him? Who is he? Is he Director Mia's boyfriend? My heart is broken. The employees who didn't know Li Yun all stared curiously at this mysterious human. Director Li, you finally made it. Vice President Wang got wind of it and rushed over urgently. Bending slightly, smiling, he shook hands with Li Yun. Director, he is the honorary director of humanity. My goodness, he is so young. Li Yun looked at Mia and Vice President Wang. What happened? I saw Wendy looked very anxious. Mia spoke. There's a patient that my junior sister and I can't handle, so we hope the teacher can help. Li Yun understood the situation and nodded. Director Wendy is waiting for you in the director's office. Vice President Wang was about to lead the way, but Li Yun glanced at Mia. I'm still busy, so I won't go. But I prepared a small surprise for the teacher. Feel it. Li Yun reached out to touch. Goodness, which serious director wears such little clothing under a lab coat? This needs to be criticized seriously. Come find me when you're done. I must judge you properly. Okay, teacher. Mia happily walked away. Li Yun put his hands behind his back and resolutely walked toward the director's office. Vice President Wang, as before, left after bringing him to the door. Now the director's office had been remodeled, making it more grand and vibrant. Li Yun pushed the door open alone. When he looked up and saw Li Yun, her beautiful eyes were filled with surprise and emotion. Teacher, you really came. Li Yun looked at Wendy, wearing familiar suit pants, sitting on the sofa. Tell me, why are you in such a hurry to find me? What kind of patient has you so helpless? Wendy sighed. It's my best friend's daughter. Irregular menstruation? No. Acne? Such a condition wouldn't bother the teacher. Could it be love-struck? That's hard to treat. Teacher, I learned a new term. Li Yun thought for a moment. Isn't that what all teenage girls have? What else could it be? Wendy said, school refusal syndrome. Li Yun laughed. Isn't that a common problem? Wendy sat beside Li Yun, her hands resting on her pants. She pouted. Teacher, I won't care about the other kids. But this is... Li Yun exclaimed in surprise. It can't be your child. Out of nowhere, best friend. Wendy. She took out a photo. In it, her best friend and her daughter were together. The best friend wore a light yellow dress, with the beauty of a mature woman. Her looks were not inferior to Wendy's. After having a child, her figure was still like a young girl. As for her daughter, somewhat rebellious. An entire problematic girl, punk style. Lip piercings, earrings, colorful hair. Fortunately, she inherited her mother's looks. She managed to pull off this strange outfit with her beauty. Got it. This child is just rebellious. Wendy sighed. Yes, yes, yes. She was very obedient when she was little. My best friend spent a lot of money to raise her. She doesn't even know how that little lady who could play music and art turned into this devil. Li Yun asked curiously. What about her father? Wendy shook her head. Her father abandoned them before she was born. A scumbag. Li Yun roughly understood the situation. All right. How do you want to treat her? I think electric therapy would be best, specifically for rebellion. Teacher, is that feasible? Of course it is. The Thunder King is not to be trifled with. Where is the patient? When he felt embarrassed. This child is treated by me. My psychological guidance might not be enough. Her mother said she hasn't wanted to go home for many days, staying at school all day, ignoring everyone. That's why I urgently need the teacher to help save the child. when he turned around and pulled out a card. Ultimately, this is my trouble. If I hadn't forced her into psychological counseling, it wouldn't have caused such a serious situation. Teacher, this is a little reward. Leon didn't even look at the card and kissed Wendy's tempting little lips. This sudden passionate kiss stunned Wendy's whole body. Her eyes widened and slowly closed her eyes, enjoying it. After a while, Li Yun released her. All right, I've taken my reward. When students are in trouble, how can teachers stand by? Li Yun scratched her nose. Wendy smiled adorably. All right, give me her school's information. I will go treat her. There's not much time. I'll go find your senior sister. Li Yun got up and was about to look for Mia. Wendy's little hand suddenly grabbed him. What I meant was, can I be together with the senior sister? Looking at her kitten-like, charming expression, Li Yun decided, all students are equal, together to pass on the essence. After a night of tossing in the strange hospital, he applied all his lifelong learning to the two students. Only then was Li Yun released from the hospital. Returning home, he held the school's address in hand, took out the game selection voucher. Player uses the game selection voucher. Please select the game to enter. Strange Vine High School has been selected. Do you confirm? Sorry, the current number of players in the game is too many. To enter the game, an interview from the school is required. Interview? This was Li Yun's first encounter with a situation of too many game players. Each game offers a corresponding number of players based on the size of the map. It seems the current situation is blocked. Selected to participate in the interview. Players, please get ready for the interview. You will be transported to the interview room soon. So, how did the interview go? Like you, I'm one of the exchange students in the quota. That's fine. At least we can get a quota and complete the monthly task. By the way, which class are you in? Class 5. What a coincidence. We are both in Class 5. A group of players in the interview whispered. Class 5 is good. I heard the teacher in Class 5 doesn't like to eat people. Our survival rate is high. I must tell you, it's better to quit the game. Never go to Class 7. It's a haunted place. How many new students' teachers don't last 2 hours? Either go crazy or run away. Regardless, let's stick together for warmth on the turf of the weird ones. Just remember one phrase. Be low-key. Definitely be low-key. Li Yun curiously leaned closer. To make sure he could hear carefully, he directly stood on the chair. He perked up his ears. The players suddenly felt a bit backlit. They gently raised their heads. Who are you? A newcomer here for an interview. Why are you standing so high? Didn't you say to be low-key? This is indeed high-key. Li Yun stepped down from the chair. He looked at several players who had completed their interviews. What's going on with this interview? The player who just came out spoke. To enter this school, you must obtain a quota. For us humans to get in, we either have to become exchange students or apply to be substitute teachers. Li Yun gently nodded. Is it difficult to get an exchange student quota? The player looked at Li Yun and sighed. You don't have a chance. There are only 5 exchange student spots in each batch. They have already been divided among us 5. The last one is the substitute teacher for Class 7. I advise you to go back. Class 7. Not even a dog would go. Li Yun frowned. Why didn't you go? Are you calling us dogs? I didn't insult anyone. I just want to ask what's so special about Class 7? Why wouldn't a substitute teacher be acceptable? The player who was urging everyone to be low-key earnestly patted Li Yun on the shoulder. Brother, you are purely new. You dare to enter the game without looking at any strategies? Class 7 is called the Devil's Class. It's full of bad and tricky people. Going in is just seeking death. Listen to me, while it's still time, change games. Li Yun nodded innocently. My grandpa told me, since I was little, listening to others will fill your belly. But I never listened to my grandpa. Devil's Class sounds interesting. Amid the astonished eyes of the players, Li Yun stepped into the interview room. Wait, is he out of his mind? Knowing there are tigers in the mountains, yet he chooses to feed the tigers. Hey, newcomers who love to court death really come every year. Right, why bother with him? Players exchanged a few words, all believing Li Yun was seeking his own death and could not be stopped. By the way, who saw his ID clearly just now? With him standing so high, who saw it? I only saw a butterfly character. Dad? What kind of messed up ID is that? A flashy newcomer? Forget it. Let's not care about him. Let's hurry to Class 5. Right. Being late on the first day of school isn't good. A group of players immediately ran toward the school. Hello, I'm here for an interview. The exchange student spots are already full. Come back next month. I'm not here to interview for an exchange student. I heard Class 7 needs a substitute teacher. The sleepy interviewer suddenly opened his eyes wide, full of spirit. What? Are you sure you want to interview as a substitute teacher for Class 7? Yes, I'm just curious. Why a substitute teacher and not a regular teacher? The interviewer thought to himself. Temporary workers are easily scapegoated, easy for the school to handle. If it's a regular teacher, then it won't be easy to deal with. Li Yun listened to his thoughts. He understood. Temporary workers are easy to blame and handle. But isn't this a school? Is Class 7 really that ruthless? The interviewer immediately stood up and grabbed Li Yun's hand. Congratulations, Mr. Li. You have been selected as the substitute teacher for Class 7 with your excellent resume. First of all, my last name is Li, and I haven't given you my resume yet. That's not important, Mr. Liu. What's important is that you will soon become an honorable teacher in our school. I'm surnamed Li. Okay, Mr. Wang. The interviewer sat back down, quickly writing something with a pen. Then he took out a seal and stamped it. Bang, a burst of spiritual light. Li Yun gained a new certified identity. Guai Tong High School. Substitute teacher for Class 7. Salary, 30,000. Meals and accommodation fully covered. Li Yun did not expect such good treatment. Still in shock, the interviewer became anxious. Mr. Qian, do you think there's a problem with the salary? If you feel this way, I'll apply to the school and get you a bonus. Money is a small matter, right, Mr. Qian? Li Yun, my last name. That's not important. If there are no issues, you can go teach in Class 7 now. The interview was eerily held in the teaching building across from him. These are the teaching materials. Currently, this group of students is in their senior year. It's the most important moment. I hope you can help them get into college. Li Yun took the teaching materials and took a look. Elementary school Chinese. Elementary school math. Elementary school physics. Did I get the wrong materials? This should be elementary school courses. You didn't get it wrong. This is their current curriculum. I already said, they are in their senior year. It's the most important moment, and I hope you can help them get into college. Li Yun? Are you kidding me? You want me to help a group of students who haven't even mastered elementary school materials to get into college? Ultimate task. Help Class 7 improve their college entrance exam success rate. Minimum requirement. 50%. Damn it. This difficulty is hellish. Do I still have time to regret coming here? The interviewer shook his head beside him. You've already stamped the school seal. Leaving now is considered a failure of the game. Besides, what teacher would give up on their lovely students? Mr. Ma, I have high hopes for you. Good luck. Li Yun gritted his teeth and waved his hand. Come here, I have something to tell you. The curious interviewer leaned forward. Slap. A crisp slap echoed. The interviewer looked completely dumbfounded. My last name is Li. Remember it. Then he turned and walked away. The interviewer, who got slapped, pouted in grievance. The teacher for Class 7 won't last long. Who cares what your last name is? Mr. Shun, hitting people is wrong. Slap. The interviewer stared in shock at Li Yun, who had taken off his invisibility cloak. What's my last name? Li. Teacher Li. Correct. Here's a reward. There's a reward? Slap. A reward of a big slap. Chapter 93. They must learn pinyin and get into college. Li Yun held the teaching materials, following the signposts of the teaching building, heading towards Class 7. At this moment, other classes were in session. Only Class 7. A few heads peeked out, then relayed. The new substitute teacher has arrived. Quick, get ready. We have a new toy to play with. Li Yun arrived outside the door of Class 7 and pushed it open. Did I open it the wrong way? He stepped back inside and pushed it open again. The legendary Devil Class 7, totaling 24 students. At this moment, they sat perfectly upright, all in neat rows. Not a trace of devilishness to be seen. He's stunned, right? It's a human. They love to play with humans. This substitute teacher is pretty handsome. What a shame. Why is he a teacher? Hurry up and come in. I can't wait to see your terrified expression. Li Yun instantly understood. This group of little brats is up to no good. He quietly walked toward the podium. At the same time, he secretly summoned the power of the blood-sucking demon, heightening his sense of danger, listening to their inner thoughts. Teacher, all right. Seeing Li Yun standing at the podium, the whole class stood up in unison. They bowed. If an ordinary person saw such a respect for teachers scene, they would have long dropped their guard, filled with joy. Teacher, safe travels. On the surface, they respected their teacher, but inside, they were all wishing him farewell. At that moment, a student's hair turned into needles and flew over. Prepared, Li Yun caught it between his hands. Instead, the students cheered. Fool, his needle hair has a toxic 3-second deadliness. 1, 2, 3. How come he's not hurt? Li Yun calmly set down the needles. Your welcoming gift. The teacher likes it very much. Sit down. Now take out your elementary school Chinese to start the lesson. The students exchanged glances, shock written all over their faces. Li Yun turned around and wrote, "Study hard. Strive for progress," in big letters on the blackboard. They actually missed with the poison needles. Let me do it. I'll scare him to death with my spirit. A boy in the back row, his spirit leaving his body. With a fierce look, it flew toward Li Yun, who was writing. Just as he was about to ambush Li Yun from the side to scare him to death, Li Yun suddenly turned his head, revealing a fierce set of fangs. Ah! The boy's spirit was instantly scared back into his body. Unable to help but shout out loud, Li Yun turned his head and looked at him. Classmate, sleeping in class is one thing, but shouting loudly is quite impolite. Next time, get out of my classroom. The boy nodded dumbly. The girl at the same table saw Li Yun turn his head and frowned slightly, lowering her voice. What's wrong with you? It's a curse, it scared me to death. Aren't we all a curse? What are you so afraid of? The girl looked at the boy with disdain. Then she took out a cloth doll from her pocket. Look at mine, as long as my curse hits. He will be like the cloth doll in my hand, manipulated by me. Go! A wave of black curse hit Li Yun's body. Hey. Wait, why can't I feel my curse power? What is that? Why is the curse in his body like the ocean? I can't breathe. Help! Help me. The girl suddenly rolled her eyes and fainted. Teacher, a classmate has fainted. Li Yun turned his head and looked at the girl. The curse power that entered just now was cast by her, right? What level of curse is this? Trying to control me. Li Yun sighed. Can I take her to the infirmary? No need. What kind of small illness goes to the infirmary? Li Yun walked down from the podium. One hand pressed on the girl's forehead. Holy hand activated. The suffocating girl instantly woke up. Don't mess around in class. It's easy to suffer backlash. The girl saw Li Yun, just like seeing a ghost. Her body involuntarily leaned towards the boy at the same table. The boy kept moving backward. Don't you know to thank the teacher? Did you waste the moral education class? Thank you, teacher. Li Yun turned around satisfied and continued walking towards the podium. 3 attacks, easily resolved by him. The whole class was shocked. In the last row, a girl who was sleeping slightly lifted her eyelids. She seemed a bit curious about this new substitute teacher. Hey, I'm Ergo. I've used my special ability to link your voices. Can you hear me? We can't hear you. Ergo's ability is strong. Mouth does not move, but heart moves. Can encrypt communication others don't know. But brothers, this new teacher is a bit tricky. Tricky? It's because our preparation is inadequate. Now, with Ergo's mind communication, just wait. We will take him down soon. Yeah, right. As long as we take him down, our Class 7 will unlock the achievement of defeating 100 substitute teachers in a year. So what should we do next? Suddenly, a strange voice came. Next, who will get up to read these few words? The faces of the students turned dumbfounded. Li Yun said coldly, whispering is not what you should be doing in class. Ergo, stand up. How do you read these words? What do they mean? Ergo stood up. His whole person was dumbfounded. How was his encrypted communication broken? These words should be read like this. Stuck in your mouth? Read it. It should be. Ergo sweated profusely. Someone save me. I can't read. Saying it as if I can read. It's not Pinyin. I can't read it either. Li Yun looked. Countless students were lowering their heads. What a concentration camp of dumb fish. At this level, just learn Pinyin. You want me to help them take the college entrance exam? You are really the worst class I've ever taught. It's the 3rd year of high school, and you can't even read a few simple words. A bunch of illiterates. What a trashy demon 7th class. Might as well rename it to illiterate 7th class. Cursing you is truly a disgrace to culture. Hearing Li Yun's scolding, the heads of the students went even lower. One after another sneak attacks were countered. Even the encrypted radio was cracked. No temper at all. Study hard. Strive for improvement every day. I asked you to take back your insults just now. A voice came from the back row. It was the girl who was sleeping alone at the table. As expected of the big sister, indeed powerful. The glory of Class 7 will be protected by the big sister. Big sister, so handsome. Li Yun looked at the girl and asked, what is your name? Lucy. Li Yun nodded gently. Looking at the photo Wendy gave him, he found the girl in the photo. It was indeed the big sister of Class 7. We won. Shut up. You just read 8 words correctly. Do you think you're the top scorer of the college entrance exam? Li Yun glanced around, and the cheering weirdos immediately lowered their heads, obediently. Ruth, you actually have a foundation. Why did you suddenly give up on studying? If you are willing, you still have hope. Hearing Li Yun's words, Ruth's face changed. Whether I study or not is none of your business. You are just a substitute teacher. Do you believe I'll eat you? Li Yun shook his head. I don't believe it. Ruth stood up, dressed in her JK uniform. She was openly defying the teacher. She showed the rebellious style of a bad girl to the fullest, detecting extreme rebellion from current students. Would you like to awaken the profession? Teacher, at 3,000 points? Li Yun didn't hesitate. He awakened. It really was a case of offering a pillow when a nap comes. Ruth's illness couldn't even be cured by a godly doctor. Then, let the teacher handle it. This is called treating the root cause. Tired of studying? I will make you obediently love learning again. Teacher, career level, beginner. Talent skill, learning tutoring plus 30%. With your help, students can progress faster. Career skill, photographic memory. You have the ability of photographic memory. Anything you see will be stored in your memory palace. Pressure, with the natural pressure breath of a teacher, you can suppress the opponent's momentum. Right, you're just a substitute teacher. What's so great about it? Big sis, we support you. Human, how dare you act recklessly in class 7? Other students stood up one after another with Ruth. It seemed like they wanted to rebel. The person who was doing the interview for Li Yun happened to pass by, took a peek, immediately shrank back his neck, lifted his legs, and ran toward the principal's office. Oh my God, principal, it's bad. The new substitute teacher is going to get killed. The principal, upon hearing this, broke into a cold sweat. Hiding in the principal's office, he didn't want to get involved. If he dies, let him die. We can recruit another substitute teacher. Principal, are we really not going to do anything? You're so powerful. You go handle it. You don't know the situation of class 7? Didn't teacher Wong want to intervene last time, then ended up resting at home for over 3 months? Now he avoids class 7 like the plague. Is this right? Let these little weirdos ride on our heads. The principal sighed. Who told us, the educators, to be so kind? Let them mess around. Losing a few substitute teachers isn't a big deal. Anyway, they won't stir up trouble for long. Once the college entrance exam is over. Once they graduate, it'll be peaceful. Let's wait. We'll go collect the body of the new teacher. Provided, of course, he still has a body to leave. Li Yun looked at the extremely arrogant students. He slammed the podium. Sit down. His voice was like a bell, combined with the effect of pressure. The students immediately sat down one by one, like waves from front to back. Only Ruth gritted her teeth, resisting this pressure. I said sit down. He struck again, the pressure stronger than before. Ruth finally couldn't hold on and sat down with a thud. You successfully regained your dignity as a teacher, career points plus 30, teacher proficiency plus 10, student rebellion minus 5. Li Yun looked at Ruth, who was unwilling under the pressure. Do you think you're really that amazing? Just knowing a few characters, and you think you can disregard the teacher? Ruth gritted her teeth. You are not qualified to be our teacher. Wrong. It's you who are not qualified to be my students. Li Yun looked at the class 7 students and spoke word by word. A group of failures, the leftovers of society in the future. You can only recognize a few big characters, and you're here celebrating. Big sis, very mighty, very impressive. Little glasses, I'm talking about you. Not convinced? Come out and challenge me. Li Yun grabbed the collar of a little glasses kid in the front row. Look at you, weak as a twig. I could beat 10 of you. You think just because I'm human, you can take advantage of me? I'm holding a kitchen knife, cutting through the underworld like slicing vegetables. And you're still learning ABCD. Li Yun drew out a deadly sword, slamming it onto the desk. The little glasses kid, closest to the killing aura, let out a chicken-like cry. Hey, what are you doing? This knife is so scary. Teacher, I was wrong. What? When have they ever seen such a brutal human, daring to kill even a ghost? I told you, this teacher doesn't seem like a human. So terrifying. The two students in the back row, who could channel spirits and curse, hugged tightly together, shaking all over. They have faced Li Yun and know his horror. Weren't you shouting just now? How come you don't dare now? Don't be a coward. Let me see who still dares to cause trouble in my class. One student gathered his courage to say, we are protected by the school. You wouldn't dare to do anything to us. My hand. Li Yun grabbed his severed arm and used holy hand to restore it. Thank you, teacher. What are you doing? You chopped it off again. Restored the arm. Another knife. Restore the arm. Another knife. Want more? Teacher, I was wrong. I really was wrong. Are you done? Stop tormenting me. It hurts. I'm in pain. I will never be a bad student again. The boy regarded as the toughest in class 7 cried like a 200-pound child at this moment. Li Yun ignored him. Holding the knife, he looked at the other students. Who else? The students were truly scared this time. He really dares to act. The key point is, he can chop you and still heal you. Even if you want to complain to the school, there's no evidence. You won't die, but it will hurt you to tears. You made the students feel fear. Professional value plus 40. Teaching proficiency plus 20. Students' rebelliousness minus 10. I swear, I will definitely not provoke this crazy teacher. Already behaving honestly. Please let me go. Wah, Mom, I want to go home. Thought he was a people's teacher. Turns out he's an old corpse from a mountain village. Can't provoke him. Can't provoke him. Surrendered, completely surrendered. Only the head girl, Rose, remained. The girl's eyes were full of anger and resistance. You're very unconvinced, aren't you? You think I rely on force to make you all submit and not worthy to be a teacher. Aren't you very powerful? In my eyes, you are still illiterate. Don't believe me? As long as you can read the words on the blackboard accurately. I not only apologize to you, but to the whole class. I also voluntarily apply to the school to leave Class 7. Dare you? Rose coldly snorted. What do you mean I don't dare? She was particularly confident in herself. After all, if she wanted to study well, with her past excellence and intelligence, there's no way she would be placed in Class 7. Let's gamble. I want you to lose with all your heart. And then get out of here. Chapter 95. Class 7 has developed an interest in learning. It's just a few words. Who is afraid of who? Rose was not at all afraid. Thinking to herself, Li Yin turned around again and wrote on the blackboard. In one breath, he filled half of the blackboard. Clapping his hands, he turned around. Come on, read. Rose stared at the blackboard, completely stunned. Lonely and solitary, mixed in a haze, walking alone, enlightened with wisdom, unwavering as jade, dragon moves around corners, graceful and slim, tears pouring like rain. Glib, unending chatter, slander, wander, beastly gluttons. In prison, coveting, clashing, working hard against wicked, not changing. The rattlesnake in the shelter, punishments and rewards, criticizing the current problems. Scales and rows, opening and closing. Rows, sorry, I'm illiterate. Teacher, are these really words? Yes, I've hardly seen this before. Can you annotate the opinion? Thank you. Rose couldn't hold back anymore. These are not even words. Why don't uncommon words count as words? Just because you don't recognize them, they don't exist. The whole class of students began to discuss. They are really words. Rare words, so cool. I can guarantee, not only we don't know these words, but most teachers wouldn't either. I want to learn. When I go back, I also want to point at adults who don't recognize these words and say they are illiterates. Li Yin pointed at the first word. Listen up, pay attention, remember well. Ears, eyes, and hands all ready. Li Yin read these uncommon words all at once. A group of rebellious, reluctant children suddenly became very interested in unique rare words on the blackboard. You taught rare words, professional value plus 30, teaching proficiency plus 10, students' rebelliousness minus 5, interest in learning plus 10. Who hasn't been rebellious before? This group of rebellious students. What they pursue is nothing but personality, uniqueness. All right, then let's teach them something truly unique. First, let them develop an interest in learning. Am I really illiterate? Ruth sat there, somewhat questioning her life. Her stubborn rebellion seemed somewhat isolated at this moment when the whole class yearned for learning. She stood up and directly rushed out of the classroom. Is class over? A student was just about to get up when a kitchen knife flew past. It lodged into his desk. The student raised both hands high. I want to say something about classroom discipline. After class starts, talking is not allowed, and moving around at will is even less allowed. If anyone disobeys, just ask this knife. The student pointed at Ruth, who was leaving the classroom. Li Yin glared at him. Sit down. The student sat down with a grievance. Teacher, double standards, huh? Li Yin glanced at Ruth's departing figure. He didn't intend to interfere. The urgent task was to gain control over the entire Class 7's speaking rights, to reduce the rebelliousness of most students. Come on, let's continue the class. Principal, let's hurry up. Maybe we can help Teacher Li collect some remains. The principal and the interviewee arrived fashionably late, not far from Class 7. The principal stopped walking. He sniffed the air. Hey, why doesn't it smell like blood? Yeah, and I don't hear any chaos or noise from Class 7. The principal and the interviewee paused. At this moment, the class bell rang. The principal grabbed the interviewee. Let's go, check inside the class. As soon as they stepped into Class 7, they saw the students of Class 7 bowing one by one. Teacher, you worked hard. Principal. He stepped back to check the classroom sign. This is Class 7. Am I hallucinating? The students of Class 7 actually bowing. The interviewee looked at Li Yin on the podium. Teacher Li, are you okay? Li Yin glanced at him. What could happen to me? The kids in Class 7 are pretty good, quite obedient. Obedient? The principal felt he had just heard a joke. You didn't put a spell on Teacher Li, curse him, or use puppetry to control him, did you? The principal asked in confusion. You old fool, what nonsense are you talking? Yeah, go away, you annoy me. Class 7 is not a class you can just enter whenever you want. Now, this group of students was obedient in front of Li Yun. But when facing other teachers, even the principal, they still couldn't change their nature. So arrogant. The principal swallowed hard, and he and the interviewee were about to leave the classroom. Li Yun said solemnly, Where do the etiquette and morals I just taught you go? They're all here, no recess allowed. All of you stand here and reflect. Hearing Li Yun's words, no one rebutted. They all lowered their heads and apologized. Teacher, we were wrong. You successfully reprimanded the students, profession value +30, teacher skill level +10, student rebelliousness -5. This scene left the principal and the interviewee dumbfounded. Teacher Li, how about we talk in private? Li Yun looked at the cautious interviewee and smiled. Come in. What are you afraid of? The principal looked at the students who were lowering their heads in remorse. Really? No need to be afraid? No need, come. The principal adjusted his appearance and re-entered the classroom. Teacher Li, this is the principal of Guizhou High School. Before Li Yun could greet him, the principal excitedly grabbed his hand. Teacher Li, you have truly broadened my horizons. In just over an hour, you tamed Class 7. What a talent, a real talent. Teacher Zhou, you are indeed the recruitment office's teacher. Your vision is simply outstanding. The interviewee, surnamed Zhou, also looked at Li Yun in disbelief. The principal is overpraising. This is all thanks to Teacher Li's skill. It has nothing to do with me. Teacher Li, how did you make them so obedient? Looking at the curious principal and Teacher Zhou, Li Yun replied casually. It's nothing special, just made them interested in learning. Principal, Teacher Zhou. This is called nothing special. That's just ridiculous. Making this group of rebellious little demons learn is harder than taking their lives. How can it be so casually spoken by you? Was Teacher Li previously an experienced teacher? No, it's my first time as a teacher, and I have a lot to learn. Please guide me. A guidance? Us? Being too modest is just showing off. All the teachers, the principal. So many people, so much power. Can't tame Class 7. What can we teach you? Teacher Li, don't be so modest. Whatever you need, just tell me. I guarantee I will do my best to meet it. Li Yun looked at the bragging principal and shook his head. Actually, I don't have any demands. After all, I'm just a substitute teacher. Now it's pretty good. Li Yun was speaking the truth. But in the ears of the principal and Teacher Zhou, it was different. Substitute teacher? No way. From now on, you are the homeroom teacher of Class 7. Teacher Zhou immediately said, Principal, substitute teachers need to take an assessment to become formal teachers. The principal then remembered the rules. I almost forgot. Teacher Li, how about participating in the assessment first? You can rest assured, with your strength, you will definitely pass. Li Yun looked at the principal's flattering invitation. He had no choice but to nod. Okay. Chapter 96, Deformed Love. Damn teacher, damn human. Traitors. All of them are traitors. Ruth stood on the rooftop, angrily shouting, like a little kitten with its fur all ruffled up. Isn't that Ruth from Class 7? Why are you here alone? You look unhappy. Want to go to the little woods with the brothers? On the rooftop, 3 strong delinquent boys appeared. Ruth glanced at them. Don't come provoke me. Clearly, her glare didn't intimidate them. Rather, it made them more excited. Wow, you really are to my taste. I wanted to meet you for a long time. These 3 delinquents were repeat students. The school's most notorious trio. They loitered around school all day, extorting, threatening, bullying other students for fun. Compared to so-called Class 7, they are true veterans. Seeing the 3 delinquents circle around, Ruth slapped one of them, but it was easily caught. Nice strength, I like it. Let's go to the little woods. Ruth saw her hand being grabbed and yanked hard. Not a bit of movement. Her face finally showed some panic. She was just rebellious, but couldn't compare to these 3 pure scum. True delinquents. Little woods? I'll go with you. Li Yun slowly walked over. Don saw. Human. Hey, a new toy. The 3 delinquents' eyes lit up when they saw Li Yun. Ruth, come here. Ruth heard Li Yun's voice and immediately ran over. Teacher, be careful. Those 3 are not simple. The ruffled little kitten was now hiding behind Li Yun. Her eyes held a trace of fear and dread. Teacher? Ha. You actually called a human teacher. Looks like the so-called demon Class 7 isn't anything special. Still better to go to the little woods with me. I'll teach you how to be a true delinquent. Seeing that strong claw reaching for her again, Ruth stepped back in fear. Suddenly, a strong right hand gripped her. Li Yun's other hand, with the deadly blade, struck down hard. The core delinquent among the 3 looked at the writhing arm on the ground, howling in pain. Kill him. My hunt. The other 2 delinquents pulled out weapons from their bodies. It seemed like they really intended to finish Li Yun off. As they prepared to make a move, Li Yun, calling upon the power of the blood-sucking cursed ability, had already moved. Like a ghost, he appeared behind the 2 of them. Grabbing the hand, holding the weapon with both hands, he yanked hard. The 2 delinquents' arms twisted together like dough. Then Li Yun kicked hard. The precise kick landed on their shins. The two delinquents couldn't stand and instantly knelt on the ground. It wasn't over yet. To prevent them from getting up again, Li Yun kicked each of them in the face. With that kick, their faces were instantly bruised and their teeth shattered. No spitting, swallow it. The two delinquents trembled all over, their kneeling bodies shaking at the cold voice. The momentum was instantly suppressed. They didn't dare to disobey, and could only forcefully swallow the words in their mouths. Li Yun's eyes were indifferent as he looked at the trio of miscreants, one of whom had his arm chopped off. You dare to— Teacher, I'm sorry. Please don't remember my small mistakes. Give me a chance. I want to be a good miscreant. The miscreant instantly lost the courage he had earlier to sneak into the small grove. With a swoosh, he slid and kneeled. Li Yun grabbed his ear. Ouch, it hurts, it hurts. What class are you from? What's your name? Class 4, Year 1, Lu. Lu Mang. A hooligan, huh? I'll teach you a lesson for not learning well. With a loud slap, 2 slaps landed. Lu Mang's teeth were shattered. He stammered. I understand the rules. I will swallow. Looking at the sorry state of the 3 miscreants, Lucy gently covered her mouth. You're so powerful. Then why didn't you act against me when I treated you like that in class just now? Li Yun smiled lightly. You're my student. You're different from these scum. I came here specifically to find you. I want to talk to you. Lucy's eyes reddened slightly, touched. Of course, if you don't want to talk right now, I won't force you. I'll give you time. When you've thought it through, you can come to my office to find me. The wind on the rooftop is strong. Don't catch a cold. Li Yun casually draped his coat over Lucy, who was dressed lightly. Then he left first. Lucy looked at his back, a little dazed. Her small hand grabbed the coat on her shoulder and tugged at it. Is this love? The love of being protected. Fatherly love. The 3 miscreants? After class, a few players from Class 5 walked out of the classroom. I didn't expect the miscreants in Class 5 to be quite friendly. They didn't have too many bad thoughts or appetites for us. A player sighed. Of course, this is an honors class. Just thinking about how the miscreants, like us, also have to take university exams and study hard. It feels so satisfying. The players chuckled. In Class 5, they were not attacked at all. They even posed as university students and were immediately treated with respect. Senior, can you tell me how to solve this question? Senior, please tutor me. Senior, do you need some water? Let me pour it for you. The students of Class 5 treated these players as juniors. This made the players, who had never been treated like this, feel very pleased. Who said studying is useless? This is exactly how to control a whole class of miscreants. They were habitually squatting and chatting. Suddenly, they noticed the light above their heads gradually disappearing. They looked up and saw themselves surrounded by a group of poorly dressed students. Boy, humans! Students, who are you? We are from Class 7. As expected, miscreants are not the same. The students of Class 5 were all in uniforms, obedient and well-behaved. They only studied. Now look at Class 7. Their hair was all kinds of colors. Tattoos, nose piercings, smoking. They rebelled in every way possible. Each one wore the appearance of a bad, delinquent student. Fellow students, no boss. Please let us go. Hearing their pleas, the student from Class 7 pouted in displeasure. How could we let you go? We would disappoint our teacher. Teacher? Who is your teacher? Which teacher encourages students to bully students from other classes? These are all our spiritual coins. We'll give them to you. The players pitifully took out all their spiritual coins. They offered them with both hands, ready to sacrifice to save their lives. The students of Class 7 said in a deep voice, Who wants your money? Hiss. Don't want money. Then you want our lives. As the players trembled in fear, the students from Class 7 suddenly bowed their heads, hands raised, holding a piece of homework. We heard you, university students. Please teach us how to study. We are eternally grateful. Thanks to your ancestors for 8 generations. The players looked at each other, stunned. Did we hear wrong? The students from Class 7 are asking us how to study. Chapter 97. The Unlikely Path to Regularization. Teacher's Office. Teacher Zhou was introducing Li Yun to the other miscreant teachers. Teachers, this is Mr. Li, the substitute teacher of Class 7. Let's give him a warm welcome. Applause. The curious teachers looked at this young human. I heard Class 7 got a substitute teacher. Quite impressive. Didn't expect him to be a human. A human who can come out of Class 7 unscathed is quite skilled. Mr. Li looks quite handsome. After the introduction, Teacher Zhou pointed to a workspace not far away. Mr. Li, that's your workspace. I'm right next to you. If you have any questions, just ask me. Li Yun nodded and thanked him. Thank you, Teacher Zhou. You finally remember my name. Teacher Zhou awkwardly scratched his head. Oh, Mr. Lee 2 slaps. I call this the great memory restoration technique. In terms of guiding students, I still need to learn from Mr. Lee. Teacher Zhou said humbly. The other teachers were stunned. Mr. Lee is not simple. Old Zhou is a senior teacher, yet he is so humble towards a substitute teacher. Can an ordinary teacher walk out of class 7? That's true. Lian walked towards his workspace, just about to sit down. A hand stopped him. Teacher Chun, what are you doing? Holding a thermos, the somewhat aged teacher, Chun, adjusted his glasses. Teacher Zhou, it's not according to the rules for Mr. Lee to sit here. This is a formal teacher's workspace. As substitute teachers, we don't have workspaces. Hearing this, other teachers nodded in agreement. Teacher Zhou slapped his forehead. Look, I forgot about this. I officially announce that Mr. Lee will soon participate in the formal teacher assessment. He'll quickly become a formal teacher at our Guaitang High School. Upon hearing Teacher Zhou's words, the other teachers were slightly surprised. What level is Mr. Lee at? Entering the school and immediately participating in the formal assessment. He indeed has something. If he succeeds, he will be the fastest substitute teacher to get promoted. I'm not so sure. Don't forget there's only one slot for this assessment. And there's another teacher. Everyone looked towards Teacher Chun, holding the thermos. Teacher Zhou, that's not correct. Participation doesn't guarantee success. Teacher Chun twisted open his thermos, took a sip, and said Danban Dao. Teacher Zhou slapped his forehead again. Look at my memory. Teacher Chun has to participate this time too. Yes, I think I qualify. Teacher Chun has been teaching for decades. Of course, he qualifies. Teacher Zhou smiled, but was anxious inside. It's over. I forgot Teacher Chun is also participating. Can Mr. Lee be a match for Teacher Chun? Mr. Lee, I'm not targeting you. I just believe rules are rules. You and I are both substitute teachers. Neither of us deserves to sit in that position. I hope you understand. Lian felt no malice from Teacher Chun. This somewhat outdated-looking teacher was just following the rules. It's okay. At that moment, the office announcement broadcast rang out. Please, the two teachers participating in the assessment, follow Teacher Zhou to the assessment room. Teacher Chun tightened the cap of his thermos. Mr. Lee, please. Li Yun was just about to walk when Teacher Zhou suddenly pulled him back. He whispered in his ear, Mr. Lee, I'm sorry. The principal and I both forgot that the other teacher participating in this formal assessment is Teacher Chun. Li Yun asked curiously, is Teacher Chun very strong? Quite strong. Teacher Zhou explained. Teacher Chun was once a senior teacher at our school. Then he made a mistake and left the school. This time he was invited back. He shouldn't be a substitute teacher. He insisted on following the rules. Mr. Lee, you may not get your promotion this time. Li Yun was indifferent. It didn't matter to him whether he got promoted or not. All right, I understand. Then he followed Teacher Zhou toward the assessment room. Principal. Teacher Chun, don't call me principal. Just call me by my name. That's not possible. According to school rules, you are the principal now. All right, I'll listen to Teacher Chun. The principal, seeing Teacher Chun, quickly lowered his posture and shook hands. The principal was once a student of Teacher Chun. Hearing Teacher Zhou's words, Li Yun was surprised. Teacher Li, you're here too. The principal quickly shook hands with Li Yun as well. The assessment is about to start. Please take a seat, both teachers. As Li Yun and Teacher Chun sat down, Teacher Zhou leaned close to the principal and whispered, Principal, what should we do? I know Teacher Chun's temperament very well. He definitely won't go easy. This time, we have to make it hard for Teacher Li. In terms of teaching ability, no one in the entire school can outshine Teacher Chun. Next, I will ask a few questions, and both teachers will answer them separately. Teacher Chun placed his thermal cup on the table and stepped forward leisurely. Li Yun also casually nodded. Question, what are the 7 abilities of a teacher? As soon as the principal finished asking, Teacher Chun frowned slightly. Aren't there 8 abilities? I was the one who set this question. I remember it clearly. The principal and Teacher Zhou. No way. The question setter is participating in the assessment personally. Isn't this a blatant advantage? They all sighed, and in their eyes, Li Yun had no chance. Teacher Chun, the question setter, not only answered thoroughly, but also did it with precision. It could even be said that his answer was more standard than the standard answer. Teacher Chun, perfect score. Teacher Li, please share your answer. Li Yun thought for a moment. I don't know, I've never studied this. The principal and Teacher Zhou realized that, facing the question setter coming down to compete, Li Yun gave up. Question, what are the 5 qualities a teacher should have? Teacher Chun, this time I didn't ask the wrong question, right? The principal quickly said. Teacher Chun shook his head. No, this question just needs to be upgraded. I have new insights. In addition to the qualities, I think we should add morality. Teacher Chun spoke extensively. The principal was furiously taking notes. Wow, the standard answer has been updated. The principal then looked at Li Yun. Teacher Li, I don't know. The principal shook his head helplessly. Who could compete with Teacher Chun? Third question. How about Teacher Chun just answer? Teacher Li is about to fall asleep. After Teacher Chun finished answering the third question, the principal directly announced that he obtained the only qualification for permanent status. The principal, Teacher Zhou, and Li Yun all applauded. Congratulations, Teacher Chun. You are about to become the official teacher of Class 7. The calm Teacher Chun suddenly changed his expression. What? Class 7? I don't want this permanent position. Hearing this, the principal frowned slightly. But according to the rules my foot. I'm quitting. Li Yun never expected. Teacher Chun would treat Class 7 like a monster, directly running away with his thermal cup. The only qualification for permanent status landed on his lap. It was a free grab. Chapter 98. Please let my teacher date my mother. You have successfully become a permanent teacher. Profession value, plus 100. Teacher proficiency, plus 50-inch. The teacher profession can be upgraded. Senior teacher, intermediate. After becoming permanent, Li Yun felt little change. Until he saw the system prompt that his profession had upgraded, he showed a hint of joy. Teacher Li, from now on, this will be your workspace. The principal took Li Yun back to the classroom office. He personally cleared the chair for him. Seeing this, other teachers were astonished. Teacher Li got permanent status? Teacher Chun lost? How was that possible? At this moment, Teacher Chun, sipping from his thermal cup, walked over leisurely. Whoever goes will lose. You all wouldn't want to teach Class 7, would you? Hearing this, the other teachers showed fear. They quickly shook their heads. Although the treatment of substitute teachers is not as good as formal ones, but it is definitely much better than teaching Class 7. Class 7, commonly known as the class of despair. That really sends shivers down the spine. Teachers have KPI too, alright. Poor student performance and bad class discipline. That just doesn't work. Even experienced teachers like Teacher Chun won't dare to tread in Class 7. Other teachers avoided her as much as they could. Teacher Li, you are really amazing. Yeah, you even dare to teach Class 7. Tell us, do you have any secret weapon that can help you stand in Class 7? After the principal left, some young teachers gathered around Li Yun. Secret weapon? I don't have that. Just be sincere with the students. The kids in Class 7 are not as scary as you think. They are actually quite lovely. Lovely? One teacher said with a sigh. The last substitute teacher for Class 7 was very sincere. Then his heart was pulled out by those students. Li Yun. There was also a substitute teacher who tried to be smart. The students opened up his head. Li Yun, especially that big sister. She is simply the source of trouble. Class 7 listens to her. So rebellious. I heard that her mother specifically took her to see a doctor because of this. Just as the teacher finished speaking, he turned around. He saw a girl in a school uniform with long black straight hair. She was cute and very well behaved. Although he had just arrived, he was still quite clear about the situation in the school. Looking at the girl in front of him, he couldn't remember which class she was from. However, seeing her so cute and pretty, he felt a bit more patience. Classmate, which class are you from? Who are you looking for? The girl lifted her eyelids and glared at him. I am from Class 7. My name is Ruth, but Class 7 likes to call me Big Sister. All the teachers quickly withdrew, keeping their distance from Ruth. Ruth seemed to have been used to it for a long time, expressionless, until Li Yun turned around and saw her. Now, Ruth had removed her smoky makeup and various nose rings and earrings. She had taken off her punk outfit and changed back into a simple school uniform. Her bare face showed the most youthful and vibrant beauty. Wherever she was the flower of the school. When she saw Li Yun, she finally revealed a smile. Then she politely bowed and asked, Teacher Li, can I talk to you? The retreating teachers were all surprised at this scene. Teacher Li, you said you had no secret weapon. You have even tamed the big sister of Class 7. Sure. Li Yun nodded. Ruth glanced at the other teachers. There are too many people here. Let's change to another place. Back to the rooftop again. Ruth sat on the rooftop, her legs swinging in the wind beneath her skirt. Li Yun stood beside her, leaning against the edge of the rooftop. You look great like this. Why do you always dress up in that strange way? Ruth pressed a finger on her eyelid and cutely stuck out her tongue. I am originally strange. Then she looked at Li Yun and asked, Does the teacher like my outfit? I quite like it. Students should wear JK uniforms, looking like students. Why? Because once you step into society, it's mostly the same. What kind? Ox and horse. Ruth covered her mouth, and a bell-like laugh came out. Teacher Li is really funny. Li Yun looked at Ruth, her eyes crescent-shaped with laughter. The pure white school uniform, faint floral fragrance, and long black hair waving in the wind. like a lily under the blazing sun. I haven't been this happy in a long time. Ruth looked into the distance, her legs swinging up and down, tilting her head to look at Li Yun. Teacher, do you want to know why I became a so-called bad student? Ma'am, I'm listening. Ruth said don. Actually, I studied very well when I was young. I was always first in school. I was very obedient since childhood, my mom's proudest child, and a child in the eyes of others. I had many little red flowers at home. Li Yun had learned all this in detail from Wendy. Ruth was excellent and had always been. Otherwise, after her rebellion, her mother wouldn't have found the hospital and sought out Wendy. Her mother always believed that Ruth was sick or cursed. That's why she suddenly became the big sister and a bad girl. The nightmare in the eyes of all the teachers in the school. Did your change have anything to do with your father? Ruth looked at Li Yun in surprise. What did the teacher know? Li Yun thought for a moment and found a reason to deflect. I've seen your file records. Teacher really pays attention to me. Cough, cough. As the teacher class 7, this is what I should do, right? Is it? Ruth's head leaned close to Li Yun, her pair of bright eyes staring at him. Mother says a person's eyes are the windows to the soul. Teacher's eyes are very heartfelt. They won't lie. Li Yun pouted. Is there a possibility that my soul is just a mesh window? Puffed. Ruth couldn't hold it in, bursting into laughter again, holding her stomach. Teacher, you really can always make me so happy. This feeling has never been experienced before. Li Yun asked curiously. You haven't told me about your father. Ruth thought for a moment. Mother says he is an irresponsible scoundrel. There's nothing to say. I've always agreed with this. To me, father is just a title. I've never felt what so-called paternal love is, so I don't know how to tell the teacher. It's like I have a shadow called father in my heart, yet I don't know who that is. Ruth spoke about her father. Her face was calm, with no waves in her heart. Li Yun frowned slightly. This was different from his previous judgment. He always thought Ruth's rebellion was caused by the absence of a father. Now it seemed that the role of father was not significant for her. She wouldn't feel too emotional about it. Then why is that? Teacher, can I ask you a favor? This concerns why rebel. Li Yun nodded. You say, let me see what it is. Ruth suddenly flipped down from the rooftop. She grabbed Li Yun's hands. A wave of little girl's feelings transmitted to Li Yun. Li Yun was slightly stunned. You don't want to? Teacher, can I ask you to date my mother? Chapter 99. Madam, you wouldn't want your daughter to fail to get into college, right? Teacher, can I ask you to date my mother? Li Yun was stunned. Ruth pleaded. Even if it's just for a day. Pretend to be my father, okay? Li Yun was stunned again. I thought you were after my body. I didn't expect you wanted me to be your dad. Kids these days really know how to play. Li Yun said in confusion. What? Suddenly, he saw a beautiful woman standing below the rooftop. She looked at Ruth on the rooftop. Ruth, Mom begs you. Please don't do anything stupid. If you die, Mom won't live either. You are the only one for Mom. Mom lives for you. Ruth. Li Yun felt the sudden pressure coming from Ruth. She looked at her mother, wanting to get closer, but that pressure restrained her. Without realizing it, she started to step back. Li Yun suddenly understood. A mother's love and expectation for Ruth were extremely profound. For her, Ruth was like a lifebuoy in the sea. She tightly held onto Ruth, entrusting all her once desperate hopes onto her. In the eyes of outsiders, she was a responsible good mother, always accompanied Ruth, guarding her growth. But this accumulated love and expectation turned into a pressure that made it hard for Ruth to breathe. Ruth, wait for Mom there. Mom is coming to take you home right now. Ruth listened to her mother's voice, instinctively shaking her head. No. Teacher, I beg you. Save me. My mother's world only has me. But I can't make my world only her. Her love has become a burden for me. I can only rebel to declare, to escape, to find a bit of breath. Looking at the anxious Ruth, Li Yun finally understood the root of all this trouble. It was never Ruth who was sick, but her mother, a mother who was hurt by a scoundrel, entrusting all her beliefs for the rest of her life onto her daughter. Ruth, come home with Mom, okay? Ruth's mother walked onto the rooftop, wearing a light yellow long dress. Her delicate face showed pain. She stretched out her hands, slowly approaching Ruth. Ruth kept backing away, muttering, No. Seeing that there was nowhere left to retreat, Li Yun stood in front of her. Who are you? Ruth's mother looked at Li Yun, instantly filled with hostility. Mother, he is a person who admires you, just a trivial suitor. If it was pursuing a young Ruth, Li Yun might still lack some experience. But when faced with an older, beautiful woman, then Li Yun could easily handle it. What is your mother's surname? Alice. Alice looked at Li Yun, filled with caution and a hint of anger. What are you babbling about in front of my daughter? My daughter is spoiled by people like you. Get away from me. Give me back my daughter. Ruth's small hand tightly clutched Li Yun's clothes. Mrs. Alice, please wait a moment. Li Yun pulled out a bunch of flowers from behind. Ruth was stunned. Which serious teacher carries flowers with them? What do you mean by this? I originally wanted to bring this bouquet, personally come over and confess to Mrs. Alice. Confess? You are pursuing me in front of my daughter. But then I thought, for Mrs. Alice, nothing is more important than Miss Ruth. So I came to ask for her opinion first. Do you dare ask my daughter? Believe it or not, I will kill you. Ruth hurriedly stood up, blocking Li Yun. I agree. I really agree. Mother, he is very nice to me. I really like him. How about you agree to give him a try? Hearing her daughter's words, Alice's anger lessened a lot. Ruth, don't listen to his nonsense. There isn't a good man out there. Men are all the same as deceit. Mom doesn't need a partner, just needs you. Okay, once this was said, Ruth's pressure hit the ceiling, and she became even more afraid. Impatiently, she used her small hand hidden behind her back to seek help from Li Yun. Mrs. Alice, I need to criticize you. Your extreme thinking easily affects Ruth's views on love. What if she chooses not to get married in the future? Wouldn't she be lonely for the rest of her life? Mrs. Alice said happily. Then Ruth can stay with her mom forever. Ruth? No way. Great. Then I'll change the result. What if Ruth continues to rebel and doesn't even get into college? When Mrs. Alice heard this, she got anxious. No way. Ruth is so excellent. It can't happen. Just thinking about her becoming a delinquent and sitting in a yellow-haired deceit's back seat makes me go crazy. You can't treat me like this. Ruth, my taste is not that low. Who would like yellow hair? Ruth pouted, protesting in dissatisfaction. Li Yun slowly walked toward Alice. What are you going to do? Get closer, and I'll kill you. Ruth urgently exclaimed. Mother, don't. He is my teacher. Hearing this, Alice's expression was somewhat unstable. Li Yun seized the opportunity, using his clinical psychology skills to gain trust. He softly said, Mrs. Alice, besides being a teacher, I am also a professional doctor. Wendy is my student. Upon hearing Li Yun's words, Mrs. Alice's gaze slightly froze. Wendy's teacher? That's me. Indeed, Mrs. Alice's aggression lessened a lot. I came here on behalf of Wendy to treat Ruth. I hope you will cooperate with me. As soon as Mrs. Alice heard this, her face lit up with joy. Cooperate, definitely cooperate. As long as I can save my daughter, no matter how I cooperate, it's fine. Li Yun waited for this sentence, nodding in satisfaction. Once again, he leaned in close to her ear. I have found the cause of Ruth's condition. It is related to her growing up without a father. You should understand, when a child loses a father's love, there will always be a deficiency. A hint of regret and sadness appeared on Mrs. Alice's face. I'm both a father and a mother, but you still cannot give her real fatherly love. Then what should I do, doctor? Please save my child. In school, you can call me Teacher Li. Mrs. Alice nodded, her face showing respect for Li Yun. I need you to cooperate with me to act out a play. Let's date, and I will fill the fatherly love that Ruth is missing. Mrs. Alice's eyes widened. This can't be. I can't do it. I can't accept anyone else entering my life. I can't do it. Ruth stood at a distance, watching her mother struggle a bit. She murmured, What is Teacher Li and Mom talking about? Teacher Li, come on, you must succeed. Li Yun smiled gently and delivered the final blow. Madam, you wouldn't want your daughter to fail to get into university, right? Mrs. Alice suddenly looked up. The struggle from just a moment ago vanished completely. Chapter 100. With just a little effort, one can be the top of the school. Teacher Li, just call me Li Yun. Yun, I promised you only for my daughter. Please don't think too much. Mrs. Alice's voice was as soft as a mosquito. Her heart raced like a small deer, thumping wildly. Alice, what are you doing? You actually agreed to a human. Being younger is one thing, but it's your daughter's teacher. But Teacher Li is really handsome. More handsome than anyone I have ever seen. No. Alice, you are a woman who has been abandoned. You cannot trust men again. But Teacher Li is different. Li Yun listened to the inner struggle of Alice as if two voices were fighting within her. The one thinking wildly is not that suave killer of women, but you, Mrs. Alice. Mother, Teacher Li, what are you doing? Ruth suddenly peeked her head in. She startled the confused Mrs. Alice. Ruth, I have good news for you. Your mother has already agreed to the teacher. Mrs. Alice instinctively blushed and denied it. Ew, what nonsense are you talking? I was just saying, I can try to accept you. Ruth said happily. Really? That's amazing. Teacher Li is really great. Mother, let's invite Teacher Li to come home with us. Mrs. Alice, who was shy and bashful like a young girl, was instantly filled with surprise when she heard Ruth's words. Ruth, are you willing to go home with Mom? Ruth nodded. It was my fault in the past. I made my mother worry. Mother, I didn't have a father since I was little, so I really need someone like Teacher Li. Mrs. Alice looked at Ruth, who was holding Li Yun's clothes. Immediately, she said, Yun, can you accompany us home? Leah nodded gently. Of course, Mrs. Alice. It is my honor. Ruth saw that Li Yun was gradually winning over her mother. As the strongest supporter, she secretly gave him a high five. Teacher Li, really amazing. Ruth secretly gave him a thumbs up. Li Yun returned the gesture. No, no, no. It's you who are amazing. You found yourself a dad. Li Yun took Ruth and Mrs. Alice to the principal's office. Principal, I need to ask for leave. The principal immediately came forward, generously saying, Teacher Li, don't worry about your matters. All right, if any of those little rascals in class 7 misbehave, just tell me. Okay. The principal looked at Ruth, who was dressed normally. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Teacher Li has even subdued the head of class 7. As long as Teacher Li is here, restoring order in class 7 is just around the corner. For the principal, the most important things in a school are the enrollment rate and order. The enrollment rate has top classes like class 5 and class 3, and veteran teachers, like Teacher Chun. Inside, they're all excellent students. Class 7's poor learning is no problem. But order has always been a headache for him. Before Li Yun came, no one could control the unruly class 7. This principal had to take detours every time he passed by, afraid that he might be tricked by the students in class 7 and lose face. Now, a king has finally come, someone who can control this group of wild monkeys in class 7. The principal's attitude towards Li Yun is one of meeting every request, just afraid he might get dissatisfied and resign or leave school too early. After Li Yun left, the principal called Teacher Zhou. Teacher Zhou, Teacher Li is out for a bit. He won't be here in the afternoon. Please help handle class 7. If any students go too far, just write it down and tell him. Teacher Zhou waved his hand. Principal, you worry too much. I just passed by class 7 with other teachers. I was thinking of taking a detour, afraid those devils would hide in the classroom, ready to trick us. Guess what? The entire class 7 is studying independently. The principal was stunned. What? Self-study. Let's go. Take me to see. This really is like the sun rising in the west. The principal immediately pulled Teacher Zhou towards class 7. Sure enough, the students in class 7 were all sitting at their desks, holding pens, listening, and taking notes. Hey, Teacher Li is left. Who is teaching up there now? I don't know. Apart from Teacher Li, no other teacher would dare to enter class 7. The principal and Teacher Zhou were a bit confused. On the podium, several players were taking turns teaching were almost overwhelmed. Wait, why is class 7 different from the rumors? This is the first time I've seen students so dedicated to studying. Isn't there a teacher to manage them? We can't keep teaching. Where's the new teacher for class 7? Come save us. Your students are self-studying, profession points plus 20, intermediate teacher proficiency plus 10, student rebelliousness minus 5. Your students are self-studying, profession points plus 20, intermediate teacher proficiency plus 10, student rebelliousness minus 5. Your students are self-studying, profession points plus 20, intermediate teacher proficiency plus 10, student rebelliousness minus 5. Leon's background was constantly refreshing with rewards. He couldn't help but smile softly. These kids are doing well. Ruth poked her head over. Teacher Li, what are you saying? Nothing. At this moment, Li Yun and Ruth were sitting at the dining table in their home. Mrs. Alice was in the kitchen preparing dinner. The home of the mother and daughter was very clean and warm. It was clear that Mrs. Alice put a lot of effort into maintaining this home. Unfortunately, too much effort became pressure on Ruth. Sigh. Teacher Li, my mother is beautiful, right? Ruth nudged Li Yun with her arm, pointing at Mrs. Alice busy in the kitchen. Mrs. Alice had her golden hair tied up. Wearing an apron, her movements were gentle. Whether from the back or the front, she looked like a young girl. When she went out with Ruth, they looked like sisters. Ruth's question made Li Yun laugh and cry. This child really wants to find a father for herself. Seeing Li Yun's expression, Ruth pouted. Teacher Li, you said you would help to the end, to deliver the goods to the West. I'll leave my mother's illness to you. You have to find a way to make her life, in her heart, have one more person. Let her love not all go to me. Share a part with you. Ruth, so small yet so clever. What you said, if I help you, how will you repay me? Ruth hugged herself tightly. Teacher Li, you won't. That terrified little expression almost made Li Yun spit out his drink. A smile appeared on Ruth's lips. I'm just joking. I know you came here to be a teacher, for a mission. If you can help me cure my mother, I'll casually give you the first place in the whole school. Li Yun looked skeptically at Ruth. Can you do it? Ruth proudly pouted. I was just slacking off before. It wasn't that I wasn't good. If I get serious, no one in the school can match me. Don't underestimate a genius girl. Chapter 101. Pretend play, real action. Yun, how did you come in? Mrs. Alice was surprised to see Li Yun stepping into the kitchen. Li Yun didn't intend to until he saw Ruth standing outside the kitchen. waving and encouraging him. Did Ruth tell you to come in and keep me company? This child, really? The kitchen is not a place for a culture teacher like you. Go out quickly. I'll be done soon. Mrs. Alice smiled softly, warm and caring. But Leon rolled up his sleeves. The idea that gentlemen should stay away from the kitchen is futile thinking. You guys are playing this game too? I'll show you my best dishes. Mrs. Alice was slightly surprised. You can cook. Leon imitated Ruth's tone. Don't underestimate a genius chef. And he skillfully picked up a kitchen knife. Mrs. Alice, standing beside him, saw Leon's outstanding knife skills and high cooking skills. Her eyes gradually lit up. A man who can cook is already a plus. What's more, he was so professional. Handsome. The hollow heart for many years couldn't help but ripple. And hiding outside the door, Ruth watched this scene of her mother and teacher Lee cooking together. A warm smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of her mouth. Dinner is ready. Wearing an apron, Li Yun brought the dishes and placed them on the dining table. Ruth clapped her hands. Wow, amazing. Mrs. Alice echoed from the side. I was supposed to cook, but as soon as Yun entered the kitchen, I had no place to perform. Mother, Teacher Lee is truly the kind of man one dreams of having. If I were a few years older, I would like him too. You're talking nonsense again. Mrs. Alice poked Ruth's head. What do you mean, like? You said I liked him. Come, try it. Leon untied her apron and looked at the mother and daughter. Ruth couldn't wait and picked up a chopstick full of food. After taking a bite, she cried directly. Whoa, so delicious. Is this the taste of a father's love? Mrs. Alice looked at Ruth, who was crying. This child is just exaggerating. Then she picked up a chopstick herself, savoring it slowly. Suddenly, she was stunned. She struggled to hold back her emotions. So delicious. I seem to be in a sea of love. I feel the taste of love that hasn't been felt for many years. I won't really secretly like Yin, right? This meal was warm and cozy. Two people shared many jokes. There was talk and laughter. Ruth's smile was innocent and cute. Mrs. Alice's smile was gentle and peaceful. Teacher Lee, Mother, how about we go to the amusement park tomorrow? No, you still have class. Oh, it won't take long. You don't have to attend, but Yin still has to. Teacher Lee. Ruth's pleading gaze landed on Li Yun. Go. One word determined everything. Li Yun seemed like the head of the family. Mrs. Alice actually did not refute. An amusement park? I haven't been in a long time. Going with Yin? Why does it feel like a date? Ruth was extremely happy. Indeed, Teacher Lee's presence has changed my mother. If it were before, she would definitely not agree, saying studying is the priority and that amusement parks are not safe, blah blah blah. Teacher Lee is really great. Li Yun listened to the thoughts of the mother and daughter, smiling faintly. It's getting late. I should return to school. Li Yun looked at the darkening sky and stood up, preparing to leave. Suddenly, Ruth grabbed him. Teacher Lee, it's late, and it's not safe for you alone. How about splashing sound? It seemed even the heavens were helping this lovely girl. Outside, heavy rain began to fall. Teacher Lee, you can't leave now. This rain from the underworld is corrosive to humans. Li Yun glanced at an umbrella not far away. Ruth's figure flashed. Snap! She directly turned the umbrella into pieces. Now, there's no umbrella. Li Yun. He looked around and found only two rooms. One was Ruth's, and the other was Mrs. Alice's. Then he set his sight on the distant sofa. Ruth seemed to see through his thoughts, and immediately said, Teacher Lee, a man sleeping on the sofa is not okay. It's not convenient. You should sleep with my mother. Li Yun. What a bold girl. Strangely, when Mrs. Alice heard this, she only picked up her dishes and said one sentence. I'll go wash the dishes. Then she went into the kitchen. After Mrs. Alice left, line end, Ruth pulled Li Yun into a corner. Teacher Lee, my mother agreed. She likes you. Li Yun looked at the excited Ruth. Are you really trying to find yourself a dad? Ruth raised her fingers and counted. Teacher Lee has a proper profession. He's also very handsome and has a vampire lineage, not an ordinary person. He understands medicine. His cooking skills are outstanding. Finding such a dad for myself is definitely better than the scumbag my mom found. Li Yun couldn't help but take a deep breath. Makes sense. Genius girl. Indeed, not to be underestimated. Teacher Lee, do well tonight. Don't let me look down on you. I'll go back to my room now. I won't hear anything. Looking at the slyly smiling Ruth leaving, Li Yun angrily shouted, What was that gesture? I tell you, doing that will cause you to lose the Sigwin market. Madam, I truly can't get through this heavy rain. It's really helpless. Same bed, but no intimacy. If I cross the line and offend you, you can use this kitchen knife to cut me. Facing Alice, who sat across from him, gritted her teeth. Her ears were as red as if they were on fire. Your hand. Oh, I'm just holding the kitchen knife. Li Yun raised his hand holding the kitchen knife to show his innocence. The other one, "Oh, sorry about that. Don't, take it away." Li Yin was about to put it down when Madame suddenly gritted her teeth and said in a trembling voice, "I haven't felt such love in a long time. Though I know we're just acting. Everything is for Ruth, to make up for her lack of fatherly love." Madame almost pleaded softly, "Can you let me feel it a little longer? I also miss care for a long time." Hearing this, Li Yin still moved his other hand away. The next moment, he hugged Madame Alice. Madame Alice rested her chin on his shoulder. With her eyes closed, she felt the long-lost care. Being protected. A single tear dropped from her long eyelashes like a pearl. She gently said, "Thank you, Yun." Li Yin did not speak. At this moment, silence was louder than words. The women who appear to be armored on the outside are the ones who yearn to be cared for the most inside. At this moment, Madame Alice's love began to flow from Ruth to Li Yun, filling him with love. The love overflowed throughout the entire room. Chapter 102. Hell Racing Competition. Amusement Park. Yay, so happy. Looking at the happy Ruth, Alice showed a look of relief. "Yun, thank you. I haven't seen Ruth so happy in a long time." Li Yin walked side by side with Madame Alice. "Why be so polite to me, madam? Ruth is my student, while you are my—" Madame Alice shyly lowered her head slightly. "Just call me Alice." At this moment, Madame Alice looked like a shy girl in love, always stealing glances at the one she admires. "Why are you two so slow? Hurry up." Ruth stood between them, holding Li Yun with one hand and Alice with the other, running toward the amusement park. To other passers-by, they looked like a happy family of three. Ghostly merry-go-round, Terror Valley, Raging Rapids. The family of three was having an incredibly good time. Not far away, a competition was happening at the amusement park. The annual Hell Racing Competition. The first prize is a little bear spirit doll. Wow, this little bear is so cute. Ruth couldn't take her eyes off the little bear. "Do you want it?" "I do." Ruth looked at Li Yun. "Wanting it is useless if you can't win first place. You want it, you will definitely get it. Are you really a racing expert then?" Li Yun crossed his arms, his gaze fixed on the distant competition venue. "Expert? That's just a threshold to see my racing god." Ruth looked skeptical. "Really that amazing? Then let me take you to sign up." Ruth walked toward the registration booth. "Little girl, you seem too young. Hell racing is a very dangerous sport. You can't register yet." The registration assistant looked at Ruth and smiled politely. "It's not me, it's my teacher. I'm signing him up." Ruth pointed at Li Yun. The registration assistant was taken aback. "A human? Are you joking? No human has ever participated in our racing. Look at our name, Hell Racing. Does a human dare to come?" Li Yun spoke up. "Well, now there is." "Hurry, I promised Ruth I would win her the first prize." The registration assistant did not expect this human to not only dare to register, but also to be so arrogant. "Let him register. This is the first time we have a human driver in our racing event. If this gets out, who knows how many spirits it will attract." The registration assistant looked at the approaching boss. He immediately nodded respectfully. "Understood, boss. Please fill out your information and then complete your registration." Li Yun quickly filled out the information form. "This is your registration number. You can exchange for racing gear later. And one more thing. We need a co-driver in addition to the racer." Ruth immediately raised her hand. I'll do it. The registration assistant shook his head. "You are too young. No way. Usually the passenger seat is occupied by the driver's girlfriend. I see you don't have one. Here's a perk for you. You can choose one from our lineup." Li Yun looked around at a row of racing beauties dressed in revealing outfits. It dazzled him. Who says he doesn't have anyone? "I'm here." As each one flaunted their curves and sexy outfits, Alice stepped out, a bit jealous. "Mom, this racing looks thrilling and dangerous. Can you handle it?" Alice gathered her courage and nodded. "If they can do it, so can I." Seeing Alice insist, the racing beauties, disappointed by Li Yun's charm, left one by one. "Teacher, Mom, go for it." Listening to Ruth's encouragement, the registration lady was slightly taken aback. This relationship is so complicated. Li Yun put on his racing suit and took Mrs. Alice into the car. Feeling her grip on the handle tight from nerves, he held her hand. "Trust me, don't be afraid." The boss suddenly came to the car window and said grandly, "If you win, I can give you an extra prize." Li Yun looked at him. "You're so good to me. You can't be my long-lost father, right?" The boss's CPU almost exploded from that remark. He gritted his teeth and said, "I'm just looking at you as the first bold human to compete, attracting plenty of viewers for me. And I don't believe you can win this match. What's a promise worth? Just an empty check." The boss shrugged, pointing to the other drivers in the distance. "Look at them. They're all experts. They might not even finish the race. Hell racing is no joke. If you die in there, I'm not responsible." Li Yun glanced at him lightly and said, "As I said, experts are just a threshold for me. Since you're so generous, Thank you in advance. The boss looked at the incredibly confident Li Yun. For a moment, he didn't know if he was just bluffing or if he really had some skills. As the race was about to start, he said no more and left the track. Li Yun looked ahead at the track. A black fog blocked his view. He couldn't see what lay ahead. He gripped Mrs. Alice's soft hand tightly, with the countdown in progress. The cars on the track roared to life, like beasts howling. The professional commentator began explaining to the audience around. Welcome to the annual Hell Racing Championship. This time, we have 12 contenders battling for supremacy. What's most surprising is that for the first time, we have a human driver in this race. Upon hearing this, the audience around scoffed. Does a human dare to join Hell Racing? Isn't this a free gift? Even professional drivers might not make it out alive. A human is just overestimating himself. Ruth, overhearing their comments, protested. Don't underestimate Teacher Lee. If he says he can, then he can. He's the man my mother even likes. Audience. Countdown 3 seconds. The race officially begins. As the red light flashed, the green light lit up. 12 racing cars roared away. Li Yun immediately switched to his driver mode. Man and car became one. He pressed the accelerator all the way down. Passing through the thick black fog, he arrived on a new track. Here it comes, the first challenge of Hell Racing. The road to Hell. This consists of several broken turns. Beneath lies a bottomless abyss. If you lose control of the car and cannot get past the broken sections, it will mean the destruction of both car and driver. Ruth covered her mouth. She didn't expect this Hell Racing to be so terrifying. The audience around showed excited smiles. This was the bloody contest they loved. Currently, car number 8 is in the lead. Next is car number 3. Let's see what the human driver in car number 5 is doing. He seems to be overtaking. Wow, such a perfect pendulum drift. He's directly maneuvering the car over the broken section. I've never seen such an astonishing way to take a turn. His control over the car is truly scary. Wait, did we just capture an image of the driver's seat? What is he doing? He's driving with one hand while holding the passenger lady's hand with the other. My God, what time is it? Still flirting here? The commentator was stunned, and the audience around also looked shocked. Drifting past the broken part was already outrageous. Driving with one hand? He's definitely cheating. Ruth saw car number 5 continuously overtaking others, far ahead. She happily said, I knew Teacher Lee wouldn't lie to me. He really is a god of racing. So amazing. Chapter 103. Don't call me mother, call me sister. The driver of car 5 has incredible driving skills, far ahead. He's simply unbelievable. His driving skills go beyond our imagination. The host yelled excitedly. Inside the race car, Lady Alice felt her heart racing as if it would jump out. The intense speed of a race, with threats and chasms appearing ahead. It was enough to make her extremely excited. Moreover, Li Yun was driving with one hand while holding her hand with the other. She could feel Li Yun's confidence right in front of her. As they took the turn over a deep cliff, they entered the next stage. Boom! Through the rearview mirror, Li Yun saw a bomb flying towards them. How could there be a bomb? Lady Alice covered her mouth. Her whole body was on high alert. Li Yun turned the steering wheel and dodged the incoming bomb. One dodge succeeded, but there was more. Just as Li Yun slightly frowned, an item suddenly appeared on the race car. Shield can withstand any attack for 3 seconds. The host's voice rang out again. That's right, this is the item round of the second stage. Various random items will appear. How to use them wisely will be the key in this round. Don't think the first place can rest easy. Being first is an easy target for everyone else. Sure enough, the cars behind aimed their obtained items at the first place. Li Yun. Bombs whistled toward them. It looked like they were going to hit. Ruth covered her eyes with both hands. Boom, boom, she cautiously peeked out. Li Yun's car was unharmed. A faint blue glow surrounded the car. Shield, he actually got a shield. What good luck. But good luck doesn't last long. Once the cars behind get their items. Next time, it'll be your bad luck. Good luck. Li Yun didn't think they would still have such luck. Now that he understood the rules, then he would strike back. Not only would he surpass them, but he would also eliminate them completely. In the distance, random item boxes appeared, scattered on the road. What is car 5 going to do? Is he going to eat all the item boxes in one go? How is that possible? This is a Z-shaped route. Can he really do it? Li Yun withdrew his hand from Lady Alice and placed it back on the steering wheel. He was being serious now. Hold on tight. Then he stepped on the brakes. The whole car drifted again. It directly made a Z. It consumed all the item boxes ahead. The item boxes, did they go bug? No item boxes, how do we play? Just as the cars behind were confused by the disappearance of the item boxes, Li Yun's car unleashed items indiscriminately. watermelons that made cars lose control, squid ink that polluted vision, turtle shells that restricted speed, and bombs that destroyed cars tit for tat. Whoa, get out of the way. Who threw the watermelon? I'm so angry. Damn it, I can't see anything. It's the hateful turtle shell. Goodbye, Mom. I'm about to set sail. Boom. In an instant, of the 12 cars, only 8 remained. For cars were blown away directly by bombs. The owner of Hell Racing was stunned. Other audiences were the same. Is this a person? You let a driver of this level participate in the race. Who can beat him? I've never seen such dominance. He snatched all the items. My goodness. Ruth stood with her hands on her hips and laughed heartily. Look, take a good look. That's my teacher. But the owner was expecting greatly. Little girl, I admit I underestimated you. Your teacher is indeed amazing. But in this third stage, just being amazing isn't enough. It also depends on whether the co-driver is capable. I see his co-driver has no experience. It is very likely to fail. Ruth frowned slightly upon hearing this. She saw the number 5 car driven by Li Yun arrive in an icy snowfield. The car started shaking under the extreme cold attack. A countdown appeared ahead. Pass this checkpoint within 20 seconds, or it will be considered a failure. 20 seconds, for Li Yun, was not difficult. But the next second, he realized something was wrong. Lady Alice noticed something was wrong with Li Yun and looked over with concern. What's wrong, Yun? One of my hands is frozen. Li Yun looked at his frozen hand and said calmly, what should we do? I only have one hand. I can't shift gears. I need your help. Can I do it? Li Yun looked at Lady Alice and smiled encouragingly. I believe in you. You can do it. Follow my instructions. When I say shift, you shift. Lady Alice gripped the gear lever with one hand. She took a deep breath. It seemed she understood why this race required a co-pilot. It was for this moment, perhaps. This was her first time sitting in a race car. Or rather, she had never done such an intense thing with a man before. She was sitting in the car, feeling the passion with every passing second. She was a conservative woman. Since Ruth came into her life, she dedicated herself, her life, her hobbies, and everything to Ruth. She only hoped that Ruth would be well. But she had forgotten herself. Forgot that she had once been a young girl. She had rebelled before. She had once been passionate. At this moment, amidst the icy world, she felt an intense heat in her veins. Her true self was slowly returning. The single mother who had given up everything seemed to be gradually leaving her soul. She revealed her authentic self. Shift. Lady Alice immediately pulled the gear lever. Shift. Once again, a perfect coordination. Shift. With precise timing. Even before Li Yun spoke, she already had a sense. It was as if their hearts were connected, ready in advance. Little girl, I don't read much. You can't trick me. Is it really the first time your mother has ever raced with your teacher? Why are they so in sync? The boss looked at the perfect coordination between Li Yun and Lady Alice. Stunned again, Ruth waved her hand, signaling him to lean in. The boss leaned closer. Then Ruth whispered softly, I don't know. Hee. Looking at Ruth, who was teasing him, the boss had completely lost his temper with this mischievous little girl. Seeing the number 5 car cross the finish line, he felt both heartache and joy. The joy was that after so many years of racing, someone finally reached the finish line. The heartache, of course, was for his prize, and he still had a chip and a share. The corners of his mouth twitched, his heart and flesh both ached. Did you see? That's my mother. Isn't she amazing? Ha ha ha. She's my pride. She's awesome. At this moment, Ruth's heart swelled with pride for her mother once again. Ruth cheered and ran towards Li Yun and Lady Alice. Teacher, mother, you are amazing. Lady Alice looked at Ruth and smiled. Ruth, I want to discuss something with you. From now on, when I'm with Teacher Li outside, call me sister. Don't call me mother. Ruth, I want to chase my lost youth. Then what about me, mother? Call me sister. Recently, Ruth's whole world has been shaken. Since her mother decided to find her lost youth, changes have been happening one after another. First, in her dressing style, compared to the soft housewife look before. She started to embrace the trendy hot mom look. She became confident and beautiful. Just stepping outside, she could attract countless male gazes. Going out with Ruth, people would definitely think they were sisters. Indeed, in love, whether human or strange, everyone becomes younger. Another change was in her time management. Before, all her time was spent on nurturing Ruth. She thought about Ruth every hour of every day. Now, her 24 hours were divided into dressing, love, youth. And a part of it was still dedicated to caring for Ruth. The huge gap made Ruth unable to hold on. Ruth, you seem a bit strange lately. Li Yun looked at Ruth, who had a face full of resentment. Why did you break up with my sister? You were the one who told me to pursue her. Isn't it very successful now? Indeed successful. I even called her sister. Indeed, it takes two to tango. Both mother and daughter had some problems. One improved, and the other did not. However, Ruth's issue wasn't too big. It was just a brief emotional gap that she couldn't adapt to. Li Yun decided to hardly care. Right now, he needed to focus back on the whole class. After all, he was already in this game. He had to complete the tasks in the game. Help Class 7 improve their graduation rate. As soon as he returned to the classroom, Li Yun was a bit stunned. Is this still the original Class 7? All the students were sitting upright, each one carefully listening to the class. And who the hell was the teacher on the podium? How come they replaced him? As soon as the students saw Li Yun, the students of Class 7 stood up one after another. Teacher Li, you finally came back. Hearing their teacher had returned, several players on the podium sighed in relief. My goodness, the teacher of Class 7 is finally back. I've never seen such a studious class, never going home. They kept us here, teaching for days and nights. Several players instantly collapsed in exhaustion on the podium. Turning to look, isn't this the newbie? You are the teacher of Class 7. Seeing Li Yun, a few people were immediately surprised. Thank you. While I wasn't here, you even helped me with the lessons. Several players complained immediately. Who has ever seen a teacher who doesn't come to class for days? All right, you're finally here. We can go get some fresh air. Just as they were about to leave, Li Yun blocked their way. In terms of teaching, Li Yun admitted he wasn't as good as these true prestigious university students. This indeed made him profit. Since you all have talked about it, just leave it at that. I see the kids really like you, so why not stay here as substitute teachers? As soon as the several university students heard this, substitute teachers. No salary, no breaks, taking turns teaching day and night as substitute teachers. Only a fool would do it. Impossible, absolutely impossible. You are the teacher, let us go. Do you think we are fools? Being students is great. We want to return to Class 5 to continue being students. You think that just because you say we can't leave, we won't? Let me tell you, even if you were the teacher, you are still a newbie. Don't get too arrogant. The players who had intended to bully the newbies suddenly froze. Wait, I think I can see his ID clearly. Reverse Butterfly, the newbie king, the leader of the Loving Family Guild. Li Yun smiled lightly. Since you've recognized me, then I definitely can't let you leave. Seeing this, Li Yun snapped his fingers. Students of Class 7, these substitute teachers might think you are not enthusiastic enough. Show your enthusiasm and keep these substitute teachers here. Hearing Li Yun's words, some students in Class 7 sharpened their knives, while others ground their teeth. Someone took out a voodoo doll. Others manifested spirits. The well-behaved version of Ruth turned dark in an instant, reverting to her big sister form. Finally, the students of Class 7 displayed their true appearances. Still want to leave? No, not leaving. Am I being arrogant? No, not arrogant. Do you like being the substitute teacher of Class 7? Yes, like. Li Yun satisfiedly put away his vicious blade. That's it. If we had talked like this earlier, there would be no such thing. At this moment, the several university students finally understood why this newbie before them could dominate the entire Class 7. Indeed, only a more wicked person is needed to deal with evil. Make sure to keep an eye on your assistants. I will go to the principal's office and get them qualifications as substitute teachers. Li Yun tossed the several university students to the students, with the system and Ruth as the big sister here. He didn't worry that the students of Class 7 would be swayed. Then, he headed toward the principal's office. Along the way, the teachers he passed greeted Li Yun warmly. After all, this is a rising star who has defeated the seasoned teacher Chun. He is also the human teacher who suppresses Class 7. As soon as he stepped into the principal's office, he saw the principal coming over warmly. Teacher Li, you're back. I thought you would want to rest a few more days. If you want to rest, just say so anytime. As long as Class 7 doesn't make a fuss, everything is negotiable. Li Yun got straight to the point. Principal, I have something to discuss with you. The principal smiled and replied, Teacher Li, I just happen to have something to tell you too. But you go first. What do you need me to do? The principal's attitude toward Li Yun was exceptionally nice. He was pointing at the group of troublemakers in Class 7. I want to hire a few substitute teachers for my class, and I'm here to get qualifications from you. Li Yun handed over the information of those college students. The principal glanced at it. Oh, they were students from Class 5. Just like Teacher Li, they are also humans? No wonder they caught Teacher Li's eye. But our school tradition usually allows only one substitute teacher per class. It's unusual to suddenly have several. Li Yun frowned slightly. Would they not approve? Just as he was about to speak, The principal changed his tone. But since it's Teacher Lee asking, what's difficult, I will handle. Don't worry about it. Teacher Lee, there's no problem. From today onwards, they will be the substitute teachers for Class 7. With a snap, the principal's appointment seal went down. It became effective immediately. The few college students instantly transformed from students of Class 5 to substitute teachers of Class 7. At this moment, several college students were surrounded by the chaos of Class 7. You guys will soon be our substitute teachers. Please guide us from now on. The few looked at the big sister Ruth, who had instilled fear in the entire school among the teachers and students. They trembled in fear. What terrified them even more was the teddy bear in Ruth's hand just now had turned into a 3-meter-high giant bear of dark flames. It blocked the entire classroom door, baring its teeth and staring at them. These substitute teachers were really risking their lives. Chapter 105. The Showdown of Open Classes, The Awakening of Class 7. After solving Li Yun's requirements, the principal rubbed his hands together. Teacher Lee, I need to tell you something. The supervising department above is coming to the school for inspection soon. We need to select 2 classes for an open class inspection. Li Yun lightly replied, oh. He has also experienced open classes when he was younger. But these were all privileges for the top classes. What does it have to do with him, a teacher from Class 7? One of them just happens to be Class 7. Upon hearing the principal's words, Li Yun frowned slightly. Shouldn't open classes be chosen from top classes? Why would Class 7 be chosen? Is this random? Which other class is it? The principal shook his head. Class 5. The top class, Class 5. 2 classes, one the top class in the school. One notoriously infamous Class 7. This choice seemed to harbor some secrets. In previous years, they always selected one class for the open class. Experts from above would score based on the class situation, order, and student seriousness, as well as the final questioning to give scores on the spot. As long as the experts can give a score above 80, that class can obtain extra educational funding to help its students get into college. I don't know why they changed the rules this year and suddenly need 2 classes to compete. You say, isn't this redundant? Li Yun finally understood why there are 2 classes, one the worst, one the best. This meant sacrificing Class 7 to protect Class 5's guaranteed resource slots. This was originally not unreasonable, but as the teacher for Class 7, Li Yun instinctively felt a bit unhappy. The principal seemed to notice and immediately said, Teacher Lee, I know the hand can be both palm and back, but there is only one quota. I have no choice. Who let Class 7's grades? Li Yun interrupted the principal. I understand, Principal. What do you need me to do? The principal sighed in relief. Teacher Lee just needs to maintain order that day. As for the rest, based on the real situation of Class 7, facing the experts' questions, it's impossible to answer correctly. The principal's meaning is very clear. There is nothing to do, just let it be. In other words, it's hard to change the outcome that Class 7 will definitely lose. Li Yun did not agree immediately. Calmly, he said, the principal should understand what Class 7 was like before and what it is like now. I never believed that Class 7's ability to change is solely due to my effort. These children all hope to be recognized in their hearts. Who wants to be a bad kid? In the past few days I've been away. I believe the principal and other teachers have seen their efforts. They are also students of the school and are working hard to change and keep up. There is no reason to become victims for another group of students. So, I will tell the children exactly what the principal just said. If they are willing to work hard to compete, then losing means they are not as good. There is no shame in that. But as their teacher, if I don't tell them anything, I betray them and let them down. I can lose to Teacher Chun, but my students' win or loss should be up to them. What do you think, Teacher Chun? Holding a thermos cup, Teacher Chun walked out from the shadows. When did you find me, Teacher Lee? Teacher Chin's face showed a little surprise. Then he smiled and said, it seems you knew. For this public class, the principal specially asked me to take Class 5. I fully agree with your words. Every student should have the right to compete. Teacher Lee, I won't let up anymore. I also hope that the children of Class 7 can give us a huge surprise under your leadership. Teacher Chin spoke openly, extending a hand. Li Yun was very favorable to such positive competition. He shook hands with his school's best senior teacher. Then let's wait and see. The principal saw the handshake between the 2 teachers and couldn't help but sigh. I was too narrow-minded. Thank you both for teaching me. Let me understand that every student should have the right to strive for the school's honor and compete. I look forward to the upcoming public class and the performances of both classes. In Class 7, I've said all I need to say. Does anyone have any thoughts? Li Yun told Class 7 students everything he heard from the principal. The students were silent, glancing at each other. Finally, They all looked toward their backbone, Lucy. Lucy stood up, fully playing the role of the leader. It's just a public class. What is there to be afraid of? Class 5 is the top class, but we are not lacking. Other classmates. Really? After all, Class 7 has me, the best in the school. In short, I have one thing to say. This time, Class 7 must give it our all. Let everyone know, we are not trailing behind. Hearing Lucy's words, the other classmates responded one after another. The big sister is right. We have been working hard to catch up with the learning pace. If we work even harder, maybe we can surpass Class 5. Class 7 is not the worst. As long as we don't give up, we'll keep learning. No steam buns, just fighting spirit. Looking at the determined students in Class 7, the most suffocating were the several substitute teachers. Do the students really not consider them at all? Are they not going to voice any support for them? What does it mean to say, as long as we don't give up, we'll keep learning? You are self-righteous, so amazing. We are human too. Moreover, they just graduated from elementary school and are now facing middle school courses. There are only a few days until the public class. Are they sure they can catch up with Class 5, the top class? Seeing the students so resolute, Lian felt very pleased. Since you have made up your minds, as your teacher, I will help you. Lian opened his system. In the back end, there were many rewards. Substitute teacher takes your class, proficiency plus 20, intermediate teacher proficiency plus 10. Lian accepted the rewards. Then the intermediate teacher began to upgrade. Teacher, professional level, advanced. Talent skill, student learning guidance plus 50%. With your help, students can progress and grow faster. Professional skills, photographic memory. You have the ability of photographic memory. Anything seen by the eyes will be stored in the memory palace. Pressure. You carry the natural aura of a teacher, capable of suppressing the opponent's momentum. The student's rebellion level is reduced to 0. Change to learning progress. Senior teachers can increase students' learning progress. With the addition of this halo, all students in Class 7 will have their learning progress doubled. This also gives Lian confidence for Class 7. Lian looked at a few substitute teachers. What are you all standing there for? Continue the class. The substitute teachers were a bit stunned. Teacher Lee, what about you? Lian looked towards the door where the alluring Alice stood. He said to Ruth, I have a date with your sister. I am leaving now. Ruth angrily tossed her head. Chapter 106. Love the sister-in-law. As a killer of married women, Lian. Facing married women, he is truly at ease. Women are like flowers. The noble Madame Timite is like a magnificent flower. Her lofty aura is the most captivating. When she stands there, owning the entire castle, the Timite family, she becomes the most respected queen, Lady Medusa. She is a wolfsbane flower. Beautiful, yet containing deadly poison. A careless step could lead to eternal damnation. As for the crimson rose, that is a fiery rose. Stunning, yet has thorns, but nothing can compare to her beauty. Compared to them, Madame Alice is more like a daisy, always smiling gently, soft and serene. Even when dressed alluringly, she still gives off a pure desire feeling. She playfully linked her arm with Lian's. Walking on the street, she immediately attracted countless envious and jealous gazes. Yin, ever since I've been with you, I am really very happy. I want to give you something. Madame Alice led Li Yun into a mall. Li Yun had some understanding of Madame Alice's situation. Although she is a single mom, she is not short of money. She is a small, wealthy woman with her own little fortune. Entering the mall, it was not much different from a human mall. There were various types of clothing, bags, jewelry, and so on. Alice took Li Yun to a brand-name men's clothing store. Hello, miss. Are you here to buy clothes for your toy and pet? Hearing the salesperson's words, Alice's face turned a bit shy. For most supernatural beings, those brought here are usually toy-like companions. No, it is the person I like. Upon hearing this, the salesperson was taken aback. But after all, she was professionally trained and did not show too much expression. She just smiled slightly and looked at Li Yun. Hello, sir. You can come here to take a look. These are all our fine clothing. The salesperson led Li Yun to the formal men's clothing area. There were all kinds of clothes displayed. Clothes for vampires, suits for zombies, protective clothing for corpses. Different supernatural beings had different choices. May I ask what style of clothing you prefer, sir? He suits the vampire style. Madame Alice spoke up. Okay, this piece is the new model for this season. Made of high-quality sole silk. Not only fireproof, but also waterproof. It doesn't need to be washed for 100 years. I think this gentleman has a good aura. It should fit him very well. The professional salesperson held up a burgundy suit. Madame Alice looked at it. Yin, try it. Seeing the eager look in Madame Alice's eyes, Li Yin took the clothes and walked into the fitting room. As soon as he entered, getting ready to close the door, Madame Alice suddenly followed in, with a playful and shy look on her face. I'm afraid you won't fit. Li Yin smiled, then opened his arms. Madame Alice gently helped him take off his clothes. In the small fitting room, Madame Alice was close to Li Yin, helping him change. Her little face turned even redder as she draped the suit over Li Yin. Then she buttoned it for him, carefully adjusted the collar. After finishing all this, Madame Alice fixed her gaze on Li Yin,